227. Didn't you let all your strength? Why not? For monthly tickets? After the 3 rounds of competition, there are less than 100 players left on the field who are qualified to continue. Those who can reach this point are already among the top 100 experts in the country. One more point in the 4th round, that is the top 50. There are fewer and fewer people on the court, and more people are watching off the court. Lu Sheng was patient and fought one by one. He pinched the master like a chicken. These contestants who were generally under the level 6 were really unable to warm up. Those who seemed amazed and wonderful competitions and battles to others fell in Lu Sheng's eyes, were no different from playing house with children. Lu Sheng only solved his opponent for a moment, and he would never make a second move. No one needed him to take a second move. Basically, his competition will end in less than a minute. This minute even includes the introduction of both players, the referee's preparation, the announcement of the official start of the competition, etc. Lu Sheng felt it was very ordinary. But it feels different in the eyes of others. This Seven Saints Land Saint is a bit powerful. The middle-aged man wearing the martial arts uniform of the Hailong Martial Arts Hall sat in the viewing table, and said to the young man with a calm breath, "Even you Jingtong, who ranked in the top 20 in the previous session, could not take a move in his hands. If you face him, you probably won't have a big chance of winning." The young man in a short while was silent, slowly grabbed the long knife at his hand, and whispered, "I'll try it as much as possible. It really won't work." The young man paused and said, "Just use that move." The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes. Although the 07 move was tailored for you by respecting the teacher, specially prepared for dealing with the Supreme Gemini and Transcendent Holy Miao. But the strength currently shown by these 7 saints, continent saints, is vaguely at the level of the Extreme Gemini. It's not a loss to use it on him. You still have a chance to hit the top 4. The young man in a short time didn't say anything, but just wiped the long knife in his hand silently. Something is there. At the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, Lian Jibei, surrounded by disciples, looked at the direction of the Lu Sheng and narrowed his eyes slightly. But that's good. There is only one Zhongju who surpasses the Martial Arts Hall. The pressure on you this conference is already a little small. There are more Lu Sheng, just about the same. This kid is a good whetstone. Maybe you can use this to be promoted to the Grand Master faster." Next to it, the eyes of the 2 Jidao Gemini were wandering back and forth on Lu Sheng and the cute girl in Chaowen Martial Arts Hall, with a bit of cruel smile on their faces, and Mars full of fighting spirit in their eyes were splashing. "It's scary." The girl with short hair and ears in her ears, her cute-looking girl stared at Lu Sheng's position in a flash, her pretty face tightly. The long-haired man next to him was surprised. "No, although Lu Sheng is indeed very strong, at best, he is at the level of the Gemini, and he may be even worse. Do you have no confidence?" The cute girl shook her head, not knowing what to say. The world in her eyes is different from that of ordinary people. Now in her eyes, the sunset has not yet set. But in the huge martial arts square, most of the sky was covered by thick black fog. The thick ink like mist is like smoke and fire. The mountain wind cannot be blown away, and the sunlight cannot be shined through. Various terrifying shapes were transformed into mid-air, like shadows covering the half-field. And the source of all this black fog, all came from the handsome young man sitting quietly on a bench in the distance, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Although the young man's face was full of calm, Zhang Ju could feel it. There are extremely terrible things hidden in this young man's body. So far, that thing has not woken up. God knows what kind of terror will break free from the darkness, when the black fog completely fills the sky. "I hope I can meet him at the end." The cute girl exhaled, and she didn't dare to look at her again, and then added a silent sentence in her heart. "In that case, It won't be too ugly to admit defeat. The 7th round of draw competition begins. With the announcement of the organizer Wushu Association, crowds in the square rang out. Only a dozen people left to the 7th round. The top 10 in this round of competition are among the top 10 in the country. In addition to generous rewards, it also represents fame and honor. For the spectators, the next competition will be the highlight and will be particularly exciting, because those who can reach this round are all real young martial arts leaders. Lu Sheng still had no emotional fluctuations. He simply scanned the 7 saints. In addition to him, Wen Jingyan, the first Saint Martial Arts University, was left in the 7th round, and a third Saint Martial Arts University student ranked in the top 5 on the 7 saints list. Bai Hengchuan, who is second in the 7 saints list, is not lucky. In the last round, he encountered one of the Gemini, and was eliminated early. The draw for more than a dozen people was soon over. Lu Sheng glanced at his opponent. Wang Xian, the master disciple of the Hailong Martial Arts Hall. The mental power captured the discussions of some people in the crowd, and Lu Sheng unexpectedly learned that the other party actually graduated from the 7 saints. Although he is not his direct senior, he can barely be considered a teacher who has been in the same school. Do you want to be a little gentler later? Lu Sheng was thinking in his heart while walking on the stage. The 7 saints' great demon king Lu Sheng. As soon as they learned the news, the disciples of the Hailong Martial Arts Hall looked ugly. Judging from Lu Sheng's previous performance in the competition, the Demon King deserves its reputation. Many people have listed him as a master at the same level as the Gemini and the Great Tao, surpassing the Holy Miao. Although Wang Xian is strong, his strength and fame are still a little worse, and he has always been in the next level. Now that we meet Lu Sheng, the situation immediately becomes unoptimistic. The young man with a buzz cut, Wang Xian looked calm and stood up from his position with a long knife. Famousness is all achieved, and I haven't beaten it before. Who knows who is stronger or weak? The master led by the Hailong Martial Arts Hall showed admiration and nodded. If you compete for martial arts, you should have such determination to take responsibility. Go and do your best. Wang Xian strode towards the competition venue. Soon, he and Lu Sheng both stood on the venue. The sidelines were surrounded by spectators, and almost all of the 7 saints came over except for a few who went to see Wen Jingyan's competition. The main reason is that the other top 5 of the 7 saints list met the Supreme Gemini in this round, and basically said goodbye. Instead of watching him be abused, it is better to see Lu Sheng abuse others. Come on, the devil! The old student who jumped out of the 7 saints shouted. Then the referee on the stage began to announce. The competition began. Neither Lu Sheng nor Wang Xian took action. Lu Sheng glanced at the long sword in Wang Xian's hand. The competition is allowed to use weapons, but he doesn't think it is necessary. You can take action first, Lu Sheng said to Wang Xian. This is a little courtesy of Lu Sheng to the 7 Saints University presidents. Let him first. This is how it is performed on TV. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Sheng and said lightly, Before I graduated, I stayed at the top of the 7 saints for 2 years. Lu Sheng nodded and praised. You are so awesome. Wang Xian was choked by his words and couldn't say anything else. Never mind. He shook his head and said coldly, You should be careful anyway. Remember to use all your strength. Lu Sheng reminded seriously. A little angry appeared in Wang Xian's eyes, and he followed the sword, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters with one step. When he got close to Lu Sheng, he slashed it with a stunning knife. Lu Sheng didn't know what happened, and everything he said made him feel very upset. Since I'm not happy, then let's fight. A brilliant white energy burst out from Wang Xian's long sword, almost becoming a substance, And the sword entered. 228. I don't want my parents to see me killing on TV. 1. Did you make the punch just now too heavy? No, it's only 1,000,000,000 points of power. Even the power of a star is useless, let alone the power of the magic phase of the divine whale. Lu Sheng was speechless. Looking at Wang Xian, who was in a coma, he shook his head. Forget it, anyway, the meaning has come true. So let go of what should be given. He wants to hide his weaknesses and hide it. He cannot blame others if he loses. After all, the ending will not change. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng turned his head to look at the referee, who had been stunned by it, and said calmly, "Announce it." "How is that possible?" In the stands, the leader of the Heilong Martial Arts Hall suddenly stood up from his position. The face was filled with incredible expressions. Their Heilong Martial Arts Hall has high hopes. Wang Xian, who was originally planning to launch it to compete with the Sherdao Gemini and surpass the Holy Miao, actually lost. In fact, losing is not unacceptable. In the martial arts world, a mountain is higher than the other, and no one can guarantee that he is the strongest. The key is, Wang Xian lost without even blocking Lu Sheng's punch. And he was fully capable. Even the master of the Sea Dragon Pavilion and the 8th level Master used all the martial arts secret techniques tailored for him. They were killed in one punch. This is very outrageous. How strong is this 7-saint land saint to be able to produce such an effect? The leader of the Heilong Martial Arts Hall looked confused and murmured. Also, the last 2 words he said, "Are you ridiculing?" Not to mention the referee, all the warriors watching the battle were stunned. I didn't react for a long time. They had thought that Lu Sheng defeated Wang Xian. But Lu Sheng was downplayed by just one punch and killed Wang Xian in seconds. Destroying and swaying, the movements are casual like a scene of a fly flying. Really unprepared. Under Lu Sheng's reminder, the referee woke up from his dream and hurriedly announced, "Lu Sheng number 01351. This sentence also brings back the souls of the onlookers, who are being shaken away. The off-field, buzzing, suddenly became noisy. Many people were emotionally excited and kept talking in shock. The old students of the 7 Saints were full of excitement and surprise, and their spirits were so high that they almost jumped up on the spot. "Demon King Lu Sheng!" I don't know which guy it was, so I raised my arms and shouted out the nickname of Lu Sheng in the 7 Saints. The remaining old students of the 7 Saints immediately had a fit of excitement and shouted, "Demon King! Devil!" Some young warriors, who were intimidated by Lu Sheng's power and grace, also shouted after being driven by the atmosphere, "Devil! Devil!" In a world where the strong are respected, benevolence is a fashion. Just like ordinary people chasing stars. I worship a young and handsome young man who is as young as Lu Sheng, and terrifyingly powerful as Lu Sheng. Not shameful. Although warriors compete for the battle, the decisive victory is often just a few moves. But until now, the martial arts conference has been held, and those who can stay on stage are not weak. It is no longer a simple matter to solve the opponent in just a few moves. Lu Sheng killed Wang Xian in one move, and the speed of ending the battle was too fast. Coupled with the noisy scene, many people shouted, "Demon King," which made many people who were watching other competitions look curious. However, Lu Sheng was speechless and quickly stepped off the stage. To be honest, he thinks he is very middle-aged by this kind of support method of shouting slogans. And he didn't like the nickname, Devil. I want to say that instead of being called the Demon King, it is better than the Holy Emperor, the immortal Lord of the Northern Xian, and the Great Sage of the Ruth. These are very powerful. But is it a bit too early for me to use these nicknames now? Lu Sheng thought about this issue very seriously. At the same time, the highest organizer seat in the competition venue. Several masters of the Martial Arts Association were also looking here, making various amazement sounds. The boxing technique above the control realm, with an unparalleled powerful body, without even using the chi, can kill Wang Xian from the Heilong Martial Arts Hall in one punch. Isn't this Lu Sheng's foundation too solid? Wang Xian from the Heilong Martial Arts Hall is also the top 3 seedlings of this martial arts conference. Unexpectedly, even Lu Sheng didn't take a punch. I heard that Lu Sheng's strongest method is gun technique. TSK. He didn't even shoot out. What a monster. If you want me to see, the Gemini of the Great Tao may not be his opponent. He is basically the leader of this martial arts. It's too early to say this now. The Jidao Gemini are not ordinary geniuses. 2 years have passed, and God knows how much it has grown. Okay. The organizer, Chairman Jiang, he said to stop the discussion of several masters. There is no need to argue about these meaningless things. Just look down. Several masters nodded respectfully and stopped talking. However, Jiang he changed his tone and showed unconcealed appreciation for Lu Sheng. That solid foundation and such outstanding talent are the real martial saint's resources. He is worthy of being the seedling who can be regarded by Tan Zhongyu martial saint, and he is indeed an existence that breaks common sense. Here, the Jidao Gemini, who had just resolved the battle, sat in the viewing seat of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Kill Wang Xian in one punch. Both of them were stunned for a moment, but their expression soon relaxed. Wang Xian is so proud. Didn't use all your strength? No wonder. The handsome young man picked up a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it, took a sip, and said casually, I've paid a little attention to Wang Xian before, but I didn't expect that he was a fool. But that's good. The handsome young man smiled and said, The stronger the strength this Lu Sheng of the Seven Saints shows, the brighter the halo on us will be, and the greater the benefits we get in martial arts. On the other hand, Zhang Ju, a cute girl who surpassed the martial arts hall, looked silently in the direction of Lu Sheng, withdrew her gaze, and her expression was a little worried and nervous. That shadow spread even bigger. Wen Jingyan advanced thrillingly. The Seven Saints are as happy as the new year. Now they have 2 candidates to enter the top 10. It is also an extremely good result in the history of the Seven Saints. With Lu Sheng here, we can still reach the top 3, or even the first. We may be able to create history. The old student from the Seven Saints said with a smile. The others were also very happy, except for Bai Hengchuan, who was eliminated early. Since this kid was beaten by Lu Sheng, his martial luck has been very poor, and his light tends to fade gradually. Several of the masters of the Seven Saints University were in a good mood, and they got together to discuss whether they would drink some peanuts in the evening. Only then did Lu Sheng realize it. Damn, today's competition is over. No wonder the photographer said before that the entire conference will be held for 2 or 3 days. Today is 1 day, tomorrow is 1 day of the final, and there is another award in the end. It takes only 2 or 3 days. It is estimated that this year will be a little longer, because a grandmaster will die at this year's martial arts conference. The subsequent storms, turmoil, and so on will probably delay a lot of time. Lu Sheng thought casually. He is ready to deal with all the storms. I sat in the position and waited for a while, and the 7th round of competition was all over. It was already sunset at this time, and the organizer Wushu Association announced that today's competition will end here, and will continue at 8 a.m. tomorrow. In fact, I can still compare turning on the light at night. However, the temperature on the top of the mountain is already low, and it falls into water and turns into ice at night. The physical constitution of the level 6 warrior will be affected under such severe cold, let alone those ordinary people. They will be frozen to death when filming and broadcasting at night. After the competition, The crowd scattered. The players who win in the 7th round. 229. Try pointing fingers in front of me again. 2. Lu Sheng said this, but Lu Qinghe didn't reply for a long time. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and then replied, "Just kidding." However, tomorrow's finals will improve, and there will definitely be blood or something. I don't want my parents to be scared and worry about me. You may not be able to see it well, and it may leave a psychological shadow. Lu Sheng rarely typed so many words, rarely explained his words and behaviors, and rarely joked. When all these 3 points are collected, it means that something is wrong inside and outside. I don't know if Lu Qinghe will see it. After the message was sent out, Lu Qinghe finally replied, "I was shocked, brother. Don't make such jokes, okay? I thought you were going to be a murderer." Okay, I will try my best to keep my parents from watching the live broadcast tomorrow. But they will definitely watch the replay when they think about it. Don't say I didn't remind you. Your behavior is unnecessary. Lu Sheng didn't return, and he knew that he was doing this in vain. So when he just replied to the message, he came up with a better solution. I can't stop others from watching. Can I still stop the screen broadcast? Just scan the location of the live broadcast camera set up on the mountaintop platform, and you will know that with his huge level 7 mental power, it is not easy to destroy a small live broadcast. Just wait for tomorrow. Lu Sheng flipped through the chat records again. There are a lot of unread messages recently, and most of them are today. The National College Students Martial Arts Conference is still a very authoritative competition in the circle of young martial artists, and many people watched it. I was so excited after seeing Lu Sheng appear on TV, and I even posted screenshots on moments to show off. High school classmates, the seats are separated by 2 tables. This year's National Long Martial Arts top score, the National College Entrance Examination, has now reached the finals. Thumb, godlike character. Awesome. This was sent by an old classmate in Class 3 and 5 of Baiha No. 3 Middle School. Lu Shengxiao liked it below. In an instant, dozens of comments exploded, which scared Lu Sheng to slide down quickly. Come on, even though you know you can't hear or see it. I dare not ask for too much. I am satisfied to be able to be in the same starry sky and occasionally hear news about you. Rose. This circle of friends is also accompanied by a picture. 2 pictures. One is a screenshot of Wang Xian lying on the ground coldly and vomiting blood. The angle is very handsome, giving people a cold and sharp, domineering, and eye-catching beauty. The other one is a silhouette of Lu Sheng sitting in the bus seat and raising his hand to gently throwing a red plastic ball out. In the photo, Lu Sheng has clear eyebrows and a smile on his mouth. The sun shines on his body, as clear and shining as a clear spring in the mountain stream. Zheng Dandan. Lu Xingmao pronounced this name. Since the last time in Liangcheng, Zheng Dandan has rarely sent him messages. Sometimes it is also sent in the middle of the night, but when I see it the next day, it shows that the message has been withdrawn. Lu Sheng did not like or comment, and slid over silently. The next one is a bit funny. The perspective is facing the TV screen, and red wine and barbecue are placed on the table in front of me. The copywriting is, after going out of the mission, I came to see the National Martial Arts Conference that I taught before. It's so cool. Contact person Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng also saw Dong Qingxue's comments under this circle of friends, and there were also 3 points. The moments posted by Dong Qingxue below happened to be close to Qin Xiaojun's. The two have similar ideas for taking photos, but the results are very different. Dong Qingxue's circle of friends just simply shared a photo. Her desk. There are some staggered books and gadgets on the desk. The background is a blurred computer screen, and the screen is a silhouette of Lu Sheng punching. Look, this is the gap in the level of pretending. Lu Sheng looked at it and wanted to laugh, and suddenly remembered the name of Dong Qingxue, the personal information spouse column in the dream space. I didn't want to laugh immediately and hurriedly exited my circle of friends. Unconsciously, Lu Sheng has become a celebrity in his circle of friends and has also become a concern in the hearts of many people. The unsuccessful sigh made Lu Sheng temporarily lose the interest in entering the dream space to practice. He doesn't want to go to bed so early. Go out for a walk. Lu Sheng pulled up a coat and walked out of the room. On the top of the cumulus mountain, the night wind is blowing. A thin layer of snow accumulates on the martial arts square on the top platform of the mountain, and the temperature is as low as -10 degrees Celsius. A petite and cute figure wearing a thin, milky white gown stood by the cliff on the top of the mountain, exhaling white air towards the night sky. It's almost done. Zhang Ju rubbed his little hands, that were a little frozen, and turned around. As a holy Miao who surpasses the martial arts hall, her martial arts practice route has long been planned by surpassing the martial arts saint. Zhang Ju practiced secret breathing for half an hour every night, and did not dare to leave it for a day. The closer this breathing method is to nature, the better the effect is. It is also the main reason why Zhang Ju ran to the top of the mountain without sleeping in the middle of the night to blow the cold wind. It's so cold. The cold wind blew out at an outdoor area more than 10 degrees below zero for more than half an hour. Even Zhang Ju's level 6 level warrior had a little bit of a porcelain baby face and was fluttered red by the cold. She glanced at her head. The night sky on the top of the mountain is very clear, and you can see beautiful stars. Zhang Ju stared at him for a while, and was a little reluctant to leave. Suddenly, a gentle sound of footsteps came from my ears. Rustle! It was the sound of someone stepping on the snow. It was also when this sound came out that Zhang Ju found that the night sky above his head became no longer clear. The shadow of black fog that only she could see spread from the direction where the sound came. The stars are covered one by one, the stars and moons are dull, and the deeper night is coming. Zhang Ju turned his head suddenly. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and a slender and tall figure stood dozens of meters away from her, and looked at her quietly. The figure and the darkness were completely integrated, the shadow rose from behind, and his eyes were slightly lit. It's him! Zhang Ju's heart tightened and his body instantly stretched. Fear surged like a tide. She almost subconsciously lowered her head, and quickly ran in another direction. Am I that scary? Lu Sheng looked at the quickly disappearing back, and touched his cheek for no reason. The names on the spouse column of my personal profile are increasing day by day, but why do I feel that my relationship with the opposite sex has always been bad? Lu Sheng didn't understand. The morning on the top of the mountain is always earlier than the ones that come down. Many people went to the platform to watch the sunrise. Lu Sheng wore a t-shirt and was about to go out. After thinking about it, he put on his coat. Maybe my parents will see him today's game and wear less clothes, so they have to talk about him again when they look back. While Lu Sheng was having breakfast in the cafeteria with the Seven Saints College students, people came up one after another at the foot of the mountain. For today's final, these people got up long ago and climbed up the mountain. I ran from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain in one breath, sweating all over my body, and my blood was boiling. I watched the sunrise in the cumulus mountain, and my mind was relaxed, and I couldn't help but whistle. Outside the canteen, there were sounds of apes roaring, which was quite lively. You'd better pray that you don't meet me during the competition today. When Lu Sheng went out for breakfast, he saw a group of people from the Seven Saints gathered around the entrance of the canteen. A figure more than 2 meters high, like an iron tower, blocked the door tightly, and warned Wen Jingyan in a muffled voice. Wen Jingyan's face looked ugly, but she didn't say anything. The students of the Seven Saints University also dared not speak out. Lu Sheng recognized this guy's identity. 230. Your neck is beautiful. 3. Stop! A figure walked quickly, and the qi and blood were surging around his body, like a fireball in the furnace, and the essence turned into wolf smoke on his head, rushing straight into the sky. Level 7 Grandmaster. This man was originally in a very far place, but he was approaching in an instant. He was wearing a martial arts robe with the words Jidao Martial Arts Hall, with thick eyebrows and long and thin eyes. Jidao Martial Arts Hall, Lian Jibei. The martial arts conference has not started yet. If you want to be disqualified, try it again. Lian Jibei stared at Lu Sheng coldly. A powerful aura belonging to the master crushed him hard. The Seven Saints College students at the entrance of the canteen retreated one after another, and even when Jingyan couldn't help but move away. Lu Sheng, who was pinching Chao Ban's neck with one hand, instantly opened up a vacuum area around him. The air condensed into glue and squeezed it hard towards Lu Sheng. The so-called power of a master. Lu Sheng seemed to be a reef located in the stormy waves, still standing still. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lian Jibei, his murderous intent surging like a tide, almost about to penetrate his body. Lu Sheng was sure to kill Lian Jibei within 3 breaths. But the consequences? If you kill a master in public, you will probably be beaten to become a wanted criminal immediately. Not to mention how you go in the future, you may even be implicated. Calm. Be calm. I have been enduring it for so long, and seeing success is close, why bother to lose? In just half a day, I can kill him openly. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Lu Sheng's chest quickly faded. His eyes calmed down again, and his hands pinching Chao Ban's neck relaxed a little bit. Pooh! Chao Ban was gently placed on the ground by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's right hand gently stroked Chao Qian's throat twice before he was about to leave Chao Qian's neck. Your neck is pretty, Lu Sheng said casually, then turned his head and grinned at Lian Jibei, whose face was gloomy, revealing his white teeth, and strode away. It's like nothing happened. The eyes of a circle of people around him subconsciously gathered in Chao Qian and glanced at his thick, black and blue veins, and his face became strange. This neck. Call it beautiful? Chao Qian's face was flushed red, and I don't know if it was pinched by Lu Sheng or because of shame and anger. Walk. Lian Jibei in the distance said coldly, turned around and left. Chao Qian did not say a word and followed quickly. At the entrance of the canteen, a group of onlookers looked at Lian Jibei and Chao Ban's backs away, and were still immersed in the shock of everything they had just experienced. A few seconds later, the intense discussion suddenly exploded. Damn it! Lu Sheng gave the demon star among the Gemini in the extreme doubt instantly. The demon star Chao Ban can't even resist in front of Lu Sheng? Shit, how strong is Lu Sheng? Could it be that he has been promoted to the Grandmaster? This time, I am the #1 in the country. It's stable. What the hell is going on with you? At the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, Lian Jibei stopped and turned around and stared at Chao Dun sinisterly. Chao Qian replied in a muffled voice. I thought he would suddenly take action. I didn't react. I guess so. Lian Jibei sneered continuously. The handsome young man next to him heard the matter roughly and couldn't help but speak. Chao Ban, you are really a waste. You try to say it again? Chao Qian stared at the handsome young man with red eyes. His originally burly body expanded rapidly, and even the breath exhaled from his mouth and nose became hot, just like an angry bull. You're just a waste. The handsome young man finished word by word, slowly stood up from his seat, squinted his eyes, and said, Why, I was beaten outside, and I'm going to vent my anger when I come back? Chao Qian's chest was rising and falling rapidly, and the white air flow from his mouth and nose became stronger and stronger. He made a low growl sound, and his whole body was about to erupt like a volcano. But it was interrupted by a voice. "Enough!" Lien Jibei glanced at the two of them with cold eyes, and finally fell on Chao Qian. "You can find a way to wash away the shame you have suffered by Ji Dao. Don't worry, coach." Chao Qian's voice was like a magma flowing from the bottom of the volcano, full of anger that was extremely suppressed. "I won't make the same mistake again, regardless of whether you can meet him in the ring next." Chao Qian stomped his feet hard, trampling the thick floor tiles under his feet to the point of cracking and sinking, and a large piece of them rolled up. "I want him to die." The news that the Seven Saints continent, the demon pole star Chao Ban, one of the extreme Gemini stars, quickly swept across the top of the mountain like a hurricane. Before the martial arts conference began, it caused a big sensation among the crowd. In a short period of time, Lu Sheng has become the biggest favorite to win the championship in this martial arts conference. Several of the Seven Saints masters led the team were so happy that flowers were almost blooming on their faces. However, in addition to being happy, they still walked over earnestly and instructed Lu Sheng. "The real strength cannot be underestimated when the Gemini can dominate the National Martial Arts Conference for so many sessions. Even if you have taken advantage of it before and waited for the competition, don't take it lightly." Lu Sheng said he got it, but his face was as calm as the blue sky above the cumulus mountain, and no one knew what he was thinking. When Lu Sheng sat on the chair, he could feel countless gazes gathering from all directions. Among them, the eyes from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall are the most intense. There are 3 ways in total, and Lu Sheng doesn't need to look at them and know who they come from. The 8th round of competition draw begins. Soon, the organizer Wushu Association announced that today's conference officially began. Lu Sheng waited for more than 10 players to take the stage to draw lots. Because of the ample time and the level of the event has been improved, today's competitions are all held one by one. The lottery results are out. Lu Sheng glanced at his opponent, and his expression immediately became playful. He slowly looked up in a certain direction, facing a pair of eyes full of anger and resentment. The eyes were intertwined, and there seemed to be a little sparks in the air. "Seven Saints Continent Holy vs. Jidao Martial Arts Hall Chao Ban." As soon as the lottery result was announced, a burst of commotion broke out in the crowd below. "Damn, the organizer did it on purpose. Is it such a coincidence? The enemy is so narrow. The Seven Sage Great Lu Sheng and the Jidao Demon and the Jidao Demon and the Jidao Star Chao Ban had just had a conflict in the morning, and they encountered the first competition again. There is a good show now. It is said that Lu Sheng defeated Chao Dun with 1 move. It seems that Lu Sheng is sure to win this battle." Not necessarily. No one expected that Lu Sheng would suddenly take action in the morning, and Chao Qian was caught off guard. There were a lot of discussions in the audience. Lu Sheng found it interesting. 0. He followed Chao Qian's movements in the morning, placed his right hand horizontally, and placed his neck on his neck, and made a slow throat cut action on Chao Qian. "I'm going to kill you." Chao Qian's eyes were spitting fire, and he could hardly help but rush up on the spot. The momentum around him surged layer by layer like water waves. Lu Sheng smiled and spoke. "I'll let you kill." After the draw, the group stepped down. Perhaps it was intentionally arranged by the organizer. The battle between Lu Sheng and Chao Qian was specially put into the last game. The first game was a competition between the Seven Saints Wenjingyan. He was unlucky and met another one of the Gemini stars in the Dita Tianjixing Chiua. It's the handsome young man who always likes to look at people with a sneer. "Don't care about the result, just fight with all your might." The old master of the First Saint Martial Arts University encouraged Wenjingyan earnestly. Wenjingyan nodded, but could see that he was still a little nervous. Lu Sheng sat next to him, thought for a while, and said casually, "Want whatever you want. I will help you get revenge if you—" 231. Demonic Pole Star? Then my punch is called a Star Blast. Please give me a monthly ticket for 4. The last game. The referee of the organizer's eyes fell on 2 places below the stage and slowly announced, 7 Saints Continental Saints, Chao Ban, the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Please invite players from both sides to come on stage. The crowd of onlookers immediately became turbulent. Everyone's eyes were sweeping around Lu Sheng and Chao Qian. The photographer in charge of the broadcast carried the camera and found close-ups of the 2 people. It creates a sense of atmosphere where a war is about to begin. Lu Sheng stood up from the chair, stretching his muscles and bones a little, giving people a feeling of being upright. He slowly walked onto the competition platform, and Chao Qian had already waited for him on the stage. The National College Students Martial Arts Conference Rules, Article 32. Chao Qian spewed a heavy breath out from his mouth, and his voice was filled with depression. During the competition, if you accidentally kill the opponent, if the circumstances are reasonable, you will not bear any responsibility. Do you know what I mean? Chao Qian's eyes were tightly locked in Lu Sheng and said word by word, "Wait a minute. I will do it very heavily, very heavy. I hope you can prepare." Lu Sheng looked at him with a smile. "It's like watching something extremely interesting. I'm looking forward to it." The referee next to him felt the constant smell of gunpowder on the competition stand and quickly announced, "The competition begins." Then he ran quickly to the outside of the competition venue. 7 or 8 photographers carrying cameras stalked around the 2 of them. Everyone was paying attention to the battle, with a serious expression, and his voice disappeared without realizing it. "I know you are not convinced." Lu Sheng reached out and touched his fair and tight neck with perfect lines and smiled and said, "I will give you enough time to transform. Hurry up, I don't have much patience." Lu Sheng twisted his neck gently, and his body made a sound of bones colliding. Lu Sheng's blood became a little hot. But it was not because of Chao Ban. Instead, he thought that if he fought 2 more games, the script he wrote should have a real chance. What a wonderful scene! Lu Sheng is looking forward to it. Chao Qian's eyes quickly became cold. He took a deep breath. The airflow trajectory that is almost visible to the naked eye appeared in the competition site. The air in a large piece of space was almost drained by Chao Qian. His chest was raised high, and his whole body swelled like a balloon. But it doesn't give people any sense of vein. Chao Qian's skin quickly changed from its original darkness to red, and his muscles raised one by one. It's like a piece of iron burning red. There are also blue veins entrenched like small snakes on it. The ultimate devil, Chao Ban sounded. A circle of white air waves that could be seen in the naked eye spread out around him as the center, before the onlookers could see a look of movement on their faces. The second level of the demon extreme state. Crunch. With the sour bones, Chao Qian's body, which had expanded to the extreme, began to contract inward again. His skin turned black again from red, but unlike before, there was a terrible depth in the black. If Chao Ban before was a piece of pig iron that had just been burned red, now all the impurities in this pig iron have been driven out. His muscles and bones are like steel, and his whole body seems to be forged from pure iron ingots, giving people an extremely strong sense of visual impact. It is a kind of power that can be felt by the naked eye alone. Unparalleled power. The surging heat spread out from Chao Qian's body. He breathed slowly, and every breath he exhaled condensed into white in the air. A terrible sense of depression spreads around him as the center, and the air around him is almost distorted. Shit! There were sounds of cold gas coming from the sidelines. Even many masters were moved. What kind of body is this? the master's body, but that's it. Demon Star, Demon Star. Chao Ban, who has opened the demon status, is the real Demon Star. Someone couldn't help but murmur. In the last session, Chao Ban, who had started the first level of the demonic extreme, could sweep the conference, and was known as the #1 person under the Grandmaster. This time, his demonic state has actually entered the second level. How terrifying should it be? Before the game, Sheng, who was originally highly favored, immediately changed his direction after the second level of Chao Ban Demon's extreme state was displayed. Compared with Chao Ban, who was as terrifying as a demon, the ordinary Sheng was like a baby in front of a murderous thug. Then this makes people sympathize. On the Seven Saints University, a group of students and the Grand Master Vice Chairman changed their colors, and their faces suddenly became nervous. Damn it! Thinking of Wen Jingyan's miserable situation, someone subconsciously clenched his fists. On the other side, everyone smiled. Is it a waste of time to call the name of the Gemini star? Lian Jibei leaned his back gently on the chair, and his whole body showed a very relaxed state. When Chao Ban's second level of demonic extreme state was successfully revealed, the result was already destined. The extreme way. What is the extreme way? You will see it immediately. Lian Jibei thought casually. The Sky Star Chiyu, who was standing beside him, kept turning his gaze to the direction beyond the martial arts hall in the distance. One person, one person, one person, you can't steal all the limelight by yourself. He licked his lips, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. You'd better not think about giving in. Chao Qian's voice changed, becoming dull and rough, like two iron pieces rubbing against each other. Because I'll be very angry if that happens. Chao Ban lifted his head up hard, pulling out the black and twisted veins on his neck. He grinned at Sheng, his smile twisted and cruel, like a beast who saw the prey he had dreamed of and began to lick his minions. Sheng's face was very calm, but he just stared at Chao Qian lightly. It falls into Chao Qian's eyes, but it is the best manifestation of cowardice and fear. It's over. Chao Qian moved his legs, and his elephant-like thick feet stepped on the hard martial arts square floor and crack marks. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the momentum that was suppressed to the extreme finally exploded. Martial Demon Extreme! Chao Ban roared, and the terrifying waves of air rolled outward layer by layer, and the terrifying momentum overflowed like a volcano erupting. The white air waves visible to the naked eye spread wildly, and a hurricane broke out on the flat ground. The will of martial arts blends with the terrifying body, and a punch burst out with all strength. At this moment, the light of the extreme Gemini demon pole star belonging to Chao Qian was finally released. Many people on the sidelines were moved, and the several photographers in charge of the broadcast were all trembling with the shoulders of the cameras. 0. Some masters suddenly stood up from their positions. Even Jiang He's urgent voice came from the rostrum. At any time, be prepared to avoid bleeding casualties. At the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, the smile on the corner of Lian Jibei's mouth is getting bigger and bigger. Finally. Boom! Chao Qian's fist, which was like a nuclear bomb, slammed firmly onto a certain body, and a terrifying white air wave erupted. The sound roared. Many people present also shook their hearts with this sound. A super shocking punch. Everyone was shocked and opened their eyes wide, and tried to find out the result of this punch. Sheng, who was still under such a huge impact, was facing this punch. What will happen? Soon, the air waves and smoke dissipated. Two figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. After everyone saw the scene in the competition clearly, everyone was shocked in an instant. He stood there in a daze. His mind seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled it out hard. The rest? There is only a blank sound of buzzing. This is impossible! Lian Jibei, who was originally sitting on the chair, stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and stared at the scene, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. 232. Have you bought insurance? I'll push you 1-1. Dare you dare? Lian Jibei flew out of his position roaringly, shaped like an arrow. He is not the only one. Many figures of Tao leaped up. Their qi and blood were like furnaces, and their essence was like wolf smoke. All are masters. Among them are the masters of the Wushu Association and the vice school of the Seven Saints University. Boom! Lu Xing's fist fell, and Chao Qian's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Lian Jibei's eyes were full of tears, but he did not go to catch Xiao Ban, but rushed straight to Lu Sheng. Lian Jibei, you dare! Someone shouted, cut off Lian Jibei's figure and fought with him. Boom! The master faced his palms and burst out with terrible sound waves, like two huge blazing furnaces collided fiercely. The air waves spread, and the crowds around the competition venue retreated one after another. The two figures separated from each other. Lian Jibei's face was gloomy, and his martial arts uniform was blown up by a murderous intent. On this side, Zhao Kantai, the vice chairman of the 7th Shenggu University, had an expressionless face and silently took off the golden-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and put them in his shirt pocket. At this time, Zhao Kangtai's bookish energy disappeared, showing the master's iron blood and majestic side. Even Lu Sheng was a little surprised. Stop! Someone shouted violently, and stood between Lian Jibei and Zhao Kangtai. It is the Blue Chongsam woman who was responsible for drawing lots by the Wushu Association. All of them are masters. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by others? The woman in the blue Chongsam looked at the two of them with a serious expression. This kid intentionally killed someone, but he was still the future Qiming star of my Jidao Martial Arts Hall. He deserves to die 07. Lian Jibei stared at Lu Sheng with his eyes tightly, and his murderous intent was not hidden on his face. His Jidao Martial Arts Hall is here to become famous and show his power, rather than being a stepping stone for others. Not to mention, an extremely genius died. As the leader of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, he also has to bear certain responsibility for such a major accident. Although he will not be punished, he will definitely not look good in terms of face. Someone will inevitably say something he dislikes behind his back. If you are willing to look at Chao Qian, you will know that the demon star in your Jidao Martial Arts Hall is not dead yet. Someone suddenly interrupted. It's Lu Sheng. Lian Jibei was stunned and turned to look at the place where Xiao Ban landed. At this time, Chao Qian was lying straight on the ground, with a huge depression on his chest. His body has returned to its original state, loose, like a brick that has been smashed by life. But my chest was still rising and falling, and there were indeed signs of life, and I did not die. Call! The woman in the blue Chongsam and Zhao Kantai were obviously relieved. Even Jibei's eyes relaxed suddenly, but soon became cold again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Sheng, saying, Boy, your Seven Saints University teacher has never taught you. What is a master that cannot be humiliated? Lu Sheng's expression became tightened, subconsciously took a few steps back, and hid behind Zhao Kantai. Lian Jibei's mouth curled up. Zhao Kantai shouted with a cold face. Liang Jibei, since your disciples in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall are not dead, this matter is revealed. Don't be too arrogant. Lian Jibei sneered, and his eyes swept over the 7 Saints Masters, who had already made a move to walk up. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. Carry down and treat. Lian Jibei waved his hand, and several disciples from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall rushed up and lifted Chao Qian and ran towards the medical station. He himself sat on the chair with a big golden sword, staring at Lu Sheng coldly, his eyes floating, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "Then I announce that the saints of the 7 saints continents will win this battle." The woman in the blue cheongsam took over the referee's authority and announced the end of the competition. At this moment, the shock and horror that was interrupted by Lien Jibei and caused a brief rupture broke out from the crowd. "Too strong. Lu Sheng is really too strong. Chao Qian, who has fully lit up the second-level demon, cannot stop his punch. Isn't he really a master?" If the Grandmaster Lu Sheng had just faced Lien Jibei from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, he would hide back. His Grandmaster's power field had not been generated either. But his strength is indeed super strong, and he has surpassed the average quasi-Grandmaster, infinitely approaching the limit below the Grandmaster realm. Even said that in some aspects, it may not be worse than the Grandmaster. Devil King. Really Devil King. No wrong nickname. Even the Demon Pole Star can't stop Lu Sheng's punch. I think the position of the leader of this National Martial Arts Conference has basically been implemented, and the subsequent competition will only go through a formality. I heard that Lu Sheng is only 18 years old this year. He is like a demon. From now on, the Demon King will rule the National Martial Arts Conference for many years. The era of the Extreme Gemini has come to an end." Lu Sheng listened to the discussions of others, without any fluctuations on his face, and followed Zhao Contai down the competition venue. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Zhao Contai thought he was still thinking about what happened to Jibei just now, and comforted him. "Don't think too much, even if he really beats someone to death. As long as it was not intentional, it's not your fault. When fighting for martial arts, there is no one who doesn't bleed. If you die, you can only blame yourself for being inferior to others. The school will naturally help you with the pressure from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. In this world, the Jidao Martial Arts Saint is not the only one in the world who is at level 9. Zhao Kongtai's last sentence was slightly exposed. Lu Sheng immediately showed a relaxation look on his face, and he nodded. "Understood." Zhao Kongtai's eyes looked at Lu Sheng a little complicated. He now knows a little why Lu Sheng gave up the second option in the Martial Saint test. He saw all the steps he took when facing Lien Jibei on the competition stand, and his expression of lingering fear now. "That's right. Grandmaster. It sounds lightweight. How many people are afraid of being in a level 7 master? There is no one in the world who knows the power of a master and is not afraid of the power of a master. Lu Sheng's martial arts talent is already in no place. If you want to have such courage and character, you will have 2 high requirements for him." Zhao Contai is very sure that if he and Lien Jibei change positions, Lu Sheng will be injured now. He took action in anger, and the 2 Gemini stars in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall were probably scared to their faces turned blue. In comparison, Lu Sheng just took a little step back, which is already very outstanding. "It's a pity that if you want to become a Martial Saint disciple, it's not enough to be outstanding." Zhao Contai sighed in his heart. The more talented Lu Sheng showed, the more regretful he felt for Lu Sheng. But there is only regret. With the progress of the National Martial Arts Conference, Lu Sheng has long been out of reach with Lord Tan Zhongyu Martial Saint. Zhao Contai sighed and walked away. As soon as Zhao Contai left, Lu Sheng's eyes immediately relaxed. "I'm too strong." Lu Sheng couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Of course not in terms of strength. He is already very strong, and what he is amazed now is his own acting. "My small step back was simply a stroke of magic. The artistic elements contained in this small step are at least as high as several floors." Lu Sheng was amazed at himself. The potential of the human body is indeed infinite. Before this, he had no idea that he was so talented in acting. "Lien Jibei can die at the hands of someone as outstanding as me." Lu Sheng felt the gaze that Lien Jibei had been putting on him, and he gently stroked his fists while thinking about it casually. You should wake up when you lie in the coffin. The 8th round of competition ends, and the 9th round below is also 233. Are you also called Wind? I tell you what Wind is too. Just kidding. Lu Sheng smiled and patted Tianjixing Qiyu's shoulder. If I kill you, won't you, Master Lian Jibei from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, beat me to death? Qiyu's slightly trembling body stopped instantly. Lu Sheng's words seemed to have given him strength at once, and he immediately had support. Just you know, Qiyu sneered and said. Also, do you think I am a waste like Chao Ban? That certainly won't. Lu Sheng shook his head. I think you are more useless than Chao Ban. Qiyu's expression froze, and then became extremely ugly. Lu Sheng didn't talk nonsense to him anymore, glanced at Lian Jibei and stepped down. His competition was still arranged in the second game. Lu Sheng sat on the chair, with his elbows on his knees, his eyes fixed on the field, his posture casually and his face calmly. His mental power radiates to the whole audience. You can clearly see that the Jidao Martial Arts Hall is facing Lian Jibei's head, and hear Lian Jibei say this. During the conversation, the two of them never left themselves. Lian Jibei's eyes were filled with cold light, and he looked like he wanted to kill him but couldn't. This is exactly what Lu Sheng wants to see. The trash talk is a bit too much. Lu Sheng shook his head. But fortunately, the effect is good. If he wants to kill Lian Jibei, he must be famous. And this name must be reasonable, so that everyone can see it, and that everyone will feel, it should be so, for granted. So Lu Sheng punched the demon Jixing Chao Ban to a serious injury, and then he vomited a few trash words to Tian Jixing Qiyu. Killing people is not enough. Although these two people hate them, they are not going to die. Lu Sheng is not a bloodthirsty person either. But this is enough to fill the hatred of Jibei. In this way, what happens next will be natural. Even Jibei himself can't wait. Actually, I'm not strong enough. Lu Sheng looked down at his hands. His palms are white and delicate, with clear palm lines, and have a natural beauty. Because of insufficient strength, we have to take into account this and that, and we must act in the rules set by others. If I am strong enough now, I can completely ignore the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and there are pressures from the country, government, martial arts association, and other aspects which will affect. Then let alone Jibei should have died of guilt, even if he has no mistakes. I killed him, and no one else would have any opinions. A true strongman should be the one who breaks the rules and makes the rules, instead of following the rules and using the rules. Lu Sheng let out a breath and thought silently in his heart. So I am not strong enough, I still have to keep working hard. The competition between Zhang Ju and Deng Rui was quite exciting, with a high performance. The battle that could have ended long ago was dragged by Zhang Ju for 10 minutes before politely sending Deng Rui out. The victory without any suspense and surpassing the martial arts hall, Deng Rui's Wushu Association was also shining. The various comments on this battle by the Martial Arts Association and various martial arts schools. The lenses of each angle and each person are full, and the photographer is walking steadily, and finally has the professionalism and viewing ability of some national competitions. Then, it was Lu Sheng and Tianjixing's turn to compete. The atmosphere on and off the court immediately changed. The atmosphere of the friendly and harmonious martial arts academic exchange meeting just now became tense. Of course, this tension falls more on the Tianjixing Qiyu. I heard that Chao Qian's spine was almost interrupted, and he was only one breath left when he was sent to the medical station. Lu Sheng is so cruel to take action. I deserve it. Gemini has never been a good thing. There have been examples of them being beaten half-body paralyzed during the competition and completely cutting off martial arts. It's just that the Jidao Martial Arts Museum is powerful and has been pressed down. This is called evil people being beaten by evil people. Just now, Jibei threatened Lu Sheng. I guess with Lu Sheng's temper, this attack will be even more ruthless. Qi Yu will be unlucky. Do you think Qi Yu will have to be helped by someone to go to the toilet in the future? Who knows that even if they are beaten by Lu Sheng, they are still a genius, just change their name. As for Tainkangxing, it sounds pretty good too. A series of whispering sounds came into Qi Yu's ears, and Qi Yu's face turned blue and white, extremely ugly. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yu didn't listen to those voices and tried to calm down his emotions, walking towards the platform with big strides. But a little sadness and absurdity arose in the center of the process. As one of the Gemini stars of the extreme Tao, he never took anyone seriously except as a master. He has always been the only one who brings fear to others when he was even scared when facing an opponent of the same age group and the same level. In a trance, Qi Yu felt extremely unreal, as if what he saw and what he was experiencing now were all done. Wake up! Prepare to get beaten! A voice pulled Qi Yu back from the divine deity. Lu Sheng stood calmly in front of Qi Yu, just as before standing in front of the demon star Chao Ban. Qi Yu's face changed for a while. He wanted to say a few words of scenes, but he couldn't think of it hard no matter how hard he thought about it. He could only wave the alloy sword in his hand and said, "It's still time for you to go down and get the cold weapon now. Don't say that I'll bully you at that time." Lu Sheng was slightly stunned, and then looked at Qi Yu with an idiot-looking look. "Do you really want to die?" Qi Yu's expression was suffocated. I dared not say more, and I let out a muffled voice. "Come!" Seeing this, the referee quickly raised his hand and announced, "Start!" Then run backwards. The competition officially begins. Lu Sheng was unmoved, and still had a calm face and stood there casually. But in Qi Yu's eyes, Lu Sheng is like a mountain, a sea, a terrible shadow gradually spreading to the four sides. Lu Sheng was full of flaws. But there is no flaw. Qi Yu raised the alloy sword in his hand and gritted his teeth to choose to take the initiative to attack. His figure disappeared instantly. When it appears again, it is less than 2 meters away from Lu Sheng. Too fast. Most people were almost at the scene and could not capture the naked eye. I could only feel a flash in front of me, and Qi Yu crossed nearly 20 meters and flashed in front of Lu Sheng. The alloy sword in Qi Yu's hand had already stabbed straight out. The tip of the sword pierced the air, causing a small white wave of air, and a crisp sound of tearing the cloth hard. That's the sword breaking through the sound barrier. A stunning sword. He fully demonstrated Qi Yu's strength as the Gemini pole star. Many onlookers subconsciously touched their necks after seeing this sword. They are not sure. If you face Qi Yu directly, can you fully see the trajectory of this sword before you die? A sword that makes people feel terrifying and cold all over their body. Pity. Before the light contained in this sword could be completely bloomed, it was wiped out by someone. Too slow. Lu Sheng gently clamped the tip of the sword with the index and middle finger of his right hand and opened his mouth calmly. The tip of the alloy sword fluctuated violently between Lu Sheng's fingers. Lu Sheng pinched the sword, as if he was pinching a trembling snake. A trace of shock flashed across Qi Yu's face, and then he suddenly pulled the alloy sword back vigorously. Lu Sheng cooperated to let go and let his figure disappear in front of him. The next moment, Qi Yu's figure somehow appeared behind Lu Sheng again, pointing the sword to the back of Lu Sheng's head. Lu Sheng turned his head and avoided the sharpness of the sword at will. The pure white energy and sharp sword wind wrapped on the alloy sword blow Lu Sheng's hair. Too slow. Lu Sheng said again. Qi Yu's face changed slightly, and he changed his figure again. Next, Qi Yu continued to attack Lu Sheng from all angles. His speed is getting faster and faster. It was almost enough to drag a visible afterimage in the air, and the white chi was connected into pieces. Before the previous sword was completely dropped, the next sword had already stabbed out. But too slow. 234. Unparalleled shock, the upcoming. 3. The next second, the wind around Lu Sheng disappeared. To be precise, it was not that the wind stopped, but that Lu Sheng disappeared. He seemed to have completely integrated into the wind. Chi Yu's chi is surging, and the blue hurricane controlled by the elements. Although he could not shake Lu Sheng's body before, he could at least blow the corners of his clothes and hair. But now, even this cannot be achieved. Chi Yu gritted his teeth and stabbed Lu Sheng with his sword. The tip of the alloy sword easily penetrated through. Well, Chi Yu was stunned for a moment, his expression a little surprised. The onlookers were also stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. As soon as the next breath, Lu Sheng's voice came from behind Chi Yu. "Look back!" Chi Yu turned his head suddenly. He watched Lu Sheng appear at the edge of the battlefield dozens of meters away from him. As calm as always, he walked towards him. "How is this possible?" someone shouted in the field. The sound was filled with incredible. Many people also show the same behavior. Their expressions are like seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Lu Sheng, who was walking in the distance, swung back and forth with Lu Sheng, who was penetrated by Chi Yu's alloy sword. 2 land saints? 2 Lu saints appeared on the field at the same time. Chi Yu was also confused, turned his head back and forth, and a deep confusion appeared on his face. At this time, the Lu Sheng in front of him slowly disappeared, melt into the air like foam. "Shit!" The onlookers then made a sound of gasping in terror. There are not 2 Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng's speed is too fast. The afterimage left by the body is almost as realistic as the original. How fast is this? No one knows. Because the third Lu Sheng appeared. "Finish me!" Chi Yu and Lu Sheng in front of everyone were still walking, and the third 070 Lu Sheng's voice had already come out from the other side of the competition venue. "Touch me!" The fourth Lu Sheng. Then, there is the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Every time Lu Sheng takes a step, there is one more Lu Sheng on the competition. Appear in different directions in the competition venue and move forward calmly. It was as if there were many Lu Sheng coming from all directions towards Chi Yu, the most central one. Speech at the same time in the mouth. "You won!" Several photographers in charge of broadcasting were completely stunned. They switched their heads back and forth between the competition venue and the camera screen they were carrying, rubbing their eyes hard, and opening their mouths with a confused look on their faces. The onlookers were completely stunned. Even some masters stood up from their positions and took 2 steps forward. His eyes wandered around all the Lu Sheng in the scene, and an incredible shocking expression appeared on his face. When the speed reaches a certain level, afterimages will be left in the air, such as what the pole star Chi Yu did just now. The essence of afterimage is actually a visual remnant. When the visual nerve preserves visual memory, it perceives a signal from the eyes. If the old visual memory is not eliminated, the new visual has been produced, which will cause the effect of afterimage. The stronger the martial arts power, and the more developed the visual nerves, the more difficult it is to leave a shadow on people. Many people present can do it if they want to create an afterimage effect in the eyes of ordinary people. But there are afterimages in the eyes of a group of general level 5, level 6, or even level 7 masters. Too difficult. So Chi Yu's speed is amazing. But if Chi Yu's speed is just surprising, then what Lu Sheng shows is shocking og. Unparalleled shock. A magical technique. It can almost be regarded as a martial arts supernatural power. A master murmured with shock on his face. How did he do it? It's probably because of his martial will. Someone answered with complicated expressions. Indeed, at this time, a layer of glimmer of light was lingering around Lu Sheng. This light is like the wind and the moon. Give people a sense of strangeness. If this son is promoted to Grandmaster, he will be faster. At that time, who can keep up with his speed, and who can block his attack under the Grandmaster? It's really terrifying. A martial arts master spoke with emotion. Many masters nodded deeply. Only a few masters and vice schools from the Seven Saints University were shocked and confused. They remember. It seems that the martial arts will that Lu Sheng showed before is not like this? Changed. Not sure, not sure. Even Jibei's face was gloomy, and his eyes were flashing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, all 7 or 8 Lu Sheng in the field had walked to Qiyu. Qiyu was like crazy, wielding the alloy sword in his hand crazily. Fake, all fake. Only one is real. I can find it. Qiyu danced the sword into a sword curtain and set up a thick blue barrier of energy around him. 8 Lu Sheng stood beside Qiyu and surrounded him. They all looked at him calmly, and then, at the same time, take action. Crescent moon wind. Click, 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 click. A series of sounds of bone breaking sounded. Qiyu lay on the ground like a ball of mud. Sheng Lu took a step forward, and the other 7 figures slowly dissipated behind him. It was obvious that he was the only one who took action, but Qiyu showed a tragic situation of being beaten up by 8 people. Lu Sheng looked down at Qiyu, who was twitching on the ground, and said lightly, "Broken your limbs and add 8 ribs. I'm the one I gave to Wen Jingyan before." After saying that, Lu Sheng stopped looking at him, but raised his head and looked away in the direction of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Then turned around. 7 Saints, Lu Sheng won. The referee's announcement was late. When Lu Sheng came to the court, the people on the sidelines took the initiative to make way for him. The eyes cast on both sides are full of awe. After defeating the Gemini stars of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall in a crushing posture, Lu Sheng's position in the minds of many warriors on the scene. He has risen from a stunning genius to a strong man. After a brief rest, the final of the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference has finally arrived. The 7 Saints Continent Saints vs. the Martial Arts Hall Zhangju. Fight for the leader. The people of the Wushu Association are as happy as the new year. Although Deng Rui lost to Zhangju, he lost decently. Moreover, Tianji Xingqi was beaten by Lu Sheng for more than a dozen bones, and he had to lie in the bed for at least half a month. I can't participate in the third-place competition at all. Deng Rui was considered a third pick for nothing. Everyone in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall was in a depressed mood, and the atmosphere was depressing. Who would have thought that the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, which was once so glorious, could not even get the top 3 in this martial arts conference? And the one who caused all this was Lu Sheng. There is no need to draw lots. The crowd scatter. Countless people's eyes gathered on one person. Lu Sheng slowly stood up from his seat, as if he was wearing a halo, dazzling. So far, almost all the light of the entire martial arts conference was taken away by Lu Sheng alone. No one can compare to his style. Almost a designated champion. Only one last step is left to the throne of the country, and move forward. He is the king of young warriors. Lu Sheng walked towards the middle of the competition venue. Every time he took a step, the blood in his body became hot, and his aura was 1 inch higher. Everyone thought that Lu Sheng was heading for the leader. But only Lu Sheng knew that he has planned. It's just started. Zhang Ju stood in the middle of the competition stand a little crampedly. Lu Sheng walked across from her and looked at the cute and petite and beautiful girl with a smile on her face. He slowly moved his muscles and bones, and the sound of bones colliding in his body came from his body. Thinking of the upcoming plot, Lu Sheng couldn't wait. There was a sound like ice shattering inside him. "End it quickly," Lu Sheng said softly, I'm going to start soon, too. At this moment, Zhang Ju, who was standing in front of him, kept his head down, suddenly raised his head suddenly, turned to the referee, who was 235. With a peerless style, I want to fight against the master, and I hope the chairman will succeed. 4. At this National College Students Martial Arts Conference, every contestant has shown his spirit and style. A master of the Martial Arts Association stood up and said some unnutritious scenes. The sound below was even louder. Everyone's eyes are gathered on one person. Lu Sheng. Dozens of cameras surrounded Lu Shengquang to shoot continuously, at all angles. The old students of the Seven Saints were so happy that they were extremely excited. They took out their phones and sent messages crazily. In fact, people who are watching the live broadcast in front of the TV are more excited than them. Kyoto Province, Kyoto Wuhan University. Several girls gathered together and looked at the handsome and tall figure on the tablet, and the stars in their eyes popped out one by one. Wow! A girl sighed and said to a girl who was surrounded by them in an extremely envious tone, Yang Yuan, your boyfriend is really handsome. The best martial arts college students in the country, the best. Yang Yuan blushed when she heard this and said shyly, What boyfriend? I said he was a classmate. But the joy and excitement in my eyes can't be hidden no matter how hard it is. By his city. Lu Qing had jumped up directly from the sofa, his face full of brilliance. Brother wins first. I am the leader of the National Martial Arts Conference. Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, and his wife, who had no choice but to use all their skills to deceive Lu Qinghe, were so excited that they were incoherent. Okay, Oklahoma. Call to book a restaurant quickly and invite relatives and friends to have a good meal. Lu Dehai started to organize himself in a hurry. Everyone knows that Lu Dehai gave birth to a dragon, and now it is even more dragons rising all over the world. When the ancestral tomb is full of smoke, we must not celebrate it well. He turned around and ordered Lu Qinghe. Xiehe, come back and call your classmates. Let's have fun together. No. Lu Qinghe responded, staring at the TV screen without moving, and said, Mom and Dad, don't rush to drink first. There is no award present here yet. The award presentation will be my brother's highlight moment later. Yes. I almost forgot. Lu Dehai and his wife woke up like a dream and hurried back to the TV and sat down again. Dongning Wuhan University. A cafe in the school. Lin Zishan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figure on the computer screen in front of her, her face full of complexity. Now whenever she thinks about the trip to Nyoto Mountain Xianlin village, she feels like a dream. I don't know if it really happened, or it was just a fantasy of my own. It is really difficult for Lin Zishan to associate the young man, who is as bright as the sun, and as bright as a diamond in front of him, with the handsome young man, with gentle eyebrows in his memory. Actually, she is fine mainly. Her best friend Zheng Dandan. Lin Zishan turned her head, and Zheng Dandan sat next to her. Compared to before, Zheng Dandan seems to have changed now. She straightened her hair and dyed it back black, and her personality was no longer as carefree as before, and she became very quiet. I rarely communicate with boys, and the most common thing I do is practice martial arts and read books. Of course, there was also a daze blankly holding a photo of someone. Zheng Dandan is now looking at the screen intently, and the things that are revealed in her eyes make Lin Zishan feel distressed. Dandan! Lin Zishan couldn't help but reach out to hug Zheng Dandan's shoulder. I'm fine. Zheng Dandan shook her head, smiled at Lin Zishan, and said softly, I think this is good now. I can see him from time to time and send him messages, although... Zheng Dandan's voice lowered. He won't even see it, let alone reply. Why? Lin Zishan sighed, leaned over and pressed her on Zheng Dandan's forehead, hugged her gently, and stopped talking. Eastern Military Region. Damn it! This kid Lu Sheng is really awesome. Qin Shaojun suddenly stood up straight, sprinkled with red wine in his hand, but he didn't care at all. Dong Qingxue glanced at the red floor and said expressionlessly, "I'll help me mop the office floor later. It's easy to say." Qin Shaojun waved his hand generously and said with a roaring look, "I am very happy today. Not to mention mopping the floor, I can help you clean the toilet." Dong Qingxue glared at him in disgust, and did not continue to talk nonsense to him, and retracted her gaze to look at the screen in front of her. A deep curve was unknowingly raised in the corner of his mouth. Happy. Seeing Lu Sheng, a martial arts seedling that they discovered, step by step, have to be proud of. Be proud of it, be proud of it. But more complicated. Unconsciously, Lu Sheng's achievements in martial arts has surpassed them, and the gap will inevitably be wider in the future. The master probably will be so happy that he died. His little bit of alien marrow liquid was really in vain. Qin Shaojun said happily. Dong Qingxue shook her head and said, "Not necessarily." "What's the meaning?" Qin Shaojun was stunned. "Lu Sheng will come to our Eastern Military Region as soon as he graduated from university. Didn't he agree? Lu Sheng is not the kind of ungrateful wolf, right?" The Eastern Military Region now sends strange beast meat to Baiha's city every month, and the treatment of Lu Sheng's family is almost better than that of the Military Region's family. "Lu Sheng is a person who will not break his promise, but if he really can't come, then we can't do anything about it," Dong Qingxue said lightly. "Don't forget who is behind the 7 saints. Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu has long been interested in Lu Sheng. After this National Martial Arts Conference, it may be officially announced that Lu Sheng will be included in the disciple. No matter how great the face of a master is, can he be comparable to the martial saint?" Qin Shaojun nodded, unable to say whether he was disappointed or happy for Lu Sheng. "What a pity. I thought I could go to the battlefield with Lu Sheng after waiting for a while. There will be such a day. Even the disciples of the martial saint will not just stay within the high wall." Dong Qingxue comforted her casually, then looked straight and said, "Prepare for a while. The crack of the new cave was found in the number 85 war zone. I guess the mission will be taken in the next 2 days." "Why?" Qin Shaojun sighed and said with a frown, "We have only had a few days off and have to go to the battlefield again." At the same time, at different places. He may have had an intersection with Lu Sheng, or he did not know him. In front of the screen, outside the competition venue, countless people and countless pairs of eyes all gathered on Lu Sheng alone. Under the layers of halos, in the atmosphere of attention, Lu Sheng, who had an extremely outstanding appearance and temperament, was even more dazzling at this time. The boy standing quietly, his eyelids drooped, his fair and handsome look was like the flowing clouds on the top of the cumulus mountain. Many people can't help but have a word in their minds. 0. A peerless style. The young man who is like the wind, and the moon shakes the new star in Jiuzhou. The chairman of the conference, who took over the right to speak, Jiang He, the 8th level grandmaster, was also full of spring breeze, and there was no slight appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Lu Sheng. He took a step forward and announced loudly in a loud and clear voice, "On behalf of the National Martial Arts Association, I announce that the champion of this National Martial Arts Congress is..." Just as Jiang He was about to say Lu Sheng's name, a voice suddenly interrupted his words, etc. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at it in the sound. It was a bit surprising to find that the person who was talking was Lu Sheng, the protagonist himself, who was about to step onto the throne. "I have a heartless request, and I hope Chairman Jiang He can allow it." Lu Sheng raised his head, looked at Jiang He on the rostrum with gentle eyebrows and eyes, with a little sincerity on his face. Jiang he paused, and soon nodded with a smile and said, "Sheng Lu, if you have any requests, just ask them." "Thank you, Chairman Jiang." 236. The saint has a punch, and he wants to ask the master to die. 1 monthly ticket request. Damn it! Lu Sheng wants to challenge the Grandmaster? He is crazy? The off-field immediately exploded. Those who were guarding the TV also suddenly stood up from their seats. The new martial arts star who just won the first place in the National College Students Martial Arts Conference turned around and said he wanted to challenge the 7th level master? This is more exciting than any news. The person who was familiar with Lu Sheng exclaimed even more. Ah! Lu Sheng had covered his mouth with his eyes wide open, his face full of shock and incredible. Brother wants to challenge the Grandmaster? This kid is really bold. Qin Shaojun was so excited that he directly crushed the red wine glass in his hand. Even if he is unparalleled in talent, he may not be too crazy to defeat the Grandmaster in adversity? I can probably guess what Lu Sheng thinks. Lu Sheng wanted to use the sword of Master Jidao to stab the last layer of window paper, and in the battle, he would hit the 7th level of Master Realm. At that time, Dong Qingxue turned to look at Qin Shaojun with a strange look and said word by word, "He is the first person in the history of my Dragon Kingdom to be promoted to level 7 at the age of less than 20. Young master, there is no need to challenge Lian Jibei." A master vice school of the 7th Saint University blurted out excitedly. Lu Sheng injured Jidao Gemini in the competition before. 070. And then spoke rudely, which made Jidao Martial Arts Hall look disgrace. Lian Jibei is famously narrow-minded and has long wanted to attack Lu Sheng. Isn't it clear that a sheep enters the tiger's mouth when challenging him? To use the pressure of a master to break through the bottleneck, which of us can't be his assistant? He can fight anyway. Maybe it was because of the rift between him and Lian Jibei that I chose Lian Jibei. The average training session cannot give the pressure Lu Sheng wanted, Xiao Kongai said with a guess. But for some reason, he saw Lu Sheng standing in the middle of the martial arts temple, excited and fierce fighting spirit. There is an indescribable sense of strangeness. In his memory, Lu Sheng had the kind of personality that even if he thought about poking a hole in the day, he would never have any turbulence on his face. But now, he seems to be a little too fanatic and eager. Even if he doesn't need the pressure and tempering of the master, he can quickly advance to level 7. Xiao Katai murmured. Lian Jibei can take him pressure, and it is real life and death pressure. With Lian Jibei's temper, if he has such an opportunity, he will definitely take ruthless action. Lu Sheng swept too much face in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. On the rostrum, a master of the Wushu Association looked strange and couldn't help but exclaim, "This son is worthy of being able to reach this level at this age. Even though I know it is a dangerous situation, I still dare to move forward. This mind and courage are all first class. None in 1,000. Since that's the case, it's better to fulfill him." The middle-aged woman in blue cheongsam also said with appreciation, looking at Jiang He beside her. "What do the chairman think?" Jiang He nodded slightly. "Then let him do it. When fighting later, please take care of yourself, and don't let Lu Sheng be seriously injured. This kid is indeed rare. It's absolutely reassuring." A master smiled and said, "Those 7 saints, but the treasure is Landing Saint." "Yes, haha." After a brief shock, many people gradually understood Lu Sheng's idea. When Lu Sheng looked at him, his eyes went from shock to sudden enlightenment, and finally turned into deep admiration. Break through the 7th level bottleneck with the pressure of the master. There are many people who can think of this, but only Lu Sheng dares to take action. Even Jibei also thought about Lu Sheng's idea. His eyes were cold and his smile was like a vicious snake with bad intentions. "Boy, as you wish." Lian Jibei walked up to the competition platform and said lightly, "But don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. I have no eyes. If you accidentally get beaten to death by me later, that can only be blamed on yourself." "Don't worry, Master Lian, I'm mentally prepared." Lu Sheng looked a little strange. When he answered Lian Jibei, his eyes kept looking at Jiang He on the rostrum. "It seems that I am eager to get the authoritative permission of Jiang He." Jiang He read the desire in his eyes, and finally nodded. "Since both sides are fine, I won't block it. You can start at any time. Just be careful about your decision." Hearing this sentence, Lu Sheng let out a long sigh. After this breath was released, Lu Sheng's previous ambition of fighting spirit, fanatical desire, and high fighting spirit all disappeared in an instant. The whole person returned to peace. He turned his head and looked at Lian Jibei with his feet on the gray tiles in the competition venue, with his eyes strange. It's like seeing a prey that finally falls into a trap that is carefully arranged. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. The power in his body has been suppressed for too long. What can I do to break the 7th level by using the power of Lian Jibei? What is the pressure of life and death to temper one's martial arts will? All are fucking shit. He Lu Sheng. Just want to be simple. Kill someone. "Boy, are you ready?" Lian Jibei had a cold murderous intent on his face, and he walked towards Lu Sheng step by step with a grim smile. "Are you ready? Feel the pressure of the Grandmaster?" Lu Sheng seemed to have no idea of the surging momentum and murderous intent on Lian Jibei. He is like a spring breeze. He even smiled and asked, "Is Grandmaster Lian ready?" Lian Jibei slowly moved his muscles and bones, his eyes like a knife. "Of course, I can't wait to." Before he could finish his Jibei dialect, he heard Lu Sheng say softly, "That's good." Next breath. The sound of something breaking came from Lu Sheng's body. The airways visible to the naked eye spread around with Lu Sheng. An invisible huge force field suddenly emerged from the body, distorted the air. The terrifying aura was like 100 volcanoes erupting at the same time, soaring straight up and soaring into the sky. The gray roulette rotates, and the invisible pointer falls above the sun. Endless light and heat rose from behind Lu Sheng. He appeared in the scene like a dazzling round of dazzling golden sun at noon. 2 hearts pounded. The divine shines on the Pluto Sutra, and the chi and blood increase. The second form of 10 comprehensive martial arts. Stars exert force. The sun at your fingertips, master the stars. The power of the magic image of the divine whale. The domineering momentum swept across the audience, and countless people retreated one after another. Lu Shengtong was filled with gold, and his every move was emitting an extremely dazzling glow. He is like the scorching sun, like a king. His eyes fell on Lian Jibei in front of him, and he smiled brightly. "The Holy One punch. I want to ask the Grandmaster to die." After saying that, Lu Sheng's body shook slightly, and the invisible fluctuation spread out. Dozens of cameras exploded at the same time, bursting 0. Then, Lu Sheng's figure disappeared. Even Jibei didn't have time to react at all. His face changed drastically, and his pupils contracted. Next second, I saw a golden sun being pressed on my forehead. Boom! The force compressed to the extreme stirred up a series of terrible waves of air spreading around. Deafening explosion. The air was torn into rags. It is dazzlingly dazzling. All this happened so quickly that no one could react. It was too late when Jiang He, who was standing on the rostrum, found something was wrong. Not good! He rose into the air like the sun. When he appeared in the competition venue again, Lu Sheng slowly closed his fists with a calm expression. In front of him, Lian Jibei, who had completely disappeared hit the ground. Like a scarecrow whose upper body was burned by fire. Jiang He was stunned, looking at the headless corpse in front of him. Before a few breaths. This is also a high-powered and glorious 7th-level master. You? 237. It's too late, I have to go to a place too. Jiang He began to recall what Lu Sheng had done before. The talented martial arts demon is vengeful, and the narrow-minded master targets. Helplessly, he was forced to step by step to the opposite side of the Jidao martial arts hall, and finally, he had to fight for the martial arts he insisted on. Until the moment before Jibei stepped onto the competition stage. All Lu Sheng shows is normal. But once it is linked to the ending, the nature of the entire incident immediately changes. Jiang He smelled a strong scent of conspiracy. Looking at the overall situation, Lian Jibei is like a prey that has been locked long ago, led by the nose, slowly walking into the trap carefully woven by Lu Sheng step by step. No one can see it. Even Jibei himself didn't know until he died. Even before Lu Sheng took action to kill Lian Jibei, he broke all the photography machines on the field. What does this mean? This shows that he still remembers that this is being broadcast live. He doesn't want more people to see it. He knows that Lian Jibei will die. He have planned it long ago. It's terrible to think about it carefully. Looking at Lu Sheng, who was standing in front of him as dazzling as the sun, but his eyes were as quiet as a deep pool for thousands of years. Jiang He, the body of a level 8 master, was frightened in the blue sky and sun. Too scary. This Lu Sheng. The deep cunning and clever methods are simply amazing. Even I was plotted into it without even realizing it. Jiang He did not forget that Lu Sheng challenged Lian Jibei, but he had his own permission. If it's just these, it's fine. But Lu Sheng's martial arts talent is so terrifying. This year, I should be over 18 years old, and less than 19 years old. Level 7 Grandmaster. And it is the 7th level of combat power that can kill the old master of the same level, who has been famous for one move. He is incomparable in talent, has many wisdom, and is close to monsters, and is as cunning as abyss. Combining the two, no one knows what step Lu Sheng can go in the future. I will report this to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall truthfully, and also to the Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu. Jiang He looked at Lu Sheng deeply with complexity, and said slowly, "You should do your own thing." After saying that, he turned around and left. Lu Sheng's face was calm, and the fighting spirit in his eyes faded away bit by bit like a tide. To be honest, he is still looking forward to Jiang He taking action. After entering level 7, he was eager to know how big the gap was between him and the 8th level master. What a pity, Lu Sheng said regretfully, and turned around and ended up. Countless eyes gathered on Lu Sheng. Unlike the previous surprise, awe, appreciation, worship, etc. At this time, all these eyes contain thriller and fear. This matter is really a big deal. Even though Lu Sheng had already consciously interrupted the live broadcast before taking action, so many people present would sooner or later spread everything that happened here. Or, the situation has now begun to slowly spread outward. Lu Sheng saw that many people took out their phones to hit the screen crazily, and even took photos of him. Those people kept talking, with wonderful expressions. One by one, 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 flying past in front of your eyes. In the end, Lu Sheng's eyes fixed on someone. Vice School. Lu Sheng stopped and said to Zhao Kantai with a calm expression. Zhao Kantai looked at him, his lips trembled slightly. Then he rushed over, pulled his arm up, and said hurriedly, "Hurry, go quickly! Come down the mountain with me!" Lu Sheng allowed Zhao Kantai to pull him. The two rushed down from the top of the mountain in a riot race all the way. After being promoted to the Grandmaster, Lu Sheng was much faster than Zhao Kantai. He followed Zhao Kantai in a hurry. Zhao Kantai was like the wind, jumping up and down on the steep and downward stone steps like a big bird. On the way, I met someone wearing a mountaineering suit coming up to travel. Zhao Kantai ignored it and walked directly through them. There was a burst of riots and complaints. Lu Sheng felt the changes in his body. His mental power has increased again. The golden obsidian human figure has been completely formed, sitting upright in my mind, shining brightly. In the middle of my chest, a scarlet blood ball the size of a ping-pong ball was spinning. His body is producing new blood all the time and is injected into the blood cells. And the blood cells are spitting out their strength all the time and returning to the body. During this process, Lu Sheng's physical body was washed over and over again, and his physical strength increased every minute and every second. The metabolism is more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and a large amount of body impurities are excreted from the body every second. Blood coagulation becomes a pill. The realm of qi and blood of the Grand Master. Just as Lu Sheng guessed at the beginning. This is also the real confidence that he can stand in front of level 8 Grand Master Jianghe and say the words plainly. Do you want to fight me too? The pure power has increased by at least 5 times, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. I guess I can use my star force to exert force with just one punch now. Lu Sheng was thinking silently in his heart. In addition to these improvements that can be felt on the surface, there is also the hidden improvements in the dark. Lu Sheng has so many wills of masters. Is it completely different effects to control the master's martial arts will and control the master's body at level 6, and to control the master's body at level 7? Of course, the specific amount of enhancement must be known after experimenting. Lu Sheng was considering who to look for or how to verify his current strength. Taking the Cumulus Mountain as the origin, a huge storm is about to occur. Lu Sheng, located in the center of the storm, was calm and quiet as if nothing had happened. If people know, they will probably be shocked. Zhao Kantai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. It's time to the foot of the mountain. Both of them are in the master's realm, and the way down the mountain is simply not worth mentioning to them. Zhao Kantai's face was as deep as water, and he quickly walked to a black business sedan and opened the door. I will take you back to the 7 Saints immediately to meet Tan Wusheng. You've been making a big fuss this time. Lian Jibei is not an ordinary master. He is the personal partner of the Jidao Martial Saint. If you kill him, it is equivalent to sweeping the face of the Jidao Martial Saint. No one can protect you except Tan Wusheng. As he said that, Zhao Kantai had already sat in the cab and started the car. But when he turned his head, his expression suddenly became stunned. I saw Lu Sheng standing there, looking at him quietly. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor, but... Lu Sheng shook his head slowly. No need. Are you crazy? Zhao Kantai glared at him. Do you know who Lian Jibei's sister is? Even if you are not afraid, what about your family? Friends? Lu Sheng's eyes were calm and he said, I have figured out a solution. You? Zhao Kantai stared at Lu Sheng blankly. Until now, when Lu Sheng said this, he truly confirmed it. Lu Sheng decided to kill Lian Jibei here a long time ago. Not to mention how confident I should be in my own strength, just about this kind of mind. Zhao Kantai didn't know how to describe it, so he could only say depressedly, Saint Lu, you are still young. Don't act on some things in a hurry, so as to save yourself from regretting it in the future. Get in the car quickly, otherwise it will be too late to wait until the Lin family gets the news. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Yes, it will be too late to wait until the Lin family gets the news. So Vice School, I can't go with you yet. Zhao Kongtai was stunned for a moment, as if he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lu Sheng deeply with horror, and finally, taking a deep breath, he slowly said 070. Okay. Then I'll wait for you in Kyoto. Do you want me to send you a ride? 238. It's all the show effects. How could I provoke the master? 3. I went to the province and took the last flight. We can arrive at Kyoto at around 6 o'clock in the evening and then go to Cumulus Mountain. Lu Dehai planned his itinerary and said, This is the fastest route. I know. Zheng Yufan nodded. Suddenly her nose felt sore, and tears fell from her eyes. Can't you be faster? Isn't there any faster? Little Saint, what if something happens to him? What should you do if you ask me to do? Lu Dehai had a tense face, bloodshot in his eyes. He hugged Zheng Yufan's body and said to Lu Qinghe beside him, Xiaohe, help persuade your mother. Tell your mother that your brother will be fine. Xiaohe? Lu Dehai shouted a few times, and Lu Qinghe, who was standing by with a backpack on his back, suddenly came to his senses from his daze. Mom! Lu Qinghe opened his mouth, but didn't know how to persuade him. There was still a scene from dozens of minutes ago in her mind. The Holy One Punch, I want to invite the Grand Master to die. The boy, who was like a fierce sun, rushed out like a dragon. The screen is frozen and the TV is black. Recalling the message Lu Sheng posted on his mobile phone last night, Lu Qinghe only came back to the taste. Her brother Lu Sheng actually wants to kill the Grandmaster? No wonder I want my parents to see the TV. Lu Qinghe was completely confused. She didn't know why Lu Sheng did this, she only knew. That's a level 7 master. Xia Pingnan, the provincial governor who came to his home, was the Grandmaster. Lu Qinghe still remembers that when Xia Ping came to the south, there were 18 cars accompanying him. The mayor of Baihe City and the president of the Wushu Association, Xiao Yue, following him like a follower. The sarcastic woman living next to their house moved out overnight. That was scared by the title of the provincial governor. For ordinary people like them, the 7th level master. That is the person walking in the clouds, the perfect super boss. Now, suddenly tell her. Her brother Lu Sheng wants to kill the Grandmaster? Although brother Lu Sheng is very strong in martial arts, no matter how strong he is he still a master? Lu Qinghe saw his mother Zheng Yufan covering her face and thrusting her shoulders, crying all the time. Dad Lu Dehekiang's face was tense, his eyes full of worry. What if something happens to my brother? Lu Qinghe felt inexplicably sad from his heart, and his nose felt sore, and tears fell down. At this moment, buzzing. The sound of the phone vibrating. Lu Qinghe wiped his tears, and tried to calm down, and picked up his phone to check. The next second, the whole person's expression instantly rose from the trough to heaven. Mom and Dad! Brother is fine! Lu Qinghe suddenly pulled Zheng Yufan and Lu Dehai's arms, grabbed the phone in surprise and joy, and shouted, Brother is fine, he has replied to me. He said everything is fine, he can't leave now. But when the National Martial Arts Conference awarded the award, he came back. Let me see! Lu Dehai quickly snatched the phone from Lu Qinghe's hand, and then was snatched by Zheng Yufan. The two stared at their phones for a while, and Zheng Yufan carefully clicked on the address book and called them with a phone call. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. A clear and peaceful voice came from the phone. Lu Qinghe? Hearing this voice, Lu Dehai and his wife were instantly relieved. Little Saint! Zheng Yufan shouted, his voice trembling a little. Mom? The familiar voice seemed a little surprised. What's wrong? Why do you call me on Qinghe's cell phone? I couldn't call you before. Zheng Yufan remembered the intersection just now and couldn't help but crying. Oh, It's because the signal is not good on the mountain, and even the TV broadcasting screen is gone. Meet. Lu Dehai and Lu Qinghe looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, you don't think I really went to fight with the Grandmaster, do you? The voice on the other end of the phone laughed. It's all the performance of the program, and the conference was arranged. I'm not stupid. How could I provoke the master? Zheng Yufen's emotions finally calmed down. She cried and laughed, and kept complaining. What kind of conference is this? How can you scare people like this? You don't know how anxious your dad, Qinghe, and I are. Ha ha. The voice on the other end of the phone laughed like a successful kid who had a prank. Okay, Mom, I won't tell you anymore. I have something to do here, so I'm going to go on stage to receive the prize. You and your dad, Qinghe, are waiting for me at home, and I'll be back in 2 days. I remember to apologize to the master when I look back. Although it was a performance, I always said something bad. Lu Dehai interrupted and instructed. I understand. The master can hold a boat in his stomach, but he is not angry at all. Mom and Dad, then I'll hang up first. Remember to call when you come back. The phone was hung up, and the three of them all showed relief on their faces. I said it a long time ago, Xiao Sheng will be fine. He has always been the most appropriate person. Lu Dehai patted Zheng Yufen on the shoulder, and his tense face was only relaxed now. While wiping the tears on his face, Zheng Yufen complained. It's a national conference. It's so unrealistic. What kind of program effect is it? Really? Previous conferences have been very serious, and I have never heard of any post-match programs. Lu Qinghe muttered. Then let's go back. There's a false alarm. You have to drink 2 more drinks to suppress the shock. Remember to refund the train tickets and air tickets. Alas, the handling fee is so much. How many vegetables can I buy? Since Xiao Sheng is fine, he will spend the money. Or go buy some vegetables. Dad, I want to eat braised chicken wings tonight. Okay, let your mother do it for you. The family was talking and slowly walked out of the station. Behind him, in a hidden corner, a middle-aged man with a cold face and a cold temperament looked at the backs of the three of them and answered the phone in his hand. We're back. We keep staring. You're welcome. Since we have taken the money, we will naturally get things done. Besides, there are also orders from the teacher. Okay, you're busy. The phone hung up, and the middle-aged man looked at the phone and suddenly clicked it a few quick times. Soon a line of words popped up on the screen of the phone. The master of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, Lian Jibei, died, and the murderer the saint of the 7 saints continent. Call. A long exhalation sound. The middle-aged man's face was full of complexity and sighed softly. 19 years old. Kill the Grandmaster. Anyway, it's only 2 days. I'll be fine when I come back. Regardless of whether something happens, the reward will be paid. If necessary, take them to evacuate urgently. I believe that most people at the military base dare not break into the random military base. Ding dong, the train is about to arrive at the station. This station, Mingcheng West Station. Okay, that's it. Lu Sheng cut off the phone, raised his head, and looked at the arrival prompt on the top of the high-speed train car, and stood up from his seat. Now he has changed into a black t-shirt and khaki casual trousers, and a simple gray sports jacket on the outside. Wearing a mask, only a pair of bright and deep eyes were revealed. Sir, I wish you a happy journey. The beautiful high-speed train attendant in a uniform came over and handed Lu Sheng a bottle of mineral water with a smile. Lu Sheng said thank you. After the high-speed rail was completely stopped, he quickly got off the bus. I took off my mask, unscrewed the mineral water, and took a sip. I accidentally saw a thin piece of paper stuffed inside the mineral water label. Contact information, XXXX, can you meet a handsome guy? Lu Sheng glanced at it, crushed the note, and threw it into the trash can next to it. Mixed in the crowd, Lu Sheng slowly walked out of the station. His steps were steady, and his eyes were calm. From the moment he made the decision to kill Lien Jibei, Lu Sheng had 239, who is overnight. Your father Lien Jibei is looking for you, and asked me to send you to see him. 4. What Lu Sheng values is not their strength, but identity. If necessary, you can even use Yufei's tiger skin to get the protection of the Eastern Military Region. Lu Sheng's idea is simple and rough. If it really doesn't work, let those people from the military region pull his whole family to hide in the military base. He expected that even if the Lien family in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall was powerful, he would not dare to come up and force himself to break into the important military headquarters. There is no need to protect you for a lifetime, it's enough for a while. I'll hold on for 2 or 3 days, until I'll finish the matter here and rush back in person. Lu Sheng is not afraid of owing Yufei's favor. He will pay it back sooner or later. The noodles are delivered. The red soup and white flour were steaming, and a few chopped green onions were sprinkled on it. Lu Sheng picked up a chopstick and put it into his mouth. Lu Sheng knew very well. Even Jibei's death is nothing. He died overnight. The real storm will begin. And he? Lu Sheng swallowed the inside of his mouth and took another sip of the hot soup. The perfect lines on his neck moved up and down. I've been ready to deal with everything long ago. Buzz? The cell phone rang. Lu Sheng picked it up and checked it out. It's a text message from an unknown number. There is only one address on the text message. Number 323 Tonga Road, Dingsheng Tianshang Entertainment Club, 8 private rooms. Lu Sheng glanced and put down the chopsticks. Pull a tissue from the table next to wipe your mouth and raise your head calmly. Boss, check out. Things like Lu Sheng and others have arrived. In the suburbs of Kyoto, at the foot of Hemming Mountain. Somewhere in the valley where Qingshui River flows through, there is a quiet and elegant Chinese mansion. Kyoto province is worth every inch of land, but truly powerful people live far away from the downtown Kyoto city of 070. Before martial arts prospered, Kyoto province was at the heart of the Dragon Kingdom and had experienced more than 300 years of martial arts. Any places with a good environment that can have some landscapes and good environments have been developed. Like the foot of Hemming Mountain, it is an extremely rare and quiet place, with only one house within 10 miles. It is conceivable that those who can live here. What kind of hand and eye catching should be so good? At this time, Hemming's villa. A beautiful woman in her 30s, with a beautiful appearance, graceful appearance, and wearing a lilac brocade robe, stood in the courtyard with a frosty face, staring at the man in a black suit with his half-down head in front of him. Lien Jibei died? Yes. The man in black suit replied softly. Mr. Lien led the team to the Martial Arts Hall to participate in the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference. At the conference, he was challenged and killed on the spot. Are you stupid? The beautiful woman said coldly. I don't know what kind of personality of Jibei. When will he dare to accept the challenge of another master in public? Have you taken too much medicine? It was indeed Grandmaster Lien who took the initiative to respond to the other party's challenge. The man in the black suit paused and explained. The one who killed Grandmaster Lien is a level 6. The beautiful woman stared at the man in black suit for a while, and the robe in her left hand suddenly danced. The white energy penetrated the body, and suddenly shattered the rockery in the middle of the courtyard beside me. Half of the rockery flew towards the man in black suit in front of him like a cannonball. The man in black suit had no expression on his face, and seemed to turn a blind eye to the whistling rockery. After the rockery fragments approached the man 1 foot, they were blocked by an invisible force field, smashed into mud, and fell down one after another, Madam, after hearing what I said, killing Grandmaster Lien was level 6 before he started. After he started, he became Grandmaster. The man in black suit said in a plain tone. So he is an amazing martial arts genius. The beautiful woman nodded, and her face calmed down a little. The tone was natural, as if the person who just broke the rockery and attacked the man was not her at all. Then you go and kill the person. The beautiful woman waved her hand and said casually. It was obviously sad and angry in the last second, but the next second, the clouds were light and the wind was light. It was rare for the mood and anger to be unpredictable. I'm afraid it won't work. The man in a black suit shook his head. Mr. Lien was killed during the formal competition. He was not as good as others, and could not blame anyone. If we seek revenge, we will inevitably be criticized, and will undermine the majesty of the martial saint. Then my brother died in vain, right? Is he dead in vain? The woman suddenly changed her face, and screamed hysterically as if she was crazy. A large amount of energy burst out from her body, using her hands and feet, crazily bombarding everything around her that could be attacked. The man in the black suit just looked quietly, as if he had been accustomed to everything. It was not until the entire courtyard turned into a mess that the woman slowly stopped. Don't help me, right? The woman's chest was fluctuating violently, and she looked at the man and sneered. If I really think I can't do anything if I lead him, right? What can I do if I don't use the power of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall? The woman gritted her teeth, and didn't know whether it was for the man or for herself. She lowered her head and looked for something, and her fair and smooth feet stepped on the black and gray gravel mud, presenting a different kind of beauty. Suddenly, the woman seemed to remember something, and looked up at the man in black suit in front of her. Help me contact Lien Jibei's son, the woman coldly ordered. Let him come back quickly to collect his body. Yes, madam. The man in black suit nodded and turned and retreated. It's here. Through the taxi window, Lu Sheng saw the words, Dingsheng Tianshang Entertainment Club, with flashing neon lights, and turned to greet the driver. Master, just stop here. 50. Og. The taxi driver made changes for Lu Sheng and joked with a smile. Young man, come and have fun this afternoon. Lu Sheng got out of the car and smiled and said, Look at what you said. Do you have to choose the time you want to play? That's right, haha, it's better to be young. The taxi driver laughed and stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Lu Sheng turned his head and looked at the entertainment club gate in front of him with a calm expression. The afternoon sun shone on his body and cast shadows under his feet. Soon, the shadow disappeared. Lu Sheng melted into the air like bubbles, and the sunlight spread out without any obstacles. Mr. Lien! A young man in a gray shirt rushed into the private room. In the private room, 7 or 8 women wearing exposed clothes and heavy makeup stood. Some were smoking, while others looked at the lyrics that quickly scrolled on the TV screen with numb expressions. Strong smell of wine. Mr. Lien! The young man in gray shirt grabbed a cell phone in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and said hurriedly to a man with a half-body buried in the sofa. Your phone number. The man buried in the sofa raised his head. He looked like he was in his 30s, had short hair and tattoos around his neck. He didn't look good, and his expression was a little dazed at this time. The female student from number 3 middle school has been arrested? The young man in gray shirt held his cell phone and microphone tightly, leaned down and approached the man's ear, and whispered, It was Mrs. Su's call. Swish. I woke up instantly overnight, and my eyes returned to clear. Get out of here. He rudely drove away the women around him. Soon, the entire private room was completely emptied, leaving only the young man in gray shirt. After night, there was a man sitting quietly in the corner of the private room, holding a glass of wine in his hand and drinking slowly. "Hurry, give me your phone." He put his hands in the ice bucket on the table overnight and smeared his face hard, then said quickly to the young man in gray shirt. The young man in the gray shirt respectfully handed his cell phone on. After a look at him overnight, he turned around and walked out of the private room. Tac 240. What kind of garbage is the quasi-grandson bowling one? The rich white energy illuminates the dim private room, reflecting Lu Sheng's handsome and calm face. The middle-aged man was covered with a brilliant white body, and he rushed towards Lu Sheng like a tiger. Boom! The fist, completely shrouded by the white energy, hit hard on the door frame of the KTV bag. The pure steel door frame suddenly sank, with a huge roar. The terrifying shock force spread throughout the private room in an instant along the door frame. It's so terrible. Large pieces of glass and ceramic tiles fell down like snowflakes. Well? The man stared at his fist blankly. His punch completely hit the empty space, and he didn't even know when Lu Sheng avoided it. Uncle Hayes, save! The hard and depressing breathing caught the attention of the man. He suddenly turned around and saw that the handsome and tall young man had appeared in the middle of the private room at some point. He was pinching Liana's neck with one hand and looking at him casually. Boy! The man's face changed, and he was about to speak. But he heard a crisp, click sound, and his head suddenly appeared at a strange angle and fell to the side. All Night's mouth opened slightly, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. The man was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After a moment, the expression on his face returned to calm. The momentum on his body was retracted like flowing water, and the whole person exuded a more introverted and deeper dangerous aura that was far beyond the previous one. I can tell you clearly. The man looked straight into Lu Sheng's eyes and said word by word. It's very difficult for you to die now. Lu Sheng felt the momentum emitted from the man, and was a little surprised. Questive Grandmaster? The man stretched his body, and his expression became ferocious little by little. Did you know now? It's too late. After saying that, he disappeared instantly, and he appeared again, less than 1 meter away from Lu Sheng. The terrifying white energy surged out from his raised right arm like a mountain collapse, and the momentum was like a tsunami. Lu Sheng casually reached out and made up the half-sentence he hadn't finished saying. What kind of garbage is a quasi-Grand Master? The invisible force field was suddenly released, and the momentum, like a tsunami, was shattered before it could be released. Crashed. Lu Sheng's right hand seemed to disappear out of thin air for a moment, and then appeared again, and appeared in his original position. It seems like it has never been lifted. A figure flew backwards, like a cannonball, passing through the huge KTV box. A boom sound was deeply embedded in the middle of the TV screen in the middle of the box. The broken screen flashed twice, bursting out a large ball of sparks, and then returning to the darkness. The man embedded deep inside the screen lowered his head in disbelief. His chest was already filled with internal organs. It's completely broken. Sect Master? He raised his head and stared at Lu Sheng tightly, spitting blood foam while murmured in shock. So young? What do you think? Lu Sheng said lightly, and didn't look at him again. He threw the knightly body in his hand to the ground and prepared to leave. I walked halfway but turned back. You have to bring something back. Lu Sheng stared at the corpse of Lianya lying on the ground and said softly. From the moment he walked into the private room, his mental power had already enveloped the entire private room. Even if the inside is overthrown, no one outside will hear it. So he still has plenty of time. Lu Sheng's eyes wandered on the dirty corpse overnight, and finally stay at his neck. Wow! The sound of flushing on the toilet. The young man in gray shirt walked out of the toilet compartment. Comfortable. He breathed comfortably, then raised his wrist and looked at the time. Oh no, Mr. Lien probably finished the phone call, so he has to go back quickly. The young man in gray shirt changed his face and rushed out of the bathroom. At the toilet door on the sink, a tall young man wearing a black t-shirt and tall figure stood in front of the faucet, carefully rinsing his hands. There was a black travel bag next to the faucet, and I didn't know what it contained in the bag. It was bulging. The young man in gray shirt applied hand sanitizer and looked at the young man and his travel bag curiously. It seemed to be noticed by his eyes. The young man who was concentrating on washing his hands raised his head, and a handsome and bright young face reflected in the mirror. It's bowling. The young man smiled gently in the gray shirt and explained actively. The gray shirt was stunned and nodded awkwardly. After washing your hands quickly, turn around and leave. Neuropathy, he cursed secretly. If you come to such a place to play, you can bring bowling. But I didn't take it much. After all, there are more important things waiting for me. Soon, the young man in gray shirt returned to the familiar private room. But when he was about to reach the door of the box, his heart suddenly stumbled. I saw several people standing at the door of the box. Is a KTV waiter. Several people stood at the door, staring motionlessly inside the box, as if they were stunned by something. The young man in gray shirt quickly swept across the huge cracks and twists around the door of the box and ran over quickly. What's wrong? The waiter turned his head, his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and pointed to the direction inside the box. Liang Xiao. What's wrong with Mr. Lien? The young man in gray shirt rushed forward and pushed away the few people blocking the door, just about to walk in. But I smelled a strong smell of blood. Then the next second, he was completely stunned. He saw a headless male corpse lying quietly on the ground in the middle of a messy and broken box. The ground was covered with blood. The young man in the gray shirt turned pale. A young and handsome face flashed like a flash in my mind. The man smiled and said softly to him, It's bowling. Buzz. The young man in the gray shirt was as if he was electrocuted, his whole body trembled, and his mind instantly fell into blank space. I don't know how long it took, but the heart-wrenching sound passed through the layers of corridors of the club and ran through the passage. Mr. Lien's head is gone! When Lu Sheng heard the heart-wrenching cry, he looked back. He didn't say anything, and his expression naturally stopped a taxi. Get in the car. Master, please go to the high-speed rail station. I'm in a hurry. Okay. Lu Sheng leaned his back gently on the seat and completely relaxed. At his feet was the black travel bag containing his head overnight. The bag was taken casually when passing by the KTV utility room. When he went in and killed overnight, Lu Sheng did not deliberately disguise his identity. Even if he was seen, he didn't care. He was not worried about what the other party would call the police. Zero seeking for freshness zero. Because he used his mental power to block the surveillance in the entire club, leaving no trace. Someone saw him. But so what? There is no evidence that he killed overnight. If you take a step back, even if the evidence is conclusive, Lu Sheng doesn't have to worry. Because he is now the Grand Master. The Master breaks the law. Do not have the same crime as the common people. Lu Sheng suddenly sighed, not knowing whether to thank or dislike this so-called rule. But it is undeniable that this is right. Fist is power. A society where martial arts is supreme is so cruel. What I really have to worry about is the subsequent revenge from the Lien family. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, killing one overnight is also killing. The Lien family should seek revenge on me, but they will seek revenge on me, and they don't care about one more or one less. Next, the storm. Lu Sheng looked at his hands and slowly moved his 10 fingers. The invisible master's power field was slightly released and attached to Lu Sheng's hand. The edges of Lu Sheng's palms showed a visual distortion effect, as if invisible water waves spread around at all times. Very wonderful. Very powerful, too. The force field is much stronger than the average master, but how many times are it really powerful? Lu Sheng thought for a while, but no answer was found. The only master he fought against after becoming a master was Lien Jibei. 241. I will become a saint in the future, and when the tower is broken, everyone will cherry my real name too. How? I remember. Lu Sheng whispered. Your office has a huge floor-to-ceiling window, through which you can see a lot of distance. Xiao Contai on the other end of the phone subconsciously looked up and looked towards the window. At the same time, Lu Sheng, who was sitting in the taxi, also turned around and looked out the window. At this time, the two of them seemed to converge in one direction at the same time. There. It is a towering tower that goes straight into the sky and is in a hexagonal shape. This is the seventh Saint Martial Arts Tower, which represents the majesty and will of the Jade in the martial Saint Tan. Further apart, there are 6 other towers of the same height. The phantom of the tower seemed to be reflected in Lu Sheng's eyes. He sat quietly in the back of the car with his back straight. His eyes looked out the window, and his face was unprecedentedly calm and stable. By school, do you know what I will do after becoming a martial saint? Xiao Kongtai was stunned on the other end of the phone. Before he could think of what to say, he heard Lu Xingping's dull voice coming. I will be the martial saint in the future and will crush the tower, to make everyone praise my real name. Du-du-du. The phone hangs up. Xiao Kongai stood there, looking at the landline on the table in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what he felt. On the next day, I will be the martial saint on June 33rd, and I will crush the tower, and make everyone praise my real name. Lu Xing's words kept echoing in his ears. Xiao Kontai turned his head, and his eyes fell on a silver-gray tablet placed quietly by the table. A completely dark virtual human figure is displayed on the tablet screen, and the number below is the time that represents the duration of the call is beating. Martial Saint! Xiao Kontai took a deep breath and spoke in a complicated tone. The dark virtual human figure fluctuated for a moment, and a calm and gentle middle-aged man's voice came from it. Since he doesn't want to, then forget it. Xiao Kontai opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but in the end, he could only nod and whisper. Okay, then I'll cancel the ceremony and everything. You don't have to feel regretful. The black virtual figure then spoke. He has his own way, but he is not different from us. Although the idea is quite childish and ridiculous, but I have indeed not seen such an interesting martial arts junior in a long time. Xiao Kongtai's face showed complexity, and it was already a very high evaluation that the person in front of him could say the word interesting. Xiao Kongtai gritted his teeth and suddenly plucked up the courage to speak. Sir, Lu Sheng is the Lien family of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall because of our reasons. You also know Lien Su's personality. Even Jibei and his son died at Lu Sheng's hands. I'm afraid she won't let it go. Since it was Lu Sheng who chose the path himself, what were the consequences? He naturally knew a long time ago that he would bear the responsibility if he wanted it. The black virtual human figure opened its mouth lightly. The indifference revealed in the words made Xiao Kontai feel a little cold. I'm afraid that Lien Su will be crazy and attack Lu Sheng's family. Xiao Kontai knew that he had said a little too much, but he really wanted to work hard for Lu Sheng. The black virtual human figure fell into silence. Xiao Kontai stood in front of the tablet with his head down, straight and humble posture, and drops of sweat slid down his forehead. It is hard to imagine that Xiao Kontai, a level 7 master, also looks like this. I don't know how long it took, but the black virtual humanoid fluctuated again. Then protect his family. A dull voice rang. Zhao Ji has always set Tong Kuisheng among the 28 constellations under the Jidao Martial Arts Hall to follow his fifth wife. If Liansu wants to retaliate, he must rely on his strength. The voice paused and said, I will let Huayu go. With her here, I should be able to protect the safety of Lu Sheng's family of 3. Zhao Kantai looked up in surprise and said respectfully, the martial saint and the Holy Spirit. I won't say much about the black virtual human figure. The tablet flashed for a moment, and the call hung up completely. Call. Zhao Kantai let out a long breath, stepped forward and carefully put the silver-gray tablet in the drawer at the bottom of the table. After doing all this, Zhao Kantai raised his head and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office. Looking at the towering Martial Saint Tower in the distance, like an indelible Martial Saint Tower, a complex and unrecognizable look appeared in his eyes. Crush the tower. Lu Sheng, all I can do for you is this. Alas! Lu Sheng cut off the phone and quietly looked at the scenery passing by outside the window. What he said to Zhao Kantai was not on a whim. But I had a plan in my mind. So far, everything Lu Sheng has done is for himself, and for the small family in front of him. You can say that he is selfish, but Sheng Lu is not a saint, and he really cannot sacrifice himself for the people. After becoming a martial saint, he had the absolute strength to flatten everything. At that time, Lu Sheng said softly, I'm trying to really Wan Tianqing. After personally rejecting the 7 saints, Lu Sheng felt unexpectedly relaxed after Tan Zhongyu. It feels like relief. To be honest, even if you bear the brilliant crystallization of martial arts for 10,000 years in the future, you don't think much of it about Tan Zhongyu's so-called inheritance. But in reality, I really reject a level 9 martial saint standing at the peak of the world. It's really not something that ordinary people can do. After all, there is no need to worship Tan Zhongyu as his teacher, but there is no disadvantage. It can even be said that there are many benefits. The Martial Saint's personal biography. More than 99% of the world's warriors are irresistible to resist the temptation of these 4 words. And then there is the consequences of rejecting the Martial Saint. At that time, the provincial governor Xiaopingnan's kindness Lu Sheng did not choose to refuse, let alone the martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, whose strength and status are far more than Xiaopingnan's 100 times and thousands of times. This really takes great courage. Ding dong. Lu Sheng was thinking, and the voice of text messages sounded on his phone. He picked it up and took a look. It was news that a bank card was deducted. 50 million were transferred. Lu Sheng didn't care and quickly put down his phone. This is the cost of purchasing an overnight address. The information comes from the warrior's house, an enthusiastic netizen who is unwilling to reveal his true identity. It was also through this that Lu Sheng learned that the warrior's house, which is the official and authoritative exchange website of the Martial Arts Association, also has a dark side. Here you can spend money to buy a lot of things that are inconvenient to trade on the surface, such as resources, information, etc. Although it costs 50 million just one address, it is considered very high. But Lu Sheng can understand it too. Not everyone dares to offend a level 7 master, and there is also the risk of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Soon, the taxi arrived at the high-speed rail station. Lu Sheng paid the fare and got off. Enter the station with the tickets you have bought long ago. When he entered the station for security check, the black travel bag he carried with him did not have any accidents, and came out of the security check machine very smoothly. 0. Mental power is really useful. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. However, he is the one who has always used the level 7 mental power as a panacea. After the Wujian sword wheel was created, I saw that the level was not enough to keep up, and I hadn't used it a few times in total. There's nothing to do. You can't walk around in the city with a large bundle of blades every day. It's too troublesome and can't be used. The red crystal dragon patterns are now kept in the suitcase and eaten ashes. But it's soon. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. It will be useful soon. The ticket check entered the station, and after a short wait, the high-speed train carrying Lu Sheng drove far away. A few hours later, the high-speed rail stops and Lu Sheng gets off in Feng's 242, the 28 constellations of the Great Tao, Mingyu Hall 3. Hushan Villa. With such a huge Chinese-style courtyard, there is a square pool under the patio. There are rockery in the pond, lotus leaves grow, and golden and orange carp swimming around in the water. Lian Su sat by the pool. She immersed her feet completely in the pool water. The white and delicate soles of the feet stepped on the pebbles at the bottom of the water, and the water waves were clear, like two tender and white lotus root nodes. It's a beautiful picture. Suddenly, a wind blew in the courtyard, blew the robe on Lian Su's body. Lian Su raised her head, and a strand of hair slid down her temples. She tweeted her gently, her face calm. "What are you doing?" The breeze floats around the courtyard, bringing up tiny dust and light and shadows. A golden figure with an invisible face was reflected on the pool. "You asked Zhuangkui to go?" There is a sound coming from the water, mixed with the rippling water waves, giving people a clear and peaceful feeling. Lian Su looked at the figure and sneered. "That little beast killed 2 of my Lian family. Even if Jibei dies, he will die. The left and right are just a waste master. But it's different overnight. He is the last seedling in my Lian family, but now he has been cut off. Someone wants me to be the queen of Lian's family. Why can't I let Zhuangkui kill him?" The figure said lightly. "There are still a few illegitimate children overnight. You should know better than me." Lian Su stared at the figure on the water, and her beautiful face suddenly became ferocious, and she shouted at Qi Shui 09. "Yes, but so what? People die after all. One is my biological brother, and the other is not good at all, but it is my biological nephew at least. I'm just a woman, I just want to get the dead back. I just know that both of them were dead and died so miserably." Lian Su vented hysterically at the pool for a while, and half of the lotus pond was stirred by her. The water waves were stirred up, and the carp at the bottom of the pool were in shock. The figures on the water remained unmoved. "It's not your fault." The tone of the figure suddenly became much gentler. He seemed to want to comfort Lian Su for a few words, but he didn't know where to start. "Although Zhuangkui is good at strength, he is still a little bit bad after all, and he may not be able to return with all his strength." Lian Su frowned and said, "Is that little beast so powerful?" The figure said lightly, "He is the person Tan Zhongyu is interested in, and Tan Zhongyu will definitely send someone to protect him. Ming Yutong sent one person out casually, and Zhuangkui had no choice but to kill the man who killed Lin Jibei overnight. Then please help me send me a knight. The ranking should be higher than Zhuangkui," Lian Su said anxiously. "Need not," the figure replied. "I sent 12 more shadows to accompany Zhuangkui. With them here, you can basically achieve the results you want to see. 12 shadows." Even Su's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she was relieved, and a smile appeared on her face. She swept away the previous epilepsy and took a step into the lotus pond. The robe floated on the clear water surface, and the green jade feet stepped forward step by step on the pebbles at the bottom of the pond. "After all, you still care about me and always think about me." Lian Su's smile is like a flower, bright and greasy. The figure on the water continued to speak. "I will naturally help you. But this time you pass the super secret scroll to Zhuangkui without authorization." The smile on Lian Su's face suddenly froze, and her expression quickly became cold. "So what? Apart from this, what can I have?" Please call a Jidao Zone Su to take action for me. Besides this, what have you given me? Hee. Lien Su sneered, staring at the figure of Showa, who was close to him, his face full of mockery. The figures on the water fluctuated for a while, and slowly shattered in the light. The last sound rang. Anyway, I don't want to have another one. The figure disappeared. Lien Su stared at the position of the figure just now, and looked at it for a while. Suddenly he giggled and danced his body freely, causing waves to rise, like a madman. Hello, Mississippi. The airport security inspector stopped a woman carrying a suitcase and said politely, Please show your air ticket and ID, then put your luggage on the conveyor belt and cooperate with us to check. The woman approached the security inspector and whispered a few words in the other person's ear. The security inspector's face changed sharply, and he quickly took a step back, with a bit of respect in his seriousness, and said, Please pass by. I wish you a happy journey. The woman smiled and said nothing. Shiren walked through the security check. The person behind her looked curiously, and couldn't help but start guessing the other person's identity in his heart. The woman walked through the waiting hall, and walked into a single VIP waiting room, and then she sat down relaxedly. The woman took off the sun hat from her head, revealing her smooth and white swan neck and a beautiful face as white as jade. She looks very young, probably in her 20s, and her temperament is like an urban elite who just returned from a vacation overseas. I just came back from the mission. Is it necessary to be so anxious? The woman reached out and knocked something on her ear that looked like an earring, and she opened her mouth to complain. There was a sound that only she could hear from the earrings. There is no way. Lord Wusheng personally issued the order. I'll understand. The woman looked helpless and whispered, Send the information to me. I've sent you. The woman took out a small tablet from her bag, opened it, and browsed it in front of her. While watching, I chatted with the sounds in my earrings. How do you feel when you go out this time? It's not so good. They are still those old opponents, and they fought a few times after they met. However, the activities of the ringing and the dark clubs seem to be a little frequent recently. They are so anxious that they don't have much thought to pay attention to me. The woman's tone was a little gloating when she spoke. Suddenly, she looked at the tablet in her hand and shouted softly, with a surprised expression. Not 19 years old, Grandmaster? He also killed a master of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall of the same level? This little guy is so powerful. What do you think? The voice inside the earrings echoed. The seed chosen by the martial saint himself over the past 30 years. Good guy. The woman looked through the information on the tablet and sighed in shock. It's even better than Xing Yuzong back then. My Minjiyutang wants to add another tiger general. I can't add it. The voice in the earrings said muffled. Tan Wusheng wanted to take him into the game, but he refused. This kid is so bold that he offended the Jidao Martial Arts School and even wants to resist alone. Madman? An incomprehensible look appeared on the woman's face. She really couldn't think of why anyone would refuse to become a disciple of the martial saint, and that was on the premise of offending another martial saint. Why did Lord Wusheng want me to go? The woman was a little annoyed and closed the tablet in her hand. The voice in the earring replied, The martial saint is kind. Although he cannot take him to his disciples, he doesn't want to see a good martial arts seedling die in vain. All right. The woman thought for a while and asked, Who is my opponent this time? Is there any news? The Tong Quixing of the 28 constellations of the extreme path is Xuan Kui. You have never dealt with him, but his strength is similar to yours. He is in the quasi-8th realm, and has been stuck in the double bridge of heaven and earth for a long time. Tong Quixing Xuan Kui. The woman said this name gently, her eyes flashing. I seem to understand why Lord Wusheng sent me. Just understand, This is actually an opportunity for you. Take a good grasp of it. I know. The woman waved her hand with a 940-shaped tablet, then picked up the tablet and flipped through it casually until the boarding prompt sounds. She stood up and walked towards the boarding entrance. Elder brother. At the exit, Lu Qinghe, who was excited, raised his right hand high and waved hard at Lu Sheng. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan stood beside Lu Qinghe. 243. The Double Bridge of Heaven and Earth. The Belated Tonquixing 4. Lu Dehai has been running a large goods and a logistics company for decades, and he feels a bit at ease when driving a sedan. The car drove fast and steadily. Lu Sheng sat in the passenger seat and chatted with the family. Brother, how are you doing after the martial arts conference? As soon as Lu Qinghe got into the car, he asked him, and Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan were also curious. I searched the internet for a long time and didn't even have a news. It's so strange, Lu Qinghe muttered. Not only her, but many people on the internet think that this martial arts conference will feel like it is a slight beginning and a slight end. Even the final award ceremony was not broadcast. However, the official issued an announcement, and the external explanation was that due to special reasons, the award ceremony was omitted. As for Lu Sheng's challenge to Master Jidao, it was also a misunderstanding. It coincides with the excuse Lu Sheng had found before. The top players are either injured or have something to do. Instead of making people laugh, it's better not to do it. As for the Grandmaster's matter, Lu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Lu Qinghe, saying, Look, I'm not standing in front of you now. Lu Qinghe nodded suddenly. It's just a pity to look at. I also want to see your Majesty when you came on stage to receive the award. Many of my classmates were waiting to see it. They didn't hold the ceremony, which was awesome. Your brother is already majestic enough now, Lu Dehai said with a smile. How many days will you stay here this time? Zheng Yufan is most concerned about this issue. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said, I don't know how many more days I can do. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with you recently. It's better to stay until after the 9. Zheng Yufan sighed. It's good to be at home to celebrate your birthday. Yes, I didn't have a good birthday last year, so I should do it once this year. Lu Dehai honked the horn, overwhelmed a red car, and then agreed. Lu Sheng was stunned and then remembered. My birthday is coming soon. He subconsciously looked out the window. The leaves on both sides of the road have long turned yellow and withered, and pedestrians, who occasionally see on the road, are basically wearing coats. It's already December. Lu Sheng has been in Kyoto for a long time. All around me are all martial artists with proven martial arts. They are full of chi and blood, and are not afraid of cold and heat, and their perception of temperature changes is slower, than that of ordinary people. At least that's true for Lu Sheng. He is still running around wearing a short-sleeved shirt. I'm 19 years old after my birthday. Zheng Yufan sat in the back seat and sighed. It's only 19 years old. Lu Qinghe also sighed. His brother Lu Sheng took the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference at the age of 19. Lu Qinghe suddenly felt in a bad mood. When we got home, the family had a simple meal. Zheng Yufan started to prepare for dinner without stopping. Lu Dehai sat on the sofa watching TV. Lu Sheng took Lu Qinghe into the martial arts practice room, carefully tested her cultivation progress, and taught her a few more physical exercises. Don't go out these 2 days. Practice well at home. When will I be satisfied with my practice? When will I go to school to class? When Lu Qinghe heard this, his face suddenly turned bitter, but he didn't say anything. Past experience tells her that in Lu Sheng, what resistance can always be more cruel suppression. After leaving Lu Qinghe alone in the martial arts practice room, Lu Sheng went upstairs alone and came to the large platform on the roof of the 3rd floor. He stood on the platform on the roof, and his level 7 mental power radiated quickly to the surroundings. Keep going outward until the entire community is covered. Within the community, all grass and trees are within the monitoring range of Lu Sheng. To put it in an exaggerated way, Lu Sheng can know more about one more fly and one less mosquito in the community. After becoming a master, the formation of the Jineoshi man, my mental power has reached an unprecedented terrible height. Even I don't know how strong my mental power is now. Lu Sheng's thoughts changed slightly. A suitcase placed in the 2nd floor room opened automatically, and countless fine blades flew up through the window. It made a buzzing vibration sound, like a silver bee swarm. After controlling the Wujian sword wheel that had not been used for a long time, Lu Sheng felt that he was used to playing with the fruit knife again. Hundreds of blades were constantly combined in front of him, reconstructing one lifelike and incredible shape after another. Lu Sheng is about to play with flowers. It's time to upgrade afterwards. By the way, I will search for more advanced spiritual thought masters' weapons and secret skills. Lu Sheng thought. After killing Lin Jibei and Lian's father and son, Lu Sheng estimated. I don't know whether my authority in the Dream Space 10 resource library has been increased. But the future has definitely changed. He remembered clearly. The last information showed that he became a master at the age of 19. He killed Lin Jibei at the National Martial Arts Conference, and then was taken over by the martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, and became a martial saint disciple. The age error can be ignored, but the subsequent development of killing Lin Jibei has long been completely different from the established future. He refused Tan Zhongyu's solicitation. Going to Tan Zhongyu's sect is undoubtedly the best solution to eliminate the subsequent aftermath of killing Lin Jibei. Unfortunately, I didn't go this way in the end. To be honest, Lu Sheng is quite curious about what his future will be like now. But I don't want to see it. After all, the future displayed by the Tinder Resource Library has been changing, so it can only be used as a reference. Unless it is clearly stated now that I can reach level 12 in the future, maybe I will consider following the path shown by the information. Lu Sheng didn't dare to enter the dream space now. He dared not relax at all, for fear of falling asleep at one time. The Lin family's revenge. Just killed it. Thank you for a hard time, this period of time. Lu Sheng stood in front of a middle-aged man with straight posture, talking casually. The latter was respectful and said, "You are welcome. It's all our responsibility." The middle-aged man knows very well what kind of person he is standing in front of him. 19 years old, young master. And I just killed a veteran master of the same level, and the blood on my hands has not dried up yet. Standing in front of Lu Sheng is even more pressure than standing in front of those masters and major generals in the army. For a moment, it seemed like I was back when I was a recruit. The hairs all over my body exploded and felt creepy. Please help me express my gratitude to Master Yu after I go back and tell him. Lu Sheng said seriously. What I promised him will be fulfilled soon. Must. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned around and quickly disappeared from Lu Sheng's sight. Brother, why are you still staying here? You are waiting for you to have a meal. Lu Qing's voice came from behind. Lu Sheng responded, turned around and walked back slowly. He reached out and rubbed his temples gently, with a few traces of fatigue in his eyes. It took almost a week for Lu Sheng to get home, but he didn't even close his eyes. It's nothing to not sleep. The main thing is that he must cover the community with mental power at all times. Occasionally, Zheng Yufan and Lu Dehai go out, and he still has to follow behind. Fortunately, after Lu Sheng came back, the couple took a long vacation and stayed at home, wanting to accompany him well. It would be even more troublesome if you still go to work as usual. Even so, Lu Sheng felt a little tired. Fortunately, there is the natural breathing method. Together with the crystal visualization, the mental power will be restored very quickly, which can be worthy of such continuous consumption. Lu Sheng walked to the door of his villa, looked back, and sighed softly. I haven't come for so long, so I'll just be one day late. After all, today is my birthday. What's going on with Tonquixing? It hasn't happened for a week? Peng Huayu, dressed in an urban beauty, sat by the window of a cafe. 244. Birthday. 1 glance bulk. 1. Brother, come quickly. As soon as Lu Sheng walked into the room, Lu Qinghe waved to him. The whole living room was filled with the aroma of food. My father Lu Dehai specially customized a large round table for treats, and the table was filled with various dishes. The meat of strange beasts has not decreased since the usual period, and there are many more ordinary dishes, all of which are loved by Lu Sheng. You bought it from the braised food restaurant you like the most. The business is good. I went in line early in the morning to buy it. Lu Dehai was opening red wine, and said to Lu Sheng with a smile, Try it quickly or not. Lu Sheng reached out to pick it up, and his mother Zheng Yufan walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming noodles. Go and wash your hands first. Even if you become a warrior, you have to wash your hands before eating. Hiss hot. Zheng Yufan quickly put the noodles on the table, rubbing his fingers, and said with a smile, Dear birthday lord, first eat a bowl of longevity noodles. Lu Sheng took a look. The soup and white noodles were clear, 2 poached eggs were laid, some tender green onions were sprinkled, and the 4 words, Happy Birthday, were placed on it. Lu Qinghe approached from the side, pointed to the 4 words, and asked for credit with pride. I peeled it with carrots, isn't it? That's awesome. Lu Sheng rubbed Lu Qinghe's head, and it was rare to praise her. Go and wash your hands quickly and come and eat, otherwise the noodles will fall apart in a while. Zheng Yufan drove the two into the bathroom. When Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe finished washing their hands, Lu Dehai had already opened the red wine and poured it one by one. Today you and your mother will drink some. This red wine is very valuable. It was sent by people from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Dehai told Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe shouted, Dad, red wine is about to wake up. It is not good to drink even if you haven't woken up. Where do you have so many things to pay attention to? 570 Lu Dehai muttered. Lu Sheng took the red wine glass in front of Lu Qinghe, stretched out his finger, and flicked it gently on the wall of the glass. Clang! A crisp and pleasant sound sounded, as if invisible ripples were dispersed. Wake up! Lu Sheng handed the red wine back to Lu Qinghe. Really or not? Lu Qinghe took the cup suspiciously, and took a sip. The next second, his eyes widened and he shouted, Brother, you are so amazing! Red wine sobers up just to allow the wine to breathe, absorb oxygen, and fully oxidize. This can be achieved by relying on oscillation, just need to control the strength. While explaining, Lu Sheng woke up his parents' alcohol. Lu Dehai smiled and said, What is this called? This is called martial arts changing life. Have a meal. At the order of his mother Zheng Yufan, the whole family started moving. Lu Qinghe's attention was completely attracted by Lu Sheng's actions and words just now. My eyes kept staring at the red wine glass in front of me, thinking hard, not knowing the taste. Lu Dehai reminded her that she didn't use it several times, so she simply stopped caring about her. After all, the protagonist today is Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sat aside and looked funny. His hand just now seemed simple and casual, but if he wanted to shake the wine without hurting the cup, he would at least have to enter the martial arts level or above. Lu Qinghe thought about it. After your birthday, I'm 20 years old. I can also consider having a girlfriend. Mom, your mother is right. When I see something I like outside, I will boldly chase it. At the beginning, I just chased your mother with a thick-skinned face, and then I have yours. I'm not serious. Ha ha ba. When Lu Sheng listened to Lu Dehai talking to Zheng Yufan, he occasionally replied. Lu Qinghe around him occasionally played the wine glass with his hands nervously. The whole family is having a happy time and very happy. The softness in Lu Sheng's heart also completely unfolded, enjoying this rare peaceful time. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes moved. His hands holding the chopsticks and holding the noodles for a moment. But soon returned to normal, and set the noodles into your mouth. Lu Sheng slowly finished the noodles in his mouth, picked up the noodles bowl, and drank a big sip of soup. Then he wiped his mouth and said, Dad, Mom, I suddenly remembered that something was wrong and I had to go out. Ah? Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan were both surprised. What can't you go after finishing your meal? My friend gave me a sample. I forgot it just now. I guess he's waiting now. Lu Sheng explained. All right. Zheng Yufan looked out the window, and it was already dark now, and there were street lights on outside. Do you want your dad to drive you there? No, it's near the community. I'll be back in a while. Lu Dehai seemed to have thought of something, and his smile became obscure. Okay, go quickly. Don't let others wait in a hurry. Turning his head, he whispered to Zheng Yufan's ear. Today is Sheng's birthday. What do you think? Will your friend come to the neighborhood to find him or send him something? Oh! Zheng Yufan's eyes suddenly lit up. Go! Go! She began to urge Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was amused, but he was so happy that the two misunderstood. He glanced at Lu Qinghe, who was still in a demonic state, turned around and walked out the door. I waited to go out of the yard, but I hadn't walked out of the yard yet. But behind him, the sound of footsteps was heard. Brother, remember to come back early. When you blow the candle, I will pick the cake myself. Good. Lu Sheng too responded without looking back and strode out of the yard. Lu Qinghe didn't say anything else, muttering, How did it do it? And closed the door and went back. Lu Sheng quietly looked at the direction of the house with gentle eyes. Then he turned around and walked step by step towards the entrance of the community. Every time he took a step, the warmth in his eyes faded away, and a deep coldness emerged. The street lights pulled Lu Sheng's shadow very long. He blended into the darkness. Today's birthday, it's really annoying. Okay, go back. Peng Huaiyu looked at the sky outside completely dark, and the street lights lit up one after another, and shook her head in a distracted state. It's another wasted day. She settled the bill and stood up from her position. I sat there for a week in but was almost flattened. Peng Huaiyu walked out of the cafe door and subconsciously looked at the direction of the community entrance. Everything is as usual. She walked along the long street in the other direction. This is a high-end residential area. Although the infrastructure is complete, it is located in a remote place, and there are not many people on the street at night. Only occasionally cars drove by, making a howling sound. Car. Peng Huaiyu's pace suddenly stopped. She turned around suddenly and turned back. There seemed to be an extra car at the entrance of the community. If she had read it right just now. Peng Huaiyu quickly walked back to the place where he had just passed by and glanced at him. Sure enough, under a big tree beside the wall, a black business car was parked there quietly. Peng Huaiyu walked over quickly with a calm face. As she was approaching the car, a cold light suddenly burst out from the open window of the business car. Peng Huaiyu turned sideways and avoided the cold light. Then he reached out to grab the hand holding the knife expressionlessly. The latter twisted and retracted quickly like a snake. Peng Huaiyu's eyes flashed with anger, and he rushed into the car window like a cheetah. The car shook hard a few times, and a few muffled sounds came out. Then everything returns to peace. The door opens. Peng Huaiyu, who was as deep as water, walked out of the car. She had a short knife about 1 foot long in her hand, and the cold light was still everywhere in the dim light, which showed that she had extraordinary craftsmanship. The shadow of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Pang Huayu's face looked a little ugly, and he threw the short knife back into the car. This is a problem. The sound in the earrings also became low. Although these shadows were forcibly promoted by the Dao Martial Saint with secret techniques, they can only be considered level 7, and they are not worthy of the word master. But with the tactics created by the Jidao Martial Saint himself. 245. I never make friends with dead people. 1, 2. Shuangkui walked in the driveway of the community, walking between the street lights, and the light and shadow alternated on his tough facial features. Shuangkui's steps were calm. His mood had never been so stable, and he had ever been happy. He followed the peak realm of the extreme Dao Martial Saint level. It has been unable to completely open up the 2 bridges of heaven and earth and be promoted to the stake. Shuangkui has been waiting for an opportunity. He has been waiting for many years. Now, he finally waited. In Shuangkui's body, the qi and blood condense into an elixir-shaped ball, and the 2 invisible bridges communicate with the world. With every breath, Shuangkui can feel his own qi and blood, and his strength is constantly increasing. It seems endless. Strong will pour in every inch of flesh and blood. He made him walk in the clouds and overlook the people, just like the gods in ancient folk legends. Is this the main realm? Shuangkui raised one hand, and the street light penetrated the gap between his 5 fingers, as if he had grabbed the light. What a wonderful feeling! Shuangkui sighed softly, and his face calmed down again. He suddenly felt very grateful for the goal of the operation. If he hadn't killed Lian Jibei and his son, Mrs. Su, a relative of the martial saint, was furious. He also could not obtain the secret script of martial saint, so he broke through the shackles and reached the current realm. I heard that the murderer is still a young master with unparalleled talent. Even the people from Minjiatang were dispatched for this, which seemed to be the first time. What a pity! Shuangkui felt a little regretful, and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Shuangkui sensed the clear sound of footsteps coming from the front. He looked up. I saw a slender and tall figure slowly walking from a distance. He is a handsome boy with a calm face. When the boy saw him, his eyes fluctuated for a moment, and he said lightly, "Did the Lian family send you here?" Shuangkui didn't say anything. He turned his head slightly and ordered casually, "You go to his house first. Remember to behead him. Mrs. Su will call him to see the head." "Yes." A dull voice drifted out of the night wind. 11 ghostly figures merged into the darkness, crossed the figure of the boy, and rushed in a certain direction. Shuangkui re-looking on the young man in front of him. The next moment, he showed a little surprise. His figure swayed like a flash, and then appeared dozens of meters away. Shuangkui's body passed through the boy, and the latter dissipated like a bubble. "It's interesting." Shuangkui's eyes lit up. He became interested and walked forward. Crescent moon wind. Lu Sheng's figure disappeared, and he appeared again in front of the figure that had appeared in front of the running. This is a middle-aged man in gray clothes, with an ordinary figure and appearance. He shuttled through the shade of the community's green belt. His whereabouts were hidden, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. Lu Sheng appeared silently beside him, and reached out to grab his neck. The movement is casual. It is like grabbing a leaf hanging on the treetops. When Lu Sheng pressed his palm against the neck of the man in gray, he realized his reaction, and a look of horror appeared on his face. It's not that his reaction was too slow, but that Lu Sheng's speed was too fast. It was almost time for him to react, and it was over. Click! Lu Sheng pinched the man in gray and threw it into the depths of the green belt. So weak! Lu Sheng was a little surprised by the other party's weakness. In addition to the good qi and blood speed, The Grandmaster's force field is as crisp as a piece of paper, and it will break if you squeeze it lightly. Is this a master? Lu Sheng shook his head. When he made the move of shaking his head, the person had already appeared in. Rabbits rise and fall. During a few breaths, Lu Sheng's figure appeared in different locations. Every time it flashes and disappears, there will be an additional corpse underneath. Not good! The group of people in gray finally realized something was wrong. Their figures suddenly scattered around and disappeared in different directions from all directions. Lu Sheng frowned slightly, and soon stretched out again. He took a step forward and appeared at the door of his villa. Wait quietly for a while. In the darkness around the house, gray figures reappeared, shadows. They all stared at him coldly. Sharp! Xuankui clapped his hands gently and walked out of the shadow. There was an unconcealed slight amazement in Lu Sheng's eyes. If we meet in another situation, Xuankui said seriously, I may choose to be friends with you. Lu Sheng shook his head. Impossible. He moved his shoulders and elbows gently, and an invisible wave of powerful mental power dissipated. It covers the entire house behind you like a barrier, and the light will become slightly distorted when it shines on it. I never make friends with dead people. Lu Sheng spoke calmly. Xuankui's eyes flashed, and he pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he was smiling. Interesting. What are you going to do now? The sound of the earrings asked in a deep voice. Peng Huaiyu remained silent, and stood still without moving. She showed a look of struggle on her face. Tong Quixing's original strength was similar to mine, and now he has completely opened up the second bridge of heaven and earth and promoted to the sect realm. Plus the shadow of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. The sound in the earrings made up for her the next half of the sentence. Even if you go, then Lu Sheng's family will be dead and dead. Not only can't save them, they are even in danger. Yes. Peng Huaiyu nodded with a complicated expression. Then don't go. The voice in the earrings advised. Sir Wu Sheng, I will explain it to you. Tong Quixing's promotion to the chunk of the chunk is far beyond your ability. Peng Huaiyu was a little moved. But after a while, he finally chose. Never mind. Peng Huaiyu shook his head, calmly thought about it. Go and have a look. I can't even know the final result. Just run back and report to the martial saint. Then be careful. The voice in the earrings instructed. Although Master Wu Sheng is in a position, Tong Quixing is likely not to do anything to you. But what if he is stubborn? I know it in my mind. Peng Huaiyu took a deep breath and was like a big bird, galloping towards the original direction. She travels between flowers and trees and roads. Suddenly, his expression moved. Stopped and walked into a bush next to him. A corpse with a twisted neck and a sign of life had completely lost all signs of life appeared in front of Peng Huaiyu. Peng Huaiyu squatted down, looked at it briefly, and then stood up with a slight shock. What's wrong? One of the shadows of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall is dead. Kill with one move. I was killed by that Lu Sheng. Is there anyone else besides himself? The sound in the earrings was a little amazement. It seems that his strength is good. Yes, after all, he is a monster who can kill Lin Jibei in one move. Although Jibei is not strong, it is not comparable to a single shadow. 0. But Peng Huaiyu thought more. The strength of a single shadow in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall is not very strong. But if you want to be so straightforward and kill with one move, it's not something that ordinary masters can do. Not to mention, it's better to do this under the nose of Tong Quixing. Is it possible? A bold plan and idea emerged in Peng Huaiyu's mind. If she and Lu Sheng join forces, can they force Tong Quixing to retreat? Although the latter is a major, it has only been promoted for a few days. This idea was soon extinguished by Peng Huaiyu himself. Even if I have the chance, I am not a close friend to him. Why should I take risks with my life to accompany him? Pang Huayu hid the body again and thought about returning to clean up. Keep moving forward. But she didn't walk for long, and once again found it deep in the same green belt. Then, Pang Huayu's expression was completely moved. It may be a lucky chance to be able to kill a shadow under the nose of the big zodiac Tong Quixing. But kill 2, kill 3. It's not something that luck can describe. No matter how weak the shadow of Jidao martial arts hall is, it is an absolute level 7. Killing a level 7 is like killing a 246. Are you the main body? I am a god. 3. When the boy did not report, 1. The 7 extreme down shadows had rushed from all directions to the villa garden behind Lu Sheng. Their figures crossed Lu Sheng's figure, jumped high, and then frozen. Lu Sheng's eyes turned gray. The gray roulette rotates and vibrates. Invisible pointers fell down. The state of the god of martial arts quietly entered. 1. Lu Sheng calmly reported a number. The huge spiritual power shrouded outside the villa suddenly dispersed like a living thing in the state of the martial god, and then quickly condensed 7 invisible and qualitative, spiritual chains. Yenshin from behind Lu Sheng. Faster than light. The figures of the 7 shadows were instantly frozen. It seems that someone pressed the pause button at the same time. Next second. 2. Bang. 7 blood flowers exploded behind Lu Sheng, and all the blood fragments were suspended in the air, falling down lightly, and then gathered together. Zhuang Kui took a small step forward, his pupils contracted, and his expression was a little unbelievable. 3. Lu Sheng vomited from his mouth. The Grandmaster's martial arts instinct made Zhuang Kui immediately come back from his shock. Qi and blood and the June 13th Qi surged, and the invisible aura became more and more distorted. A trace of indescribable terrible aura spreads, and the mountains roar and the sea tsunami. It seems like a small nuclear bomb is brewing, generating. Jiwu. Zhuang Kui took a deep breath, his eyes as bright as a drill, and he slowly spit out 2 words from his mouth. But he didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. The aura that was condensed as a nuclear bomb was severely shattered by a more terrifying, magnificent, and more concise force. Boom! An arm clenched into a fist suddenly appeared on Zhuang Kui's chest. It's like being hit on the front by a high-speed train. Time seems to be lengthened hard, and becomes slow motion in the movie. Zhuang Kui's chest collapsed unstoppably. The aftermath of the extremely terrifying power was derived from Zhuang Kui's chest as the origin, and waves spread out toward his whole body. It shows ups and downs visible to the naked eye. Under this aftermath, Zhuang Kui's muscles disintegrated inch by inch, blood penetrated, and then disintegrated again. Zhuang Kui's entire person showed a state of enlarging, becoming fat, and smashing. Logically speaking, under such a terrifying impact, even a mountain, I'm going to be knocked out too. But Zhuang Kui's body always stood there and remained motionless. After touching his skin, that terrifying force completely melted into his body, and it did not leak out at all. 4. Lu Sheng reported the last number, and the gray eyes were always calm like the sea. Just as he was about to take the lead, his expression fluctuated slightly. Next breath. Lu Sheng and Zhuang Kui's figures suddenly disappeared. Yaya. At the end of the road, a woman in a sweater jacket led a little boy of 4 or 5 years old and walked slowly into the distance. The woman was carrying a bag of fruit and takeaway in her hand. The little boy jumped around while stepping on the shadows under the streetlights. Mom, look at that ant! The little boy suddenly stopped, pointed to a pretty woman standing under the streetlight with a dull expression and shouted crisply, "It looks like a fool on TV! Don't talk nonsense!" The woman quickly covered the little boy's mouth and bowed apologetically to the beautiful woman in the distance. Then he pulled the little boy to walk through the street quickly. When passing by a villa with lights on in the living room, the woman couldn't help but say to the little boy, "Such, have you seen it? This is the home of the top martial arts scholar in the country. Come here more often, and when you grow up, you can become the top martial arts scholar." "Mom, what is the top martial arts scholar?" "The martial arts top scholar is a person who is very good at practicing martial arts and has very great abilities." The mother and son talked, walked through the area, and disappeared into the distance. Call. Lu Sheng's figure reappeared. He glanced at the direction where the mother and son were away, and then, like throwing garbage, shattered all the bones and internal organs of his body, and Zhuang Kui, who had a blood hole in his chest, threw it on the ground casually. At this time, Zhuang Kui even lost his face. He lay softly on the ground, like a torn sack or a pool of melting ice. His eyes were blank and dull. His mouth was wide open and opened and closed like a catfish. Why? He looked at Lu Sheng calmly, and used his last vitality to squeeze the rest out of his chest. I'm a bulk. Lu Sheng bent down to look at him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was still a gray color in his eyes that was not completely faded. "I am God," Lu Sheng replied calmly. The light in Zhuang Kui's eyes completely dissipated. "Then die." Call. Lu Sheng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and completely retreated from the state of the martial god. Although he is out of the state of omniscient and omnipotent, like a god of martial arts. But Lu Sheng still wanted to sigh. "How is this the 8th level Grandmaster?" Of course, it may also be related to the guy in front of him just promoted. The qi and blood in the body were churning, and even Lu Sheng could feel his emptiness. And it seems that the way of breaking through is not very orthodox, giving people a sense of evil ways. This is the result of comparing the results of Jiang He, chairman of the Martial Arts Conference. But it can also give Lu Sheng a certain understanding of his current strength. It should be able to crush an ordinary 8th level master, after all. Lu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Kui's body on the ground and said softly, "I don't even use the Grandmaster's skill to break the void." Relying entirely on the state of the god of war, it almost turns decay into magical inspiration and talent collision, and has an abnormal level of power control ability. He easily killed the great master of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. "It's time to dig out your mental power. In the past, I was really a waste of resources. Only in the state of the god of martial arts did I realize how amazing it was to exert my spiritual power." Lu Sheng was controlling his mental power, and swept the bodies of Zhuang Kui and several Jidao shadows into the green belt next to him. By the way, he also searched the corpse and accidentally found a piece of tissue paper from the ragged Zhuang Kui's pocket with some words on it. Lu Sheng didn't look carefully and stuffed it into his pocket. "Then turn your head." His eyes passed through the long street and fell on a woman who had been standing under the street light for a long time. When Lu Sheng looked at her, the guy trembled obviously hard. Lu Sheng looked at her, his lips moving, as if he was talking. Then, he turned around calmly and walked towards his yard. If the brainwaves present images, Pang Huayu's brain is like this now. Shocking is connected into a straight line. From the inside out, the whole person was completely numb. Huayu! Huayu! Can you hear it?" Reply quickly. From half a minute ago, the sound in the earrings began to urge her anxiously. Pang Huayu barely eased through unprecedented huge shock and shock with difficulty. Her lips moved and made several sounds. "I am here." Call. The sound in the earrings was relieved. "I'm scared to death, so quiet, I thought something happened to you. Oh, by the way, have you arrived at the target's house? What's the situation?" Peng Huaiyu was silent for a moment and replied, "It's very miserable." The earrings also remained silent for a moment, and then comforted. "This is nothing to do. There is nothing you can do. Let's take a look and go back and help their family bury." Peng Huaiyu interrupted the sound in his earrings and said in a tone that he didn't know how to describe it, "You're wrong. I mean, the people in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall are very miserable." "Well?" The sound in the earrings was stunned, a little caught off guard. Peng Huaiyu said slowly, 3 breaths, the sect is connected to Kuei-Sheng, and the shadow of the extreme Tao. They were completely destroyed by Lu. 247. New information Super 9, the strongest person under the sky. 4. Lu Sheng waited at home for another 3 days. I thought the Jidao Martial Arts Hall would send someone to the future. But unexpectedly, all I waited for was Zhao Contai's call. "It's all right." Zhao Contai showed some strangeness. Tan Wuxian clearly informed that the matter at the Jidao Martial Arts Hall has subsided and will not cause trouble for you again. He paused and added, "At least it is the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. It will not cause trouble for your family." Lu Sheng was surprised. "Tan Wuxian came forward to mediate?" "Don't know." Zhao Contai hesitated and said, "But with my understanding of Master Wusheng, it should be the limit that he can send Ning Yutong people to help you once." Only then did Lu Sheng realize that the person who had just captured the floor and washed the floor was sent by Tan Zhongyu to help. Minji Yutang. Is it a force under Tan Zhongyu? Lu Sheng was considering whether he should try to cultivate his power as well. At least, if you encounter this similar situation next time, you don't have to be so passive and troublesome. You need to experience everything yourself. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Contai told him some things about the school, mainly his graduation certificate, remaining credits, and martial arts conference medals and bonuses. Finally, Zhao Contai said again, "Do you want to find time to come to Kyoto and always be able to be certified as a master?" Young master. Not to mention the 7 saints, there are not many in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention the future, but to only discuss the present, that is also the ultimate glory. If it is promoted, it will be the whole thing. Zhao Katai as. But Lu Sheng really doesn't want to go back to Kyoto. At least in recent times. "Let's go together next time I come to get my graduation certificate." Lu Sheng thought about it and replied. Zhao Contai didn't force himself, but just said okay and hung up the phone. Why did the Jidao Martial Arts Hall compromise? And after a level 8 Grandmaster died, shouldn't it be a more violent revenge? Lu Sheng thought about this question. Although the result was good for him, I always felt that I couldn't understand it. Like Zhao Contai, Lu Sheng didn't think it was Tan Zhongyu's reason. Tan Zhongyu's martial arts is more ugly, and it is unlikely that he offends a strong man of the same level for a person who has little to do, no matter how outstanding the talent Lu Sheng shows. At this time, this call came from the Eastern Military Region and was called by Yu Fei himself. The military headquarters came forward to protect you from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Yu Fei's voice seemed a little tired, but it still showed a strong sense of relief and smile. "Boy, you can't escape even if you want to. I have accepted the favor of the military headquarters. Unless you want to be targeted by the Martial Saint once, come to the military district obediently." Lu Sheng was really surprised this time. The military headquarters came forward to mediate? Why? Why? Why don't you know it yourself? Yu Fei was suddenly happy. You kid is only a few years old this year, and all the masters you have killed have been fighting. There is also Tong Kuei-Sheng, one of the 28 constellations of the extreme Taoism. Be good, don't remember the palm I pasted you. Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing. He still prefers to deal with military personnel like Yu Fei. He speaks straightforwardly, is careless, generous and generous. Did the news spread so quickly? Even the military headquarters know. What kind of news can be hidden from the military's eyes and ears? Yu Fei said casually, then lowered his voice and asked Lu Sheng mysteriously. Boy Lu, tell me honestly. Did the Tom Quixing you killed break through level 8? Lu Sheng was silent for a moment and replied honestly. Yes, but he is not serious. It was the banned technique of Jidao Martial Arts Museum to force it to level 8. Yu Fei on the other end of the phone said a few times, but couldn't even say a word. Lu Sheng knew how much the blow Yu Fei was, but he couldn't find a suitable comfort, so he could only choose to change the topic. Trial seat. The military headquarters will pay a lot of money by making the Jidao Martial Saint compromise this time, right? Yu Fei calmed down for a moment and replied. The price must be there, but it is not as high as you think. Those who can become a martial saint have a mindset that is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. And you don't feel too much psychological pressure, and you feel that you owe the military headquarters. The military headquarters accepts a lot of people in situations like you every year. Yu Fei paused at this point and said slowly. Now there are 3 martial saint-level powerful people in the Long Kingdom. None of them are from the military headquarters. Lu Sheng, do you understand what I mean? Lu Sheng suddenly realized. Yu Fei's meaning is already very obvious. Military headquarters. I need a martial saint-level powerhouse to support the game. So much so that they have the desire to become a good seedling with the hope of becoming a martial saint far exceeds the desire of other forces, and they do everything possible to attract them. No matter how much the price is paid, I just want to cultivate a top-level strongman who can truly stand up for the military. Understand? Lu Sheng nodded. Yu Fei continued. Let you not be stressed, don't relax too much. The abilities you have shown so far still make many big shots value it. Even if you can't get the most important one, you will definitely be able to get to the top. Work hard, Lu Sheng. As long as you are outstanding, the more resources you can get. Don't worry, teacher, Lu Sheng said seriously. When I become the martial saint in the future, I will definitely promote you. What are you? Cough, cough, cough. Yu Fei, who was on the other end of the phone, was choked and coughed hard. Lu Sheng smiled on his face, chatted with Yu Fei for a few more words, and hung up the phone. Throw your phone aside. Lu Sheng is really relaxing now. A very ideal ending, many times better than I expected. Lu Sheng leaned his back against the chair and looked at the bright sky outside the window, feeling relieved. Joining the military region has always been a route that Lu Sheng has set long ago. He made up his mind to go to the front line. So he has never been afraid of owing favors from Yu Fei. The same goes for Yu Fei. The more favors he owes, the more at ease Yu Fei feels. After this time the incident at Jidao Martial Arts Hall, I will almost be completely regarded as my own by the military headquarters. Lu Sheng didn't mind at all, but instead looked forward to his upcoming battlefield career. The Yellow Sand has worn golden armor for hundreds of battles, and will never return until Lulan is destroyed. This is the romance that truly belongs to men. Lu Sheng sighed. Turning back, a piece of paper full of words was placed on the table in front of him. It is the one I got from Zhuang Kui. Lu Sheng glanced it out briefly and introduced a secret method to open up the 2 bridges of heaven and earth. It was almost useless to him. This kind of thing, just search with a light brain in the dream space, and there are hundreds or thousands of G. Lu Sheng shook his head and rolled the paper into a ball of black-gray, scattering it into the trash can at his feet. After doing all this, Lu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of fatigue coming up like a tide. Although he is still very mentally powerful now. But Lu Sheng couldn't hold on for 10 days and 10 nights of energy, and even killed someone in the middle. Once you relax, you will be extremely sleepy immediately. Lu Sheng walked to the edge of the bed and lay down heavily in a large shape. It's just right. Go to the dream space to see the harvest. After one breath, snoring sounds loudly in the room. Dream space. Lu Sheng stood at the intersection of several streets. It was like there was still trace of his last battle on the ground that was trampled by a giant beast. I haven't been here for a long time. Lu Sheng looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Now, he feels moved that before the junior high school entrance examination, he was in seclusion at home for a month and then returned to the internet cafe. Even if I look at the zombies wandering around, I feel very intimate. I won't fight today. 248. Immortal cells. Stars are destroyed, but I am immortal. All things are destroyed, but I am immortal. 1. Under the sky. Making great contributions to the exploration of level 10 martial arts. No wonder it is called Super 9, because its strength has exceeded level 9, but at that time, the level 10 road was not fully opened up. I am also a pioneer in this life. After evading this life as more than 9, Lu Sheng suddenly felt relieved. I will really step into level 10 sooner or later. The difficulty of the level 10 is mainly due to its unknown. After 3,000 years of martial arts, there are many people who are astonishing as Lu Sheng. At least 10. But why isn't anyone rated as level 10? It's not because they are not strong enough and talented enough, but because the 10th level road is not determined. Perhaps some people have already entered the field, but are not sure whether the step they took is right or not, whether it is the real level 10 path, and whether it will go astray and lead future generations. Every pioneer who moves with fire in the darkness deserves admiration. It is precisely because of these martial arts ancestors, who have great fearlessness, great wisdom, and great sacrifice, that the 11th level martial arts civilization that was as brilliant as the Milky Way in later generations. The last time the 10th level of the way started 3,000 years later this life. Lu Sheng said softly. The way of level 10 will be activated by me, Lu Sheng. The level 10 and level 11 Taos in the dream space have long existed. Lu Sheng just needs to follow the steps and improve the authority of the Fire Resource Library, and sooner or later he will be able to get the level 9 to level 10 Taos. Lu Sheng considered. At that time, it may not matter whether I can take out the future skills in the Fire Resource Library. The road ahead has already opened, and countless martial arts geniuses will move forward bravely, and inspiration will collide to create even more amazing martial arts skills. The road ahead suddenly became clear. Lu Sheng read his personal information again. When I saw myself killing the martial saint of the Great Tao and defeating Tan Zhongyu and the martial saint of the Great Tao, my heart suddenly dissipated. It's my style. I'll get it back sooner or later. Then, there is also the experience of tying the world. The more you watch it, the more you feel. Watch it once and enjoy it. It seems that it is now. Under the sky. After enjoying it, continue reading. People's Historical Evaluation. 7 stars. Tender Resource Library Permissions. Level 7. This is the substantial benefit. The permissions are increased. This time it is enabled. It will be a wonderful place at the level 8 Grandmaster realm. Lu Sheng couldn't wait. Check the subsequent exercises of Star Body Refining, Natural Respiration, and Crystal Visualization. Inquiry. Soon, Guan now took out the subsequent length of the 3 martial arts and presented them to Lu Sheng. Star Immortal Art. The name of the Star Body Refining Technique was changed directly and became Star Immortal Art. Is this the real Dongji Xieyang level 11 martial arts inheritance? The previous body refining techniques, Immortal Golden Body, etc. are all the basic chapters, the most superficial parts? The core inheritance has only really begun now. Lu Sheng's eyes shine. Read carefully. The beginning of The Story of Immortality of Stars. is not about the martial arts, but about the principle of level 7 to level 8. Lu Sheng was not in a hurry. He finished reading it carefully, and combined with the extremely secret techniques he had obtained from Zhuang Kui before, it was probably clear. The key is to level 6, and level 7 to level 7 is to gather the will of martial arts. The essence, energy and spirit are melted into a furnace, and then fed back to, which further improves the body. And level 7 is promoted to level 8, you need to go deeper. The 6th level is promoted to level 7, the will of martial arts is the focus, is just by the way. And 7 to 8, 2 paths need to go in parallel. The body breaks the bridge of the earth. The chi and blood transform, blood coagulate into elixir, and mortals become immortal seeds. The will of martial arts is condensed like a gun or a sword, opening up the bridge of the sky and communicating with the nature of the world. This allows martial arts will to instill every inch of flesh and blood in the body. Every move contains a trace of the great power of heaven and earth, and its lethality exceeds level 7. This is also the biggest difference between level 7 and level 8. When a level 7 master takes action, he brings his own condensed martial arts will, which is like enchanting a weapon and adding a buff, so he can produce a power far exceeding level 6. Level 8 branded this enchantment and buff into the weapon itself. It has transformed the weapon from mortal iron into a divine weapon, and its realm is far beyond level 7. 7th level and 8th level are the process of overflowing when water is full, and it is natural. I have to polish my body and martial arts will to the extreme, and take another step forward. The double bridges of heaven and earth are automatically opened. This is what Tong Kuishing of the Jidao Martial Arts Museum is not bad. His level 8 is forcibly improved by secret techniques. His foundation is lacking, so he is not considered a serious level 8 sect. From this, Lu Sheng thought of the practice concept of natural breathing method, and the emptiness and bright state attached to the practice of natural breathing method. The emptiness state seems to be very helpful for this breakthrough, but the level seems to be higher, especially the emptiness state. Lu Sheng comprehends the bright state of calm on the mountain of cumulus. I've also tried it privately. Entering the state of emptiness. What is this? This can almost be said to be weakened version of martial arts and dharma images. The martial arts are super magical powers that only a level 9 martial saint possesses. Although the divine will magic image he casts may not even have 1% of the power of the real divine will magic image. It's scary enough too. Level 8 is the real inheritance of these 3 11th level exercises. After reading the sect, natural breathing method, it may be able to relieve my doubts. Lu Sheng thought, and continued to check the content under Star Immortal Art. After reading it once, Lu Sheng withdrew his gaze, sat there, and took a deep breath. His mind was shocked. Immortal cells, the true inheritance of Star Body Refining, proposes the concept of immortal cells, the blood-breaking pill, feeding the body with chi and blood, in order to achieve the real state where stars destroy me, and I am immortal, and all things die. So amazing! So scary! Lu Sheng could not imagine how the creator of this martial art came up with such earth-shaking martial arts concepts. When he first came into contact with Star Body Refining, and even began to practice the immortal golden body, he still felt the body is like a star, and the power of the star is just an exaggerated and metaphorical statement. It's just a martial arts yearning. It's like someone compares a level 9 martial saint to the sun and moon in the sky. Should the 9th level martial saint shine with the sun and the moon? Of course it is impossible. But now, the immortal art of stars has turned this impossible into possibility. Let the myth reflect reality. Personally, prove immortal. Although martial arts that are unprecedented and extraordinary are still difficult to do as heaven, it at least offers a little possibility. if it could really transform all cells in the body into immortal cells. At level 8, Star Immortal Art begins to move towards a completely different path from that of a normal warrior. The normal 8th level corpus, the core is on the blood pill formed by the chi and blood in the body. This blood pill Lu Sheng also has it, which is also a proof that his level 7 is comparable to that of a level 8 sect. And the story of immortality comes from the huge amount of chi and blood after the broken pill is poured and cultivated a cell together with the will of martial arts. This cell is an immortal cell. Cultivate an immortal cell and then perform it until all the cells in the body become 249. The grip of God, the dream, the sword of the prayer, heavenly wish. 2. In an instant, the huge amount of chi and blood contained in the blood pill was like a river and sea breaking the dam, surging out in a vast way. The chi and blood dragon in the blood vessels appeared again. Compared with the last time, it has become stronger, more majestic, and more unruly. At this time, the benefits of Lu Sheng's powerful mental power were reflected. Receive! The invisible mental power is like a big net, which surrounds the chi and blood dragon running around in the blood vessels, and then all converges to the center of the eyebrows. This cell was specially selected by Lu Sheng, the largest and strongest. The huge torrent of chi and blood, as well as Lu Sheng's martial arts will, were all instilled into it. In an instant, the lucky cell selected grew rapidly. Within 1 second, the mad transformation is 100 times, thousands, million times. When the cell metamorphosis reaches 100 million times, quantitative change triggers real qualitative change. A strange glow emanated from the cells. Boom! With the appearance of the glow, all the cells in the temple of the Seal Hall and Lu Shengmei were separated. It is like a king in flesh and blood, high above and looking down on the surroundings. The glow is getting stronger and stronger. Exudes golden color. This gold color is not a manifestation of the will of the star, but a different level of meaning. Represents extraordinary. Represents immortality. It also represents divineness. Immortal cells become. Lu Sheng suddenly stood up from the ground like a ghost and appeared on the street. He punched hard at the wall of a tall building in front of him. When he punched, a golden glow followed. The color of the stellar will and stellar energy is lighter than he used to use, but it has an extra sacred aura that is high and tilted to all living beings. The moment Lu Sheng 837 punched, the blood in his body surged wildly. It rose more than 10 times in an instant. The immortal cells shine brightly, and the chi and blood in the body are swelling. It's like the sun and the moon trigger the tide, and the crowd worships the sacred. Boom! Lu Sheng punched the wall, and the wall trembled violently. Leave a punch mark that is neither deep nor shallow. But when Lu Sheng closed his fist, large pieces of cracks appeared around the fist seal. This crack is like a living creature, climbing up quickly, extending. Like a spider web, it was filled with tall buildings in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this towering tower, nearly 100 meters high, was covered with cracks, like an exquisite and fragile porcelain. Then, it collapsed with a bang. Call. Lu Sheng exhaled, and a hurricane blew in front of him. Blow away all the dust, sand and stones that were about to fall on him. Too strong. Lu Sheng looked at his right fist and sighed sincerely. The punch he just called on only a small part of the power of the immortal cell, but it directly exceeded any punch he had ever shot before. His stellar will, chi and blood, the stellar force, the stellar clinch, the 4 realms of boxing, all were melted into one punch by immortal cells. A combination of ultimate power and ultimate skills. This punch can be named. Lu Sheng thought about it for a while, and thought of a more appropriate name. God's grip. Lu Sheng, who has trained immortal cells, in a sense, his life form has changed. Therefore, this attack led by immortal cells is an attack that surpasses the current level of human life, and is an attack that surpasses ordinary corporations, and even a level 9 martial saint. It's like the sanctions from the sky, the wrath of the gods, the thunder that fell. After all, I underestimated the power of the immortal cells. Although it seems that the chi and blood on my face have become much deficient, and its strength has regressed, the peak chi and blood value that instantly explodes is more than 10 times stronger than that of Tom Quixing. Even if Tom Quixing Zhuangkui can only be considered a relatively weak corpse, Lu Sheng estimated that it is 3 or 4 times stronger than ordinary corpse. Immortal cells contain a trace of inexplicable divinity, which means immortality. Its control of Lu Sheng's body reached a meticulous level. It will never cause any useless power to consume, so that Lu Sheng's current qi and blood have changed from the previous steady flow to a tidal sensing method. By using immortal cells, the qi and blood will surge more than 10 times, just like a rising tide. It is usually like a tide, and from the outside, it is no different from an ordinary 7th level master. It's mainly related to my own deficit in qi and blood, otherwise I wouldn't have declined to this point. Lu Sheng can also feel his own weakness. This is also impossible. The immortal cells require too much energy, and it is not enough to feed all the master's blood pill. In the future, I will need more resources. Fortunately, I'm going to the war zone soon. On the battlefield where strange beasts are everywhere, danger also represents wealth. It can fill the bottomless pits that are about to appear in Lu Sheng's body. One immortal cell is so powerful. What if it is 2, 3, or even more? A bold idea popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. If I could have 10 cells immortal, can I fight against the martial saint at level 7? 10 pieces are not enough. What about 100 pieces? Or 1,000? Thousands of cells are immortal. I guess I can pinch out all Tan Zhongyu's shit with just one hand. Lu Sheng shook his head and stopped this boring idea. With 10% of the immortal cells, his strength will undergo a qualitative transformation and fly upward. Not to mention anything else, just the martial god state. Immortal cell is an extremely exciting thing. Look at the rest of the exercises quickly, so as to go to reality and formally cultivate the immortal cells. Lu Sheng thought he couldn't wait. He continued to check out the bad sec chapters of the remaining 2 martial arts. First, there is natural respiration method. The main content of natural breathing method is more profound. Even though Lu Sheng's current brain domain development level is dozens of times higher than that of normal people, it is also a headache to see. It's hard to understand, and it involves too much knowledge I've never known before. It's like letting a foreigner learn ancient books from our Dragon Kingdom. Even the world's top scientists will have to be bald. This natural breathing method is a very unpopular and niche martial arts school even after 10,000 years of martial arts. Lu Sheng inherited so many memories of level 7 masters and level 8 masters, but he did not inherit any knowledge and information about the natural breathing method. It's mysterious and very powerful. Lu Sheng repeatedly studied the essays of natural breathing method dozens of times and finally figured out the general content. It involves the process of opening up the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, but it is more profound. What the natural breathing method pursues is to connect the 2 bridges of heaven and earth at all times and achieve a great harmony state of harmony between man and nature. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. If it is really as described in the natural breathing method, it is always in a state of unity between man and nature. Then how fast will my martial arts practice be? Qi and blood value in martial arts are in a state of surge every minute and every second. For ordinary people, this may just speed up the progress of level 8 to level 9. because the physical limits of ordinary people have their own body, even the bulk. The body is like a container. When it is filled, you will naturally have to seek the next level of breakthrough. But I'm different. The cultivation of immortal cells is a bottomless pit, and there is no need to worry about how much energy comes in. If you can enter the state of emptiness and brightness, emptiness and brightness, emptiness and brightness, emptiness and brightness, it's time to be clear. Lucian guessed. It may not be impossible. The natural breathing method in the Bolt chapter did not disappoint him. It was simply an accelerator tailored for immortal cells. Finally, there is crystal visualization. 250. Being out of the world and becoming a saint. 3. The inheritance of the Chitian Wish Wheel Sword is mainly composed of two parts. First, the inheritance of techniques and sword techniques. The second is the weapon composition of the wheel knife. The inheritance of techniques is temporarily put aside, and Lu Sheng mainly focuses on the composition of martial arts and weapons. If this weapon cannot be built in 300 years of martial arts, it will be a game wall. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng became nervous. Even a little nervous. The weapon of the Chitian Wish Blade looks like a crescent moon. A brilliant golden crescent moon. Crescent moon blade wheel. The size is much larger than that of an ordinary handheld long sword, almost the same as Lu Sheng's invasive knife wheel. There are two forms of the wheel knife in total. One is the form of mental power and tactics, which is the huge crescent moon state that Lu Sheng just saw. Another form is the handheld long sword form. The golden crescent moon disintegrated layer by layer, revealing a long and dark sword inside, with a faint light. It can be used to fight in close combat and attack from afar. It is divided into two layers, the inner and outer layers. Can the melee sword be hidden in the far sword wheel? Lu Sheng was slightly amazed by this exquisite conception. Simulate, for 300 years of martial arts, create the heavenly wish wheel sword. Lu Sheng issued instructions to Guangming. The light brain quickly came up with the result. Create a success rate of 38%. Black lines appeared on Lu Sheng's face. The most worrying problem still happened. Stay calm and take a deep breath. Call out the simulation process. Retrieving out. After reading the full simulation report, Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the main problem lies in the material of the inner wheel knife. The inner wheel knife of the Chitian prayer wheel sword has high material requirements and is a precious material called broken ink star iron. Lu Sheng was a little short of it. This kind of iron came from the cave of the strange beast. It is not the material originally found in this world, but it is very likely that it comes from another world, that is, the world where the strange beasts come from. Because of its extremely superior performance, even if it is doped a little in ordinary materials, it can greatly improve the firmness and flexibility of the weapon. Therefore, even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, it is a very precious material. If you can completely use the broken inkstar iron to create a long sword, I am afraid that only the 11th level strongman has this qualification. No wonder the success rate is so low. Not to mention whether the broken inkstar iron exists for 300 years in martial arts. Even if there is, the smelting technology of this era will probably not be forged. Since it's just a material problem, it's easy to solve. Lu Sheng thought about giving Guangwang again instructions. Simulation, 300 years of martial arts, the best alternative forging solution for the Chitian Wish Blade. Simulation is underway. Soon, a brand new design plan was presented to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng glanced roughly. Okay. Apart from the cost issue, there are no major problems in other aspects. Ask money, look for a solution. Lu Sheng threw this plan aside for the time being, and then turned around and looked at the previous techniques. Since the weapon is fine, the rest is the inheritance of techniques. The technique inheritance of praying heavenly wish-wheel sword. Contains too many mental control skills, as well as swordsmanship skills. There are tens of thousands of words, and there are also a large number of videos and pictures to explain in detail. Lu Sheng felt a headache when he saw it, and could not understand and digest it for a while. Take it slowly, you have to walk step by step, and eat it one by one. This time the power upgrade, and the martial arts inheritance obtained have greatly improved Lu Sheng's entire martial arts system, and Lu Sheng was quite satisfied. He did not break his promise. If you say that you don't fight today, you really won't fight. After writing down the content of the exercises, he directly exited the dream space, and did not disturb the wandering zombies anymore. Call. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes, he saw the white ceiling. The sun shines in through the window, and part of it sprinkles on Lu Sheng's face, bringing a hint of warmth. In December, such brilliant and bright weather is rare. This sleep lasted 12 hours. Lu Sheng glanced at the time, and got up from the bed. Wash a little, then go downstairs. In the living room, my mother Zheng Yufan was sitting on the sofa while choosing vegetables while watching TV. Seeing him come down, he quickly stood up. I'm up, I'll go and warm up your breakfast. Lu Sheng didn't stop him either. His mental power radiated out, and saw Lu Dehai playing chess with his neighbor's old professor in the yard next door. Lu Qinghe was practicing the new body refining movements he had just taught her a few days ago in the martial arts practice room in the basement. Lu Sheng was a little relieved. Suddenly I remembered that I didn't have to be so careful and nervous anymore. Since Xiao Kan Tai and Yu Fei told him personally, the Jidao Martial Arts Hall will not cause trouble for him again. That certainly won't. There is actually nothing on the side of the Jidao Martial Saint. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. He sat down at the dining table, thinking silently. After a nap, my mind was clear. I thought about it for a moment and felt cheerful. Even if he killed Tong Kuei-sheng, there were 11 level 7 strong men from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. But with the mediation of the military headquarters and the terrifying talent he showed from it, there is no need for the Supreme Martial Saint to be resolute. To put it bluntly, even Jibei is a joke. Even with Liansu's relationship, even the father and son of the family were not even considered a nonsense in the eyes of the Jidao Martial Saint. Could it be that you let Jidao Martial Saint really go with Lu Sheng for two scumbags who are somewhat related? Sky. Lu Sheng is only 19 years old. You are shameless, but the extreme martial saint is shameless. The main thing is that crazy woman Liansu. When Lu Sheng thought of this name, murderous intent emerged in his chest. Because the military headquarters reached a reconciliation with the Jidao Martial Saint, we may be more honest for the time being, but no one can say whether we will make a comeback in the future. So, the danger must be strangled in the cradle. We have to find a chance. Lu Sheng thought to himself, press this woman Liansu to death. At this time, Zheng Yufan walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of breakfast. Eat something casually, keep your stomach up, and you'll have lunch soon. Yeah, okay. Lu Xingying said, picked up a bun and put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. But as long as Liansu dies, anyone can guess that it must be my move. It is considered to be a complete feud with the Jidao Martial Saint. Lu Sheng finished eating a bun and picked it up. No wonder I will fight Zhao Ji on the holy mountain in Yulin and kill him. Zero ask for flowers. Kill a martial saint. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little worried. That must be the result of the deep hatred of blood. He doesn't want that. So I want to be quick and improve my strength to the point where I can at least protect myself in front of the martial saint. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng stopped eating breakfast and stood up. Mom, I'm full. Stay upstairs for a while. Don't call me for lunch. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the restaurant. Zheng Yufan, who had just walked out of the kitchen and was holding a large pot of fried rice with strange beast meat in her hand, was stunned. "Is this full?" "Why?" Sheng, who was sitting on the yoga mat in the center of the floor of the room, made a sound of blood and flesh colliding and bones clashing. His body was moving all over his flesh and bones, and his body was undulating like waves. The surging qi and blood emitted unimaginable high temperatures, making the air around Sheng seem distorted. The tassels at the bottom of the floating curtain cloth are also slightly curled. Suddenly, Sheng's flesh quickly contracted and collapsed. 0. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. Immediately afterwards, a sacred golden glow bloomed. 251. The Wheel of Praying Heaven, Invisible Knife Wave. 4. The most prosperous World Trade Square in the center of Baihe City. With Lingsheng Pharmaceutical hanging, a tall figure walked in from outside the door of the pharmacy of Xingshan Hall. The shopping guide who had just arrived a few days ago, a young girl in her early 20s, with a hint of youthfulness on her face, hurriedly walked up to him. "Sir, may I ask you?" The girl's words just started to start, and she got stuck in her mouth and couldn't speak. Standing blankly, his eyes staring at the person in front of him. He is a young man who is about 20 years old. Tall and upright, with an extremely well-proportioned figure, and his 10 fingers are slender. It has slightly long black hair, and the skin is as white as jade, as if it will shine. He stood in front of the girl wearing a simple casual suit, casually scanning the postures and movements in the store. It reminds girls of the comics on the cover of romance novels subconsciously. She swore that she had never seen anyone who looked better than the other person in her life. It's like carrying a beauty filter with you. "Is he Lingsu here?" The handsome young man who was shining all over his body asked the girl. "Why, who Lingsu?" The girl blinked her eyes, and her slow responsive brain barely began to operate the 857. At this time, an old shopping guide behind him walked up quickly and said quickly and respectfully, "Miss, he is in the office. I'll take you there." "No." The handsome young man shook his head, greeted the two casually, and walked straight into the store. The girl kept staring at the handsome young man until she disappeared, and she still couldn't come back to her senses. "You're stupid?" The old shopping guide next to him stretched out one hand and shook it in front of her. The girl shuddered, her pretty face turned red immediately, and she shook her head shyly. "No. No." Then, I couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Sisterly, who is this person?" "Miss, he's distant cousin. How are you?" "Are you handsome?" "Handsome." The girl rarely nodded seriously. "I have never seen anyone more handsome than him. The college grass and school grass in colleges in the past are far inferior to him." "Yes." The old shopping guide sighed slowly and said in a complicated tone, "Not only is a handsome man, he is also a top martial arts genius. The top martial arts champion in the country, who is the dragon. It is said that he won another national college student martial arts conference some time ago." The girl's eyes widened and her face was filled with shock and incredibleness. But it soon returned to normal. Just looking at her appearance, such a person is already a star in the sky to her. In addition to the subsequent dazzling auras, they just changed from stars to moon. No matter which one it is, it's very far away for her. It is an unattainable existence. The girl shook her head, threw out the unrealistic ideas in her mind, and focused on the shopping guide work in front of her. But occasionally, my eyes can't help but float to the direction of the owner's office in the store, looking forward to seeing that figure again. "Are the things ready?" "All right." Sheng raised his hands and stood there casually. Lingsu walked up very consciously, helped him put on a pharmacist's suit, put on protective glasses and gloves. Then he turned around and went out, and took the initiative to bring the door with him before leaving. Sheng didn't delay either. Once the mental power is swept, the distribution room will be refined directly. With his current mental strength, it is estimated that dozens of level 6 pharmacists are not as efficient as him. A large number of medicinal materials are processed in different categories, and then they are not delayed for a second and are put into the next step. Every step is accurate and perfect. A dazzling operation. The top-level potion dispensing room in front of Lu Sheng, which has been upgraded once by Healing Su, has become an orderly potion factory. A tube of golden potion was quickly produced and placed in front of Lu Sheng. After a moment, all processes stop. 45 6th-level golden ambergris appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng picked up a tube casually, took a sip, and after tasted it, he drank all the remaining potions. Then, in 1 minute, all the newly released golden ambergris were drunk by Lu Sheng. With the help of mental power, there was no trace of medicine left in the tube. It's cleaner than rinse with water. After the 45 tubes of golden ambergris, Lu Sheng's belly bulged slightly. Then it slowly calmed down again. A stream of hot heat emanated from his body. The medicinal effect of 45 tubes of golden ambergris was quickly digested and absorbed by Lu Sheng. It is converted into qi and blood, and part of it is injected into the immortal cells in the Yintang Divine Palace in the eyebrows, and the other part is reunited in the chest. A blood pill as big as a pigeon is slowly condensing. I am the only one who is the second blood coagulation pill. Lu Sheng sighed, throwing the potion bottle on his hand into the sink, and Healing Su will clean up afterwards. In the past 2 days, he asked Zhao Kantai to redeem all the remaining credits he had in school into Class 6 alien marrow fluid and sent them. Lu Sheng left a part to fill the deficit of his body after the immortal cells, and the rest was exchanged for money at the warrior's house. Lu Sheng is really short of money now. The main materials of the Qiqian Vow Wheel Sword are almost all secret gold, and there are also a small number of auxiliary materials that are not inferior to secret gold. Although the inner wheel knife does not require broken ink star iron, the replacement material star rebar is more expensive than dense gold. It will cost nearly 10 billion to build an inner wheel knife alone. An extremely exaggerated number. It is so exaggerated that Lu Sheng even doubts that in the face of such a huge amount of wealth, has the currency completely lost its meaning? Should we exchange value more? Actually, it's okay. With my current strength and Healing Su's business, it's easy to make more than 1 billion yuan a year. Tens of billions are just years. It's just that the year is too long, and Lu Sheng can't afford to wait. I heard that when I go to the battlefield, as long as I have the strength, it will be like picking up money. I hope enthusiastic netizens don't lie to me. Lu Sheng took off the pharmacist's body, threw away the disposable mask and gloves, and then walked out of the pharmacy dispensing room with a calm expression. Healing Su was guarding the door as usual. How is the sales of Yangji pill recently? Good. After a few simple conversations with Healing Su, Lu Sheng left Point Zero. Lingsheng Pharmaceutical, a money-making machine, is still a little small at present, but sooner or later it will be bigger and bigger like a snowball, bringing him unexpected surprises. If it really doesn't work, just buy some scraps. I guess I can exchange it for some money. Lu Sheng walked on the street, thinking casually while speeding up his pace. His speed is getting faster and faster. The people and traffic around them, the various scenery became blurred, and then they were pulled into lines of different colors. Lu Sheng still kept walking in the garden. He headed towards the suburbs of the city. Now within a radius of dozens of kilometers, Lu Sheng walks faster than buying a taxi. More than 100 kilometers, you still have to take a bus, because it costs shoes. In about 10 minutes, Lu Sheng came to the foot of Lank Mountain on the outskirts of the city. This time, Lu Sheng did not choose to go up the mountain. He turned his body and walked towards the other side of the mountain road. On one side, Lank Mountain has been developed into a scenic spot, and on the other side, it is a cliff valley that has been densely forested on the other side. Lu Sheng walked into the mountains and forests, and moved in the forest like a ghost, walking through a stream. There are wild deer beside the stream, lowering her head to drink water. Lu Sheng walked by, bringing a slight wind. The wild deer raised her head alertly, looked around and lowered her head. Soon, Lu Sheng came to a place. "It's here!" Lu Sheng stopped and looked at the rocky walls, feeling a little satisfied. He dissipated his mental power and swept it casually. There were no people nearby, just some small animals. There were 2 warriors not far. 252. Look straight into my eyes, the cubs. 1. There were 2 figures, one of which was a middle-aged man in his 40s and strong body. It was already slightly cold in December, so he just wore a vest and his lower body was shorts, revealing his muscles as strong as rocks. "The place you chose is good." The middle-aged man glanced around and said casually, "It is best to be a place to bury bones by the mountains and waters. However, no one will know that he died here. The body was eaten up by wild animals that night." The confrontation with the middle-aged man was a young man in his 30s. He had a very majestic figure, a bit like a bodybuilder, but his muscles were like iron ingots, without the slightest feeling of a fitness person. "This is also the cemetery I specially selected for you." The young man showed a ferocious face, raised his fists, and gently collided in his chest, and his bones all over his body made a crackling sound, saying, "Wei, you are a beast that is worse than a pig or a dog. I killed my teacher for the sake of the secret technique of the crane. Today, I, Jia Jialong, will beat you to death with 1 punch and 1 punch to avenge the revenge of killing the master and seizing the law." "He." The middle-aged man sneered. "Did you get away after staying abroad for a few years? Who gave you the confidence?" The middle-aged man said, as he seemed to scan the surroundings casually, but in fact he had a lot of vigilance in his eyes. He was asked to fight this time by the disciple of the enemy, who had returned from the cultivator in front of him, not because he was afraid of the other party's strength, but because he was worried about ambushing or other means. His eyes swept across the surrounding trees, and there was no abnormality. Suddenly, I stopped at the mountain wall not far away. "It seems a little bit different." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, and wanted to see more carefully the next second. The pupils contracted violently. "What are you looking at?" The strong young man found that his opponent, who had a deep hatred from the sea of blood, suddenly stared at the rock wall on one side, and he could not help but yell, "Look straight into my eyes, cub! I want to kill you!" He was like a furious lion, roaring loudly while walking towards the middle-aged man's position. At this moment, a swish sound came from my ears. The strong young man subconsciously turned his head and looked. I saw a long white line suddenly popping up on the rock wall of the mountain more than 10 meters away from them. Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave of light that was difficult to capture by the naked eye came out from the mountain wall. It quickly swept over less than a foot before the strong young man's nose. Wherever you pass, the air is twisting. The strong young man's muscles were tense in an instant, his hair stood up all of a sudden, and his scalp became numb. It's like when you're crossing the road with your phone casually playing with your phone. A large truck full of goods suddenly drove by 120 yards to your face. That creepy feeling. Crack. The sound of trees falling in my ears. The strong young man twisted his neck stiffly and looked to the other side. I saw a long trace of the forest that was cut by a huge sickle in the dense forest. Huff. The field was in a strange silence, and only the strong young man was breathing violently. And middle-aged men. Both of them were as if they had been petrochemical, and they stood stiffly in place, making them a little overwhelmed and anxious by the thriller and horror that came out for no reason. Caw caw caw. A tiny cracking sound rang out. The two of them suddenly looked up and saw huge cracks appearing quickly on the rock wall of the mountain, with terrifying invisible ripples just now spreading. After just a few breaths, boom! The lower half of the rock wall of the entire mountain collapsed. It's a mess. The sound lasted for several minutes. New rock walls continued to appear behind the collapsed rocks. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The eyes of the strong young and middle-aged men kept widening. Can this almost be considered as opening a mountain tunnel? It was entirely caused by the terrifying invisible wave just now. If this falls on people, the two of them tightened their scalps and didn't dare to think about it. Finally, the rock collapse ended. The smoke and dust dissipated, and behind the scattered rocks, a slender and tall figure gradually emerged. The strong young men's pupils suddenly contracted, and their hearts seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. I saw that he looked like a handsome young man, who was only under 20 years old, and was extremely young. A huge crescent-shaped silver knife wheel floated above his head. His eyes passed through the layers of space, and fell calmly on the two of them. The two of them suddenly tense, their mouths and tongues were dry, and they wanted to retreat, but their legs were out of control, and were nailed to the ground. I feel a sense of horror, as if I were targeted by some prehistoric beast. The handsome young man looked at the two of them, thought for a while, and said, "You guys, go ahead, don't worry about me." After saying that, his figure and the silver sword wheel disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. "Guru!" The middle-aged man tried to swallow his saliva, turned his head pale, forced a smile, and said, "I suddenly remembered that something seemed to be wrong today. Let's fight again next time, that's it." After saying that, he ran into the woods and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The strong young man stood there. His entire back was completely soaked in sweat. When the wind blows, I feel a chill and I get goosebumps all over my body. Hee hee. The strong young man cried and laughed in the direction of the middle-aged man's departure, saying, "You can escape quickly, you are a child. When I return from my subconscious practice next time, I will definitely squeeze out all your shits." After saying that, he ran away without saying a word. What level of mental power has I reached now? Level 7 or level 8? On the way back, Lu Sheng sorted out his insights from the previous move. I don't know if there is level 8, but it must be far beyond level 7. The gray roulette of the 10 complete Masters Way is inlaid with no less than 10 kinds of wills of masters, and the amount of light is extremely terrifying, not to mention that the human visualization of gold and obsidian has been completed, and the quality of mental power is far more than that of my peers. It is precisely because of the strong mental power that the power of the Chiqian Val Wheel Sword is so impressive. With the invisible sword wave slash just now, Lu Sheng felt that even if the 8th level sect was in front of him, he would have to be 1 or 2 sections. And this has not yet used the Grandmaster's Will, Immortal Cell, and Martial God state. If the Divine Light breaks through too. Lu Sheng thought about it, and felt expectant. The Chiqian Val Wheel knife is actually a knife wave effect similar to vacuum killing using mental power to compress the air. Although the principle is simple, it is very complicated to operate. It not only requires strong mental control ability, but also strong mental power as the basis. Of course, the power and difficulty are also proportional. The inner wheel sword technique depends more on the attainment of sword technique. My sword technique now has only the control realm, and it is a little weaker. Lu Sheng was considering finding a sword technique in the dream space to hunt them down and obtain the other party's inheritance memory. This is the fastest way to improve the sword technique attainments. This is the Heavenly Val Wheel Sword I used the Wujian knife to cast. There are many things that are incompatible with weapons and tactics. It's like using a stick to use a gun. Its power is at least 300% weaker. However, the forging of the one knife still requires a lot of money, so I can only use the Wujian knife wheel for the time being. The prayer of heaven wishing sword, prayer of heaven, prayer of heaven. Because you always need to raise your hands high above your head with your hands, like a prayer of heaven, so you use this name? Lu Sheng thought, walked onto the fast lane and walked towards his home. Tomorrow at 9:387, Shirakawa Airport is right? Okay, I understand. Lu Sheng, who was sitting at the desk, hung up the phone and couldn't tell what he was feeling. The call from the Eastern Military Region finally came again, officially confirming the time for him to go to the military region. Just 2:53. The gorgeous and beautiful Marshal Saint of War Laws. Boarding the plane. 2. I wish the wheel of the sword flows, Gu Xian. Lu Sheng tapped the yellow dot with his finger, and a personal information was enlarged and presented. The first is a personal photo, which shows a young man with handsome facial features and calm eyes. Looking at his 30s, the information shows that he is almost 90 years old. Strength. Level 9. Lu Sheng took a light breath, but his eyes burst into excitement. Marshal Saint level powerhouse. Although it is a zombie with only combat instinct, it should also allow me to feel some of the power of the 9th level Marshal Saint. Now the 8th level master zombies are rarely threatening Lu Sheng. Occasionally, I can encounter 1 or 2 people who can put some pressure on him. After using the trump card, you can also successfully kill it. That is to say, it's time for Lu Sheng to upgrade and change the map and kill monsters again. The strongest warrior at base number 1359 is only level 10. If I can chew the 9th level Marshal Saint, I guess I can completely open up the copy number 1359 and go to other bases to explore. Lu Sheng has grown rapidly to this day, in addition to the inheritance of 3 11-level martial arts. The many martial arts treasures of the 7th and 8th level masters that have been harvested along the way are also crucial reasons. If Lu Sheng's martial arts practice is compared to building a house, the 3 11th level exercises laid an extremely solid foundation for him. The martial arts treasures he obtained for level 7 and 8 are bricks, steel, concrete, and piled up crazily. On the foundation, the martial arts tower that helped Lu Sheng quickly rose up. This is true at level 7 and 8, not to mention the martial arts treasures of the strong men at level 9, and even level 10. It is conceivable that once Lu Sheng opens this gap, his strength will inevitably usher in an unprecedented period of rapid growth. Try it! Lu Sheng became excited, and his fighting spirit was like fire, slowly igniting it. He followed the display of the light brain map and headed towards the location of the yellow light spot. There is no rush, and I will solve some yellow spots along the way. May the Marshal Saint of Wheel Knife is probably one of the disciples of the martial arts pioneered by Duan Yifeng. If you can get it, it can be said to be seamless. Lu Sheng walked on the street, his figure swayed, and appeared in front of a master-level zombie. The latter had just burst into pieces when Lu Sheng grabbed his neck. Twist my head off like picking oranges. Shit! Black smoke flowed into Lu Sheng's nostrils. Martial arts experience was engraved into his body, and martial arts will belong to the gray roulette. Strength has improved again. Heroic spirits are immortal. Lu Sheng stood in front of the master-level zombie and said softly, "Then step over the remaining battle suit and continue forward." Along the way, 2 master zombies and 1 master zombie were sent away. 3 consecutive huge martial arts memories poured into my mind, and Lu Sheng felt a slight swelling in his eyebrows. It's almost done. He finally stood in front of the target. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. The latter was wearing a streamlined black combat armor, with a slender and upright figure, and holding a long black knife in his right hand. Although the armor was covered with scars, and the blades were covered with gaps, Lu Sheng still reminded him of the male protagonist in the battle comic. And it's the kind of male protagonist who has put on war makeup. He's really handsome. This is also the closest zombie Lu Sheng has ever seen in the dream space. The young man looks very similar to the photos, but his skin is dull and his cheeks look a little thin. He stood alone on the empty street, with broken earth under his feet and dark and depressing sky behind him. When Lu Sheng approached, he slowly raised his drooping head, and the glorious look was. Even Lu Sheng was a little stunning. I also want battle makeup, Lu Sheng murmured in a trance. The next breath, the young man walked towards Lu Sheng step by step. He walked very slowly, but he was extremely fast. While walking, the young man slowly raised the long knife in his hand. In an instant, the new moon rises slowly, and the sky sword comes. Lu Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and gray light burst out in the deepest part of his eyes, and he almost subconsciously entered the martial god state. I am God! Lu Sheng rushed up, and the two figures collided fiercely. Baihe Airport. Waiting Hall Supreme VIP Lounge. Lu Sheng sat on a large and comfortable massage chair, playing with a silver pendant in his hand casually. The pendant is in sterling silver, but the color looks a little dimmer than ordinary silver, making it look a bit street style. There are no patterns on it, just a round shape. Lu Sheng rubbed it for a while, stuffed the pendant into his pocket, reached out and rubbed the eyebrows, and a little fatigue appeared in his eyes. Level 9 is worthy of being level 9. In the battle in dream space yesterday, Lu Sheng lost. This is still what he has turned on after he turned on the martial god state. Lu Sheng had a sense of splitting his mind with a knife. Very strong! But the one who is not only the 9th level, but also the one who is the 9th level. I really underestimate the power of the wondrous sword. After all, it is the Tao inherited by the 11th level powerful man. Although it is only in the form of an inner wheel sword, it is also a Tao that directly points to the 11th level. In the hands of the 9th level martial saint, combined with the sword technique of the 4th level, they can be used. It's a miracle that I can live. Lu Sheng recalled yesterday's battle. He almost played all his trump cards, except that he did not reach perfect state in his weapons and equipment. Even the immortal cells were used. But I was still beaten. I didn't have the power to fight back. Anyway, it was very frustrating and miserable. Every sword of the young martial arts Saint Gu Xian was amazing, like a rock that broke into the sky, a sudden appearance of inspiration, and a thunder falling from the sky. Lu Sheng also saw Tan Zhongyu's swordsmanship, which was very sharp. But compared with Gu Xian, the fireflies are not enough to describe them as bright moon. Of course, it also has something to do with Tan Zhongyu's sword technique that Lu Sheng had seen. But the pattern, the idea can be seen. Too much difference. The 11th level Tao and the 9th level Tao are completely different concepts. The more this happens, the more Lu Sheng longs for him. Mine, sooner or later, it's mine. Majoring in gun art? After laughing, children make choices, adults all want. In fact, if he was just defeated, Lu Sheng would not have been so depressed. Mainly, he also made a few talismans this morning for his family. A marshal will belong to him is sealed in the secret silver pendant. When the wearer is in a life and death crisis, it will explode to resist the crisis. This little trick is a small technique for using mental power that Lu Sheng searched from the 10 resource library after his authority was increased. Martial arts will be quite popular in the next 10,000 years, and almost everyone with their families will carry several pieces. Objects sealed with the will of the top strongmen's martial arts can be even more speculated at sky-high prices, and it is hard to find money. I hope there is no one that comes in handy, Lu Sheng thought. A serene voice came from my ears. There is not only Lu Sheng in the entire lounge. There is also a man and 2 girls. The man is about in his early 40s, wearing a suit and ties, dressed in fine clothes, wearing a famous watch, and has a corporate executive and a business elite temperament. The other 2 girls are both in their early 20s and look like college students. Lu Sheng glanced at him and found that he was very good at appearance, figure, and temperament. The 2 sat behind Lu Sheng, leaning their heads and talking, occasionally looking at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't care either, so he took out his phone and opened a map at will. The map shows the topographic location map of the eastern part of Long Kingdom. This map is very 254, the level of the cave, the star battlefield. 3. Stop funny. There is only one flight here. You won't take this one. The girl pointed to the black fighter jet that had just stopped for a while in the distance through the window of the corridor and giggled. Can you still get on that one? Lu Sheng saw a few figures in military uniforms coming down from the black fighter plane and seemed to be walking towards this side. After thinking about it, he turned his head and smiled slightly at the 2 girls. Goodbye. After saying that, the whole person jumped out of the passage window like a phantom. In just a few blinks, Lu Sheng's figure turned into a small black dot, close to the position of the fighter. Sky! The 2 girls were stunned for a moment, subconsciously lying to the window, and looked at them with wide eyes. The few people walked through the VIP channel, and there were only a few people in the entire channel, including the middle-aged man in the suit who had just been walking in front of him. This guy looked serious and actually kept secretly paying attention to the 2 girls' conversations. When I heard the movement, I turned around and watched. The 3 of them watched Lu Sheng turn into a small dot and had a little contact with a few people in military uniforms who got off the fighter plane. Then he was quickly sent onto the plane, and then the fighter, which had stopped for a while, started again. Boom! It took off in a blink of an eye and disappeared in an instant on the blue sky. Ah! The 2 girls lying at the window of the passage and the middle-aged man in the suit were all stunned, with a confused and dull expression. So the fighter jet just now was here to pick him up? Huh. The earth quickly moved away under his feet, and the black fighter jets penetrated into the sky like arrows. Lu Sheng is not. Lu Sheng stared at the window of the fighter plane for a while, turned around, and his eyes fell on a tall man in front of him. This man looked at his early 40s, with a square face and a very short stubble. Wearing a dark blue military uniform, she is burly and strong. Hello, meet me. The man stretched out his wide palm covered with calluses and said, East Theater Command, 1182nd Division, Major General Yufei Si Qin Huaihu. Lu Sheng's eyes stopped at his shoulder. Like Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun, they are all school officials' epaulets, but they need one more star. Rank of Colonel. Hello. Lu Sheng reached out to hold him a little, thought for a while and spoke. Captain Qin and Qin Shaojun are relatives? Qin Huaihu smiled and nodded. Uncle and nephew. Lu Sheng suddenly realized. We are going to the Eastern Theater Command now? No. Qin Huaihu shook his head and said, Recently, a crack in the new cave appeared. The front line is tight. The master has been fighting on the front line for many days. Our team is going to reinforce. Receive you need. Oh. Lu Sheng nodded. No objection, but a little expectant. How long will it take to arrive? Lu Sheng asked again. About 2 hours. Qin Huaihu replied. Lu Sheng stopped asking more questions, found a seat on both sides of the cabin and sat down, and waited quietly. Qin Huaihu looked at the young man in front of him, who could almost be called a teenager. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with turmoil. When I came, I had a brief look at Lu Sheng's information, but Qin Huaihu knew. The young man sitting in front of him, who looked like a college student, was a rare young master. Young man. Grandmaster. The two words heavy, BBDJ. I have been fighting on the battlefield for many years, and I am still at the peak of level 6, and have not even touched the threshold of a master. I don't even know if there is still hope of becoming a master in this life. He is already 57 this year. People's life has just begun, and they are already at the end of their own life. Qin Huaihu sighed in his heart and sat down in the seat. At this time, Lu Sheng asked, "Can you briefly tell me about the situation in the Eastern Theater Command?" Qin Huaihu's spine was subconsciously straight, a bit like the gesture of a subordinate when facing his superior's report on his work, and said seriously, "Yes. The war situation in the Eastern Theater Command has been very anxious, and it has eased slightly in the past 2 years, but the appearance of the new cave is probably going to go through another difficult situation. It is said that the newly emerging basement cracks are likely to be rated a level this time, which is even worse. The entire Eastern Theater Command front is probably going to move forward as a result." Class A? Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he asked, "The cracks in the underground cave are also classified?" "Certainly." Qin Huaihu replied naturally with an expression. "The level of the cave is based on the size of the cracks in the cave, the scale of the beast, and the intensity level of the beast. The strongest one is the SS level cave, with a total of 9 in the world that can be explored by humans. Fortunately, there was not a single one in the territory of Long Kingdom. Then go down, there are double S level caves and S level caves. Level 3A, Level 2A, etc., and so on." "What is the concept of a level cave?" Lu Sheng asked. Qin Huaihu thought about it, and made an example. Even if a level A level cave enters the 8th level Grandmaster, there is a certain risk of falling. "So scary." Lu Sheng was surprised. "What about those 2A and 3A, even the S level and S level caves? Wouldn't it be difficult for the 9th level martial saint to survive if they enter?" "In theory, yes." Qin Huaihu nodded and said, "But it's just theoretically, because no Grand Master or martial saint will go deep into the bottom layer of the crack in the cave. In fact, as long as you don't go too far, ordinary level 5 and level 6 warriors can survive in the cracks of the A-level cave." Lu Sheng understood. Just like playing a game, the cave crack is a copy of the game. The deeper the more difficult it is, the greater the risk factor. But as long as you don't have the idea of completing the level and swiping the previous level, it is not that dangerous. It may even be that many caves do not need to go in. Just guard at the door of the dungeon, and the monsters that Qingqing ran out of will be fine. If I can completely open up the SSS level cave, can I reveal the truth about the invasion of alien beasts? This thought popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. It was soon extinguished. This goal is still too far away and unrealistic for him at this stage. However, in recent years, several double S level caves in the Long Kingdom have experienced riots of strange beasts, and there is a tendency to evolve into a third S level. If there really is one day. Qin Huaihu's tone was a little heavy, and he whispered, "I'm afraid that all the marshals of several major military regions would be unable to suppress them. It is necessary for the 3 martial saints to take action in person." Lu Sheng understands it. No wonder the military headquarters is so eager to train a level 9 martial saint. I guess I don't want to have a day when the big men in the military have to bow their heads and ask others for help. Although they are all from Long Kingdom and are related to the safety of the people, it is impossible for the 3 martial saints to not take action. But where is the majesty of the military headquarters? Where can you keep your face? After all, it's a matter of face. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. At this time, Qin Huaihu looked at him and said, "When you join the military region, you will probably be awarded the rank of Major General immediately. At that time, you will definitely have more opportunities to contact the underground cave. We stay on the surface front line all year round, but in fact, we don't know much about the situation in the underground cave." Lu Sheng was curious. "What you mean is that my future development in the military headquarters will be different from yours?" "Of course it's different," Qin Huaihu said seriously. "You are a 7th level master, and you are the General Star in the military headquarters. The General Star has the General Star's class, and the General Star also has the battlefield of the General Star. As far as I know, the Grandmaster Generals mostly fight in the form of small teams and individual soldiers. Specially perform various tasks issued 255. Give me a pair of shoes, and you want the best quality one for. The frontline battle zone is below." Qin Huaihu turned his head and said something to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked down. At this time, the fighter jets had already landed a lot and could barely see the outline of the ground below. Lu Sheng's eyesight is far beyond ordinary people. When a normal person looks at it, it is very clear in his eyes. The first thing to do is a huge canyon crack that runs across the east and west. It was like a sudden gap on the earth, stretching out for hundreds of kilometers. A large number of tiny cracks extend around the huge cracks. But this is on the plain. If it is on the ground, the smallest crack must be several kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide. Looking down from the top, it seemed like a huge corpse of centipede lying on the ground. Countless small black dots crawled out of the centipede and scattered. Each black dot represents a strange beast. Lu Sheng could not count the number of these strange beasts, only knowing that they were large. A lot of. Very many. And in this tide of strange beasts that were like an ant colony coming out of its nest, small groups of human forces were resisting tenaciously. From time to time, a ball of sparks burst out, taking away some black. This scene reminded Lu Sheng of the bonfire that was about to burn. Whenever you think it is about to go out, there will always be sparks splashing out. "The line of defense guarded by the division is there." Qin Huaihu stretched out his finger and pointed to a small block area in the battle group below, turned to Lu Sheng and said, "We will jump there later. The fighter plane will not land. You can go back to the headquarters base of the Eastern Military Region with the fighter plane." Lu Sheng said, "Can I go down with you? I want to experience it." The wind cannot dissipate Lu Sheng's voice, and many people in the cabin heard it. Many soldiers looked at him with surprise and novelty. A soldier standing in the front row muttered, "Does this be a playground? There are people who are going to die below." Qin Huaihu glared at the soldier, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Yes." Then hello the soldiers around him. "Get this guy a combat uniform and a skydiving bag." "Need not." Lu Sheng shook his head. His eyes fell on the shiny black alloy combat boots on Qin Huaihu's feet, and he smiled and said, "Just give me a pair of shoes. Just like the one on your feet, the best quality." "Well?" Qin Huaihu was stunned and blinked in confusion. The group of soldiers in combat uniforms behind him were all confused, not understanding what Lu Sheng's words meant. But Qin Huaihu answered quickly, "Good." A soldier hurried back to the rear cabin. Lu Sheng relaxed his expression and looked down at the fighting ground below. My chest became hot and burning little by little. It seemed like a ball of fire was burning. The strong wind blew up the black hair on Lu Sheng's forehead and temples, revealing his bright and handsome side face. A low whisper drifted with the wind and landed on the ground on this battlefield. "I've been waiting for this day. It's been a long time." Boom! The rich and snow-white sword swept out like a white sword. Divers forward in a half-moon shape. Several strange beasts blocking the path of the knife light roared. Their bodies split into two from the middle position, and their upper body slowly slid down. But even so, these ferocious monsters struggled on the ground for more than half a minute before they completely died. Yu Fei held an alloy sword and rushed around the battlefield. Almost any strange beast that stood in front of him was cut off with one knife. The master has a superhuman body. His chi and blood are like rivers and seas, and his strength is endless. But even Yu Fei couldn't hold on after a high-intensity and long-term fierce battle. Swish! He killed two strange beasts that jumped into him with one knife, and swayed, returning to the trench temporarily built by the abandoned gymnasium. Huff! Yu Fei held the knife in one hand and gasped. Master! A soldier in a combat uniform immediately handed over an oversized marching kettle. Yu Fei took it, raised his neck and drank it clean. After drinking, he didn't bother to wipe his mouth, so he quickly asked, "Where is reinforcements? Is reinforcements here?" The soldier nodded and said, "Reinforcements have arrived one after another, and the tight front should be eased soon." Yu Fei frowned and said, "Where is the reinforcement from the Jiangxing Operations Squad? It is mainly high-end combat power. Nowadays, there are more and more level 6 and 7 strange beasts appearing, and maybe even level May 8 be there. Without the reinforcements of the Jiangxing Squad, how can we defend the ordinary forces of our division alone?" These defense lines are built by middle and low-level warriors, and combined with thermal weapons. It's okay to resist low-level alien beasts. Once a strange beast above level 7 appears, tearing open the defense line is like tearing paper, and no matter how many ordinary soldiers there are, they cannot stop it. The soldier showed a little helplessness on his face and said, "The military headquarters said, 'Let us persevere again, and at most 2 days, the General Star team will come to reinforce.' Grass!" Yu Fei made a rare swear word and grabbed the alloy knife in his hand hard, gritting his teeth a little. 2 days! Boom! The trench ahead suddenly rang out loud. Yu Fei's expression tightened, and he quickly flashed to a high place, looking up. "I saw 2 figures rushed out like swords in a trench not far from this trench. One of them held an alloy sword in each hand, which was as fast as the wind. Wherever you go, blood splashed out. Another figure was even more dazzling, with 6-edged sharp weapons, like military thorns floating around her. Then it shot out and quickly shuttled through the strange beasts. Leave blood holes on the bodies of strange beasts. The 2 of them took action and quickly cleared a small piece of strange beasts, giving the ordinary soldiers at the front of the trench a short breathing time. Many people even cheered for the bravery of the 2, and their morale rose slightly. The 2 figures quickly returned to the trenches, revealing 2 figures of a man and a woman, with their faces slightly pale. Yu Fei stared at the 2 of them, and nodded slightly at them with a little relief. The reason why their front line can resist for so long is not only because of Yu Fei's proper command, but also because of the bravery of the group of sharp knife school officials under him. Please, flowers. Especially the 2 people named Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun, who are from famous families and have outstanding talents. They made their mark on the battlefield in a short period of time. In another 2 years, their division may have 2 level 7 masters and generals. If reinforcements have been coming one after another, it may not be impossible to hold on in 2 days. Yu Fei was a little optimistic. At this moment, a series of unheard roars suddenly appeared at the front of the front line. These sounds attracted Yu Fei's attention, and he hurriedly looked up. But his pupils contracted violently the next second. 3 huge strange beasts, about 10 meters tall, crawled out from the cracks in the cave in the distance. One end is a strange orangutan covered with long black hair, bulging fangs and golden pupils. One end looks like a mantis, with an inexplicable metallic light shining all over his body. There is also a disgusting monster with 2 furry and strong beast legs, but its upper body is like an octopus and covered with 17 or 18 thick tentacles. The size of these 3 strange beasts, like a hill, attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield as soon as they appeared. The 3 strange beasts were filled with an unknown force field with twisted air, which directly spread out all the strange beasts around them, like the king among the strange beasts, and quickly headed towards the trench. 7th level 7 beast, or 3 heads. A soldier with blood stained on his face turned pale and shouted out tremblingly. There are more than one person who acts like him. Many people looked ugly and had deep fear in their eyes. The morale that was a little more excited just now was wiped out in an instant. The battle lasted for so long, and the level 7 alien beast appeared again and again. But every time it appears, it is a nightmare for the soldiers in the trenches. 256. The sky sword that falls from the sky in 2. 1. There are also high-intensity large-area killing weapons. For example, now, with Yufei's order, many thermal weapons in the trench began to shine. Dozens of machine guns were mounted on trenches, spraying large patches of blazing flames. Self-propelled artillery, grenades, bazooka. The firepower was intertwined into a net, sweeping across the battlefield like a hurricane of steel, and strange beasts were roaring and being torn apart. Cooperating with the heavy sniper rifle's point kill, a large gap was revealed in the group of strange beasts. Oh! Cheers sounded in the trenches, and the morale that had just been hit by the 3-headed and 7-level beasts came on the stage was cheered up again. Yufei's face was not that good looking. His eyes were always locked on 3 level 7 beasts. The 3 7th-level alien beasts were originally blocked by the low-level alien beasts in front of him, and their progress was not fast. Now some of the low-level alien beasts have been cleared by the firepower network. They go smoother and have clearer goals. Grass! A soldier cursed with red eyes, carrying the rocket launcher and facing the largest and most conspicuous golden-eyed orangutan monster in front of him. The rocket dragged out a long tail flame and flew out. But before the rocket fell on the golden-eyed orangutan, it was slapped by the ladder of Zero Sanchi. It was like taking a small stone flying from where I didn't know where. The rocket didn't even make a little Mars, let alone an explosion. The power of twist. Yufei's figure rushed out and appeared next to the soldier launching the bazooka. He raised his hand and had a big mouth. I said, don't waste your ammunition on the 7th-level beast. Haven't your commander taught you? Yes, master. I was wrong. Half of the soldier who was slapped in the face was swollen, his eyes were red, and there was a crystal flash in his eyes, and he roared and responded. Yufei was stung by something in his eyes, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, the sound of the roaring fighter planes came from above. Airdrop missiles fell from above their heads, bursting into sparks in the group of strange beasts. Reinforcements are coming! Many people looked up at the sky and shouted in surprise. Hurry up! Cover them to land! Someone with sharp eyes had already seen black spots falling on the fighter plane, and he hurriedly greeted him. In an instant, the firepower on the field became more intense, and the strange beasts in certain areas began to consciously clear out the strange beasts in order to free up safe landing for reinforcements that were about to parachute down. Yufei stared at the fighter plane above his head, but his expression was a little bit dull. If the 3 level 7 beasts cannot be solved, even if these so-called reinforcements come out, they will only have a few more people to accompany them to die. In addition to completely giving up this front, retreat immediately. But this is not what Yufei wanted to see. All warriors above level 6 are ready. Come with me to come out! Target! Yufei took a deep breath, and the white energy burned like fire. The alloy sword pointed at the position of 3 level 7 beasts. That three-headed and seven-level alien beast. Yes! Warriors with upright postures and firm faces emerged from the crowd. The aura of these people is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, like sharp swords. 3 minutes. Yu Fei reported a time, then stopped talking, stared at the direction of the three-headed and seven-level beast in the distance. His eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about a better way to break the deadlock. Ahem. Qin Shaojun covered his mouth and coughed lightly, glanced at the palm of his hand that was stained with redness, and rubbed it randomly on the combat uniform without any hesitation. Chow, I had known that there were 3 level 7, so I wouldn't have rushed so hard just now. As he was talking, he glanced at Dong Qingxue next to him, and was suddenly startled. Damn! Why do your eyes look like rabbits? Have you ever had needle eyes? Dong Qingxue glared at a pair of blood-covered eyes, and glared at Qin Shaojun fiercely. Roll! Qin Shaojun knew it well, which was a sign of serious mental overdrawal. Even if it is a potion that can restore mental power, it cannot be taken frequently in a short period of time. Qin Shaojun just made a fuss on purpose and habitually eased the tension. I heard that boy Lu Sheng will come here in the next few days. Qin Shaojun looked ahead, pulled the corner of his mouth, and said, You said that when he arrived at the military region, he ran to us excitedly, but what he saw was the bodies of our two. Would you be stunned on the spot? Ha ha ha, I feel funny when I think of that scene. Ahem. Qin Shaojun started coughing violently while smiling. Dong Qingxue rubbed her eyebrows, handed him a tired and helpless look, and said, Say less, and the chances of survival will be greater in a while. Okay. Then I shut up. I haven't lived enough yet. Qin Shaojun shut up obediently. The 3-minute break is fleeting. During this period, the sound of machine guns strafing and fire bombing has never stopped. The trenches were full of corpses of strange beasts, which were accumulated into a thick layer. Some people are brave enough to run out of the trenches and do a simple cleanup. Yu Fei's voice also sounded again. Everyone is ready. Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxue immediately looked solemn, walked out of the trenches slowly, and walked towards the position of 3 level 7 beasts. Just as Yu Fei was about to order a siege. Suddenly, a violent sound of breaking through the air came from above my head. The sound of breaking through the air has changed from small to large, as if something fell from the sky, and many people subconsciously looked up. I saw a black shadow wrapped in flames and airflow quickly landing from the sky. It's like a falling meteorite. The long tail flame of airflow was dragged out from behind, which was amazing. Someone pointed his finger at the airflow fire ball and shouted, It's a person! There is someone inside! Shit! Many people also saw it and sucked in cold air. The fireball was approaching, and you could indeed see a figure of a man vaguely visible inside. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he could barely recognize that the man stretched out one foot, showing a landing posture, and seemed to be holding a long stick in his hand. He didn't forget to bring a parachute, did he? Someone opened his eyes wide and murmured. No one answered him, because many people also had such doubts in their hearts. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a brief stagnation, and the sound of intertwining firepower stopped. Almost everyone, including Yu Fei, looked up and their eyes kept moving downwards with the fire figure. Fortunately, I had cleared a wave of strange beasts before, otherwise the front line might have fallen. The fireball's figure descended faster and faster, and was getting closer and closer to the ground. Yu Fei's eyes wandered and suddenly came back to his senses from his trance. Not good! His face suddenly changed. He raised the alloy sword in his hand, and was about to call on his soldiers to charge as planned. Unfortunately, it's too late. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded, and an invisible sound wave burst out on the battlefield, bringing the soldiers who were temporarily lost back to reality. The orangutan monster, who was more than 10 meters tall and majestic as a hill, raised his head and roared wildly. The golden color in his eyes shone out, and the terrifying aura spread around him. It stretched out one arm, spread its 5 fingers, and grabbed it above its head. In the sky, the figure wrapped in fire airflow was impartial, and fell to the position of 3 level 7 strange beasts. The golden-eyed orangutan monster raised his hand, as if he could grab it in his hand in the next second. It's over! Many soldiers who witnessed this scene with their own eyes. If you can't jump to something, you just jump into the group of 3 level 7 beasts. Even if you can't die from falling, you will have to be pinched to death by the level 7 beast. Even if you don't die, you have to die. Damn, this guy pretends to be a fool. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but cover her face, looking like she couldn't bear to see it. Dongqing 257, new recruit Lu Sheng, report to the division seat. 2. Not long after the corpse of the golden-eyed orangutan fell, the 7th level beasts on both sides quickly attacked the figure in the pit. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang. In a flash of consciousness, everyone had already seen the figure in the giant pit lifting a spear in his hand, firmly pressing against a blue-black limb like a guillotine. The 7-legged sword mantis among the 3 level 7 beasts appeared in front of the figure at some time. The 4 guillotine-like forelimbs danced wildly, disappearing and appearing again and again. It's so fast that the naked eye cannot capture it. The number of attacks can only be calculated from the sound of the spear and the knife feet colliding. The figure waving the spear suddenly jumped high, and red flames and dazzling golden light burst out from it. Then it quickly retracted like flowing water, and all gathered on the spear. The originally silver spear turned into a gorgeous red and gold color in an instant, and then the figure flashed quickly a few times. Boom! A figure soared into the sky like an angry dragon, holding up a spear in both hands. A terrible beast dancing wildly with a tentacle on the tip of the gun, constantly screaming. Behind the figure, the blue-black killing weapon, the 7-legged sword mantis stopped in place at some point. After the next breath, black blood flowers burst out from every joint on his body and, cracked into the ground. It's like a collapsed building block. Everyone was stunned. The jump speed of the mind could not keep up with the figure holding a gun. The exercises of this moment. He was picked up by the spear and turned slightly. The invisible shot force is emitted. A bang sounded like an 11th, and it exploded into a huge flesh and blooded fireworks. The smelly blood and broken pieces of limbs were scattered everywhere. The figure shook his spear and suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes and pulled them out casually. Tear. The clothes were torn, and butterfly-like silver-white blades flew out from under the broken clothes and the streamlined perfect body. The blades quickly combined above the figure to form a huge crescent blade wheel. Wujian, rebirth. A golden glow bloomed, and the knife wheel swept across the surroundings. The naked figure followed the gun and rushed into the group of strange beasts. The blazing flame spewed out and became more and more intense. In the end, it almost turned into a fire dragon that was more than 10 feet long, raging and tumbling on the battlefield, together with the rotating golden knife wheel. Wherever they pass, strange beasts fly around like straw, and their bodies disintegrate like tofu. Everyone was stunned. I forgot what I want to do now. Including Yu Fei, Qin Xiaojun, Dong Qingxue and others. They all stood there, their movements freeze, and their eyes were staring at the scene in front of them. For a moment, they almost thought they weren't fighting at all now. But in a certain cinema, what is presented to you is a refreshing, bloody, exciting and realistic blockbuster, a performance from the scene. The fire dragon gun shadow and golden knife wheel are like meat grinders, sweeping outwards around the trench. Everyone was irritated, including those aid soldiers who had just jumped off the fighter plane and were wearing combat uniforms. They were ready to deal with any emergencies at any time when landing, and they had their weapons ready. As a result, as soon as it was landed, the whole person was completely blinded. "Oh my God!" Qin Huaihu landed steadily on the ground, and the parachute had been blocked at a distance of more than 10 or 20 meters above the ground. He looked at the figure that was raging in the clearing of the scene with a dull expression, a little doubted whether he had blood rushing to his head when he jumped down, and his mind was not clear, so he had hallucinations. After a while, I suddenly came to my senses. After finding Yufei's location, he hurriedly walked up. "Master!" Qin Huaihu stood up and saluted Yufei with a serious expression. Yufei turned his head in a daze, saw Qin Huaihu nodding slightly, and subconsciously asked, "Is this here with you?" Qin Huaihu nodded with complicated eyes. "Yes." After receiving Qin Huaihu's affirmative answer, Yufei's expression became even more confused. "Which is this the most powerful man on the star list? Didn't he say that the star reinforcement will take 2 days to arrive?" A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Huaihu's face, and he was about to explain. At this moment, a roar of guns suddenly rose, causing everyone to calm down. The figure who had almost cleaned up the nearby front line suddenly turned around. He rushed towards the trench quickly. He killed too many strange beasts, and many of the strange beasts' blood and corpse fragments were even splashed out, and they were swept away by the nameless aura around him. The accumulation is getting more and more. So much so that when the figure rushed over, the whole person looked like a dark red hurricane composed entirely of blood foam, accompanied by the red flame-tail flame, the rotating golden knife wheel, the bloody storm, the surging murderous intent and evil spirits that came to his face were so shocked that all the soldiers in the trench were pale and retreated one after another. Even Yufei was intimidated by this terrible power, and his face was tense, and he subconsciously grabbed the alloy sword in his hand. The chi is revealed, and the master's field of power continues to disperse. Boom! The blood-colored hurricane stopped less than 3 meters in front of Yufei. The sudden storm of wind suddenly blew, causing Yufei's chi to tremble, and the Grandmaster's power field to swing continuously. A blood foam blew on Yufei's face, covering his vision. Yufei reached out and wiped his face hard, and then saw a young man holding a spear and shining eyes stood firmly in front of him. The boy was surrounded by thick blood and evil spirits. His chi and blood rose like a furnace, and his essence rose like wolf smoke. His upper body was naked, and his body was stretched up and down with his breath. Then he grinned, compared a military salute to Yufei that was not a standard one, and said aloud, "New recruit Lu Sheng, come and report to the division seat." Yufei, who was already a little stunned, was stunned when he heard this. Looking at Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxue from afar, they looked at each other with a look of seeing a ghost. As night fell, gunfire, explosions, roars, and fighting were still endless. But it's much better than during the day. Lu Sheng sat in a rather spacious office. This is Yufei's command room. It was temporarily renovated with an athlete's lounge in an abandoned gymnasium, which is quite simple. Just let it go, that's fine. The front line is located in the past abandoned urban areas, and there are still many infrastructures available. If you encounter such desert wilderness, deep mountains and forests, sometimes it is difficult to find a piece of tiles to cover your head. Yufei poured Lu Sheng a cup of coffee and sat down in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng took the cup. Coffee is instant, but it still emits a slight aroma when brewed with boiling water. Lu Sheng took a sip, felt a little satisfied, and said, "Thank you, master. I'll thank me for a cup of coffee? Then you saved so many of us today. How should I thank you? I'll cut my head off and give it to you. Yu Fei glared at him and said angrily. Lu Sheng smiled and said nothing, drinking the coffee in his hand. Yu Fei also poured himself a cup, took half of it in one sip, and said with emotion, "But then again, I really want to thank you today. Otherwise, 3 level 7 strange beasts would be too troublesome to enter the camp. This front is probably not guaranteed." Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder, "Master, is the A-level cave so dangerous? Level 7 strange beasts appear in groups of caves? Now, where can I stop level A, at least 3A? Generally speaking, a new cave crack has just appeared, and there will be an outbreak period. There are indeed many high-level alien beasts appearing. After this explosion period, stabilize and get better. It's not as exaggerated as you think." Lu Sheng nodded. He listened to Qin Huaihu's introduction to the classification of Cave 493 on the plane. 258. Just you talk too much. 3. The entire 1182 Indie Division's combat line was built around the abandoned stadium at the moment. With the gymnasium as the center, it extends to both sides, like an eagle with wings stretched out. The main response is a crack in the cave less than 3 kilometers ahead of the stadium. Lu Sheng saw the entire cave crack on the plain, which looked like a centipede. At least nearly 100 divisions of all sizes were used to barely block it. The 1182 division is just one of them. If you count this way, there are enough strong men in the military. I don't know how many level 7 masters are, and it probably costs thousands. Lu Sheng thought about it, and walked a few steps along the left side of Yu Fei's office. However, the military headquarters has always had the most powerful people. A large number of life and death and fighting are the breeding grounds of martial arts, and it is easiest to break through the limits and give birth to martial arts powerful people. What the military department lacks is only a level 9 martial saint powerhouse, and there is no shortage of Grand Masters. The marshals of the 5 major military regions are all top Grand Masters, second only to the martial saint, and there are countless powerful men under their command. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng seemed to see a brand new and huge stage presenting him. Major General Lu. Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. She is a female soldier in a dark blue military uniform with very white skin and big eyes. "What's up?" Lu Sheng stopped and explained seriously. "I have not been awarded a medal yet, and I am not a major general yet. You called me wrong. Sooner or later." The female soldier quickly replied, then pointed at a direction and said, "The division is starting, and I'll call you to go for dinner. The cafeteria is there." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Okay, I understand." He is really hungry. The female soldier looked at him firmly, suddenly stared at his chest, his cheeks flushed, and he ran away like a flying one. Lu Sheng looked at the female soldier's back as he left, then looked at the combat uniform he was wearing now, and suddenly realized, "It's not because that, right?" He was so excited about the battle during the day that he pulled off his clothes. He killed 7 in and 7 out of the strange beast group with his shirtlessness. I thought it was so handsome at that time, but now when I think about it, damn, are there still many female warriors in the division? It's so shameful to take the initiative to show off in front of many lesbians in broad daylight. Calm down. Be sure to calm down next time. Lu Sheng kept reminding himself in his heart, and then walked towards the canteen pointed by the female soldier. The open space in the gymnasium was filled with marching camps, and tents, and bonfires were lit. 3 or 5 or dozen men sat around the fire, and feasted on the fire. A different atmosphere is presented. This is something that Lu Sheng has never experienced before. On the way to the cafeteria, many soldiers recognized him, stood up without saying a word, and saluted him with a slap. No matter how bad it is, he will be polite and polite. The tough faces were filled with deep awe and admiration. Today, the scene where Lu Sheng fell from the sky, with 1 foot like a sky knife, and the scene where the level 7 alien beast, the golden-eyed demon ape, was scattered into 2, was really shocking. There is also a subsequent one-man clearing on the battlefield. All of them left them with unprecedented huge impact. In the world where the strong are respected, the military battlefield shows this to the fullest. These warriors are purely cute. Lu Sheng is strong enough. No matter how old he looks, he can naturally easily win their heartfelt respect. It's him! He's so strong! He's still so young. He's definitely a genius-level general. I heard that we have a good relationship with our teacher. Haha, it seems that our 1182 division is going to have a strong man who can make it to the general star list. Hey, it would be great if I could be so strong. Then Lu would. Don't think too much, it's a good thing to survive. Lu Sheng listened to the low voices coming from his ears, and suddenly Lu Qiming rang out. As a new recruit, Lu Qiming has been in the Eastern Military Region for almost 4 or 5 months, and I don't know how he is now. Are you also sitting around the same stove like these big-headed soldiers, eating meat and drinking soup, bragging and flirting to relieve your nervousness and fatigue? Have no idea. Lu Sheng stopped at the door of the canteen with the special supply of school officials. Look around and see there are also canteens with special supply of lieutenant officers and special supply of lieutenant officers. He walked straight in. The canteen is a temporary marching shed. The space inside is not large. There are only a dozen tables, and there are a few people sitting on each table. When Lu Sheng came in, some people subconsciously glanced at him, and then their eyes suddenly stopped, remind each other, and after a moment, the school officials in the entire cafeteria stood up in one go, as if waiting for Lu Sheng to review. Lu Sheng felt helpless. He was a little uncomfortable with the strict discipline of the part. He thought for a while and said softly, "Sit down." These school officials sat down one after another, but they were still tense, their spines were straight, and they were even more restrained in eating. Lu Sheng couldn't care about so much, so he made a meal at the window and looked for the seats. As expected, he met a pair of slightly sneaky eyes, pulled the corners of his mouth, and strode over. Lu Sheng put the dining plate on the table and did not rush to sit down, but looked at the 2 old friends in front of him who had not seen for a long time. The mental power disperses, and a simple sound insulation barrier is set up around this small table. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Instructor Dong, Instructor Qin. Long time no see." "Can't. Lu Sheng is really you." Qin Xiaojun almost didn't jump out of the seat directly. He subconsciously wanted to come up and hug Lu Sheng's shoulders, but soon realized that it was inappropriate and held back. A handsome face was filled with excitement. Dong Qingshua's performance was much more restrained than Qin Xiaojun, but she could still see her inner uneasiness. Lu Sheng sat down next to Dong Qingxue and keenly noticed the process of Dong Qingshua's body being tense and relaxed. "Is this what you usually eat?" Lu Sheng stewed the food on the plate. The dish is mainly a strange animal meat, which is cut and cooked immediately, and the taste can only be said to be barely swallowed. Then there is a high-energy synthetic nutrient and a canned mixed vegetables. The food that Lu Sheng ate in the training camp before was much worse than that. Where are there any choices on the frontline battlefield? Just make do with it. Qin Xiaojun smiled and said, "When this period of outbreak of strange beasts is past, the front line will be built stably. I will take you to have a good meal when I return to the military region." "Good." Lu Sheng nodded with a smile. Dong Qingxue, who was sitting next to him, kept silent and didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Sheng is not a good person who is good at speaking. He wanted to find a topic to talk to Dong Qingxue several times, but he didn't know why he always subconsciously jumped out of the dream space's personal information spouse column. The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel, so I just shut up. After a meal, Qin Xiaojun said the most. Lu Sheng chatted with him casually. In fact, the relationship between Lu Sheng, Qin Xiaojun, and Dong Qingxue changed from being a pure instructor and student to being both a teacher and a friend a long time ago. So now we get along well, and it's not embarrassing. Lu Sheng finished his meal soon, said hello to Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue, and walked out of the cafeteria. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly relaxed. The voice of speaking also began to sound. When Lu Sheng was there, they were both afraid to speak. What's wrong with you? Qin Xiaojun looked at the direction of Lu Sheng leaving and asked Dong Qingxue in confusion. When Lu Sheng challenged the Grandmaster Lian Jibei at the National Martial Arts Con 259, the long night raids, piercing the dark gun. 4. This is an abandoned residential community. It was made into a temporary trench. More than a dozen armored vehicles and tanks blocked the gap in the community gate tightly. The machine gun and gun barrels were sprayed with flames, trying to clear the tide of strange beasts that were rushing up in front of them. Lighting lights and fires illuminate this battlefield as bright as daylight. Occasionally, a strange beast that escaped the bombardment of guns and drugs leaked into the defense line, and a senior warrior holding cold weapons would immediately surround him and strangle him. Damn it! Why are there so many more? A tall and burly middle-aged man stood on the roof of a residential building, looking at the anxious battlefield below, his face as deep as water. One of his eyes was blind, with a thick bandage. He also put a cast on his right hand and hung it on his chest. The whole person's condition is not very good, but his temperament is still as majestic as a mountain that can never be defeated. A man in school uniform rushed up. The middle-aged man turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" The visitor smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid I can't come in a short period of time. It happened to catch up with the double SS cave riot, and many generals took over the suppression mission. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to free up manpower, and—" "Okay, I get it." The middle-aged man nodded and said nothing. "I just picked up a bottle of strong wine with the words, 'Red Star,' at my hand and put it on my mouth and took a few sips. Officers above the Grand Master level are allowed to drink alcohol on the battlefield as long as they are not in excess. Because of the powerful body of a Master-level warrior, the chi and blood are slightly circulated, the little alcohol will be diverged, which will not affect the thinking and judgment, and sometimes it can even make people feel more sober." Boom! A cannon 770 grams of the tank below bombed out a shell. The shells drew a clear trajectory in the night sky. After falling into the distant group of strange beasts, they were like mud cows entering the sea, silently, without even a sensation. The one-eyed man on the roof flashed violently, and he suddenly stood up. Generally speaking, if such a situation occurs, there is only one possibility. Level 7 alien beast. Because only the twisted force field carried around the 7th level alien beast will completely ineffective the thermal weapon. Sure enough, for dark blue ghost fires appeared quietly in the darkness. The crowded group of strange beasts separated to the sides, one of which was more than 6 meters long and more than 3 meters tall, slowly walked out of the darkness. This is a monster that looks like a cheetah, but the whole body was covered with tiny snake scales, and its tail was like a scorpion, raised high. It had 2 heads, and the dark blue ghost fire before was the 4 eyes on the 2 heads. 2-headed shadow leopard. The one-eyed man took a deep breath and reached out to grab a double-sided axe at his feet. He didn't say anything, but jumped down from the roof. Bang! He landed outside the community defense line, and his feet shook a large crack on the ground. He shook his right hand, and the plaster on his right hand was broken, and his whole body was completely stretched out. "Come on, it's just a little bit of good meat and drink." The one-eyed man didn't talk nonsense, grabbed the double-sided alloy battle axe, and rushed towards the double-headed shadow leopard. The rich white energy burst out from his body, illuminating the darkness around him. The powerful aura belonging to the master emits, the blood boils, and the wolf smoke rises suddenly. One person and one beast are fighting together, and terrible waves of air burst out from time to time and spread. The battle continued, but everyone would subconsciously look at the position of the central group. The battle situation there is obviously more important than theirs. Sudden boom! A figure flew backwards from the central battle group. The white energy drifted like a rag, and his body smashed into the wall of an armored vehicle, sinking deep into it. The sound of machine guns and artillery fire intertwined on the battlefield suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes turned around. Cough. The one-eyed man opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked down at the huge claw marks that could be seen in his chest, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Two ends. 8 groups of blue ghost fires appeared, and 2 double-headed shadow leopards walked out of the darkness. All are level 7. But one of them looks smaller. Maybe it's her mother. Brute. The one-eyed man cursed and struggled to get up from the pit of the armored vehicle, covering his chest, searching around for the weapons he had dropped. Suddenly he looked up and cursed around. "I'm still standing there? The strange beasts are licking your heavenly spirit cover, but you still don't know how to fire?" The sound of artillery fire sounded again, and more than a dozen figures holding cold weapons crossed the high wall and fell around the one-eyed man, protecting him in it. "Master!" Some people's eyes were red, and they handed the one-eyed man's big axe on it. The one-eyed man took it casually and said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? Let's fight first. If you can't beat it, just withdraw it." As he said that, the energy on his body surged again. The few people looked solemn and didn't speak, and followed silently around the one-eyed man. The group of people walked towards the 2 strange beasts, step by step in the fire of cannons, already loving the desire to die. "Are there any wine?" The one-eyed man walking in the front suddenly spoke suddenly, and the person following behind was stunned. But before they could answer, the one-eyed man shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not bad for this." After saying that, the pace accelerated. The axe in his hand burst out with a surging energy, held it high and rushed forward. The 2 double-headed shadow leopards burst out from their eyes, and their bodies disappeared in a flash. Almost in no particular order, he jumped high and rushed towards the one-eyed man. The burly body holding the axe high, and the 2 double-headed shadow leopards are about to collide. The screen is frozen. A violent sound of breaking through the air came from a distance. The blazing flames tear open the night. Seb. Boom! A red stream of light intertwined with flames came in an instant, nailing the 2-headed shadow leopard to the ground. The other 2-headed shadow leopard was frightened, and roared, and jumped up. A golden light flashed in the night. 2 pieces of body fell to the ground, their organs scattered all over the ground, and their remaining bodies twisted wildly. The one-eyed man, and a dozen school officials following him were all stunned. I was stunned by this sudden change. The one-eyed man subconsciously looked at the 2-headed shadow leopard in front of him, who was nailed to the ground. He saw a silver spear penetrate the latter's body. Most of the gun's body sank into the ground, and sporadic flames burned. In the next breath, a slender and tall figure quickly walked out of the darkness. He quickly came to the surviving double-headed shadow leopard, and raised his black alloy combat boots. Click, click! Like stepping on tofu, I stomped the 2 heads of the 2-headed shadow leopard. Then he drew out his spear with a calm expression, and took a casual look at the one-eyed man. Suddenly disappeared into the field. The sound of artillery fire stopped again without realizing it. Everyone on the front line was a little dazed, with a dazed expression, and did not react. The one-eyed man looked at the two corpses on the ground, and then at the double-sided axe in his hand. I couldn't help but wonder if the two-headed shadow leopard who had just fought with me and the one who died under the young man were the same as the two 7th-level alien beasts. It was obvious that he was fighting so hard, but the latter was as easy to kill as cutting melons and vegetables. What the hell is this? What the hell is coming out? The one-eyed man looked at the direction where the mysterious youth disappeared and looked dazed and murmured. Similar scenes are constantly repeating on various fronts. Relying on his fast speed, Sheng ran around the front line of the 1,182nd Division. His flame spear that pierced the night, and the infinite sword wheel with golden light suddenly appeared, left an indelible impression on countless soldiers who fought fierce. 260. Yu Dong Qingxue. 1. A huge conference hall. A long black quartz table that can be seen clearly. There were about a dozen large-brimmed hats with dark blue embroidered dresses, and hat badges neatly placed on the table, and a middle-aged man and woman with straight figures sat in front of each hat. The collars and cuffs of their military uniforms are decorated with patterns of oak leaves and osmanthus branches. They follow the ancient military regime before the first year of martial arts, and are symbols of status and power. A thin man, who was a little younger and had fewer stars on his epaulette, stood in front of an enlarged map, and was introducing the situation of several war zones to the military leaders in the room. The riot in the crack in the cave number 2 is a bit serious this time, with more than 13 gaps missing, although judging from the current form, the riot can be completely suppressed within 7 days. An old man in his 60s, with a high hairline and a majestic appearance in military uniform said, "What are the casualties? Are the statistics revealed?" The reporter replied honestly, "So far, the total casualties of ordinary soldiers has reached more than 15,200, and the casualties of non-commissioned officer-level soldiers. The casualties of school officials. The 8th-level General Star also fell?" The old man in military uniform frowned. The reporter quickly explained, "When there was turmoil in cave number 2, the fallen level 8 General Star was right in the deeper part of the cave, and he could not retreat even if he could not retreat." "Which level 8 star is it?" "Before, it was ranked on the star list." The old man in military uniform nodded and said slowly, "The above funeral will be held. Please notify me of the specific time, and I will attend it at that time." "Yes. Let's talk about something else. How is the situation in the newly emerging crack in the cave?" The reporter gently pressed the remote control in his hand and replaced the map on the huge projection screen. The military leaders sitting at the congressman's table looked up. From the current situation, this newly emerging cave crack is rated between AA and 3A levels, and it is unlikely to reach S level. Hearing this sentence, the people at the board leader's desk were all relaxed, and even the old man in the military uniform was relieved a lot. "As long as it's not S level, it's okay." The old man in the military uniform reached out and tapped the smooth tabletop, sighing softly. "The defense line of our Eastern Theater Command is almost at its limit. Let's go to 1 or 2 S-level caves." The old man didn't continue to say it, and there was no need to say it. Everyone on the table knew it well. The reporter continued, "But because the high-end combat power of the star rating is mostly concentrated on several double S-level caves, the defense line arranged outside this newly emerging cave was tight for many sections, especially." The reporter marked several red circle key signs on the defense line map and said seriously, "These positions are on the verge of collapse at any time. If there is no additional support, the situation will not be optimistic." The old man in military uniform stared at the defense line in front of him and said, "How much power can we dispatch at present?" The reporter shook his head. "It's rare, and even if the order is now, it will not be possible to arrive tomorrow as soon as possible." "Then let's block the most important gap first." The old man in military uniform patrols his eyes, and finally falls into a red circle. Priority reinforcement of point A. The position of point B is equally important. Someone spoke on the long table. The old man in the military uniform said lightly, "I know." The defense line drawing is very intuitive, among which the red circle marked with points A and B is the most obvious. Both points are similar to pocket retractors on the defense line, which is of great importance. The area behind point B is far away from the residential area, and the middle area is wide. Even if the defense line collapses, you can slowly clear and collect it back. Point A is different. Once point A is broken, within half a month, a strange beast may invade into Ihara, the nearest market on the front line. Many people nodded, and the person who raised the questioning before stopped talking. "Since it's okay, then follow this plan." The old man in the military uniform thought for a while and said, "Which division is guarding point A?" 1058 Division, Major General Sunja, the commander of the division. "Then let Sunja know that even if he fights, he will defend his line of defense for me. People in other positions have selective defense. If necessary, they can abandon the formation and withdraw and transfer to point A." "Yes." The old man in military uniform waved his hand and said lightly. A meeting ended. "I have to wait 2 days and 2 days. God knows how many days it will take." Yufei exhaled a breath of turbid air, walked up the trenches, and stood beside Lu Sheng and said helplessly. Yufei had just answered the phone call from the head in the office. Lu Sheng sat on a broken cement board, grabbing the gun with one hand and carefully wiping it with the weapon cloth with the other. Have other fronts in the military region been tight recently? Even the newly emerging underground crack defense lines cannot send reinforcements. Lu Sheng replied casually, his thick-sword eyebrows frowned slightly. When he was rubbing the gun, he found that there were many gaps and scratches on the gun, and his mental power was explored to detect several broken marks. After all, it is only a level 7, not a level 7. After several consecutive days of fierce battles, the durability has been lost by more than half. I have to change the gun. At least I have to change the real level 7 gun body. The reinforcements have never been stopped. What is lacking is the high-end combat power of the star rating. You know how terrible the level 7 alien beast is. It is not an ordinary warrior. Yufei was halfway through the words, and suddenly shook his head and changed his words. "No, you don't know. Lu Sheng is simply a pervert. It has been almost 5 days in a row, rushing between the fronts every night. Go out cleanly at dusk, and return with a thick smell of blood when the sky breaks through dawn. So far, even though I took a shower and changed into clean clothes, my body was still filled with blood. It's like a veteran who has been on the battlefield for 4 or 5 years. But he has been on the battlefield for less than a week. God knows how many strange beasts have been killed to achieve such an effect." What surprised Yufei was not Lu Sheng's strength, but his physical strength. Lu Sheng's physical strength seemed to be endless. He had less than 2 hours of rest every day, but he was still alive and had no sign of fatigue. It's really a dragon in the world. "I'm going to leave, teacher." After rubbing the gun, Lu Sheng stood up, and the blades of the Wujian knife wheel scattered all over the ground flew to his body like a butterfly, quietly surrounding him. Yufei's eyes were a little complicated and he nodded. "Be careful. Please contact me anytime if you have anything." "Please, flowers." "Clear." Lu Sheng tapped the wireless communication headphones in the ears, indicating that he knew. He stood on a high ground in the trench, holding the red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, stretching his body. Many people can't help but cast their eyes. All are full of awe, respect, and admiration. In 5 days, Lu Sheng has completely won the respect of the soldiers of the entire 1,182nd Division. In a sense, Lu Sheng's position in their minds was even better than that of Yufei the Master. Lu Sheng was like a magic needle in the sea. As long as he appeared on the battlefield, the morale of the entire battle group would immediately surge. However, Yufei's defense line has fewer and fewer strange beasts, and it is rare to see a level 7 strange beast again. Occasionally, Yufei can easily solve it himself. In Yufei's words, he has almost entered a sluggish period. After he has been fully stabilized, he can build a defensive base and prepare to evacuate. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Sheng has been relaxing and boldly wandering around recently. Go to the west today. The alloy boots under Lu Sheng's feet gently stepped on the cement road, calmly locking his 261. One man in one shot, defend the front alone. 2. Lu Sheng grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern with one hand and ran on the dilapidated street. His speed did not increase to the extreme, but it was still very fast. Only one figure that flashed and disappeared, as well as the dust that caught the metal boots when they landed on the ground. Lu Sheng ran along the long street. Before the crisis of alien beasts broke out, this place turned out to be a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. Frequent emergence of underground caves has led to the evacuation of all the population in the city. More than 100 years have covered this prosperous metropolis of the past with dust, and traces of the long river of time have been washed away everywhere. Lu Sheng slowed down and strolled on the long street. He was covered with dilapidated high-rise buildings on both sides of his left and right, which was already close to the city center. It should have been a commercial street at the beginning. The dilapidated scene is somewhat similar to the base number 1359 that fell in the dream space. The only difference is that the streets are covered with weeds and trees. There are traces of wild growth of vegetation everywhere. In a few hundred years, this place may return to nature. Lu Sheng looked at the few squirrels resting on the streetlights in the distance, thinking silently in his heart. The alloy combat boots step on the cement street, making crisp and reassuring footsteps. Lu Sheng walked to a tall building and stopped the 967 pace. The glass wall under this tall building has not been completely broken, and the outline of Lu Sheng is vaguely reflected. The mental power turned into an invisible hand and wiped away all the dust on the glass wall. A strange and familiar figure reflected in the mirror. He is 1.92 meters tall, wearing a black combat suit jacket and black camouflage trousers and alloy combat boots. The figure is tall and slender, as if it is integrated with the silver spear in the hand. Under the slightly messy black hair was a tough and handsome face, with bright eyes as bright as stars. The original greenness almost faded away, and a thin layer of dark green appeared on the lips and chin. In less than a week, Lu Sheng had completely completed the transformation of a young man into a young man. If my parents and Lu Sheng saw me like this, they would probably not recognize me at first glance. Lu Sheng thought, stopped looking, and turned around and left. Go a few kilometers further. As Lu Sheng walked past a weedy green area in the community, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of it and rushed straight into his face. Lu Sheng glanced calmly. The black shadow instantly freezes in the air and then explodes with a bang. The smelly blood splattered on the ground in front of Lu Sheng's alloy battle boots. Now, facing this kind of strange beast below level 7, I don't even need to use weapons. Simple mental power is enough to easily crush it. Lu Sheng also tried to use the invisible sword wave of the Chitian Wish Blade without using weapons, and simply using his mental power. Power is okay. Continuous attacks can kill level 7 beasts. After I obtained the inheritance of the real spiritual thought master skills, my mental power that I had been eating dust for too long was finally able to participate in the battle as the main combat power. When the golden obsidian human form completely transforms into an amethyst human form, I am afraid that I can kill a level 7 alien beast like mowing grass with just an invisible sword wave. Using the Wishwheel sword, killing the 8th level sect is like killing a chicken. Lu Sheng had a thought, and the blades of the Wujian knife wheel that had been surrounding him flew towards him like butterflies. Lu Sheng pinched up a piece of it casually and swept away his eyes. There are several gaps the size of rice grains at the edge of the blade, and there are many scratches on the surface that is originally as smooth as a mirror. This is the consequence of Lu Sheng's efforts to pay attention to control. As soon as you enter level 7, all the secret silver level weapons are not enough. At least 1/3 of the secret gold must be mixed, and you must maintain it diligently. Of course, it also has something to do with him using it too frequently. In the past 5 days, Lu Sheng's 7th level beast totaled nearly 50. The 7th level alien beast has rough skin and thick flesh. The weapon that has not reached the 7th level endurance falls rapidly. I've said before that the Wujian knife wheel has not been used several times since it was built. It is placed in the corner to eat dust. If you use it, you will use it to rot. Lu Sheng shook his head. Now he just wants to end the battle here as soon as possible, return to the base for renovation as soon as possible, change equipment, etc. This is also one of the reasons why he has been crazy about killing strange beasts and accumulating merits during this period. Lu Sheng grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, his expression moved slightly. The next breathing figure freezes, dissipating like a bubble. Die. Go and die. Ha. A man wearing a combat suit, covered in blood, could hardly see his original face, and his hair was condensed into pieces, holding a heavy machine gun, and spitting out his tongue at the strange beasts in front of him. He looked crazy, and he didn't know whether he was crying or laughing. Soon, the bullets in the machine gun were finished. He pulled open the jacket of his combat uniform, revealing the dense, high-explosive grenades as big as goose eggs. Die together. A strong look of madness appeared in the man's eyes, and he reached out to pull the grenade ring on his waist. But just as his hand grabbed the thunder ring and was about to pull it out, an invisible and inexplicable force suddenly came, firmly suppressing his body and hands. The man opened his eyes wide, with a ghost expression on his face, trying hard to struggle, but he didn't move at all. Seeing several ferocious beasts approaching like flying, the fishy smell emitted from their mouths slapped his cheeks. The man finally panicked, and his eyes were filled with despair. Hold. His eyes widened, and he was about to wait for death. At this time, a slender and tall figure quietly appeared. He blocked between the man and the strange beasts, and his eyes casually swept at the strange beasts. Bang! A strange beast exploded with a bang. Then, 4 or 5 level 5 or 6 level strange beasts that were chasing men all exploded into blood flowers in less than a breath, and the ground was covered with blood. The man was stunned, blinking his eyes, wondering if he was dazzled or dreaming. A level 6 strange beast? In normal times, at least 2 or 3 level 6 experts can solve the problem quickly. Even when the teacher is still alive, he has to use 2 or 3 swords. This person, he only used one glance. A look! The man's martial arts temple was hit harder than ever before, and his head was a little confused. It was not until he saw the fine blades floating around the person who came that he was a little surprised. Spiritual Thought Master. No wonder. But is the Spiritual Mind Master so powerful? My mind is still messy. At this time, the man had already walked up to him, looked at him condescendingly, frowned. Which division is from? The man woke up like a dream and jumped up from the ground. Stand at the right time and salute. Colin Licheng, 835th Division, has met the commander. The man was straight and had a firm expression, but his eyes were still shocked. He only noticed the appearance of the man in front of him now. Young. He is so young that he looks only in his early 20s. Such a young age has such an exaggerated strength. Chief Star. It's not a star, but also a star of the future. He made a conclusion in his heart. 835 Division. Lu Sheng searched for information about this division in his mind. Yu Fei showed him the defense map of the front deployment in his hand, if he remembered correctly. The 835th Division is the defensive force adjacent to the Yu Fei Division. They are responsible for a longer line of defense, and of course the strength of the division is far stronger than Yu Fei's 1,182nd Division, whether it is weapons and equipment or martial arts powerhouses. Then why are you 262? There is only one reinforcement. I think it is possible 3. Lu Sheng walked like the wind. It is like a big bird rising and falling between the cities. After his mental power broke through level 7, Lu Sheng tried to fly entirely on his mental power. The result is indeed possible. But the speed is much slower than running on land, and it is very useful in certain specific situations. For example, if you jump to the plane without a parachute? Through the ruins of the city, Lu Sheng approaches the location of the suburbs. It gradually became noisy here. The roar of strange beasts, the strafing of machine guns, the explosion of shells, and the roar, scream, and laughter. When Lu Sheng stopped at the top of the last tall building on the edge of the city, he looked down at the bottom. The scene is clear at a glance. A large number of armored vehicles, tank vehicles, and various abandoned vehicles were stacked, forming a long, 4 or 5 meter high huge line of defense around the edge of the city. It reminds Lu Sheng of some of the end-of-day games and movies that he had watched in his previous life. Wasteland style. Unfortunately, this military-industrial defense line has been torn. A group of strange beasts like seas surged out from the cracks in the cave further away, and rushed towards this side like a tide. You can see more than one level 7 beast watering on the battlefield. The reason why this strange beast tide had not yet penetrated into the city ruins behind him was entirely because there was a small group of flames burning tenaciously in the defense line. Close to the central defense line, there is a small battle fort built with high-strength alloy material mixed with cement concrete. There were 5 people in the battle fort. For people lying on the edge of the fortress, 2 of them fired wildly with machine guns, and one kept throwing various bombs, rockets, and the like. Another one uses the Cold 12 weapon fighting bow. Their ammunition seems to be sufficient, so they can stick to it until now. The small fortress is surrounded by corpses of strange beasts, and there are probably no less than 100, basically all low-level strange beasts. A tall man with chest and abdomen was lying on the ground between the 4. He leaned against a long alloy knife inserted directly into the cement floor, and his expression was dazed, and seemed to be saying something against the military cap hanging on the hilt of the alloy knife. The 5 people acted extremely tenaciously, but it would be sooner or later to be extinguished. Because many strange beasts have passed through the defense line, even if not every end is aimed at them, they can only pile them up to death by number. After looking at it for a while, Lu Sheng roughly understood the situation, and jumped down from the roof. He didn't have time to think too much, so he could only do his best. Just like what he said to the man before. Try it! Can it be remedied? The premise for Lu Sheng to do all this is that he is sure to escape without any hesitation at any time. Fuck! The more you kill, the more you will be. The big man, shirtless, covered in tendons and shiny skin, was spitting, and took out a cigarette, and got to the boiling and red machine gun and lit it. He took a deep breath, then replaced it with another machine gun, and then fired it. Da-da-da-da-da. The black-faced man next to him had an expressionless face, repeating the posture of constantly pulling bows and shooting arrows like a machine. Every arrow he shot had white energy on it, piercing through the clouds and splitting stones, like a sniper bullet popping out of the chamber. His right arm, who pulled the bow, was already high due to congestion and swelling, and was a whole circle larger than his left arm, but it seemed that he could not even pay attention to it. The more you are, the better. I just helped the teacher earn enough money, and the next step is to give us the cushion. Little Giggs, who was responsible for throwing bombs, nodded in agreement. Yes, killing one more is a profit. I have kept enough explosives to level the entire piece. Make sure that everyone is comfortable, and not leaving any scum to these beasts. As he said that, this slightly thin guy gently patted several large iron boxes under his butt, grinned, revealing his white teeth. The remaining machine gunner emptied a magazine and looked back, with a little unbearable look on his face. I'm afraid Lao Tao will not do it. When several people heard this, they all looked at the ladder, and only saw the middle-aged man lying next to the long alloy knife, with blood falling from his chest and abdomen, and it was obvious that he had entered his dying moment. The few people remained silent, and their faces were full of sadness. Suddenly at this moment, the man holding the war bow groaned and his body fell backwards involuntarily. Hyper! Others were shocked, but they didn't have time to react. 4 or 5 strange beasts had jumped up suddenly, with a cold light overflowing and a fishy storm swaying in the face. The few people were in a mess in an instant, and hurriedly grabbed the cold weapons at hand. But the next second screams and blood started to storm at the same time. This battle fort that has been miraculously persisted until now will collapse like a catkin in the wind in the blink of an eye. The short, little Giggs was slapped by his companion. He curled up beside the dying man in a daze, looking back at the only remaining robes, who struggled to resist under the claws of the strange beast. It faces the long alloy knife inserted on the ground, and the dark blue military cap quietly hanging on the hilt. Master Seat! The man reached out and took off the military cap, put it in his arms, and wiped it hard for a few times, wiping the badge on the brim of the hat brightly. The light above the head quickly dimmed, which was caused by more and more alien beasts pounced on them. Our brothers are here to accompany you. The man grinned, took out something like a remote control from his pocket, and pressed it hard. The few people in the battle castle seemed to feel something, and their bodies relaxed in an instant. Looking at the sky, the voices and expressions of the dead robes emerged one by one in a trance. It's over. Several people are ready to die generously. Just then, boom! The invisible waves swept across. The strange beasts gathered on the battle fort were like being cut and swept across by an invisible giant sickle. The part above the battle castle was exposed and disappeared in an instant. The noisy roar suddenly cleared, and the obscured light shone in again. Then it seemed that a strong wind blew across the battle fort, and all the strange beasts in the battle fort were scraped out and flew up to the sky like straw. Call! A figure suddenly appeared at the top of the battle castle and looked down at them from a high place. Scandal glances and throws a sentence. Get up quickly if you are not dead! Then disappeared again. The few people in the battle fort were all stunned. The few people who were already ready to die suddenly stood up again and looked at each other. What happened? One of them suddenly had ecstasy on his face and shouted excitedly. Reinforcements! It must have been reinforcements! The light of hope burst out in the eyes of the others, and they all got up one after another. Damn, who really wants to die if some live? Even the thin man at the bottom jumped up, quickly climbed up the battle fort, and lay on the edge of the top to see. I saw a figure raging like a hurricane among the strange beasts. The huge golden knife wheel rotated rapidly above its head. Every time it appears and disappears, there will be an extra corpse of strange beasts, whose bodies are neatly cut into two sections in the field. The blazing flames lingered on the silver spear, churning like a fire dragon. The figure who waved the spear, covered his body with brilliant golden energy, looked down on his face. Just like the sun. Wherever he went, the strange beasts fell down like mowed grass. Several people hiding in the battle fort were stunned. Deeply shocked, my mind was taken away by it. After only a moment of appearance, the strange beasts around the defense line had been completely cleared. The ground was full of fresh corpses, and the dirty blood gathered into a stream, flowing everywhere. The thin man reluctantly shifted his gaze from the unparalleled figure, and glanced around 420 in a daze. Suddenly, he said with a little ugly expression, "Reinforcement! It seems that he is the only one?" Several of his comrades seemed to have not heard what he said, and still stared. 263. None. Double. 4. Lu Sheng took one step forward, and large swaths of frost paved the way. Where the ice and snow spread, strange beasts below level 5 were quickly covered by ice from their feet and claws. Only strange beasts above level 6 are eligible to move, but they are slow to move and do not have 1 in 10 speeds. Cold Jeju prison. The red gun tip squirted out a brilliant ice river. The little cold spirit bird spread its wings and flew up from the ice river. Its wings spread out, and its frost was like a halberd. But red flames were burning on the ice-blue wings. Lu Sheng has hardly ever used the cold cherry and bird prison move in reality. But when he really used this killer move, Han Lin-Kei had already taken a stronger posture. The gun shadow flashed away. A level 7 level beast standing in front of Lu Sheng that looked like a monster in an episode of Ultraman was opened, and his bloody mouth was opened before he could make the last shout in his life. The huge body turned into deep blue and was quietly frozen. The cold spirit bird rushed past. The huge blue ice sculpture collapsed with a bang, but the broken flesh and blood inside were burned, as if it had been burned by flames. Ice and fire? Lu Sheng's eyes were as calm as water, but his heart was delighted. He has already entered the second level of emptiness and brightness. What surprised him was that the increase in the controllability of the second level of calming state on elements was not just as shallow as he imagined at the beginning. Not only can the controllability of a single element be improved, but it can even control the coexistence of multiple elements. It's simply against the will of heaven. Natural breathing is too powerful. The more Lu Sheng understands this technique, the more he can feel the mystery of it. Ice, fire, wind, earth, thunder. Various elemental powers switch back and forth in Lu Sheng's hands, killing strange beasts in different ways. Lu Sheng entered a state of selflessness, and felt that all kinds of inspirations in his mind kept emerging, bursting, and colliding. He has learned a lot of mixed elemental abilities, but he has used them very few times. Except for the breath of wind and the breath of fire, most of the other elemental abilities are placed in the corner to eat ashes, and it is rare to pick them up and use them once. Now Lu Sheng knows how powerful elemental abilities are in the battlefield in combination with martial arts. It's equivalent to the attack's own special effects. The lethality is several times stronger than that of ordinary talentless warriors, and a sharp tool for mowing. No wonder even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, the talented warrior of elemental control is still a golden knot. Not to mention the talent of mental power. Lu Sheng used both hands, and the Wujian sword wheel that killed strange beasts had not been distracted yet came many times. That is the real wheat harvesting. One sweep of it will be a big piece. Of course, his mental power is too strong, which can create such a perverted effect. 10 Perfect martial arts. The gray roulette in my mind kept rotating, and the invisible pointer fell frequently. The more Lu Sheng killed, the more he became, the more he was happy. The natural breathing method moved to the extreme in his body, and at that time, the state of climbing the cumulus mountain came to him again. Lu Sheng felt that there was a breath in his chest, and he couldn't vomit. Suddenly, his spear swept, and his body rose up like a big rock soaring straight up. A golden light bursts out from the temple palace of the seal hall in the eyebrow. The gray roulette in my mind suddenly stopped. Behind him, the shadow of Mingzuan, as majestic as a mountain, quietly emerged. The bright ice river flowed, and the black crescent moon and the golden sun shone together. The four cornerstone master wills appear at the same time. In an instant, Lu Sheng circled around him. The hurricane rose sharply, ice and fire rose, and the earth rolled over like waves. For terrifying forces intertwined, spreading and exploding around one after another. Countless strange beasts flew towards him one by one, including seventh-level strange beasts that were as big as a hill. In an instant, with Lu Sheng as the center, all the strange beasts within a radius of 1,000 meters were cleaned up. On the battlefield, between heaven and earth, it seems that he is alone. Lu Sheng whistled to the sky, and the two words in his mouth finally spit out. No! Double! Boom! It's irritating. The soldier standing at the top of the homemade war castle had already watched it. At this moment, the scene in front of them made them look dull and dazed. Their eyes reflected the scene of the battlefield in the distance. A sharp figure like a dragon, holding a gun in one hand, surrounded by strong wind, ice, and fire rose around him, and the earth rolled up under his feet. A round of setting sun slowly sets behind him. Large pieces of strange beasts flew out like straw. Unparalleled shock and impact. I don't know what words to use to express my inner feelings at this time. Several people glanced at the battlefield in vain. Before, it was like a tide, and at first glance, there were dense groups of strange beasts that made people suffocate. I don't know when it has become much thinner. Those strange beasts that had already run to the defense line were attracted back, but still could not make up for this sparse and scattered feeling. Their continuous appearance reminded several people of the group of moths that were fighting the fire. Lu Sheng is the fire that burns everything. He is the sun. Well, a man who had just arrived at the battlefield was stunned when he saw the scene. The steps stopped, and a face was filled with surprise and confusion. He saw the corpses of strange beasts all over the ground. It was a completely different scene than when he left. If he hadn't known those people standing on the fort, he would have almost thought that he had run to the wrong battlefield defense line. Lu Sheng drove the Wu Shuang from the sun shining high to the sunset, and then to the sky rise. There were fewer and fewer strange beasts around him, so fewer than he even needed to take the initiative to search, that he realized something. It seems almost done. Looking up, under the starlight, there were corpses of strange beasts everywhere, blood gathered into a river, and some had even dried up and condensed, printed on the ground, reflecting a large area of darkness. The cracks in the cave in the distance were still spitting out strange beasts, but the number was much smaller than that in the daytime. It will take at least one day, or even longer, to gather at the scale of daytime. Lu Sheng relaxed and immediately felt the fatigue coming from his body. He was secretly shocked. Even his inhuman steel body was exhausted, and one can imagine how crazy the battle between day and night was. Look inside. Damn, even the bulk blood pill on the chest was smaller. If there is enough alien marrow fluid now, my immortal golden body. What a pity, there are many corpses of strange beasts. There was no drop of the heteromarrow fluid. Everything is good on the battlefield, but the resources are scarce. If sufficient resources are provided, coupled with this endless pressure and stimulation, strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. but the harvest is not without. Lu Sheng's eyes were burning, feeling his own transformation. In this battle, he broke through a certain shackle and entered a state similar to unparalleled. Can use the will of the 4 cornerstone masters at the same time and 4 different elemental abilities. The combat effectiveness has been improved to a new level again. The strongest form except the state of the god of martial arts, and Lu Sheng had a premonition that after comprehension of the unparalleled posture, his combat effectiveness of the martial god state was probably greatly improved. The Tao of the 10 Complete Master was originally created by me. It needs to be improved bit by bit, and gradually approaches the real realm of the god of martial arts. Lu Sheng was in a good mood. At this time, the battlefield communicator placed in his close pocket rang out. When it was turned on, Yu Fei's voice came from inside. "Saint Lu, where are you?" Lu Sheng thought about it, and still didn't tell Yu Fei the real situation, but just said vaguely, "A battlefield. The battle situation is a bit anxious. Master, I may have to stay for a few more days before 264. The sea of corpses and blood, the clear sky, find him immediately." 1. Eastern Military Region. A 50-year-old man wearing a dark blue military uniform, with a star-shining ejaculation, black hair, and eyes full of rivers, sat at a large long table, listening quietly to the report of the person in front of him. This riot in the double S level cave has completely subsided 2 days later than the expected time. I have placed the specific casualties on the computer desktop in front of you. The marshal also sent a copy. These problems may exist in the garrison of any level of cave garrison. In the future, we must take this as a warning to improve the awareness of supervision and protection. Yes. The subordinate nodded respectfully. He Dingjun continued, "This time, I am dealing with the riots of the double S level caves. I'll make arrangements now. What's the hurry?" He Dingjun raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Are you forgot that we still have a big problem that has not been solved?" The subordinate was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly woke up. "The commander reminded me." He hurriedly called out a front distribution map on the projection screen in front of him. The entire map clearly divides a crack in a cave, and different divisions are responsible for the defense lines at different locations, and the combat levels of each defense line are also marked with different colors of depth. Green means stability, blue means stability, while red means 663 means collapse of defense. Dingjun's tiger eyes swept across the defense line map. His eyes stayed in several dark red areas on the map, and his brows frowned slightly. "Why did Line 8 collapse? Which division is responsible for Line 8? The subordinates quickly replied, 833rd Division. The division commander Feng Bo met Major General. Call out the current battlefield situation of Line 8 immediately." "Yes." The subordinates click on the location of Line 8 on the map, and the message connects to the battlefield satellites in real time. Soon the scene of the battlefield affiliated to Line 8 was played. Dingjun stared at the picture, looked at it expressionlessly for a while, and said coldly, "Where is Feng Bashi now?" The subordinate felt the coldness in Dingjun's tone, lowered his voice, and quickly replied, "Major General Feng is taking his subordinates to rest and prepare to wait for Jiangxing reinforcements to arrive before going again." "I'm just waiting." Dingjun snorted coldly. "It's not his turn to have reinforcements. Line 8 is not even a key area of level 2. Feng Bashi has the face to bring his soldiers back? Tell him to return to the battlefield immediately and rebuild the defense line. Tomorrow morning, either let me hear the good news of the stable defense line of number 8, or let me hear the news of his death in Feng Bashi." "Yes." The subordinate nodded quickly. Immediately afterwards, Dingjun pointed out and inquired about the status of some defense lines, and occasionally called out satellite surveillance to inspect the defense lines. The subordinates cooperated with the report and answered. After patrolling several red lines of defense, He Dingjuan's face looked a little low. The double a level 3 a cave that emerged this time happened to be located in. After this war, as many as 12 direct generals under He Dingjun sacrificed their troops, including his troops. He Dingjuan's heart was bleeding. This kind of elite commander talent, who has the strength of a level 7 master and has certain military qualities, cannot be cultivated simply. It was not until his eyes swept across the lower left corner of the defense line chart that He Dingjuan's mood was slightly relieved. This line of defense is quite stable. Feeling the frost on He Dingjuan's face slightly relieved, his subordinates were excited and reported with a smile. I received the news that it is said that the 1,182nd Division performed well here, and even had the spare time to reinforce the surrounding defense lines, making great contributions to the stability of several nearby defense lines. He Dingjuan's eyes lit up slightly and he said, "Who led the 1182 Division?" "Major General Yu Fei." "Yu Fei." He Dingjun recited this name and suddenly reacted. I remember that some time ago, the military headquarters recruited a good seedling for the training of the martial saint, which was recommended by Yu Fei. What's the name? Lu Sheng. That's right, it's called Lu Sheng. The young master, at such a young age, had several master's blood on his hands, and even dared to mess with the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Ha ha. He Dingjun couldn't help laughing and nodded. Yu Fei is a good person. He is a talented person. When this incident is over, let him come to me. Okay, Commander. The subordinate responded with a smile. Finally, He Dingjuan's eyes moved to the readest area in the lower left corner of the defense line chart. At the previous meeting of the commander of the Eastern Military Region General Theater, the Marshal personally pointed out this position and ordered it to be Strategic Point B. This line of defense is like a shrinking opening of a pocket, surrounding one end of the crack in the cave. Unfortunately, the pocket is broken now. But it was also expected. The smile that had just burst out on He Dingjuan's face gradually faded away. He crossed his hands in front of him, his eyes calmed down, and he whispered, "Calling the scene. See what happened." The subordinate felt the sudden depression of the atmosphere in the room, slowed down his breathing, and replied in a low voice, "Yes." He took out the remote control and operated it briefly twice. Soon, a picture was presented on the big screen. First, the vision down from a high place, and then quickly draw closer. As the picture magnified, He Dingjun and his subordinates standing aside also quickly contracted. The expected scene of strange beasts rushing and running away did not appear. The ones present in front of the two of them were actually a whole mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The corpse of strange beasts is sea of blood. And in front of this sea of corpses and blood, a tall figure stood proudly. He stood quietly in front of the crack in the cave, and his spear was placed on the ground casually. That picture. It's like he's alone. Then he kept a clear sky. Swish! He Dingjun stood up from the table with both hands, leaned forward, and showed an unparalleled shock and moving look on his face. Who is this person? Let me find him right away. In the wilderness, a tall woman was walking. She was wearing a slim high-end combat suit, wireless communication headsets in her ears, and two alloy long swords were intertwined behind her. When she walked to a dense bush, several black shadows suddenly rushed up and rushed towards her. The woman's expression was unchanged, and she seemed to have expected this scene long ago. The woman casually pulled out the two alloy swords behind her back, and her hands were astonishingly fast. The sword-waving hands suddenly disappeared in the air, and then appeared suddenly. A white light flashed away. Several strange beasts that were about to pounce on her were frozen in shape, fell to the ground, shattered into dozens of pieces, and the smelly blood flowed all over the ground. After doing all this, the woman gently tapped the headset in her ear and said lightly, "Just solved 4, 3, 5, and 1, 6. Everything is normal." Soon, a reply came from the headset. "I just killed 2 of them here, and everything is normal. I didn't mean it. Everything is normal. Nothing is wrong, normal." Hearing the report from the team members, the woman nodded and said, "That is gathered at coordinates XXX.XXX. Yes, Captain." 15 minutes later, the 4-person team successfully converged on the edge of a huge abandoned city. They stood in a low-lying place with weeds, resting and making simple reports and exchanges. "It's so strange. I walked around for a long time, but I didn't see a strange beast above level 5. Didn't I say that the defense line in front has been broken? It doesn't look like it at all." A big man with a bronze face with a scorpion tattooed on his bald head touched his head and muttered with confusion, "My side is similar. Although there are not even a level 5 alien beast, the number is really small." To be 265. The figure guarding the gate with a long flesh and blood wall. 2. How hard can it be to suppress the double S level underground cave? The bald man had an exaggerated expression and said with lingering fear, "Be good, all the quasi-level 9 level beasts have come out. If I hadn't been running fast, I would have explained it there. The lifespan of a level 7 master can theoretically live for 500 years. I don't want to die young. The martial arts master has only appeared for a few years, and how many have lived to the theoretical value?" The handsome young man next to him glanced at him and said, "But the double S level cave is indeed terrifying. Once he is deeply trapped in it, he has no place to run. I heard that there are no less than 15 generals and stars who fell in this riot, and there are even 8 level generals and stars. Such a wide terrain encirclement mission is nothing. With the strength and tacit understanding of our team, no matter how many level 7 beasts come, they can escape and not die." The faces of the few people were full of expressions of, "I have seen the difficulty of hell, and then I can only use the ordinary copy." The woman in charge of leading the team also nodded and said, "The end of this operation, the merits we have obtained are enough for us to improve our strength. After resting and digesting for a while, and then taking the mission, the strength of the entire team can be further improved." "Captain, you are almost 8th level, right?" The middle-aged man who had been silent suddenly asked a question. The woman shook her head. "It's been a long time ago. I haven't even touched the threshold, and the 2 bridges of heaven and earth are still missing. I hope there is hope for this life to touch the 8th level. Okay, don't talk. Everyone is ready to take action." "Yes." The 4 stopped chatting and looked solemn. The formation slightly dispersed and maintained a distance that could be adapted at any time, quickly heading towards the direction of the city ruins. The closer they get to the ruins of the city, the more serious the expressions of the few people are. At the edge of the city's ruins, the handsome young man in the team took out a mini drone from his backpack and quietly placed it in the air. The picture transmitted back by the drone is presented to the smartwatch in the hands of each team member. "No danger access." The woman whispered the instructions in the wireless communication headset, and the 4 of them quickly jumped into the city like a raccoon cat. Even the largest and bloated bald man was walking like a raccoon cat, and there was almost no sound when he landed on the ground. This is a team of well-trained general stars with rich practical experience. Scattered search, encounter situations. Yes. Clear. The few people immediately dispersed their heads and quickly sank into the ruins of different streets. More than half an hour later, in an abandoned square in the center of the city, the 4 of them met again. No trace of strange beasts was found. "I don't have it here either. Everything is okay." The bald man scratched his head and said, I have encountered 2 of them here, but they are both of them of level 3 and 4, so I just pinched them to death. I didn't notice anything else. Strangeness. The woman leading the team was even more confused. Why are there fewer strange beasts in the urban area than in the wilderness area? Isn't this reasonable? Will everyone run to other defense lines? The middle-aged man spoke. No. The woman shook her head. The situation on the surrounding defense lines is very stable, and no unexpected situations have occurred. If she really ran to another defense line area, there should have been instructions from above to give us help elsewhere. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the communication watch on the woman's hand rang. Responding to it, a slightly frivolous young man's voice came from inside. Hong Yu, your team can do it. It's clear enough. We walked in the wilderness area for a long time, but a strange beast didn't meet. Before the other party could finish his words, the woman cut off the call with annoyance. It's the people from the Blue Star Squad. They arrived later than us and entered the wilderness area. At this time, the handsome young man thought and said, Captain, is it possible that there is something wrong with the defense line itself? In fact, the defense line is not broken at all. The division responsible for this line of defense has withdrawn from the base for renovation more than a week ago, and the division commander was even killed on the spot. How can this line of defense not be broken? The woman thought about it and ordered. We are not going to guess like this, so we can send a drone to the defense line to check it out. Yes. The handsome young man immediately controlled the drone and flew towards the other end of the city ruins near the defense line. The team stared at the screen in their hands, and the drone reconnaissance was sent back. I saw the drone swept over the city quickly. Looking down from above, you can see the whole picture of the city more clearly. In the ruins, it is desolate and quiet, and occasionally 1 or 2 strange beasts appear. The ruins of such a huge city were so clean that they seemed to have been cleaned up by someone. There was no place where there was a severe disaster that was broken by the defense line, and the strange beasts were raging. The more I looked at the few people, the more I became more and more shocked and confused. Finally, the drone flew to the edge of the defense battlefield. A blurry picture was presented to several people. The woman's eyes were instantly focused, and she said quickly, Load down. The picture is closer. Good. The handsome young man was about to control the drone to get closer. Suddenly a black shadow flashed, the picture trembled violently, and then completely fell into the black screen. The drone was shot down. The handsome young man stood up in a flash. The rest of the team also looked ugly, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in their eyes. Let's go and see it myself. Yes. A group of people acted quickly. Meanwhile, at the edge of the defense line, the thin man grabbed a drone with smoke all over his body and an alloy arrow stuck on his back, jumping to scold him. I'm so lucky. I'll give you the code. The drone of the reinforcements has been shot down. Drone. In the distance, the black-faced middle-aged man holding a large alloy bow shrank his neck embarrassedly and scratched his head. I thought it was an eagle or something, and I thought I could change the taste of that dinner. Next to him, a few busy people replied casually around a big pot that was taken out of nowhere. Okay, it's just a drone. Just shoot it down. Since the reinforcements can send drones here, it is probably not far away. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to think about it carefully and make something for that adult later. As he said that, all the people on the field subconsciously turned their eyes in one direction. There. The corpses piled up into mountains and blood clotted into rivers. A slender and tall figure stood quietly with a spear in his hand. Please, Flowers 0. In the eyes of several people. All are almost pious reverence and fanaticism. the team of 4 people flew around the ruins of the city. Because they had used drones to explore before, they knew that there was no danger, so they moved forward very quickly. When you are about to approach the other edge of the city, the defense position marked on the map, the 4 of them began to slow down at the same time, give each other a look of acting caution, and get closer to the target position step by step. Finally, they stepped out of the city area and their vision became wider. The soldiers seemed to have noticed them and waved to them with great excitement, whispering in their mouths and croaking in their mouths. Damn, there are still people living, and there is not even a strange beast here? The bald man with a tattoo on his head looked in disbelief. 0. The woman and the others covered their noses at the same time. No, it's a heavy smell of blood. It's too strong. Even though they often go out to the wilderness caves and are used to seeing blood, the members of the General Star team are choked and breathless. I'll take a look. The handsome young man found a high point and jumped up to see more clearly. But he never thought that as soon as he jumped up, his eyes turned to the distance of the front line ahead, his whole body suddenly froze, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. 266. The strongest recruits in history, slaughtering and killing 3. Tiger Scorpion? A level General Star team? Lu Sheng sat on the roof of an abandoned armored vehicle, with red crystal dragon patterns resting on his feet, and a steaming piece of alien beast flesh was tearing from his hands. While eating, he casually looked at the people in front of him. Are you here to reinforce? The 4 men of the Tiger Scorpion sat on 4 temporary stools built with cement slabs in a manner, looking up at Lu Sheng from a downward angle, but did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it seems to be taken for granted. Yes, I received the order issued by the military headquarters to encircle and suppress strange beasts. I guess there are no less than 10 General Star teams who received the mission like us. We are the earliest ones. John Hongyu answered honestly. While speaking, my eyes unconsciously glanced at the side of the defense line. Every time I glanced at it, my eyelids would pound hard. No matter how many times I looked at it, the bloody portal built by the long flesh and blood walls still made her feel shocked. Unparalleled great shock. And this is the extremely shocking scene of corpses and seas of blood, which is completely created by the person in front of you. John Hongyu sat in this place, and could clearly smell the strong bloody smell from the other person's body. The skin exposed to the air also felt the tingling sensation like needles from time to time. Although Lu Sheng just sat in front of her and communicated with her indifferently, he had a casual look and a move to tear up the meat. It will surprise John Hongyu and her scalp will become numb. In the face of the 10,000 people slaughter on this battlefield, her master's field is useless. He must be a chunk-level powerhouse, a level 8 General Star. But the 8th level general, who looks so young and has such terrifying strength. John Hongyu looked through the memories in her mind, but she really couldn't find someone who met the standards. So, the military headquarters will send people to build this line of defense soon? Lu Sheng tore off a piece of strange beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. His teeth chewed it 2 or 3 bites like a guillotine, and then swallowed it whole. Don't say these days. The cooking skills of the big-headed soldiers he rescued before have increased, and the things he cooked were already better than those Lu Sheng had eaten in the official canteen of the 1182nd Division. We should have waited for all our cleaning to be completed, and then we sent troops to guard the situation. The time is estimated to be 1 to 1.5 months. But now? John Hongyu glanced at the cracks in the caves that were almost squeezed in the distance and said, because the great Lord has almost cleaned up the strange beasts on this line of defense. I conveyed the situation on the scene. After the military department reviewed it, divisions would come to settle in within 2 to 3 days. Good. Lu Sheng nodded. So the day for him to guard the first pass is finally over. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng relaxed in his heart, so he simply stood up and slowly stretched his body. During this period of continuous fighting, his body has sharpened a sense of sharpness from its original whiteness and warmth. The simple movement of stretching muscles and bones fell into the eyes of the tiger and scorpion team, and it felt like swords, guns, swords, and halberds collided. A full of killing aura. John Hongyu stared at Lu Sheng for a long time, and always felt his eyes sting. He wanted to lower his head, but he still couldn't help asking carefully, "I dare to ask, what is his identity?" Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment before he realized. It seemed that he had pulled the tiger-scorpion team and interrogated for a long time, but he had never mentioned who he was. After thinking about it, Lu Sheng replied, "I am a new recruit under Major General Yu Fei's command. It's less than half a month since I joined the army." The tiger-scorpion team was stunned, and the bald man inside reluctantly smiled. "Sir, you are joking, are you?" Lu Sheng glanced at him casually and said lightly, "See, I'm joking with you." The bald man stopped talking. The same goes for the others, but each looked at each other with a terrifying expression, and they all saw the shocking waves from their respective eyes. New recruits? Less than half a month after joining the army? After all, he just kept the entire front alone? The tiger-scorpion team was shocked by the news, and they didn't know what words to use to express their true thoughts in their hearts. After a while, John Hongyu suddenly reacted and said quickly, "Would you like to go back to the military region with us? With the strength of his adults, he will definitely be easily rated as a general star. Various benefits are much better than ordinary division soldiers." John Hongyu looked at Lu Sheng with anticipation. If it is true as Lu Sheng said, he is a new recruit who has just joined the army, then now is the best time to get in touch with each other and hold on to his thighs. A strong man who can accomplish such a feat and is so young. John Hongyu could also imagine that in time, what a brilliant new star will be born in the Eastern military region. "I'm afraid it's the East." John Hongyu couldn't suppress her inner excitement. Lu Sheng was also a little moved when John Hongyu said it. "Look at yourself now. Let's not talk about personal hygiene issues." After more than a week of fierce battles, the red crystal dragon pattern and the Wujian knife wheel were seriously damaged, and the durability was almost gone. Also, Lu Sheng's body's desire for energy is almost at its limit. He urgently needs to exchange the accumulated merit points into resources, such as heterograph fluid, to fill the inner emptiness. "Then I have to say hello to the teacher first," Lu Sheng said, and took out the communication equipment in his pocket and called. During this period, Lu Sheng would talk to Yu Fei on the phone every day. Although Yu Fei had complaints about him running outside every day and not having to stay at home, there was nothing he could do. Just repeatedly reminded him to be careful. As for which front Lu Sheng was running on during this period, he didn't know at all. Lu Sheng told Yu Fei about the tiger-scorpion squad, and asked John Hongyu to have a brief chat with Yu Fei. The two of them met with each other's identities, and Yu Fei felt relieved. "Okay, then you can go back to the military base first. You have it in the information base, and you have already entered the file. Just go and review it. The little brat, I will never see you when I run out, and now I will not come back to meet you even if I leave." Yu Fei laughed and cursed, saying, "But the matter here is probably almost over. I'll see you at the base then. I'll invite you to drink." "Waiting for you, teacher." Lu Sheng smiled and cut off the communication. The tiger-scorpion team looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. He's really a recruit. This is probably the strongest recruit in the history of the Eastern military region. Several surviving veterans of the 835th Division also followed Lu Sheng and the others. These people have been resting for more than a week and are responsible for cooking rice for Lu Sheng every day. I don't know how good it is. Even the old Tao, who was about to hang out before, could walk as fast as he could fly. After all, they are all level 5 and level 6 warriors, and their physical fitness is there, and their recovery speed is much faster than that of normal people. There will still be strange beasts that continue to run out of the cave. Lu Sheng looked at the messy battlefield and the flesh and blood portal he built when he was bored, and he was reluctant to leave. He turned his head to look at Zhang Hongyu. Is it okay if we just leave like this? Zhang Hongyu tried hard not to see the sea of corpses and blood, soothed the waves that were surging in her heart, and said calmly, It's okay. There will be a team of Jiangxing coming in the future, so they will naturally do the finishing work. We can't let them go for nothing. 2. Lu Sheng nodded and greeted. Then let's go. Old man. Zhang Hongyu pointed out a direction for Lu Sheng, and then followed Lu Sheng step by step. The people in the Tiger-Scorpion team were very tacitly aware of the intention to fall behind Lu Sheng for a while, letting him walk in the front. This is a kind of etiquette, the respect that strong military officials should receive. When you walk through the edge of the city again and step into the wilderness area, whether it is the Tiger-Scorpion team 267, enter the military region and be certified as the star. 4. Putting aside Lu Sheng's extremely powerful strength and talent, let's not talk about it. The appearance is definitely 1 in a million. Although after practicing martial arts, your physique will continue to transform, your life magnetic field will be enhanced, and your temperament will be beyond ordinary people, and your appearance will not be ugly. But it is rare to be outstanding like Lu Sheng. If he could really be taken by Lu Sheng, Zhang Hongyu would wake up in a dream. While talking, the 5 people on the opposite side came closer. The clothes are similar to those of Zhang Hongyu and others. They are wearing high-end combat uniforms, alloy combat boots under their feet, and their respective cold weapons are worn or held in their hands. The leader is a tall, toned young man who looks like he is in his 30s. He has a bronze skin color, sword eyebrows, starry eyes, and is quite handsome. But as soon as you open your mouth, you feel frivolous and arrogant. Hongyu, why are you coming out? The handsome young man strode forward, his eyes swept over the people on their side, stopped for a moment on Lu Sheng, and finally fell on Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu frowned when she saw him, and did not talk to him, but turned her head to look at Lu Sheng. Grown-ups! It seems to be waiting for Lu Sheng's instructions. Sir? Who's sir? Zhang Hongyu's words made the handsome young man frown, and looked at Lu Sheng again with his eyes. When he saw this, his face suddenly changed. Lu Sheng was holding a spear in his hand, but he was standing there casually, loosely, but he gave people a sense of sharpness and strikingness. Lu Sheng glanced faintly. The handsome young man seemed to see a sea of corpses rising from behind Lu Sheng, and 10,000 sharp knives pressed against all the big holes on his body. In an instant, my scalp became numb and creepy. Who is your excellency? Now even if the handsome young man reacted slowly, he could realize that something was wrong. With the team members behind him, all the eyes of Lu Sheng were shocked and horrified. Some people even subconsciously grabbed the cold weapon around their waists. Lu Sheng ignored them, and said to Zhang Hongyu, Say hello and leave. Clear. Zhang Hongyu said coldly to the handsome young man and his group, Lan Tianxi, we have important things to do, and we don't have time to chat with you here. Let's go! Red Jade. The handsome young man was a little anxious and subconsciously took 2 steps forward and wanted to stop Zhang Hongyu. At this time, Lu Sheng raised his arm slightly. This action is like a switch. Boom! Boom! Lan Tianxi and his group all exploded, and the rich white energy and the master's force field lit up like a car headlight. Each of them looked nervous, staring at Lu Sheng as if he would suddenly explode in the next second. Don't be nervous, I just want to scratch my itch. Lu Sheng looked at Lan Tianci and the others with a calm look on his face, and then called Zhang Hongyu and the others. "Let's go!" "Yes, sir." The group looked at the Lantianci team with strange eyes, and quickly left. Lan Tianci and his men's faces were blue and red, which was extremely ugly. "Captain, what is that guy from? Even Zhang Hongyu wants to call him Lord?" As soon as people walked away, some people couldn't help asking questions. The blue sky shook her head slowly. "No matter who he is, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Continue with the mission." "Yes." A group of people quickly entered the city ruins and repeated what Zhang Hongyu team had done before. "Strange. From the wilderness area to the present, you can't even see a strange beast? No wonder Zhang Hongyu and the others walk so fast. Is the task information wrong?" Lan Tianci walked in the ruins of the city, and his long alloy knife in his hand was freely sweeping the weeds and shrubs on the road. At this moment, a trembling sound suddenly came from the wireless headset in my ears. "Captain, come here." Lan Tianci was suddenly shocked and subconsciously thought something was wrong, so he moved quickly under his feet. "Stay calm, I'll arrive soon." The blue sky was like a wind giving to the coordinate point where the team members reported the report. From a distance, I saw the man standing in one place without moving. "What's going on?" Lan Tianci stepped dozens of meters and landed beside the man, frowned and said, "Are you stupid?" The man didn't say anything, but just looked at somewhere with his eyes fixed and reached out to see him. Lan Tianci looked in confusion in his direction. In a moment, the whole person seemed to be penetrated by a sharp arrow, and was hit hard, nailed to the ground. His eyes widened, looking at the shocking scene of the flesh and blooded walls and huge portals in front of him. It suddenly became numb from head to toe. In the flash of lightning, a figure flashed through Lan Tianci's mind. That was a young man with a tall figure and a weak look. The sea of corpses and blood that Lan Tianci had seen behind him actually overlapped with the shocking scene in front of him. Combined with Zhang Hongyu's respect for him, the strange things he encountered in his team along the way. Clues were quickly connected in Lan Tianci's mind, and finally weaving a terrifying truth. "Impossible." Lan Tianci's face turned pale, and he staggered back a few words, shaking his head. "It's impossible. It's almost done here." Zhang Hongyu asked everyone to stop, and then asked the handsome young man in the team to contact the base with a communicator. After waiting for about 15 minutes, 2 military helicopters roared over. Lu Sheng and Tiger Scorpion took one, and the surviving veterans of the 835th Division took another. "Thank you, sir, for helping you." Before boarding the plane, several veterans stood neatly in front of Lu Sheng, saluted solemnly, and then bowed. If there is no Lu Sheng, these people had already digested the feces and excreted them from the stomach of the strange beast. Where can I stand here lively? Until Lu Sheng boarded the helicopter and roared into the air and left. You could also see the 6 people standing upright at the bottom, staring at themselves, and the thin man standing in the middle was still holding a long alloy knife and a shiny military cap with a shiny hat. "These people are real warriors." Lu Xingxin felt something, and said something to Zhang Hongyu beside him. Zhang Hongyu was stunned and nodded seriously. "Yes, it deserves admiration." But Lu Sheng couldn't read too much resonance from her eyes, and suddenly felt a little lost in his mood. The helicopter whistled in the air and moved forward quickly. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng saw the outline of the military region far away. It was not the military district he went to when he joined the Qiming General Star. The Eastern Military Region is just a general term. There are 12 sub-war zones in the entire Eastern region. He is now in. The helicopter flew into the military area. Lu Xing's mental power scanned the dense military camps below. This should be the military camp for ordinary soldiers. Lu Sheng saw many scenes of training for new and veterans. The helicopters gradually penetrated deeper, the density of buildings in the military camp gradually decreased, and the site became empty. At this time, John Hongyu from the Tiger Scorpion team said, "Here." The helicopter slowly landed, and Lu Sheng followed John Hongyu and others down one after another. Presented in front of Lu Sheng are orderly buildings with simple and cold styles. What you see is mostly people wearing military uniforms or combat uniforms, and occasionally some people wearing casual clothes. You can see the martial arts masters, who are as rich as a stove, and you can also see some ordinary people, even the elderly and children. Lu Sheng glanced around casually and found that there were almost all kinds of shops here. Except for the fewer people, it was almost as good as the central commercial streets of some first-tier cities. John Hongyu, who was standing aside, seemed to see his doubts and took the initiative to explain. "This is the Jianqing area. Many Jianqing will bring their family and friends to live with him, and it will gradually develop into the scene in front of him. To be honest, living here is not only inconvenient to access, but also in all aspects, safety must be better than 050 places." Lu Sheng's heart moved. 268. Too much difference, I can't accept it. 1. Where's a place to take a shower? Take me there. Lu Sheng asked everyone in the Tiger Scorpion team. My home. I know there is a star-rated hotel in front of me, and the environment is good. John Hongyu and the bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his head blurted out almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, and John Hongyu glared at the bald man fiercely. The latter understood and immediately spoke up. But you are not registered for the army now, and you don't have a star badge and qualification certificate, so you probably won't be able to move in. John Hongyu nodded seriously. Yes. Lu Sheng frowned and said, Can't you use your ID to help me first? 5 minutes later, the bald man walked out of the hotel with relief and said with a relaxed look on his face, The room is full. Lu Sheng looked at him. Then why do you want to laugh? The bald man felt his scalp numb in an instant. I'm not smiling. I saw you laughing when I saw you coming out. Lu Sheng's face was calm. The bald man became nervous and seemed a little helpless. He must have thought of something happy. Didn't he hear you say that your little wife is going to have a third child 2 days ago? John Hongyu winked at the bald man frantically. The bald man's expression quickly went from confusion to suddenness, and he kept nodding. Yes, it's because of this. The other 2 people in the team also hurriedly agreed and said, Congratulations. Thank you. Lu Sheng looked at the clumsy performances of the few people with a calm expression, without saying a word. The air centered on him became depressing little by little, and the temperature also dropped. The voices of several people gradually became weaker, and the atmosphere on the field became stagnant and awkward. John Hongyu said with a tough forehead, Why don't we go to another hotel to have a look? Never mind. The pressure on the field suddenly relaxed, and Lu Sheng shook his head and said, Just go to your house. Are you far away from this? Not far away. It's coming in a few minutes. Okay, let's go. John Hongyu and Lu Sheng left quickly. Behind him, the bald men who were left in the same place breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were lifting a heavy burden. Is that? The bald man wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed. If this matter can be done, the captain will not be able to make sense if he doesn't give me a big red envelope. One person must be won. The handsome young man looked at the direction where the 2 left with complicated expressions and said, If Lan Tianxi and other generals who were chasing our captain in the war zone know that the captain tried every means to bring a man to his home, he would probably be crazy. A middle-aged man who had been talking very little suddenly appeared. Worth it. The bald man and the handsome young man were stunned and immediately reacted and focused their focus. As Zhang Hongyu said, her house was nearby, and it took a 3-minute walk to arrive. Zhang Hongyu's home is a 4-story single-family villa. It looks simple outside, but extremely luxurious inside. It is the best and most advanced house Lu Sheng has ever seen. Many designs full of technological sense are not popular outside. The only flaw is probably that there is no yard anymore. Lu Sheng didn't be polite to Zhang Hongyu, and went straight to the bathroom after entering the house. Wow 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 wow. The hot water washed Lu Sheng's whole body from the top of his head, taking away a trace of fatigue. In the past week, Lu Sheng has not entered the dream space once, which means he has never closed his eyes once. Although compared to the time at home, the battle this time was much more intense, and it was almost a constant battle without sleep. But Lu Sheng felt it was easier. It's mainly psychologically. The last time I was still very nervous, and I didn't dare to relax at all, and there was no chance of making any mistakes at all. But this time it is different. The situation seems to be 100 times more dangerous than the last time, but in fact I have always had a way out. I can get out at any time, so I feel more relaxed. Lu Sheng thought, watching the water flowing from his feet turn from black to gray, and then from gray to clear. It's so dirty that even he dislikes himself a little. After rushing for a while, I wanted to make some shower gel, but found that there were only women's ones in the bathroom, and they had not been unsealed. It was probably prepared by Zhang Hongyu for himself. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and he still used it. At worst, you can use your mental power to dissipate the smell after finishing. At this time, Zhang Hongyu's voice came from outside the bathroom. Sir, I'll help you put the things here. You'll see them when you come out. Good. Lu Sheng responded casually, thought for a while, and added, Don't call me Lord, my name is Lu Sheng. Oh, okay. After Lu Sheng took the shower gel, he rushed it several times, and used his muscle shock and mental power to remove the remaining fragrance on his body. His mental power was protruded, and he felt that there was no one at the door. Then he slowly walked out of the bathroom. The full-body mirror at the bathroom door revealed Lu Sheng's creation like masculine body. The skin is still fair and delicate, as beautiful as the best. Muscle lines are almost perfect. But it doesn't have the slightest taste or thinness, and it's more like the style of ancient Greek sculptures, combining strength and beauty, giving people a very impactful beauty. Lu Sheng slightly circulated his blood. Qi and blood rise, and the remaining water stains on the body quickly transmigrate into qi. He walked out of the bathroom naked, his eyes falling on the neatly arranged clothes on the bed in the room. A set of casual combat suits that are very popular in the military region. Black jacket, dark blue gown. This close-fitting gown is made of high-precision synthetic materials. It is not only warm and tight, extremely elastic, but also extremely flexible, which is stronger than ordinary bulletproof vests. Underneath are matching black combat trousers, and a pair of brand-new alloy combat boots. Zhang Hongyu even prepared his underwear, and the same material as the long gown. Lu Sheng didn't think too much, and he quickly dressed neatly. He pushed the door open, and Zhang Hongyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a glass of water. Hello? Seeing him come out, Zhang Hongyu stood up with a look of surprise. He stared at him for a while, and there seemed to be a radiant flow in his eyes, and then he quickly turned his head. Lu Sheng discovered that Zhang Hongyu had also changed her clothes. The originally tightly wrapped full-body combat uniform was replaced with a tight vest with a small vest, shorts with black mesh stockings, and a pair of small combat boots. The hot figure was fully displayed. It reminds Lu Sheng of a female character in a gunfight game he played in his previous life. It seems that the name of the fox is still something. I forgot. Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention and calmly said, "Then I'll go and perform the star qualification certification now." Oh, okay. Zhang Hongyu nodded and asked, "Do you want to eat something first before going?" "Let's eat after certification." Good. The two walked out of Zhang Hongyu's house, and a small bus happened to pass by at the door. Lu Sheng discovered that the infrastructure of Jiangxing district is really perfect, almost no difference from ordinary central cities. I also became more determined to take my parents. The Jiangxing Qualification Certification Center is not far from Zhang Hongyu's house, so the two of them simply walked over. I informed the bald white-faced couple. They will wait for us in the center. Zhang Hongyu put down his communication watch and said to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded and said nothing. He knew the thoughts of Zhang Hongyu and the others, but he was not disgusted. Going to the strong and avoiding the weak is a human instinct, and it has no value. Why should others treat you well? Not your parents. He also needs a few people like Zhang Hongyu, who are more familiar with the Jiangxing district to guide him as a novice guide. 269. Strength Test, a brand new standard for judging combat power. Old women are troublesome too. Team leader. Several people greeted Zhang Hongyu. The tall and thin man who was standing at the door chatting with the bald man, and the others also greeted Zhang Hongyu with a smile. Long time no see, Hongyu. This mission ended so early? Your team has just returned? Yes, the riot of the double S level cave ended. I've been busy until now, and I've come back to rest. There are still some teams who haven't come back. The two chatted for a few simple words, and the tall and thin man's eyes naturally fell on Lu Sheng, who was standing beside Zhang Hongyu. Now that Lu Sheng's murderous aura is restrained, his aura is not as aggressive as before. But it still looks sharp, like an old gun that has just been wiped clean. It looks brand new, but you can still see the blood stains left on the blade of the gun when you look closely. This brother looks so handsome. The tall and thin man looked up and down at Lu Sheng and asked Zhang Hongyu, "The newcomer that the team is preparing to absorb?" Zhang Hongyu hesitated for a moment, smiled and shook her head. "I hope it is." The tall and thin man looked a little surprised, but he didn't ask too much. "It seems that the tiger scorpion is going to add wings. It won't stop you, I'll go in first." With a greeting, the tall and thin man walked towards the center of Jiangxing. Looking at the back of the tall and thin man leaving, Zhang Hongyu whispered and said, "The captain of another A-level General Star team is both good and strong." Lu Sheng nodded and said calmly, "Let's go!" The group walked towards the center. After entering the gate, I entered the spacious hall as expected. There are many windows in the lobby, and each window is marked with processing projects. There were not many people in the hall, and there were about 10 people coming and going. I didn't see the tall and thin man who walked in before, Zhang Hongyu explained. Most of the generals are on the second and third floors. That is the place to hand over the mission. We are going to hand in the mission later, so we can go up and take a look. If you perform star certification, just be on the first floor, and verify your strength and other things are also on the first floor. 747 Lu Sheng nodded. Then follow the instructions to walk to a window. Sitting in the window was a young man in a dark blue military uniform, looking at his 30s. He sat upright and straight, and his martial arts strength was about level 4 or 5. I want to verify the Jiangxing qualification. Okay, please show the relevant documents and military recommendation letters. The young man at the window was respectful and reported a lot of things in his mouth. Lu Sheng didn't have the same name in his hands now, and thought for a while and said, "Is the name okay? I'll let the recommender talk to you again." I thought the Youth League was in a dilemma, but I didn't expect it to be extremely easy to talk to, so I helped Lu Sheng contact Yufei directly. Hey, I'm Yufei. Lu Sheng, you are in the military region, right? Chongqing certification? Okay, I understand. Yufei had a brief conversation with the young man at the window for a while. The latter retrieved Lu Sheng's information on the computer and verified his identity very smoothly. As Yufei said before, he had already helped Lu Sheng register the relevant information, and he just needed to activate it himself. I'll take you there for strength certification, and some processes have to be followed. The young man had read Lu Sheng's information and was stunned at the computer screen for several seconds. Then he stood up suddenly, walked out of the fast window, and explained respectfully to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded and looked back at Zhang Hongyu and others. Zhang Hongyu followed up and said to the young man naturally, "Let's go with us and test our strength by the way. It should be okay." Certainly. The young man's attitude was even more respectful. Then he led Lu Sheng and his party to the door of a room on the left side of the hall, opened the door for them, and made a "please" gesture. It was not until the group of people went in that they relaxed. The expression on his face also became moving and incredible. Be good, 19-year-old general. What kind of monster did the military headquarters recruit in this time? The Star Area Masters are everywhere, and many masters are well maintained. All the young masters who look younger than Lu Sheng have seen them. But the age and the information is real and cannot be fake. The 19-year-old general. Looking through the 12 war zones in the east, I can't find them. No wonder he was so shocked. Thinking about my age of 40, I am only at level 5. The young man in military uniform felt indescribable. No matter how many masters I have seen in the past, even if they are level 8 masters, they have never given him this feeling. Lu Sheng and the Tiger Scorpion team walked into the room. After entering, I found that the space inside was very large and extremely spacious. 20 or so wide seats were placed on both sides of the room, and 7 or 8 people were standing or sitting inside. In the middle of the room is a huge metal crystal column connecting the ceiling. 4 or 5 people stood next to the crystal column. When Lu Sheng and the others came in, one of the tall men in combat uniforms, and were wearing blood and were preparing to punch the crystal pillar. Boom! The violent blood rose, and it seemed that a burning stove suddenly appeared in the room. The temperature rose sharply several degrees, and a strange light flashed. That is the glow of the will of martial arts. Bang! The tall man punched the crystal pillar violently. The arm disappeared in the air, and appeared again. A white cone cloud that could be seen in the naked eye appeared in front of me, and the crystal column seemed to sway, as if it had not shook. When the tall man closed his fist and stood up, the sound of a sonic boom and the sound of his fist hitting the crystal pillar appeared one after another. Then Lu Sheng saw the crystal pillar start to flash wildly. A fist-sized star in the middle of the crystal column lights up, then. But it stopped soon. 1.5 in total. If it weren't for the glowing, Lu Sheng wouldn't even notice that the middle section of the crystal column was floating upwards, with the patterns of white jade like stars floating. A rough sweep showed that there were more than a dozen. Awesome! The tall man finished punching, and the few people around him immediately burst into a voice of amazement and admiration. I am worthy of being the captain. The captain's punch hit me, bae, and I'm afraid I can beat all my shit out. Hey, it would be great if I could be half as strong as the captain. The captain's progress speed is probably not long before he can try to open the double bridges of heaven and earth and hit the level 8 sect realm. The tall man shook his head. The 2 bridges of heaven and earth are so easy to open. If you open any bridge at will, your combat power will probably be upwards of 30 million. I'm still early. He is humble, but the smile and pride between his eyebrows and eyes cannot be hidden. It can be seen that I am in a very good mood. The few people sitting on the massage seat next to them looked at the people coldly, with a little disdainful expression, but after careful observation, they could find that there was also movement and solemnity in their eyes. A level 7 master with 16 million combat power. Even in the hole, the strength of the Grandmaster realm is not so easy to improve. Lu Sheng was watching interestingly. He still tested his combat power in this way. It is very different from the previous force measuring instruments. I couldn't help but ask Zhan Hongyu around me. Is this how the war zones test their strength? Zhan Hongyu nodded and said, basically, after passing the Grandmaster realm, the combat effectiveness test will be separated from modern instruments. The master is too strong. No matter how good the instrument is made of materials, or how good the protection is, the parts inside will be shattered when they punch. So we can only use synthetic crystals for testing. Although it cannot be extremely accurate, the error will not exceed 100,000. Where is Qi and blood? How to test the Qi and blood value? The peak and valley values of the Grandmaster's Qi and blood float are too large, and the Qi and blood test is too inaccurate. After passing the Grandmaster's realm, the Qi and blood test has been eliminated long ago. Moreover, the 270. The combat power exceeds 100 million. The 12-star combat power is the first in the ranking. 3. I'll do the certification. Lu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to the two's entanglements, and walked over the crowd and strode towards the alloy column. At this moment, the few people who were waiting in the seat also stood up and lined up in front of Lu Sheng. Xiao Zhan and his team stood with the Tiger-Scorpion squad, looking at Lu Sheng's back. Hongyu, you won't think the old cow eats tender grass, right? Xiao Zhan hugged his chest with his hands and asked with a tense face. You Tiger-Scorpion squad is also a level general star team. Why are you qualified to be absorbed by a newcomer who has just entered the military region and has not even completed the certification of strength? Zhan Hongyu looked at him and sneered. What if I am the old cow eating tender grass? Are you chasing me not consider the old cow eating tender grass? You are almost 80 this year. Xiao Zhan subconsciously wanted to refute, but opened his mouth but was speechless. At this time, a dull boom sound came from the front. The few people looked at each other and found that the group of people in front of Lu Sheng had already started testing. One person punched, and a boom hit the crystal pillar, and a star lit up. 1,3,500,000 combat power. The man in the military uniform standing beside the crystal column and responsible for reporting the results reported the results. It's not bad. Xiao Zhan commented in a condescending manner. Wolf Team Captain Han Ling, I remember that he only tested his ultimate combat power for more than 12 million last time. He made great progress. Not as good as you. Zhan Hongyu interjected lightly. Xiao Zhan grinned, not knowing whether he could hear the teasing in this sentence, but he even responded with a smile. I can't say that. No matter how I say it, it's the whole thing. Lan Tianxi left me a little. I said Hongyu, or you can agree to me. Don't just look at your appearance. What's the use of being handsome? Strength is the king. Xiao Zhan seemed to have found his idea and followed the sentence Zhan Hongyu had pointed him before. So what if I'm almost 80? I'm still in my prime. It won't take long to reach the double bridge of heaven and earth, and maybe you can still win the sect before you are 150 years old. What does that kid have? Apart from appearance, what aspects can compare to me? Xiao Zhan stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Shengdao, who was standing in front of the metal crystal column. The members of Xiao Zhan's team also agreed. Yes, Captain Hongyu, our captain is not bad. It's a top mating partner that is hard to find with lanterns. That's it. I'll wipe. What are you talking about? Xiao Zhan stretched out his legs to kick the guy who was talking nonsense. Several people were noisy, and at this time someone suddenly said something in the Tiger-Scorpion team. Captain Xiao, what if someone is more handsome than you, younger than you, and more powerful than you? Xiao Zhan's team members were stunned. The tall man Xiao Zhan turned his head and stared at the person who spoke, as if he had heard the ears wrongly, and said with a puzzled expression, "What did you say? That kid is stronger than me? Much stronger." Xiao Zhan was so angry that he was happy. "Are you not awake, or are you having sex with me?" Boom! An unprecedented loud noise rang throughout the room. It was like an earthquake, and the floor seemed to tremble. The dust and debris fell on the ceiling. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked in the direction where the sound came. The wolf team members, who had just finished testing their strength and were walking towards the door, also stopped suddenly and turned around together. More than a dozen eyes gathered at the same time. Then the next second, everyone's face was suffocated, his pupils contracted, as if he had seen an extremely shocked and incredible scene, and he was stunned. How is this possible? I saw a slender and upright figure standing quietly beside the metal crystal pillar, holding a gun in one hand and holding a slow fist in the other hand. His face was as calm as water, and his clear eyes were reflected. One blooming star after another. The white relief stars on the crystal column light up one by one from the middle section. 1, 2, 3. It's so fast that it's almost impossible to see clearly. In an instant, he rushed to the position close to the ceiling. Stop! Everyone in the room was stunned. It's not just the people from Xiao Zhan's team and the wolf team. Even the Tiger-Scorpion team, who had long known about Lu Sheng's strength, became fools. Standing there, my head buzzing. The room fell into a strange silence. The man in the military uniform, who was responsible for the statistics, stood beside the metal crystal column, raised his head, and looked at the position of the ceiling. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. It seemed like half a minute after that. The guy reacted and reached out to support the military cap that was a little bit off because of his head tilted. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, 124 million combat power. The lit stars on the metal crystal column. There are as many as 12. Nearly 13. 124 million combat power. As the number was reported, the people in the room seemed to be hit by an electric current from the tailbone all over their bodies, and they couldn't help but shivered and woke up. A pair of shocked and incredible eyes were staring at the young and upright figure in front of the crystal cylinder. The sound of gasping in the air came one after another. Xiao Zhan, who was still arrogant just now, had his eyes almost protruded from his sockets, and he looked unbelievable. His mouth wide open, trying to say something. In the end, just a few words popped up. Top block, is there something wrong? Second floor of Jiangxing Center. Compared to the deserted and empty first floor, it seems much more lively. In the middle of the lobby on the second floor, there are two large screens half hanging. There are task information scrolling on the left one. The Blood Shark team has taken on a B-level mission. Inspecting the wilderness area number 23. Congratulations to the Battle Knife team for successfully delivering the S-level mission quelling chaos in the underground cave. Mission evaluation, B-level. Latest task news, a level task. The generals and stars in the hall can obtain the task handover between themselves and other teams in the war zone through the information scrolled on this big screen, and the latest mission prompts. There are even generals who acted alone without a team, posting messages on it to seek a team request. On the other big screen, the words displayed on it are consistent, and sometimes characters will be slightly beaten. On this screen it shows name, Chengxing. Combat power. Comprehensive ranking. Ranking of the total list. Name. The rankings on the partition will have almost few changes, and the most change is the value of the merit value after a certain name. When people in the hall look up to browse the information on the task board, they will also glance here from time to time. This is a habitual, subconscious action. It's as normal as every time you open a bank on your hand, you have to glance at your bank card balance. Captain, the A-level mission that I had liked before to help rebuild the defense line and encircle the alien beast was cancelled for some reason. A thick middle-aged man walked up to someone and frowned. It is said that the line of defense is not broken, and there is no need to clear it. I am confused, and I have no explanation. Never mind. The tall and thin man said lightly. If it's gone, it's gone. New Ks appear, and there are many derivative tasks. Choose a few more and take it. Yeah, okay. The middle-aged strong man nodded. The two were chatting, and suddenly at this time, boom! A muffled sound came from below. The ground on the entire second floor seemed to shake, and the floor shaking. Almost all the generals present at the level 7 master level, so this vibration will naturally not have any impact on them. But the sudden movement still surprised many people, and the crowd started to stir up and talked a lot. What's going on? The earthquake? 271. Vibrate, our captain has a bad mind for. Damn it, Airborne. Where did this Lu Sheng come out? Why have you never heard of it before? 12.5 stars of combat power. More than 120 million. His good, I don't even have a fraction of his. Cry. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Someone was excited and said loudly. I don't even count the merit value, so I'll be on the list. I don't want multiple in the East. It's just a matter of time. The 7 strongest top chunks under my Eastern generals, the Eastern 7 stars, are not all able to reach 12.5 stars in their combat power. The generals were talking and their emotions were rising. In the crowd, the thick and powerful man also exclaimed, Captain, 12.5 stars in combat power. Top tiers, generals. I haven't seen each other for many years. The tall and thin man nodded. Although he was hit hard, he was quite calm. His eyes flashed and analyzed. When we came in just now, the strength test room seemed to be Xiao Zhan's team and Han Ling's wolf team. 403. Let's go down now. If we have a fast speed, I guess we can catch up with this top chunk. Yes. The thick and powerful man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became excited. The top 12-star combat power, the general-level figure, the future East. Even in their Grandmaster generals, they are definitely unattainable. Either you live in a quiet place, or spend all year round in the depths of SS-level caves. It is difficult to take a look at it, let alone get close to it. Such an opportunity is too difficult. It was obvious that there were more than 2 of them who thought of this. There were figures flashing in the hall on the second floor. Sheng had already reacted and rushed to the first floor. Walk! The tall and thin man shouted softly, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The golden sacred glow disappeared in Lu Sheng's eyebrows. Looking at the crystal pillars with 12.5 stars lit up, Lu Sheng's face and mood were very calm. A grip from God. More than 120 million combat power. It is both unexpected and reasonable. I didn't even achieve immortal cells at the beginning, so I could only pinch the chunks with one hand. Although Tong Quixing is not a serious chunk, my combat power was probably over 50 million at that time. Although the minimum standard for combat effectiveness of the Martial Arts Association for the bulk is 20 million. But just like the Master's $1 million combat power threshold, the weakest chunk of combat power is more than 20 million. Once the 2 bridges of heaven and earth are opened, the combat power can easily increase to more than 40 million. Then the blood pill of the corpse will wash away day and night, and the will of the martial arts will be tempered, and the combat power of the corpse will continue to increase. The level 8 is too deep. The gap between top corpses and bottom corpses is even bigger than the gap between level 7 and level 6 masters. After all, it is the last realm under the 9th level martial saint. How many talented martial arts powerful men are stuck in this realm, and they have expanded and deepened this realm many times. Lu Sheng used almost all his strength, including immortal cells, with that punch. It can be said that it is the strongest blow that does not open Wu Shuang, and does not enter the martial god state. This is my recent punch in the deficit of my body, and the immortal cells are in a shrink state. This has more than 100 million combat power, which seems to be a bit exaggerated. Star Immortal Art says that an immortal cell can only reach the level of pushing the general chunks, which is too much more than. But then I thought about it. In the next 10,000 years of martial arts, the measurement standards for the bulk are estimated to be different. With a large chunk of 30 to 40 million combat power, there will be no such garbage in the future for 10,000 years of martial arts. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable. It seems that 2 or 3 immortal cells can almost reach the invincible level of the sect. The 11th level martial arts holy scripture is even stronger than I imagined. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. Stop thinking and turn his eyes to the officer beside him, who is responsible for helping him as an assessment and certification. The latter felt his gaze, and his body trembled immediately. A beautiful military posture was presented in front of Lu Sheng. Salute. With a somewhat fanatical expression. Sir, do you need to test it again? No. Lu Sheng shook his head. It's a bit weak, and I guess I can't find any better results than this. Let's talk about it, if I have the chance in the future. It's the sir. Please wait. I'll enter the information for you right now. After the officer finished speaking, he turned around beautifully, and ran out of the strength test room quickly. Lu Sheng turned around and saw faces that were still immersed in great shock and horror. Then, quickly transformed into excitement and awe. Swish! A figure rushed to him like the wind, half bowed, and respectfully handed out his hands. It was the captain of the General Star team, who was ranked in front of Lu Sheng for the test. I am Han Ling, yes. It is not very honored to be lucky enough to meet the adult today. This man named Han Ling, even though he saw Xiao Zhan exerting 16 million combat power, he still maintained his reserve and pride. Now he is respectful and almost humble in front of Lu Sheng. It is conceivable how much impact Lu Sheng's 12.5-star combat power will have on those present. Lu Sheng shook hands with the other party casually and said nothing, just nodded slightly. The latter looked excited and didn't know how to express his inner joy. Lu Sheng then walked towards Zhang Hongyu and others' positions. Zhang Hongyu's eyes completely changed when he looked at him. The entire Tiger-Scorpion team looked at him as if they were gods. For those of them who have a general combat power of no more than 1 star, Lu Sheng, who has a combat power of 12.5 stars, is a god. The key is that this god was picked back in the wilderness area. This experience is even more magical. Especially Zhang Hongyu, his mind is still dizzy. She knew that Lu Sheng was very strong and wanted to hold Lu Sheng on the thigh. I originally thought that Lu Sheng was a great sect, otherwise I would not be able to defend a front line by one person, killing a 7th level alien beast like killing a chicken. But I never thought. Lu Sheng's combat power is as high as 12.5 stars. Top bulk. The existence of the 7 stars in the eastern part. Damn, this is not an ordinary thigh, it is clearly a dinosaur leg with extremely thick roots. Fortunately, she wanted the old cow to eat tender grass before. Even if Lu Sheng is willing to let her eat, will she have such good teeth? Can you chew? Etc. Tender grass? Zhang Hongyu suddenly remembered Lu Sheng's age. At least 10 or 20 years younger than her. That is to say, he is in his 30s. Top 30-year-old. Hiss. Zhang Hongyu suddenly felt that her brain was deficient in oxygen again. It's too boring here. Lu Sheng looked at the thin layer of dust on the ground, all of which were shocked by his punch just now, and even the ceiling was almost cracked. Go out and wait. He greeted the Tiger-Scorpion team. Zhang Hongyu and others nodded in confusion and followed obediently. At this time, a figure stood in front of him. It's Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's head was almost hanging into his crotch, and he was mourning and extremely humble. Sir, I just said the wrong thing. Please don't take it to your heart. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Xiao Zhan just commented on Lu Sheng and made various comparisons. And the sound is so loud that with Lu Sheng's strength, I definitely heard it. If you hold a grudge and turn back to take revenge. It's too exaggerated to ask him for life, but it's not too easy to make him unable to survive in the military region. Lu Sheng looked at Xiao Zhan bowing and apologizing with a calm look, without saying a word. The more this happens, the more panicked Xiao Zhan feels. Xiao Zhan's team members were also panicked. He hurriedly jumped out to apologize. 272. Unprecedented, 12-star generals. 1. It's unlikely. Someone hesitated. This person is too young. Many people nodded. Lu Sheng looked too young. Although after buying the 7th level Master Realm, the qi and blood surged and the physical condition changed. If you take a little care, you can maintain a much younger appearance than your actual age. But this small has a limit. Lu Sheng looked like a young man in his early 20s. Although he had a good temperament, he was linked to the top chunks and the level of the Eastern 7 stars. It's too unbelievable. But I have seen the strength test indoors and outdoors, and I know each other except this person. Can that lord has left? It's possible. While the generals and stars were talking, 2 people rushed out of the crowd. It was when Lu Sheng and the others entered the door and chatted with the Tiger-Scorpion team at the entrance of the Jiangxing Center, and they met 2 tall and thin men, Zhang Hongyu. The tall and thin man walked to Zhang Hongyu and asked anxiously, Hongyu, you were in the strength testing room just now. Have you ever seen a top-level bulk test? Zhang Hongyu and the Tiger-Scorpion team had complicated expressions and nodded. See it. The tall and thin man looked at each other with a surprised expression and couldn't wait to ask. Where is that adult now? You don't know that one has excellent combat power and landed in me. Even made it to the list. Zhang Hongyu looked at the excitement on the tall and thin man's face and opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, he could only look at Lu Sheng and said to the tall and thin man, This is Lord Lu Sheng. Ah? The tall and thin man stood there in a daze, looking at Zhang Hongyu, and then Lu Sheng, with a confused expression. Hongyu, don't joke. The tall and thin man barely spoke. Zhang Hongyu was too lazy to explain, so she waved her hand and wanted to let the few people go aside. At this moment, a series of rapid footsteps came from outside the crowd, accompanied by some loud and gentle voice. Dear colleagues, please give me some advice to me. The crowd dispersed, and an old man in a dark blue military uniform and black hair strode in. The old man's eyes were gentle, like a pair of beautiful jades, and the blood radiated from his body was vigorous and round, far beyond that of ordinary masters. It's General Su. Su Xian sect. The old man seems to have a lot of prestige in the Jiangxing Center, and many people know him. Many people's eyes gathered on his shoulders, showing awe. There are 5 small golden stars inlaid. In the Eastern military region, if you have more than 5 stars in combat power, you can be a general. 5-star general. It represents not only identity and status, but also its outstanding combat power far beyond others. The old man walked closer and asked the officer leading the way around him. This officer is the one who was in charge of the strength test before. He pointed to Lu Sheng excitedly, and the old man's eyes fell on Lu Sheng. Those beautiful jade-like eyes began to bloom indescribable brilliance. He stretched out his right hand to Lu Sheng and said aloud in a tone with joy and a little respect and excitement, "It's a joyful congratulations, another 12-star general in my eastern military region, the top tier. I, Su Xian, have met Lu Sheng's sect." In an instant, a hurricane blew on the field. Flashes of exclamation sounded from the crowd, stirring the stars. "It's really him! The top 12-star combat power is the top 12.5-star combat power. 12-star general. God, so young. How old should he be?" A pair of shocked and incredible eyes gathered on Lu Sheng. The two tall and thin men standing in front of Lu Sheng, their expressions and figures were suddenly frozen. His eyes were staring at Lu Sheng in front of him, his mouth wide open, so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. "It's him, really!" The tall and thin man subconsciously jumped out of the scene when he met the tiger scorpion at the entrance of the center. At that time, Lu Sheng was standing in front of him. He mistakenly thought that the other party was a newcomer that the tiger scorpion was about to absorb, and said half-jokingly, "Tiger scorpion has wings. It seems now. How come the tiger scorpion team have wings? This is directly spiraled into the sky and flew out of shadow. I don't know how many benefits will be in the future if you can get into a relationship with such a top figure." For a moment, the tall and thin man was envious, jealous, and annoyed. All kinds of emotions were entangled, and I couldn't tell what it tasted. Lu Sheng was quite calm and shook hands with Su Xian. He has been around the world and has long been used to the scenery. Pretending to him is like a cloud, and if you pretend too much, you will become numb. "Hello, General Su," Lu Sheng said briefly. Su Xian was quite excited and said quickly, "I have asked someone to arrange all the benefits of Lu Daizong, and the settlement of the merit points has begun. Do you want to go to my office for a while now?" "No need." Lu Sheng shook his head and said, "I haven't had a rest for a long time. I want to take a rest first next time." "Okay, then next time." The invitation was rejected, but Su Xian was not angry at all. Instead, he agreed readily and arranged for the officers around him to go through the follow-up procedures for Lu Sheng. The officer took over a task of supreme glory and led Lu Sheng away with excitement on his face. The generals and stars in the hall were still talking, both shocked and excited. I wanted to go up and get familiar with Lu Sheng, but I didn't dare, so I could only watch him leave with awe. Today is definitely an extremely unforgettable day for them, because they have witnessed it with their own eyes. And with such a young age, the future is probably unbelievable. Su Xian should be the most exciting person among these people. Others can only see that Lu Sheng is young, but they have no idea how young he is. 19 years old. Thinking of this number, Su Xian's heart trembled violently. His grandson is more than this old age. As a result, he has 12.5 stars of combat power and is a top chunk. The future is not enough to describe the other party's evil talents. All I can say is, the posture of the martial saint. It's a posture, not a talent. The difference in a word represents too big. Maybe my eastern military region can really produce a 9-level martial saint from the direct line. Su Xian himself was shocked by this idea, but he didn't realize that it was exaggerating at all. The commander must be informed as soon as possible. The commander will definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, Su Xian turned around and left in a hurry. Without taking 2 steps, he turned back and kindly told the Tiger Scorpion team a few people. The general of the land has just joined the military region for a few days. If there is something you don't know or not, you must guide him and solve his doubts. If he has any requirements, try to satisfy them. If you can't satisfy it, come to me. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we will definitely. Zhang Hongyu tried hard to stand up and answered seriously. Su Xian looked at Zhang Hongyu's chest a few more times, thought about it, and added meaningfully, if you have an advantage, you can make good use of it. The potential of the land general is much greater than you think. His genes are very valuable. Do you know what I mean? Zhang Hongyu's face turned red, and she nodded with a little shyness. But I felt helpless in my heart. I am willing to do so, and Lu Sheng is worthy of me. Su Xian left quickly. As soon as he left, the generals immediately surrounded the Tiger Scorpion Squad, Wolf Squad, Xiaozhan Squad and others and asked non-stop. This is too amazing and legendary. It is conceivable that in no time, the matter of the 12-star generals will spread throughout the general, and even the entire general area. Your military uniforms, the 990 badge, all need to be made quickly, and you can make it well. The officer leading the way respectfully put a key in Lu Sheng's hand and said, this is the residence prepared by the military headquarters for you. I will take you there now. Lu Sheng nodded, then rode on a military jeep with the officer and drove away from the center. 273. Hello, Chief. 2. The eyes are two large black gold-plated European iron doors, and there are two soldiers holding steel guns standing guard at the door. The officer leading the way came forward and communicated with the two of them briefly. The two soldiers immediately gave Lu Sheng a beautiful military salute. Hello, Chief. This sentence, hello, the leader, reminds Lu Sheng of a comedy movie he had watched in his previous life. The most famous line in it is, hello, Mr. Wang. Not to mention, the manor villa in front of me is a bit similar to the mansion Wang villa in the movie. It's just a little smaller in size. After all, it's a military district. But I don't know how much he is taller than the latter. You can see soldiers standing guard everywhere when entering the door, and the worst-selling one is at the level of a third-level warrior. After all, it is a military region. A level 3 and 4 warriors can open a martial arts school or be a coach in Baihe City, and the principal of the martial arts school can be considered a big and well-known figure. On my side, I can only use it to be on duty and stand guard. Lu Sheng was a little moved for a moment. After the strength of martial arts has improved, the social level has undergone earth-shaking changes, and many things are not even imagined by ordinary people. Although this matter is not big, it is all over the... While guiding Lu Sheng, the officer in charge explained, all the soldiers on guard come from the military headquarters. They are replaced every week. They receive the merit rewards from the military headquarters, so there is no need to worry about them. Lu Sheng listened and nodded occasionally. Walk along the road covered with granite rocks, with neatly trimmed landscaping on both sides. There are not only soldiers standing guard in the manor, but also gardeners, carpenters, chefs, drivers, cleaning ladies, etc. Lu Sheng used his mental power to scan it out, and the number of these people alone was dozens. The entire manor is like a huge and orderly whole, which exists only to serve one person. Now, Lu Sheng is here and becomes his true core. While walking, the officers led the way and asked some people to remember Lu Sheng's appearance and told them who will be the real owner of this manor in the future. The military headquarters will also provide several special cars for adults. When will the adults be free? Go and choose them in person. The officer leading the way led Lu Sheng through the fountain pool in the center of the manor, stopped at the door of the house, and said respectfully, my name is Wang Yi. If you have any instructions in the future, just contact me at any time. As he said that, he handed a black phone the size of a palm on his hands. Lu Sheng took it casually and found that the phone was also specially made and had all the functions. Just so happened that his original phone had no power off when he was fighting on the battlefield. He was soaked in the blood of a strange beast that he was already ready to replace it. Okay. Sir, have a good rest. We will count your merit points as soon as possible and report them to you in a timely manner. The officer who led the way opened the door for Lu Sheng and only turned around and left after he walked in. The villa is still luxurious. The first and second floors are spiraled by a staircase more than 3 meters wide. On the left is the living room, and on the right is the dining room. A maid in her early 20s, fair-skinned and big-eyed eyes, squatted on the side of the coffee table in the living room to wipe it. There are also 2 maids in their 30s to 40s. One is wiping the stair railings, and the other is wiping the vase. After Lu Sheng walked in, the 3 of them immediately stopped their movements and stood up and waited for his orders respectfully. You guys keep going. Lu Sheng's eyes swept across the 3 of them casually and said casually, Prepare some food for me. Yes. The youngest one on the side of the coffee table responded softly, then turned around and ran quickly towards the kitchen. This man is also a warrior. He stepped on the smooth floor quickly, but made almost no sound. He probably received special training. Lu Sheng sat down on the sofa casually, his mental power dispersed, and quickly swept the entire house. I have a rough idea of the structure of the house. What a luxury. Even though he has never paid attention to these material things, he can't help but sigh like this now. Before his family came, he lived alone in the entire manor, and everyone served him alone. It is indeed a treatment at the chief level. I waited for about 10 minutes. The maid who had left before brought 3 people back. Everyone was holding a full meal in their hands. Would the chief eat here or eat in the dining room? The big-eyed maid stood in front of him and asked him. Let's have a dining room. Lu Sheng stood up, and the 4 of them quickly set up the dining room. The food in my hand almost filled the large round table with a diameter of 4 meters. He didn't leave after the incident. Everyone held a pair of chopsticks in his hand, just waiting for Lu Sheng to look at him and pick up food for him at any time. Lu Sheng has not adapted to this kind of treatment yet. He doesn't like being disturbed when eating, let alone staring at him with 4 pairs of eyes. Go down, I'll eat it myself. Yes. The 4 of them didn't say much nonsense, and they stepped down obediently. The big-eyed maid was standing 4 or 5 meters away from the round table, waiting quietly. Lu Sheng picked up a piece of pink meat and put it into his mouth, and he was immediately satisfied. He ate canned food on the battlefield for more than half a month, and his taste was almost uncooked or salty and unsalted. Now I finally returned to normal recipes. Lu Sheng was eating slowly, but the food on the table was decreasing rapidly. He has mental assistance and doesn't even have to turn the table. He can pick up the dishes wherever he puts it, which is equivalent to having several more hands than others. When he was about to be full of 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Sheng slowed down. He took out the cell phone given to him by the officer named Wang Yi just now and turned it on. All the commonly used software in it have been downloaded, and the contact person in the address book needs to be re-entered. He logs into the chat software account first. I haven't logged in for more than a week, and the message jumped to 999 instantly. Lu Sheng quickly swipes the screen, which can be regarded as finding the news about his sister Lu Qinghe and the family group in a bunch of useless messages. Brother, I am almost a 2nd-level warrior. Brother, remember what I told you last time? The city's martial arts meeting for high school students. I am so annoying. I have a silly criticism every day to challenge me. I am not strong and arrogant. I really deserve a beating, crazy. Brother, why have you not read the information for so many days? My mom asks if you will go back on New Year's Day. Lu Qinghe sent him more than 10 messages almost every day, and in more than half a month, he saved more than 100 unread messages. Lu Sheng finished reading one by one, picked the key points and replied one by one, and finally said in the family group, "I have been on a mission recently, and I am so busy that I have no time to look at my phone, and my old phone is broken. I may not reply on New Year's Day. Lu de Hai Zheng Yufan." As soon as I finished sending it, I exploded the 3 people in the group. The fastest reply is naturally Lu Qinghe. He can still grab it in the group here. Lu Qinghe, damn, you still know how to reply. I thought you were missing. Lu Dehai, girls are not allowed to swear. Lu Qinghe, angry, boys should be more careful when they are alone outside Lu Sheng. Zheng Yufan, Lu Sheng, the weather is getting colder, please keep warm. Zheng Yufan, repost, shocked, a level 5 warrior who suffered from cold and became sick, causing his martial arts strength to decline. Lu Xing typing and replying while eating, chatting with the 3 of them. In the end, he simply used his mental power to control the food into his mouth and used both hands. He thought about it and briefly explained the plan to move the whole family to Jiangxing district. As expected, the 3 of them, including Lu Qinghe, were hesitant. They all showed reluctance. Lu Xing didn't expect to move his family once, so take it slow. At this time, 274, Dong Qingxue, do you really like Lu Sheng? 3. Lu Sheng found a room on the 2nd floor and went in, took off his clothes, and went to the bed. The fatigue surged like a tide and soon fell asleep. In the dream space, Lu Sheng appeared again on the familiar dilapidated street. In the distance, a sword in one hand and wearing battle armor, the beautiful figure slowly looked up at him. Lu Sheng waved his hand casually. I'm so tired. If I don't fight today, I'm going to be there another day. After saying that, he quickly ran away and found a street at will, practicing the amethyst visualization while cutting grass. 12 standard battle power. He Ding Jun suddenly stood up from the chair and stared at Su Xian in front of him with disbelief. A huge pressure fell on Su Xian's body, like a huge rock covering the top, and the floor tiles under Su Xian's feet made a crunch sound that was overwhelmed. Clear cracks appeared on the floor. Su Xian's body was slightly tense. While trying to resist the terrifying pressure from the military general, he nodded seriously and said, Yes, I have confirmed it myself. It is indeed the combat power of the top chunk, far exceeding me. The pressure in the air suddenly relaxed. He Dingjuan's eyes were burning and he smiled. Okay, there is finally good news. 12-story battle power. 19 years old bulk. And it's a top-notch bulk. He Dingjun didn't know what words to use to describe his inner joy and joy at this time. When a warrior is promoted to level 8, the gap between them will be greatly widened, exceeding the difference in any previous state, and may even be exaggerated to an outrageous extent. The reason for this situation is not only the time after entering the bulk. The most important thing is potential. The greater the potential, the higher the combat power limit it can reach. The faster it can open the gap with the same level of bulk. This creates a difference in combat power of tens of millions, or even memory levels. 113, and this potential can also be said to be the embodiment of the foundation of martial arts. The more solid the foundation of martial arts, the higher the upper limit. This is a simple truth that any martial arts practitioner understands. But understanding is one aspect, and doing and how to do it is another aspect. Sometimes it may be just some omissions in details. Someone else did it, you didn't. When you reach the 8th level sect realm, it will be a world of difference. The 1,000-mile dike collapses into an ant hole, and it is not a casual talk. There are many things and many truths that you don't understand at critical moments. When I understand, I want to go back and make up for it, but I have no chance. He Dingjun has seen so many amazing martial arts geniuses, but he finally became like everyone in the 8th level sect realm. This is also the main reason why Lu Sheng was a young master before, but he did not receive much attention in the military headquarters and only regarded it as the main reason for the observation and cultivation of ordinary martial saint seeds. Moreover, many military leaders were not even optimistic about Lu Sheng's potential at that time, because he was promoted to the Grandmaster too fast and the promotion time was too short. It's hard not to doubt. Has this seemingly dazzling young genius been burned out? And now, the answer is there. The combat power of 12.5 stars is enough to completely shatter the doubts in the previous military headquarters. As the most favored chi in the entire Eastern military region, how many of them can reach this level? The seed of the martial saint can no longer be called the martial saint seed. It should be called the martial saint seedling. Having the qualification to truly impact the martial saint, the potential is amazing. He Dingjun was so happy that he paced back and forth at the long office desk. He had paid attention to Lu Sheng before, and, BFEH, admired him quite a bit. Now Lu Sheng gave him such a big surprise, which was really unexpected. Yu Fei from the 1182nd Division is back. He Dingjun suddenly thought of something and ordered Su Xian. Call him for me, and I will reward him well. Yes, Commander. Su Xian nodded and left quickly. He Dingjun stood in the office, looking at the cracked and messy floor in front of him, but he was indescribable and happy, and couldn't help laughing. Two figures walk side by side. One is well-proportioned, with long fingers and half-length hair. Although her clothes are dirty and a little embarrassed, her handsome face is wiped cleanly, with a bit of unruly prodigal temperament. The other man was tall, with 2 legs and tight combat pants long and straight, and his hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head, revealing a fair and delicate face, but he looked a little cold in his expression and temperament. It's considered back. My dear military district. Qin Shaojun spread his hands and hugged, his face full of relaxation and comfort. Dong Qingxue glanced at this guy and silently distanced him. Her disgust was beyond words. Sure, you take a shower, clean up, and have a meal with Lu Sheng tonight. Qin Shaojun told Dong Qingxue his plan and asked, Is it okay? Dong Qingxue hesitated for a moment, shook her head and said, I won't go, you go with him. Why? Qin Shaojun looked surprised, then frowned and said, Dong Qingxue, I found that something was wrong with you recently. Since Lu Sheng came to the military region, it is not true. It should be said that it has started when Lu Sheng attended the National Martial Arts Conference. Every time you mention Lu Sheng, you are always weird. Our friends who have been playing together since childhood are also childhood sweethearts. If you honestly follow me, do you like Lu Sheng? If you talk nonsense, I'll sew your mouth up. Dong Qingxue spoke coldly, and a few 6-edged military thorns that had not been washed out on it quietly floated beside her. Qin Shaojun quickly jumped a few meters away, but he still refused to give in. Don't hide it from me. I started dating in elementary school. There are not 1,000 girls, and hundreds of them, and there are several illegitimate children. You can't see your little thoughts. Dong Qingxue stood there, her chest slightly undulating, and more 6-edged stings floated up, with a sharply cold temperament. Qin Shaojun felt his scalp numb, and was about to be ready to run away at any time. The next second, the ice and snow around Dong Qingxue melted quickly, and the dense 6-edged military spears also fell down. So what if you like it? So what if you don't like it? Dong Qingxue spoke calmly. Call. Qin Shaojun breathed a sigh of relief, walked back carefully, and advised earnestly. If you like it, go and tell him. Lu Sheng is now a master. The martial saint is too far away, but the Grandmaster is definitely a perfect match. How many other potential stocks can you find beside me? Dong Qingxue glanced at Qin Shaojun with a puzzled look. Qin Shaojun seemed to have not realized it, and continued to say Balabera. Do you think you are older than him? Your martial arts talent is not as good as him, and your temper is not worthy of him in all aspects, so you are inferior. Dong Qingshua's forehead was leaping with veins, trying hard to resist the urge to take action, took a deep breath, and slowly said, There is part of the reason. Oh my God! Qin Shaojun suddenly turned his head, looked at Dong Qingxue with an incredible look on his face, and exclaimed, Dong Qingxue, I'll try it casually. I didn't expect that you really like Lu Sheng. He is your student. Do you know what your behavior is called? It's almost possible to enter the domestic area. Qin Shaojun, go and die. Dozens of military stints suddenly flew up. Qin Shaojun's face suddenly changed, and his whole body disappeared suddenly, turning into a gust of wind to dodge wildly on the street, attracting curious eyes from many passers-by, until several soldiers with guns ran over quickly. You too, fighting here is strictly prohibited. Did you hear it? Call. Dong Qingxue exhaled a long breath. Her eyes flashed, and she took back all the six-edged military thorns, and said calmly with a pretty face, Sorry, we didn't fight, we were just having fun. Yes, just a discussion. 5 or 6 meters away, 275. The girl controls the crazy demon, 4th in the total list, 3 million merits. 4. Dong Qingxue didn't say anything, but the expression on her face seemed to say it all. Qin Shaojun opened his mouth, trying to say something but didn't know where to start. He and Dong Qingxue grew up in the same courtyard when they were young, and they also have some understanding of the situation at Dong Qingshue's home. Dong Qingshue's 2 brothers. A top-level military region now in the Central Military Region, shining with the central government, is one of the few martial saints that the military region values the most. The status is probably better than the 7 stars in the eastern part of the now. There is another one that is amazing. He was sent to the Chaohui Martial Arts Hall at the age of 8, and was admitted to the Chaohui Martial Arts Saint at the age of 16. Become a transcendent at the age of 25 Martial Saint. Now that I am almost in a state of great confusion, God knows how strong it has reached. Speaking of, Qin Shaojun has been with Dong Qingxue for so long, but has never had any thoughts about Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingshue's 2 brothers are one of the big reasons. The pressure is too great, and my scalp will become numb if I think about it. You have many brothers and sisters. They are not your biological brothers and half-brothers. Why should you care about you? Qin Shaojun smacked his lips, and said unconvincedly. Dong Qingshue's face was calm, and she said lightly, Brother is like a father. They have protected me since childhood. You have been giving them a lot of beatings when you were a child. Qin Shaojun's face turned ugly, and she couldn't help but say, Dong Qingxue, sister-in-law is sick. Find time to let your 2 brothers go and see the doctor. Tell them yourself. Dong Qingxue paused and said, My second brother told me some time ago that he would come to the military region soon and see me. What? Qin Shaojun jumped up like he was stepped on, and said in panic, Dong Xingyi is coming to the Eastern Military Region? Is it true or false? Qin Shaojun looked around with a nervous look on his face, as if the one he said was hiding where he would suddenly pop up at any time. Don't worry, he hasn't come yet. Dong Qingxue thoughtfully said, It seems like she is escorting someone and doing something about him. Qin Shaojun's face changed, and his eyes flashed quickly and said, Even so, they may not agree to you and Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is outstanding enough. Young master, what else do they want? Dong Qingxue looked at him and said quietly, They meant, probably, the family background and martial arts strength must be at least equal to their recognition. Qin Shaojun's tone was stuttering, and he couldn't speak. family background and strength are two huge gaps between Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue. The high walls built by generations are not so easy to break. Grandmaster. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already an extremely impressive achievement. But in the eyes of those grandmasters, and even families with endless inheritance, they are just beginnings. The only thing Lu Sheng can do is probably the talent that seems to be terrifying enough at the moment. But this alone is obviously not enough in the eyes of the two sister-controlled mad demons. Thinking of this, even Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but worry about Lu Sheng. So, Dong Qingxue said to Qin Xiaojun calmly, "This matter has no result. Do I like Lu Sheng or Lu Sheng she don't like me? It doesn't matter at all. Since it is a completely meaningless and unsuccessful thing, why bother let it happen again? You know my character. Identity, age, when did you care about it?" Qin Xiaojun opened his mouth and finally could only say something depressed. "It's so frustrating." After finishing, I felt that it was not satisfying enough, so I kicked it hard to the ground and stomped a small piece of cement road. Fuck the fuck family. If I become a martial saint, I will definitely marry you to Lu Sheng. I see if Dong Patian and Dong Xingyi dare to fart even more. Dong Qingxue looked funny and said, "You can become a master first." Qin Xiaojun was hummed and was already in a state of sulk. His intention to match Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue was also faded. Dong Qingxue looked calm. While walking, she reached out to touch the silver pendant hanging around her neck from time to time. It seems that this is quite satisfying. The two were walking on the road, and suddenly a group of people were running by. "Hurry and hurry!" Each of them looked excited and anxious, as if something big had happened. Qin Xiaojun looked curious and couldn't help but reach out to grab a young man in the lieutenant uniform and asked, "What happened? Why are you so many of you rushing to do?" The young man who was stopped by Qin Xiaojun swept Qin Xiaojun's epaulette and immediately gave a military salute, and then said seriously, "Report to the sir, it is said that we are airborne star list. We are now preparing to verify it with our own eyes. Really or not?" Qin Xiaojun blinked, and an incredible look appeared on his face. Turning his head to look at Dong Qingxue was also a little moved. "Go and have a look." "Good." The two of them didn't talk nonsense and ran straight ahead with the crowd. After a while, the two arrived at the military camp's affairs center. There is also a general star ranking here, but for these ordinary officers in ordinary military regions. The names on the star list are too far away. Just like the stars seen on TV shows, they don't have much to do with them. But after all, both. Just like a famous person appeared in my hometown, I would have more or less a sense of honor. So at this moment, the lobby on the first floor of the affairs center was crowded with people, almost crowded by officers who came to hear the news. The sound of amazement and discussion made the whole hall noisy. Qin Xiaojun and the others finally squeezed into the hall and looked at the big screen. In an instant, both of them opened their eyes wide, and their expressions were like seeing a ghost. Qin Xiaojun blurted out with a dummy. "Stars ranking list. Lu Sheng? A duplicate name?" Qin Xiaojun. Dong Qingxue also looked confused. Qin Xiaojun pulled over a school official next to him, who was chatting with his companions, and asked anxiously, "Brother, do you know the specific information about this new general?" "You ask me, this is the right person," the latter said with a smile. "As far as I know, the deeds of this land general are really legendary. Less than a month after joining the army, I went directly to the battlefield as soon as I came to the military region to report. Do you know the newly emerged AA underground cave, the line of defense guarded by the 835th Division? It broke half a month ago, the division retreated, and the division commander died directly. What are you guessing the land general's doing?" Good guy. I went to defend the front alone. Each man shot and defended the already broken front, and for half a month. I heard that the entire battlefield was covered with corpses of strange beasts, piled up into mountains and flesh and blood. The brothers who went to build the fence behind were shocked, and it took 2 days to clean the battlefield. If I ask, more than 3 million merits are considered to be a small amount. With the 12.5 stars of combat power, how many people can the entire military headquarters achieve it? You can wait. It won't take long before the 7 stars in the eastern region will become 8 stars. Bah, it's already Ba Yao. Qin Shaojun heard the man say. His mouth widened bit by bit, and he could almost stuff a fist in the end. Is it really the Lu Sheng we know? Qin Shaojun turned his head slowly, and looked at Dong Qingxue with disbelief. But he suddenly realized that Dong Qingxue's face was shining with strange brilliance. She stared at the name on the big screen intently, touched the silver pendant on her neck, and said to Qin Shaojun gently, "Call Lu Sheng to have dinner together tonight." "I'll shout." Qin Shaojun blinked and nodded. "Good. Yu Fei, report to the commander." Yu Fei was wearing a straight military uniform, standing at the door, reporting loudly. He looked serious, but from his slightly trembling left hand, and the fine sweat seeping out of his sideburns, he could still tell. Yu Fei is 276, 10 million merit credit limit, 8th level alien marrow fluid. 1. Fei doesn't understand. Please make clear. Yu Fei still expressed his doubts. He Dingjun was not surprised, so he picked up a file bag at hand and handed it to Yu Fei. "Look at this. You will understand after reading it." Yu Fei took it with both hands, opened the file bag, and looked without saying a word. He Dingjun sat aside and drank the cup of tea one by one. Yu Fei saw the documents. Document. The following is a brief introduction to Lu Sheng's resume information, which Yu Fei knows. Then, "Really?" Yu Fei said in his heart. These records come from the battlefield black box monitoring of different divisions and different fronts. Yu Fei turned back one page after another, and after several pages, his eyelids twitched wildly. When Yu Fei saw that there were 57 beasts alone. "This kid is so perverted. No wonder even the commander has to name and praise him in person." Yu Fei now roughly understands what He Dingjun said before. I also know the reason why He Dingjun met him in person this time. Such a strong record is indeed amazing for a recruit who has just joined the army in the 847th period. Thinking of this, Yu Fei turned to the next page. A line of words leaped into his eyes. The 23 front line alone is guarding for 9 days. According to incomplete statistics, Lu Sheng killed a total of 100 people. Swish! Yu Fei suddenly stood up from the sofa. Looking at the documents and information in his hand, he looked shocked. "Commander, sit down first." He Dingjun seemed to have expected that he would have reacted like this, and raised his hand calmly, and asked him to sit down. "There are still there later. Let's talk about it after reading it." "Yes, Commander." Yu Fei resisted the shock in his heart, and sat down slowly. He looked at the words described in the document in his hand in disbelief. The strings of frightening numbers, doubting whether he was dazzled. 1 person and 1 shot alone defend a front. Oh my God, how crazy is it to have such an idea? The most important thing is, I really kept it down. This is the most outrageous. Yu Fei finally knew where Lu Sheng went in the few days after he left their 1182nd Division. No wonder I don't come back tonight. It's not that he doesn't want to come back, but that he can't get out at all. What kind of strength does this kid have? Could it be that he has really entered the corpus? Yu Fei was shocked and murmured in his heart. It seemed that he felt his doubts, and the last page of the document gave him the answer he wanted. 12-step battle power. General star list, comprehensive ranking. These words quickly amplified in Yufei's eyes, and they smashed into his eye sockets one by one, buzzing his brain, almost losing the ability to think. Combat power is 12.5 stars, General Star List. Yufei's division commander has been through the battlefield for a long time, and has been used to life and death, and has also seen many strong winds and waves. But at this moment, I could no longer remain calm, and I was completely confused. I could only look at the documents and information in my hands, and almost all my eyes were deeply trapped. He Dingjun, who was standing beside him, looked at Yufei's appearance, showed a smile on his face, and reached out to pat Yufei's shoulder gently. Major General Yu, this time you have made contributions to identifying people. It is really rare to choose such a stunning martial arts talent for our Eastern military region. In the future, you will be responsible for commanding these 3 divisions. Your military rank is also raised 1 level. From today on, you will enjoy the treatment of Lieutenant General. Yufei raised his head blankly, looked at He Dingjun, who was kind in front of him, and murmured, "Thank you, Commander." In my mind, the figures of Lu Sheng who belonged to me in my memory were still flashing back. Crazy. The faucet of the sink was rushing with water. Lu Sheng stood in front of the toilet and slowly brushed his teeth in front of the mirror. After almost the brushing, Lu Sheng took a sip of water and his tongue teeth fluttered slightly. When he spit out the water, the tiny food residues in every corner of his mouth and in every gap were cleaned. Lu Sheng looked at his teeth in the mirror. It's very white and neat, and it's almost as good as those P.ed teeth in TV commercials. But Lu Sheng gently rubbed his cheeks and thought silently. The Star Immortal Art describes that as the number of immortal cells continues to increase, my life level will continue to change. It is very likely that the body will be remodeled. The rebirth of the falling teeth will occur. I don't know if it is true. From now on, his physical changes will only increase. Just hope not to leave the normal form. Lu Sheng is not the kind of martial arts madman who is extremely good at martial arts. He can abandon anything for martial arts. He still wants to be a normal person with emotion and warmth. After washing his face with water, Lu Sheng walked out of the bathroom. After sleeping for a day and a night, he is now full of blood and is resurrected again. My mental state is unprecedentedly good, but the feeling of emptiness in my body is becoming more and more obvious. Aliphatic fluid? I need a large amount of aliphatic fluid. Are the merits counted? Lu Sheng picked up the phone placed on the bedside table and accidentally saw a missed call. My heart moved and clicked. It's indeed Wang Yes. Lu Sheng immediately called back. General, your merit points have been counted. There are also people you asked me to check, and there is also news. Okay, then I'll come here immediately. Please wait for the general on the land. Lu Sheng was in a good mood after hanging up the phone. The efficiency of the military headquarters is indeed high. In just one day, all the military achievements on several battlefields were counted so quickly, and there was also news about Lu Qiming. Lu Sheng thought and walked out of the room. As he went down the stairs, a figure quickly walked towards him. Chief, you're up. It was the maid with big eyes, soft temperament, and weak temperament that asked about her name yesterday, Li Dai. Lu Sheng nodded casually. What do the chief wants to eat? Whatever, just be lighter. Okay. Li Dai left quickly. Lu Sheng sat down on the sofa and found that the day's military news and major news briefs from various places were neatly arranged on the coffee table. It was just printed and emitted a faint ink fragrance. Do you think I'm the kind of old antique that you can't even use tablets? Lu Sheng laughed at himself, and a maid next to him handed over the brewed tea. Lu Sheng was drinking tea while flipping through the newspaper casually. After waiting for a while, before the food was served, Wang Yi arrived first. Admiral. Wang Yi came in and gave Lu Sheng a salute to him first, and Lu Sheng asked him to sit down casually. Sit. Thank you, General. After Wang Yi sat down, he first handed over the statistics report on the merit points to Lu Sheng. You guys counted quickly enough. Lu Sheng rarely praised it. Wang Yi said embarrassedly, It's just a rough statistics, not completely accurate. If there are any differences, the mainland general told me that he could apply for modification. Lu Sheng glanced at the last count, more than 3.8 million. I don't know whether it is more or less, so I didn't answer the conversation. Can the merit points be exchanged for those resources? Can you briefly introduce them to me? I have brought the list here. Please check it out on the land. Wang Yi had already prepared to hand over a stack of documents. Lu Sheng quickly read it. Seeing a 7th level alien marrow liquid only requires 100,000 merits, Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. 38 7-level alien marrow fluid should be enough for him to create. Then I looked at the prices of various materials, but couldn't help frowning. Minjin is so expensive? Lu Sheng originally thought that level 7 different marrow liquid only requires 100,000 merits, and merits should be quite valuable, but he did not expect that 1 gram of secret gold would require 1,000 merits. By this calculation, his more than 3 million merits could only be exchanged for 277. The second immortal cell. 2. Oh. Okay. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, and quickly nodded in agreement, without any objection. He originally wanted to say a few words, that the risk of absorption of level 8 alien marrow fluid is much higher than level 7, and many level 8 corpses usually use level 7 alien marrow fluid for practice. But thinking of the terrifying strength of the man in front of him, he swallowed his words again. The top 12-star combat power cannot absorb the 8th level alien marrow fluid? What an international joke. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the things now. Wang Yi could see Lu Sheng's urgency, and called the resource department directly to ask them to send the alien marrow liquid first. This move made Lu Sheng's favorable impression of Wang Yi. And you asked me to check the news about this new recruit of Lu Qiming. Wang Yi took out another document and handed it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng took it, his eyes flashed for a moment, and he began to slowly read it. A few minutes later, Lu Sheng calmly closed the document and said to Wang Yi, Thank you. You are kind to the general on the land. Wang Yi couldn't help but say, This Lu Qiming, do you want us to take special care of you? Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, Just don't let him go to the frontline battlefield, that is too dangerous. Good. Wang Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. There was no fluctuation in Lu Sheng's heart. He is not a saint, and within his ability, he does his best to protect the people he wants to protect from harm. He doesn't think it's an exaggeration. If someone says he is favored, then let's talk about it. After the conversation was over, Wang Yi sat down for a while, and waited until the resources department sent all the alien marrow liquid that Lu Sheng wanted, before he stood up and said goodbye. Lu Sheng asked Li Dai to take him out, but he couldn't wait to open the secret storage box to check the alien marrow fluid. 16. There were 2 boxes, and 8 tubes of dark golden alien marrow liquid neatly placed in one box. Level 7 differential marrow fluid. It is much darker than the level 6 alien marrow liquid that Lu Sheng has drunk. Lu Sheng picked up a bottle casually, opened the lid, and saw that the liquid inside was as sticky as wheat sugar. Just by looking at it, you can feel the powerful energy contained in it. In addition, there seem to be some black impurities that cannot be captured by the naked eye in the golden liquid. Lu Sheng guessed that this is probably a negative factor that cannot be eliminated by the current technical level of the 7th level of alien marrow fluid, which is a negative factor that is a strange beast. Level 8 differential marrow fluid is even worse. The color has completely changed from gold to black. It is too exaggerated to say that old oil is too much, but it really doesn't seem like something that normal people can drink. Lu Sheng has many technologies that can further purify the alien marrow fluid, but all of them are something that civilization cannot do at this stage, so he simply doesn't think about secondary processing. I can't wait to prepare the drug without the conditions. I can't drink it, so I can drink it even more. Lu Sheng thought, greedily Dai, who was sending the guest back, and then carried 2 boxes of alien marrow liquid to the 3rd floor. There is a special martial arts practice room here. Lu Sheng put 2 boxes in front of him, and was about to start practicing when the phone rang. Lu Sheng picked it up at will. Hello! The other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds, and then a voice that Lu Sheng unexpectedly sounded. Lu Sheng, I am Dong Qingxue. Lu Sheng held his cell phone, his face calm, but his heart beat faster and beat him. It's hard to explain. With his current ability to control his body, this situation occurs just because of a name. Oh, Instructor Dong, what's the matter? Lu Sheng tried hard to make his voice relaxed and casual. Qin Xiaojun and I want to treat you to a meal tonight. Are you free? Lu Sheng looked at the clock on the wall. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had absorbed the alien marrow fluid. It should be too late. Okay, it's about 8 o'clock. You can decide the location. Dong Qingxue said the name of a restaurant and hurriedly hung up the phone. Du-du-du. Lu Sheng looked at the phone in his hand that had been hung up and was stunned for a while. Suddenly he laughed at himself inside. It's destined. The body cannot deceive people. He put down his cell phone, picked up a bottle of 7th-level alien marrow liquid, and tilted his head to drink it. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Dong Qingxue hung up the phone, relaxed and slowly breathed out. She sat at the table, looking at the photos of someone who was set on the desktop on the computer, attending the National Martial Arts Conference, and looked at it for a while. Then he suddenly picked up his cell phone and called Qin Xiaojun. I made an appointment at 8 o'clock tonight, Blue Dove Restaurant. Really? Damn, Dong Qingxue, you are awesome. Suck students. Bang. Dong Qingxue hung up the phone directly, too lazy to listen to Qin Xiaojun's idiot b. She reached out and touched the silver pendant on her neck and whispered to herself. The central military region is nicknamed Dongdi, surpassing the successor Dongshengyi. Finally, his eyes gradually became firm. Advance to Grandmaster as soon as possible. After finishing, Dong Qingxue quickly walked to the center of the room and began to practice silently. Furious Heat Flow. A familiar feeling of surging energy. It can provide more than 10 times more energy than the 6th-level alien marrow liquid. The taste is even more disgusting. Lu Sheng felt it a little, and then started to pick it up. After a while, he drank all 8 tubes and 7th-level marrow fluid. Such fierce absorption of hetero-marrow liquid is Lu Sheng. The 8 tubes and 7th-level alien marrow liquid gathered into a terrifying energy flow, raging in Lu Sheng's body. His powerful mental power easily restrained this power, and all led to the blood pill in his chest. The blood pill expanded rapidly, expanding in circles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The emptiness feeling in Lu Sheng's body was quickly filled. When the blood then grew to the size of a goose egg, Lu Sheng had a thought. Stop! The blood pill stagnated, the huge energy flow had nowhere to be placed, and began to collide everywhere. Broken. Boom. Comparative. This time, Lu Sheng specially made the blood pill long for a while, and the feedback he received was even greater. At this time, the Sutra of the Divine Light increase. The qi and blood increase of 50%, and the qi and blood in the body, which were originally like a flood and beast, suddenly surged by 50%. Lu Sheng's body bulged like a balloon. The diaphragm between muscles and bones is filled with it and is instantly tightened. Crack. The body made an overwhelming sound. That is, the immortal golden body. It's definitely been bursting now. Lu Sheng's body was like walking on thin ice, walking on a tightrope on the cliff, but his heart was like still water, with a trace of turbulence. All the qi and blood that had nowhere to be placed rushed towards it. 100 times, 1,000 times, million times, million times, million times. More than 1 billion rebirths and transformations. At this time, Lu Sheng's body had already returned to normal. He could clearly sense that during the process of breaking the pill, the immortal golden body was smashed twice, and you will almost be perfect. During the repeated impacts of qi and blood, the body container is also tempered and reshaped again and again, becoming stronger and tougher. It is a bit similar to the process of breaking and then setting up, but it is much safer and more stable than the extreme ones of breaking and then setting up. Immortal cells still have room for ascending. Lu Sheng also felt that the immortal cell he had secretly sucked away some of the energy during this qi and blood impact. Millions of transformations have been carried out. The divine light is even more intense. This means that the potential of immortal cells is still great, and billions of transformations are just the basis. Billion times. What about billions of times? Can immortal cells transform into another incredible situation? 278. The martial body is reshaped, and the immortal body of the star. 3. It's going to crack. Lu Sheng has become a fat man. The originally perfectly symmetrical muscles rise high, like granite. The arms are as thick as an entire circle than the thighs of ordinary people. The thighs are even more exaggerated, and they are almost catching up with the small water tank. The fair and jade-like skin was stretched to the extreme, and countless congested and shattered capillaries were clearly visible below. Black-blue veins that were thicker than earthworms floated on the surface of Lu Sheng's body, all over his body. Everything is knotted, as if it is covered with a black net. Click, 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 click. The sound of overwhelming burden on Lu Sheng's body. The porcelain was broken and about to collapse. There seemed to be an indescribable, terrifying beast hidden in his body, rushing into the cage and breaking free at any time. Every collision of this beast would cause blood to seep out of Lu Sheng's body. The terrifying energy overflowed, directly distorting the air around him. The master's force field made the circle of floor tiles around Lu Sheng sitting crack and roll. In a room on the second floor, Li Dai, a maid who was cleaning, suddenly looked up looking at the ceiling where fragments were falling and cracks appeared on her face. Fortunately, the material of this villa was well built, otherwise Lu Sheng would have fallen to the second floor, or even the first floor. Lu Sheng looked at himself. Seeing that every inch of my body was disintegrating and melting, even the bones forged in the forged gold were shattered inch. He is almost dying. But there was an inexplicable joy in my heart. The natural breathing method operates naturally, and the second level of empty and bright state quietly enters. The lake in my heart is filled with waves. At this edge of life and death, Lu Sheng once again entered that wonderful state. Great joy comes out. I heard the truth in the morning and died in the evening. This is probably the situation. Lu Sheng's handsome face was ferocious, but he showed a quiet smile like an old monk. This is the real thing. If you don't destroy it, you won't establish it. If you break it, you will establish it. Impact, immortal golden body. Lu Sheng distributed part of his mental power to guide part of the qi, blood and energy in his body to rush to his eyebrows to build it. Most of the mind is used to concentrate on taming trapped beasts in the body. Immortal golden body. Lu Sheng's body moved and followed the body refining movements that had been practiced countless times. Starting from the original star body refining to the immortal golden body. Over and over again. During this process, A large amount of waste blood was discharged from countless pores all over his body. The waste blood condensed layer by layer outside his body, slowly forming a dark red blood cocoon mixed with fine hair, dirt, impurities, waste blood. The blood cocoon rose and fell with Lu Sheng's breathing. It's like a huge monster's heart. The clock hanging on the wall passed by minute, and time slowly came to 8 o'clock. The black phone on the broken floor rang over and over again, but the blood-colored cocoon was unmoved. The hour hand walked through 8 o'clock unswervingly. The phone vibrated several times and finally returned to calm. I don't know how long it will take. Click. The sound of something shattering sounded in the empty room. This sound is quite wonderful. It's like an egg breaking its shell, and it's like a new seedling breaking the ground. Crack. Long cracks continued to appear on the blood-colored cocoon in the center of the room, and then, boom! The blood cocoon exploded, and a figure that was as sharp as a dragon jumped out of it. Without even touching the ground, he rushed into the bathroom like a hurricane. After a few seconds, it rushed out again. With thick heat and water vapor, the water droplets dragged into the air to create a blurred phantom. The figure was about to roar out of the martial arts room gate, and before leaving, he looked up at the wall clock on the wall. But the whole person suddenly stopped. It reveals a perfect body, like a creature from heaven. Call. Lu Sheng breathed a long time, his expression a little helpless and embarrassed. I've practiced too much. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. More than 3 hours agreed with Dong Qingxue. Lu Sheng made a random move, and the mobile phone placed on the ground flew into his hands. I opened the screen, and saw that there were more than a dozen missed calls. Except for one that Dong Qingxue called at 7:55, the rest came from Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and pressed Dong Qingxue's callback button. The phone rang a few times, and the cold sound that Dong Qingxue used to be heard on the other end of the phone. Hello. Sorry I'm today. I practiced too much, right? Right. Is there anything else? It's gone. Okay, I'm going to practice too, goodbye. Do. Lu Sheng was holding his cell phone, not knowing what expression to do. I didn't seem angry when I heard the sound, but I seemed angry again. Lu Sheng couldn't figure it out, so he simply called Qin Xiaojun. Saint Lu, you're done. Qin Xiaojun started calling as soon as he answered the phone. He seemed to be in a bar or somewhere, and there was noisy. Dong Qingxue's life. Lu Sheng couldn't help but defend himself. My martial arts coincides with a level I'm about to break through. I forgot the time. You kid breaks through every few days. When can't you break through? Do you have to hurry up today? Lu Sheng frowned. How do I control this thing? Besides, it's just that for more than 3 hours. Is it so serious? The other end of the phone fell into a long silence. Lu Sheng thought Qin Xiaojun didn't hear it clearly and was confused. Suddenly Qin Xiaojun's voice sounded again. Lu Sheng, you are awesome. I'm convinced. Then the phone hung up. Is it really that serious? Lu Sheng murmured at his phone, thought for a while, and simply sat directly on the floor and entered the dream space. Half a minute later, Lu Sheng woke up. Hee. Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and said to himself, I just said, what a big deal can a pigeon girl have for more than 3 hours? The name of the spouse column has not dropped again, so I'm fussy. While speaking, he expressed his speechlessness and disdain to Qin Xiaojun. Since it's okay, Lu Sheng completely relieved. You don't have to go out for an appointment, just practice to the end. He began to examine himself and check the gains he had just obtained between life and death. Immortal golden body. This is truly an unexpected surprise. At this time, Lu Sheng's immortal golden body. It's achieving progress. Whether it is appearance or inner, it has reached an unprecedented perfect state. The effect is much better than the original version, because I am almost reshaping my martial body. Regardless of any exercise, there are requirements for the practitioner's roots and bone qualifications. This involves a question of the degree of fit of exercises. It's like some people are naturally thick and suitable for practicing boxing and palms. Some people have very long arms, which are suitable for knives. Some people have light and flexible body parts, which are suitable for practicing body skills. The same martial arts technique may show completely different powers and effects in the hands of different people and at the same realm. Lu Sheng didn't know how well he fitted with star body refining. But in the process of practicing star body refining, his body was constantly changing in the direction that was most suitable for the performance of star body refining. But no matter how you change it, it is impossible to be 100% consistent. Because this is a martial art created by Dongji Xieyang Wanghe, and it was tailor-made for his martial arts. Lu Sheng is just a latecomer who follows the footprints left by Wang He and moves forward step by step. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Sheng one day practiced the star immortal art to the same level as Wang He, the star immortal art could not reach the height of Wang He in his hands, because he is not Wang He. But from this moment on, it's different. Lu Sheng, whose body was 279. I don't allow anyone more handsome than me in this world, for the roar of dragons and tigers, and the ancient temple is full of hope. Almost as mentioned in history books, the ancient martial arts powerful man practiced the two horizontal practices of the tiger roaring the golden bell cover and the dragon roaring the iron-clawed shirt to the perfect state of perfection. But it must be far beyond this state. Lu Sheng's body stretched, and there was no longer a sound of metal and iron clashing between the bones. Silently, but it allows the light in the room to alternate between light and dark. It seems like the body is the sun. Unparalleled sense of power. And this is just a coincidence. What Lu Sheng really hit this time was the immortal cells. At the center of the eyebrows, 3 golden cells shine brightly, leaning against each other and closely connected. It is like the 3 kings standing together, commanding Lu Sheng's whole body. And every immortal cell is better than Lu Sheng's previous. This is because Lu Sheng just made a quick choice at that time. Exist. If this continues, no matter how many immortal cells I will develop in the future. Because every time a new immortal cell is constructed in the future, the first few will have to charge a protection fee, which will only become stronger and stronger. Maybe my true immortal body has not been built yet, and my body has already moved towards a higher level of life. Of course, this is not a bad thing, and it doesn't matter to Lu Sheng. 3 immortal cells, plus the star immortal body. Lu Sheng is really looking forward to his current strength. How many stars can the combat power be? Isn't it too much to double it? It's not clear, but Lu Sheng has the best experimental subject. May the wheel sword flow, the martial saint. Gu Xian. 750 Dream Space. Lu Sheng's body quietly appeared. He suddenly descended on this world, stepping on the dilapidated streets. He slowly raised his head, and a light began to burn in his eyes. That is the fire of fighting spirit. Come on, try it. Lu Sheng walked forward calmly, and his right hand reached out, and Zhao Lingxuan's remnant gun flew into his hands. Wherever he went, the surrounding scenery gradually became brighter. It seems that he is the light source. In the distance, the gorgeous figure slowly raised his head, his eyes as indifferent as it was at the beginning. Clang. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed came from the figure. There is a knife air in the air that quickly condenses. The fire burned inside Lu Sheng's eyes, and the fighting spirit was like a flag. The steps under his feet became faster and faster, and the whole person turned into a meteor and rushed towards the figure. Gu Xian raised his hand in disguise, and the long black sword tilted lightly. An extremely bright sword light fell from the sky and suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly, stopping the right hand holding the gun that he wanted to resist. He rushed towards the sword light. Boom! A figure fell down quickly, hitting heavily on the ground and moving backwards quickly. A large area of soil rolled up along the way, and the soil and rocks collapsed. He kept retreating for a full 100 meters before the figure finally stopped. Lu Sheng half kneeled on the ground, plowing a long trace on the long street with his feet. At the foot of the foot, there are 2 deep pits, and bricks and debris piled up into 2 hills. Lu Sheng lowered his head, leaned on the ground with his gun, and his shoulders slowly rose and fell as he breathed. The next breath he stood up, his figure becoming more and more straight. A long knife mark stretched from his left shoulder to the lower right rib. The flesh and blood rolled up, and the bones were visible, which was shocking. But it is slowly closing. Lu Sheng's face turned pale, looking at the moment he was about to come out. You can't kill me with one knife. Lu Sheng grinned, revealing his teeth as white as a wolf. Then you're dead. The next second, Lu Sheng's figure freezes. Almost at the same time, he appeared less than 10 meters in front of Gu Xian. The new moon god is romantic. Lu Sheng stabbed out with a random shot, and hundreds of white cone clouds that could be seen in the naked eye appeared in the air in front of him. One cloud stacks one cloud, and God knows how many times the speed of sound has exceeded. Dang, 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 dang. All the shootings were blocked by Gu Xian's long black sword. His sword skills are also in the 4 realms. Another stunning sword light slashed down. Lu Sheng's face was calm, and there was a golden glow blooming on the middle of his eyebrows. This golden light instantly attached to his body, giving him a sacred smell. 3 immortal cells. All bloom. Lu Sheng raised his hand casually and easily shattered the sword light above his head. Unparalleled. Lu Sheng said softly. The next second, the unmoved Mingzun, the cold Gallop Jew, the golden red sun, the new moon god wind. More than 8 different master wills appeared behind Lu Sheng at the same time. Ice and fire raged, the earth rolled, and the flames rose. There was even a thunder falling sharply in the gray sky. Extremely cool special effects and background board. At this moment, Lu Sheng was like an ancient war god in mythology, slowly stabbing the gun of the judgment in his hand towards the disobedient minister in front of him. Gu Xian had no expression on his face, and his empty eyes stared at Lu Sheng indifferently. Then raise your hand and wave the knife. An unprecedented and brilliant sword light cut through the sky. You collided with each other. Click. The tip of the remaining gun left by Zhao Lingxuan made a broken sound. Starting from the tip, it breaks inch and continues to 1/3 of the way. What followed was Lu Sheng's gorgeous special effects and background board. The sword light passed by, and all the raging energy storms were annihilated. Lu Sheng looked at Gu Xian's fluctuating eyes, and seemed to read a sentence from it. I will kill it with one sword. Okay. Lu Sheng took a few steps back, and threw away the broken rifle at will. His face was calm, and he spoke lightly. Then I'll give you some money. Lu Sheng's eyes quickly turned from black to gray. His body became majestic, and his posture was raised, as if he was standing on the top of the highest mountain. The state of the god of martial arts. Lu Sheng's steps were calm, as if he was walking from the end of the Wu Dao. He raised his hand casually, and hundreds of Lu Sheng, in different directions, different movements, and different postures appeared in the next breathing world. All the Lu Sheng walked towards Gu Xian. A slight fluctuation finally appeared on Gu Xian's calm face. The long black knife in his hand began to tremble, and something even more terrifying seemed to be brewing quickly in his rotten body. Lu Xing's gray pupils suddenly burst into waves. He thought of the battle with Zhao Lingshuan. Broken void. Hundreds of Lu Sheng took action at the same time, and nearly 20 different masters' martial wills will bloom. The dazzling light swallowed most of the long street, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Finally, the light dissipated. Two figures stood quietly on the long street. Lu Xing made a fist with his right hand, and his fist face firmly pressed against Gu Xian's forehead. Gu Xian held the knife in both hands, and the long black knife in his hand was less than 5 inches away from Lu Xing's eyebrows. The next second, Lu Xing calmly closed his fist. Well, there seemed to be a slight sigh. Gu Xian's body was weathering and dissipating little by little. The black long sword fell, and was caught by Lu Xing at will, and grabbed it in his hand. The gray in Lu Xing's eyes faded. Looking at Gu Xian, who was about to disappear completely in front of him, he whispered in a slightly regretful tone, "You are so handsome. I don't allow anyone more handsome than me in this world. So rest in peace. The heroic spirit is immortal." Gu Xian's body completely weathered and dissipated, leaving only a pile of disintegrating black battle armor falling to the ground. There was a bit of gratitude in Lu Xing's eyes. He was still very proud of this battle and underestimated the terrifying martial saint-level zombies. If he hadn't noticed that Gu Xian seemed to have an extremely terrifying killer move, he would quickly take action and kill the opponent. 280. My will is like a knife. Human life is like grass. Martial saint skill killing. 1. On the mud, a group of teenagers slowly retreated with pale faces. Then he turned around and ran away quickly. Crazy! This guy is crazy! Go away. Don't fight with someone like him who is desperate. Several figures were lying straight on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Elder brother! A thin figure rushed out of the grass beside him, and with a crying voice, he rushed to one of the people and burst into tears. Don't cry. The figure got up with difficulty. His face was extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, and his face was covered with blood and scars. I'm not dead yet. Elder brother! The boy cried with joy and hugged the boy in front of him tightly. The boy hugged the boy, looked at the corpse beside him with a cruel look, and said word by word, Chao Xianer, have you seen it? If you want others to be afraid of us, you have to live well, you have to be cruel enough. You have to remember that in the future, you have to practice martial arts specializing in killing. If you don't kill anyone, you will kill you. Remember it? I remember, brother. You two boys are so lucky. You can live in the garbage dump in the wilderness area for so long. From now on, follow me. A tall man with a burly figure and a fuzzy face stood in front of the two of them and said with a smile. The two figures were ecstatic. The boy hugged the boy and laughed. Did you see it, Shao Xianer? What my brother said will take you into the base and give you the opportunity to learn martial arts. What my brother said, I did it. The boy raised his head, looked excited, nodded vigorously, his little face full of admiration. Please don't kill me. I still have a daughter. I am only 5 years old this year. Don't you believe it? I have photos, I'll show you. The man kneeling on the ground took out an electronic pocket watch from his pocket excitedly, and two figures, one big and one small, snuggled together, were projected on the pocket watch. The boy holding a knife compared the face of the man in the pocket watch album, and his eyes were on the girl's cute face in the album. Finally loosened. You go. Thank you, thank you. The boy turned around and left. Kneeling on the ground, the man burst into tears of gratitude, but a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Walking out of the dark basement, the teenager saw the young man smoking in the shadows by the wall. Have you killed it? The young man put out the cigarette and asked the young man. The boy nodded. The young man showed a look of relief on his face, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said casually, These people are all cultists of the apocalypse. One of them has lost their personalities and is not worthy of pity. The same thing is said, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. Whether it is practicing martial arts or being a human being, you have to be ruthless. I understand, brother. The boy impatiently shook the young man's arm and walked towards the sun. The young man stood behind him and shook his head helplessly. Gu Xian, your brother is dead. The boy who was practicing knife suddenly freezes his movements and looks at the person coming. The visitor handed over a broken knife and said, It's the revenge of the world-destroying sect. It seems to be coming to you. Your brother is blocking you. He killed 13 level 6, but unfortunately he died. The body could not be brought back, and only this knife was left. I told you that the people of the world destruction sect cannot be considered human beings. They are all crazy people, fanatical believers of heretics, and the biggest cancer hidden in the human community. Nothing they said, can't believe it. Well? The visitor put down the blood-stained broken knife and shook his head and left. Behind him was a young man sitting on the ground in a daze. A few words kept echoing in his mind. I have a daughter, please don't kill me. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. Do you remember? They are coming for you. Your brother is blocking you. On the battlefield, a figure is invincible. The sword light was like a waterfall, and strange beasts fell one by one. Several people looked at the figure and talked. At the age of 40, Gu Xian can be considered an excellent genius even in the entire martial arts alliance. That's right. I heard that Lord Duanifeng, who has been favored by the wheel of the round, will be taken over by the disciples soon. His sword is so cruel. Killing strange beasts is like mowing grass. He is just as cruel as he kills people. There are not 10,000 or 8,000 worldly destructionists who have died at his hands in the past few years. It's really a murderer. Gu Xian, Lord Duan has seen your sword and said that your sword is too sharp and killing. First, I will pass on your Val sword technique. I will only see you when you have polished the killing spirit on the knife. The visitor threw a storage hard drive on the ground, turned around and left. The young man with cold eyes slowly picked up the hard drive on the ground, expressionless and silent. Gu Xian, 10 years have passed? Why is your killing character increasing instead of reducing? Lord Duan won't see you. Wait for another 10 years. Gu Xian, wait for another 10 years. Gu Xian. The figure appeared for the last time, with a deep disappointment on his face. You've gone awry. You're practicing killing skills, not martial arts. Gu Xian, Lord Duan will never see you again in his life. Don't tell others that you are the one who wishes to pass on the wheel of the sword in the future. Until the figure left, the young man who lowered his head and rubbed his knife never raised his head. He looked at the rusty broken knife in his hand and whispered to himself, Have you gone astray? Just go astray. Martial arts is a killing skill. I have always remembered what he taught me. Boom! Lu Sheng came back from the huge torrent of memory. Open your eyes, and there was a deep shock in your eyes. The lifelong memory of a martial arts saint is already huge enough, let alone the lifelong memory of a level 9 martial saint who is more pure than Zhao Lingshuan. Except for a few pictures, the memories Lu Sheng came into contact with were almost all cultivation, fighting, practicing fighting. And almost all the battle scenes are killing. Pure killing. The cold will to kill almost penetrated into Lu Sheng's bone marrow. I once thought that the murderous intent I had accumulated was already very terrible when I was guarding the front for 9 days. But compared with this one, it is simply not even as good as a drop in the ocean. Gu Xian is really too extreme. He completely entered the Tao by killing, and he followed the extremely rare killing path in martial arts. Perhaps more people he killed than Lu Sheng had seen. The strange beasts that have been killed are calculated in billions. In his eyes, life is almost no different from grass. But he is really amazing. Such a great murder can still maintain normal thinking in the end. If it were ordinary people, they would have been completely reduced to a killing machine and were drowned in the chaotic and violent consciousness. But Gu Xian is also quite tragic. As a level 9 martial saint, I have lived for nearly 100 years, and the pictures in my memory are almost all gray. Being teased by fate, bad luck is like haze, covering his life. Lu Sheng also absorbed Gu Xian's memory before he realized that the strength he showed in Gu Xian's fight may not even be 1,000th of Gu Xian's true strength. The way of killing is already outrageous in many martial arts. Gu Xian is also a genius, and has obtained the inheritance of the Wish Wheel Sword. He stayed at level 9 for so long. God knows how terrible the real strength is. I am afraid that even if I am at level 10, I may not be able to survive under his knife. Fortunately, he didn't let that last move. Lu Sheng felt glad and scared. Gu Xian's murderous intent was tempered to the extreme, and he could receive and receive freely. Until the last moment of the battle with Lu Sheng, he did not show any trace of it. Because he had no murderous intention to Lu Sheng at all, and Gu Xian, who had murderous intention, was the most terrifying thing. Gu Xian's martial arts memory is definitely the one that Lu Sheng has absorbed and gained the most so far. Lu Sheng's sword skills were directly upgraded to the 4th round. 281. The entire military region will perform martial arts competition, and the military region will compete. 2. On the gray roulette, a blood-colored long sword totem quietly emerged. Lu Sheng's. Compared with the previous divine whale stomping on the waves, this blood-colored long sword totem is clearer, deeper, and more powerful. Dharma appearance is the embodiment of the great success of the Master's will in martial arts. Both of whom are level 9 martial saints. Gu Xian, the killing sword, is obviously much better than Zhou Fuhai, who became a saint in Jiyun Mountain. The combat effectiveness of Lu Sheng has also been greatly improved. My strongest method of cold weapons against the enemy was to cooperate with the 4th level gun technique of the Handicap prison gun. From now on, the king of cold weapons has changed hands. Lu Sheng took the long black sword left by Gu Xian and waved it casually. Each of the first 3 swords he cut was full of stunning smell. Suddenly, the sword light turned and a bloody aura was slashing out, with a huge murderous aura. Then Lu Sheng abandoned the knife and used his fists and feet instead. He also made a knife with his palms and raised his arms like a sickle. Every move is filled with the most primitive murderous intent. If someone was present, he would be shocked to see it, and he could almost see a sea of corpses and blood from Lu Sheng's fists and feet. Too strong. Lu Sheng stood up with his fist, and his murderous aura was also restrained. This killing method can not only be used in swordsmanship, but any means can be used. The combat effectiveness of our 497 hands against the enemy has also been increased by several times. The murderous intent that Gu Xian cultivated in this life was his most powerful weapon, even surpassing his achievements in the sword path. Combined with the Vowel knife flow, the peak lethality of the 4th realm is simply terrifying. Lu Sheng casually played with the long black sword left by Gu Xian and thought, if this happens, you need to create the inner wheel sword as soon as possible. Now Lu Sheng regrets using the 8 million meritorious amount to build the red crystal dragon pattern spear body. If he had known that he would obtain such a powerful inheritance of killing swords, Lu Sheng would have abandoned his gun and used his sword. He followed the path of perfect martial arts, and he had all the martial arts. He used whatever means he could use, and switched freely, without any worries about other warriors. Li Dai walked to the door of a room in small steps, and knocked on the door gently. After waiting for a while, Li Dai was about to leave. Suddenly, a clear and peaceful voice sounded in the room. "Come in." Li Dai carefully pushed the door and walked in. A figure stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his back to her, looking through the window at the fountain garden below. "Chief, breakfast is ready." "Good." The figure turned around to the window. The morning sun shines on the shadow's shoulders, covering the whole body with a faint golden light, making the body that looks like the creation of heaven become more and more handsome. Sheng walked over with a calm face and waved his hand casually. The sunshine in the house price immediately became warm, as if it had come from early morning to noon. It actually gives people a dazzling feeling. Li Dai subconsciously closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Sheng had already passed her and walked into the corridor. "Look at the room again. Everything is as usual. It seems that all I have just experienced is an illusion." "Well?" Li Dai's expression was a little stunned, and a hint of confusion appeared on her face. But soon shook his head, and threw all this out of his mind, turned around and followed quickly. During breakfast, Li Dai reported to Sheng, "Chief, the military department has sent people to see the cars you have chosen this morning. Should I go and see them when?" "Oh." Sheng immediately stopped eating and his mental power radiated out. It instantly enveloped the entire manor. I soon saw 3 brand new cars on the parking floor. A military green off-road car, warrior model, with a rough appearance like a wild beast. This kind of car can travel smoothly even in the wilderness area, and the body strength is very high, and it can withstand the attacks of strange beasts below level 5. Then, there is a black business sedan, a current latest supercar. In comparison, that sports car is the lowest value of the 3 cars. The practicality and price are far lower than the first 2 cars, and at best it is just a big toy. In addition, a black helicopter was parked on the lawn of the manor. All the land and air transportation tools have been prepared for Sheng, and this is the military headquarters arrangement. Sheng glanced briefly and stopped looking, and continued to eat his own breakfast. He picked up a piece of skin jelly made of strange beast meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Looking at the newspaper on the table in front of you. Mainly the newspapers of the military region. There are Military General Report, East Military Region Daily. It is also because of Sheng's mental power reading, and he scanned it very quickly, otherwise ordinary people might not be able to finish reading them all in a day. The newspapers basically all the situations of major caves, as well as some military information. The riots in the Western Military Region's SS-level underground caves have been successfully quelled. There is suspected of a new cave crack in the Northern Military Region. Eastern Military Region. Sheng suddenly scanned a message. Preparation of military regions to perform martial arts. Major military regions are under intense preparations. The General Military Region Martial Arts Exercise. The Division Military Region Competition. His eyes flashed, and he continued to search for relevant content, probably getting a little understanding of this matter in his heart. The military exercises throughout the army have always been a tradition of the military. This was the case before the rise of martial arts. After the rise of martial arts, the military's martial arts style was promoted to the extreme. First perform a rehearsal of the sub-military districts, and then conduct a competition of the general military districts. It is mainly divided into 3 levels: the General Star, the 7th level, and the 8th level. The most important one is the competition of the 8th level generals and stars, and the competition of the martial arts performance. There are only 5 generals in the entire Eastern Military Region, and the total number of generals in the Long Kingdom is no more than 30. New general candidate. It is conceivable how important this grand event is. Sheng flipped through a title titled, "The General Military Region's Martial Arts Exercises, a list of popular candidates for new generals. News content. I accidentally saw my name on it. The above briefly introduces his personal and strength information, and even the following comments on him. The potential is strong and may become the strongest, hottest performer in the next martial arts performance. This martial arts performance is expected to enter the top 20. The combat power of 12.5 stars can only be said to be expected to enter the top 20. It seems that there are many top treasury masters in the military headquarters. Lu Sheng has not paid much attention to the general star list, etc., that many people in the general star area are keen on. I don't know the top combat power of major military regions. Now I know a little. At the level of the general alone, there are no less than 5 people with combat power of more than 20 stars. It was considered the biggest favorite in this year's martial arts performance, and is also currently ranked in the overall star list. The combat power of characters at the general level must reach more than 30 stars. The martial is stronger. If that's the case, there are really many masters in the military. No wonder he has such a deep obsession with the powerful martial saint at level 9. Having such a huge base of top warriors, but not being able to give birth to a level 9, anyone would be depressed. Lu Sheng suddenly understood more why the Jidao martial saint reached a compromise with the military headquarters so easily and let him go. Tong Quixing, who has no combat power even 5 stars, is probably the lowest in the 28 constellations. 282. Entering the cave. Find a few people to be coolies 3. Lu Xingxin felt something, and read the memories inherited from Gu Xian again. In daily life, he discovered the great horror that he had never noticed before. The cult organization has an affair with another world. Lu Sheng's mind was shocked, and even his food stopped. The alloy chopsticks on his hand were unconsciously bent bit by bit. Li Dai, who was standing beside him, found this and wanted to remind him, but in the end, he turned his face and looked down and refused to look. There is such a thing. Lu Sheng quickly returned to normal, and subconsciously sent the chopsticks into his mouth. It seemed like I had bitten something hard, and with a click, I opened my mouth and spit out 2 almost chewed alloy chopsticks. Lu Sheng shook his head speechlessly. The material of this alloy chopstick is similar to that of the 6th level cold weapon, and is specially customized for top level bulk. Now he bit off with his teeth, and it would probably be scary to say it out. The immortal body of the star gave Lu Sheng too much power. Even his teeth were reshaped, and there were star-like patterns inside. Pushing the things in front of him forward, Lu Sheng also lost the food. I'm still thinking about the cult organization. The cult organization has an affair with another world. This is not his speculation, but a consensus. A consensus on the next 10,000 years of martial arts. The Martial Alliance, which will be in the future for 10,000 years of martial arts, has conclusive evidence to confirm this. It comes from a different world, that is, the world where the strange beasts originate. Some powerful existences that cannot be discovered, or that I do not have the power, and even Gu Xian is not qualified to contact. The power invasion has brainwashed some ambitions and extremists into crazy believers, causing trouble to the 18 human race. Call. Lu Sheng slowly breathed out a sigh of relief, with a solemn expression. He once tried to explore the truth about another world in the 10 resource library. But later, I slowly slacked off and forgot about this matter. Now, inadvertently, the accident is one step closer to the truth. But the impact this step brought him was too huge. Lu Sheng remembered. Thinking about it now makes people feel more chilling. If consciousness infection can be caused by a world across it, the opponents faced by the human race will be too powerful. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. I wanted to go into the dream space and search it carefully, but I felt it was meaningless. Stand up slightly depressedly and leave the table. The chief drinks tea. Li Dai stepped forward quickly and respectfully handed a cup of tea to Lu Sheng. Rinse his mouth. Lu Sheng took it casually, looked at the respectful and well-behaved woman in front of him, and couldn't help asking, "Are your parents in the Eastern Military Region too?" Li Dai was stunned for a moment, nodded quickly, and replied, "In the cemetery of the western suburbs." "Well?" Lu Sheng's words are blocked. "The western suburbs cemetery is in the east." "Feel sorry." Lu Sheng thought for a while, and apologized softly. Li Dai quickly shook his head and said, "The leader is right. This is the fact." Lu Sheng didn't know what to say anymore, so he walked away. Li Dai calmly called the maid to come and clean the table, as if nothing had happened. Lu Sheng sat on the sofa with a teacup, thinking quietly about things. He originally planned to bring Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun to ask his family to have a meal today and apologize for his failure of the agreement yesterday. But now I don't feel like this. Compared with the civilization crisis, what kind of love is so small? Lu Sheng even felt a little bit of desire for sweet love. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the cracks in the cave in person. Although Lu Sheng has killed many strange beasts, he has not yet penetrated the cracks of the underground cave once. This trip is mainly about understanding, finding a secret mine, and then making some merits. Lu Sheng is too short of merit now. The creation of the Qiqian Wishwheel sword and the 10 million merit amount that I owe all require a lot of merit to fill it. He had long checked the storage points of several medium and large-scale gold and silver mines in the eastern region. Located in a crack in a Class A cave, it is a medium-sized silver mine. The weapons and equipment he has taken advantage of now have not yet been implemented, so it is a bit dangerous to go directly to the S-level or double S-level cave, and it is almost the same as the 3A levels. Anyone who gets in the cave must hand over 10% of the gains to the military headquarters. 10% is not much, it is acceptable. Lu Sheng thought that he would either go a few more trips by himself, save enough weapons, and hand over the location of the secret mine to the military headquarters. Everyone has the whole family. It's simply perfect. Lu Sheng tapped his right index finger gently on the ceramic teacup, making a crisp, ding, sound. I go to mining alone, and not many can be transported out every time. It is best to hire a few more people to help you work as coolies. Lu Sheng quickly thought of several suitable candidates. What? A few people from the Tiger Scorpion stood up from the chair with excitement and ecstasy on their faces. Mr. Lu wants us to be guides and enter the underground cave. This is what Lord Lu said. Zhang Hongyu smiled and said, Mr. Lu just joined the military region and hadn't entered the underground cave yet. He didn't know the situation inside the cracks in the underground cave, so he thought of us. But that's it, with Lord Lu's strength, this is not a problem for him at all. I think. Zhang Hongyu paused and said, Lord Lu wants to take us to brush the underground cave once and express our gratitude or something. Damn! The bald man, with a scorpion tattooed on his head, was so excited that his face turned red. The top General Star Belt beats the underground cave, damn! I never dreamed of this day. If other A-level teams knew about it, they would probably envy us to death. The handsome young man in the team also said with a smile. The middle-aged man who had never talked much was concise and said, Take off. Zhang Hongyu smiled and said, Everyone seizes this opportunity, and the merits are second. The key is to be able to further establish a good relationship with Lord Lu. Captain, don't worry, we understand. Mr. Lu said, when will you leave? Just tonight. Gather at the gate of the mission center. Good. 6 hours later, the fully armed Tiger Scorpion rushed to the gate of the mission center. At this time, the sunset is setting. A military green off-road vehicle parked in the corner on one side of the door of the mission center. A slender and upright figure leaned against the side of the car. Half of her body was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, and she was concentrating on wiping the silver spear in her hand. The picture looks like an oil painting. When the Tiger-Scorpion team and others saw the familiar figure, they felt a little excited and walked up quickly. "Grown-ups!" Lu Sheng looked up, looked at the Tiger-Scorpion team in front of him, and casually put down the red crystal dragon pattern, and said lightly, "Here you come." "Sir, we're ready." John Hongyu spoke respectfully. And Lu Sheng, "The winter season is approaching. It is too cool." Lu Sheng knew her little thoughts, and was too lazy to care about her. He glanced at the equipment of the Tiger-Scorpion squad and said, "Driving a few more cars, bringing more supplies." After thinking about it, he added, "I eat a lot, and don't like to squeeze in a car with others." The few people from the Tiger-Scorpion were stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Lu Sheng's words are the highest order for them, and no one will have any objections. Soon, the bald man and the middle-aged man from the Tiger-Scorpion team each drove another off-road car, and the car was filled with several bags of supply bags 873. Lu Sheng wanted Zhan Hongyu and the handsome young man to drive one by one. But thinking about it is too strange, so forget it. After they were ready, the group quickly set out towards the target level 3A cave. Zhan Hongyu naturally took Lu Sheng's co-pilot. "Sir, it's actually the fastest and most convenient to take a helicopter." Zhan Hongyu deliberately leaned his body slightly towards Lu Sheng and said carefully, "I know. 283. Eat each other in the same clan, evil demons and heretics." 4. Abyss. Lu Sheng slowly chewed these two words in his mouth. "The strange beasts originate from the different world, so Sir should know this." Lu Sheng nodded. "This is the knowledge found in primary school textbooks. The abyss is a different world, or a part of the other world, and it is also the source of the strange beast. The abyss of a different world is always emitting the aura of a different world, and it is manifested in our world, which is a strange black fog. This black fog will weaken the power of thermal weapons, ineffective electronic devices, and even corrode the consciousness of normal people and turn them into beasts. But it is not very effective for warriors." Zhan Hongyu's words reminded Lu Sheng of the overwhelming black fog he saw in the dream space. It's very similar to what Zhan Hongyu said. Lu Sheng thought for a while and asked, "What would happen if he entered the abyss?" "Have no idea." Zhan Hongyu shook her head. "Don't know? Has no one tried it?" Lu Sheng felt strange. "No, there are many people who have tried it," Zhan Hongyu said seriously. "But no one came back, so there is no answer to this question. All those who tried to enter the abyss disappeared. It's like never appearing in this world. It even includes the martial saint-level powerhouse." Lu Sheng's arm, which was controlling the steering wheel, shook lightly, and a small tail swing from the Mengshire off-road brought out a piece of sand and dust. "Martial saint?" He doubted whether he had heard it wrong. "Yes." Zhan Hongyu looked cold and nodded. After 200 years of martial arts, the 4 martial saints joined forces to enter a gap and disappeared completely. Among them is a martial saint from our Dragon Kingdom. There is no report on this news online, but it is almost no secret to being above the Grandmaster. Sir, with your strength, as long as you don't go deeper below the 30 level, there will be almost no great danger. But you really have to be careful, that's not a joke. Zhan Hongyu's attitude was unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Sheng nodded. I know what's going on in my heart. He thought about going back to the dream space and searching for information about the Yuanqing. The 9th level martial saint cannot come back. So what about the level 10, level 11 strongman? He did not believe in martial arts for 10,000 years, and no more top martial arts powerhouse had ever made similar attempts. Boom! The off-road vehicle engine sounds roaring. The off-road vehicle driven by the bald man chased to Lu Sheng and shouted, "Sir, do you want to take some wild game with me? The rabbits in this area are very fat." Lu Sheng responded casually and slowed down slightly. Two off-road vehicles roared past him and rushed up the high hill next to him. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and Lu Sheng turned on the headlights and walked forward at a constant speed. Actually, it doesn't matter if it doesn't open. He originally regarded darkness as light, and after he achieved the immortal body of stars, his visual ability was even more exaggerated. "Is there anything else that needs special attention?" Lu Sheng asked Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu thought for a while and said, "There are probably the martial arts madmen in the cave." "Martial arts madman? It's just some warriors who are not affiliated with the military headquarters and hide in caves and practice in seclusion for many years," Zhang Hongyu explained. "Many of them are from the martial arts school, and they will pursue the ultimate goal of martial arts. Because they were hiding in the cave and killing strange beasts, the military headquarters didn't care much about them. After all, the underground cave is not up to the military. These people can survive in the cracks of the underground cave, and their will and actual combat are even stronger than military generals. Not bad at all strength. Then why do you say you should be careful of them?" Lu Sheng asked. "These people are almost as good as practicing martial arts. As long as they can break through the limits of martial arts, they can do anything. Drinking dirty water and eating raw alien animal meat is pretty good. Some even." Zhang Hongyu may have thought of some very unbeautiful scenes, and said with an ugly face, "The same race eats each other. I think that eating the flesh and blood of the strong can also become stronger. They are all crazy people. There are also rumors that it has become inhuman because I have been staying in the cave for many years and being affected by the environment of the cracks in the cave." Lu Sheng was secretly shocked. Casual food between the same race? Compared with Gu Xian's killing path, these people are truly evil paths. "Even if it's not that extreme, many people have been in the underground cave for a long time and lack supplies. They will take action when they see the military generals and star, and do something like killing and robbing people. Sometimes you can't even understand it. In the cave, a grandmaster's life is not even a few supply bags or more valuable," Zhang Hongyu added with a complicated expression. "Okay, I get it." Lu Sheng has a rough understanding of the situation in the cave. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator under his feet, the mighty rushed out of the off-road. "It's okay, let's go!" Lu Sheng's calm voice rang in the wilderness. The sound of the engine could not be covered, and the night wind could not be blown away, which was clearly heard into the ears of the Tiger-Scorpion team. The bald man and the handsome young man who were chasing the beast looked terrified. Regardless of the prey that had been killed in the distance, the car quickly caught up with him as soon as he turned his head. 3 off-road vehicles drove in the dark wilderness for more than 2 hours, and finally saw the outline of the underground cave defense line. It was a continuous alloy defense wall of more than 5 meters high. There is a guard post every few hundred meters, with lights on the guard post and soldiers on duty. Bald Scorpion. As he was about to arrive at the defense line, Zhang Hongyu stood up from the car and shouted in the direction of the bald man. Soon, the bald man jumped up from the car and rushed towards the defense line. Half a minute later, he ran back quickly and returned to the car. Then Lu Sheng saw the alloy defense line in front slowly opening a gap, which could just accommodate a car to drive through. The speed of the group did not slow down at all, and they still rushed across the defense line at a speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour. After passing the defense line, the target's cave crack was in sight. It is similar to the cracks in the cave that Lu Sheng once saw. It looks like a huge canyon crack on the ground. The crack was filled with lights. At night, The outer layer of the entire crack in the cave was brightly lit, but it was pitch black underneath, as if the light had been swallowed up when it entered. Just stop here. Lu Sheng's mental power radiated around him, found a location on the dark side of the hill, drove over, and all 3 off-road vehicles stopped. The 5 people sorted out and got out of the car. Lu Sheng glanced at the equipment carried by several people and said lightly, "You don't need to bring reconnaissance equipment. Bring all the supply bags." "Sir, if you don't have reconnaissance equipment, it will be very dangerous to be in the cave." John Hongyu spoke hesitantly. Lu Sheng glanced at her and said calmly, "Aren't you sad? Electronic devices may fail in the dark fog in the cave. Bringing them will only become a burden. And you forgot." 3 off-road vehicles floated quietly in rows, exceeding the heads of John Hongyu and the others. Then he fell calmly in a look of Lu Sheng. "I am a spiritualist." "Yes." The Tiger-Scorpion team only remembered this, and suddenly realized it. The 5 people walked quickly towards the cracks of the cave with big bags. Lu Sheng walked in the front. When it reached the edge of the crack, Lu Sheng quietly looked at the huge canyon crack in front of him. The huge canyon was filled with a faint black mist, slowly rising and falling with the flow of air. The light shines in and is swallowed up, with very low visibility. From time to time, strange roars sounded in the black fog, and then a black shadow belonging to a strange beast climbed up along the cliff wall and rushed towards the distance at a very fast speed. Lu Sheng recalled the presentation of demon caves and ghost caves in the Fantasy 284, cut melons and vegetables, and human-shaped soldiers. 1. In the darkness, a monster like a sickle was lying on the cliff, with a very long tail, and its limbs and claws pierced deeply into the hard rock. It seems to be pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, the black fog in front of him swept open, and a howling wind blew by. The fake sleeping sickle monster suddenly opened his eyes, revealing 2 oily green eyes. And this is just the beginning. The sound of the wind is like a fuse. In the darkness, pairs of oily green light up, densely packed, hundreds of thousands, and countless. Even people who do not have intensive phobia will be infected by the strange and depressing atmosphere that spreads rapidly in the darkness, which will make their scalp numb and their legs tremble. Squeak! Strange screams came one after another, connected into one piece. The subsequent monsters followed closely behind. The darkness melted their bodies into pieces, and only a dense green tide spread rapidly. Bang! A slight explosion sounded. Then, the invisible fluctuation spread rapidly in the air, and the oily and green tide quickly extinguished. A bunch of bloody corpses fell to the ground, making a wet and sticky sound like rotten oranges falling to the ground. A figure broke through the black fog in a calm pace and walked quickly through this area, with a calm expression, and his eyes never looked at both sides from beginning to end. The figure kept moving forward along the ramp that was in irregular curves. Wherever he passed, countless strange beasts and monsters were alarmed. But without exception, any strange beast would explode within a range of more than 10 meters around him, without any warning. It was as if there was an invisible and terrifying force field around this person. "Don't be close to the creatures." In the darkness, John Hongyu spoke in a somewhat harsh tone. Someone next to him whispered back. No one spoke. The Tiger-Scorpion team and their team all had unspeakable shock and numbness on their faces. His eyes occasionally fell on the bloody positions on the ground, and his eyelids would twitch slightly from time to time. Along the way, they followed Lu Sheng, let alone fighting, and they didn't even have a chance to take action. Lu Sheng is too powerful. The power of the top spiritual mind master is completely released. No matter how many strange beasts are alarmed, no matter how many levels of strange beasts they are alarmed, of course, they have not encountered strange beasts above level 7 at this stage. Lu Sheng didn't even need to move his little finger, and all the strange beasts around him were strangled by mental power and turned into existences like meat sauce.
Is this the real strength of the 12-star general?
The handsome young man looked at the looming grand back in front of him and sighed in a rather complicated tone.
No, it's even more terrifying than a pure 12-star general,
Zhang Hongyu said with a serious look on his face.
Not everyone can have such a powerful spiritual cultivation.
The other members of the Tiger Scorpion team agreed deeply.
I really don't know how Lord Lu practices. Compared with him, I always feel like a waste.
The bald man touched his bare head and punched the stone wall beside him with a little depressed look. The middle-aged man walking beside him patted his shoulder and said in a simple and concise manner,
Same. I originally thought I was here with Lord Lu Sheng to make merits, but now it seems.
The handsome young man smiled bitterly and said,
We will not be able to return empty-handed without permission.
Lu Sheng was so overbearing that they had no chance to perform. Zhang Hongyu touched the communication watch on his wrist and said lightly,
Just come and accompany Lord Lu Sheng to visit the cave, the whole thing is. The others nodded.
Swish.
Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound of a sharp blade cutting through the old cowhide in front of him. A strange scream suddenly broke out and ended abruptly. The Tiger Scorpion team looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. Soon, they saw a handsome young man standing on a slope, calm, wiping the thin blood on the edge of his palm with a tissue. A rather huge body fell on the side, but it had been divided into two. Blood organs scattered all over the floor.
Level 7th level alien beast?
Zhang Hongyu's pupils shrank slightly and blurted out. Subconsciously rushed forward 2 steps and asked,
Sir, are you okay?
Lu Sheng glanced at her, threw the wiped tissue on the ground, and said lightly,
Do you think it's possible?
Zhang Hongyu's face was suffocated. The Tiger Scorpion team was surrounded by the corpse of the 7th level beast. It was not surprising that Lu Sheng could kill the 7th level beast in seconds, and they were not surprised. Strangely, Lord Lu Sheng clearly used a gun, and the spear was well installed in the weapon package, and it was not taken out. The muscles of the corpse of the 7th level beast in front of me were smooth, as if they were cut open by some sharp blade. Death is really weird.
Collect useful tissue fluid and continue on the road.
Lu Sheng casually ordered the Tiger Scorpion team to have several people. Several people responded and quickly divided the labor and acted quickly. The Tiger Scorpion squad has rich experience in exploring caves and is even more familiar with the small things like collecting spoils. Lu Sheng stood aside and watched. Compared with before entering the cave, he had an additional black watch on his left wrist positioned similar to those of the Tiger Scorpion and others. In addition to being able to withstand the erosion of black fog in the cave for a long time, this watch will not fail immediately, and it has the function of communication between team members. It is also a certificate for calculating merit points after the star enters the cave. The watch is equipped with a monitoring device, which can automatically record the number of alien beasts of different levels in the cave to kill in the underground cave to count the merits. The corpses of strange beasts below level 7 are not very valuable to Jiangxing, but the corpses of strange beasts above level 7 are more precious. Generally, after killing, you have to collect the spinal cord fluid, brain fluid, heart essence, and blood from the 7th level alien beast and hand it over to the military headquarters before you can calculate your merits. Lu Sheng was too lazy to do this kind of butcher job, so he threw it all to the members of the Tiger Scorpion squad. He was still savoring the move he had just taken to kill the 7th level beast. He tried to use the way of killing and the technique of the Gao Wu knife. Although there is no real sword, it only has a pair of palms, but it still shows unparalleled lethality. With just a moment, the 7th level beast was cut into two.
It complements my star immortal body, and the killing path can fully demonstrate the power of the star immortal body. Every part of the body is a weapon for killing, and it is in line with the 10 perfect martial arts. I am a human-shaped fierce soldier.
Lu Sheng thought silently, feeling quite satisfied. At this time, the people from the Tiger-Scorpion team also collected the essence of the 7th level beast. Zhang Hongyu walked to Lu Sheng, looked at the black fog below, and hesitated.
The further down, the more dangerous it is. The better we go. Should we take a rest first? I know there is a relatively peaceful landing on several floors nearby, which can be slightly trimmed. I'm going to have to rest as soon as I got off.
Lu Sheng looked calm and his tone was plain, but he had unquestionable majesty.
Let's talk about it down to the 20th floor.
Yes. Zhang Hongyu dared not object and nodded respectfully. The group continued down. Lu Sheng took action along the way. The spiritual power of a strange beast below level 7 can be easily crushed, and it is impossible to have an invisible wave of wishing wheel. A strange beast above level 7, Lu Sheng's path of killing life is unfolded. His arms were like sickles, and a slight wave of blood was filled with a breath. No level 7 beast could stop his arm span. Lu Sheng's hands were even sharper than ordinary level 7 cold weapons. Killing a level 7 alien beast is like cutting melons and vegetables. The meat palm splits the indestructible body of the level 7 alien beast and cuts tofu with a knife. The Tiger-Scorpion team followed Lu Sheng with their eyelids twitching, their scalp numb, and they couldn't help but think.
285. Discover the mean mine and penetrate into the 30 floors of the underground cave. 2. Lu Sheng had a casual posture. The general strength of the people he found was about the same as that of the Tiger-Scorpion team. He wanted to solve it. 2 breaths were enough. Half a minute later, the handsome young man went back.
It's from the Red Snail Battlestar Squad. I know someone in their team.
The Tiger-Scorpion team suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and put down the cold weapons in their hands. Zhang Hongyu walked to Lu Sheng and took the initiative to explain.
It is also a level General Star team in the war zone. I have never seen it, but I have heard of the name.
Lu Sheng nodded and said nothing. Not long after, the mattress of the cave was opened. A young man wearing a combat suit and his hair was combed into dreadlocks, alertly walking in, holding a long yellow knife in his hand.
Gao Wu?
The handsome young man from the Tiger-Scorpion squad shouted at him. The dreadlocks were stunned for a moment, and the look of surprise quickly appeared on the handsome young man's face.
It's you?
His eyes quickly swept across the other people of the Tiger-Scorpion squad, including Lu Sheng, and then reported to the communication watch on his wrist.
Captain, everything is safe to settle down. It's the people of the Tiger-Scorpion squad here. Okay, I got it.
After the communication, the dreadlocks walked quickly towards the handsome young man. The two hugged each other like old friends and happily reminisced about the old days.
How long have you been in? It's almost a month. How is the harvest? I'm sorry, don't mention it. I almost didn't get one.
The others were embarrassed to interrupt as they listened to the conversation between the two. Not long after, the cave's light shading mat swung continuously, and 3 figures entered the cave one after another.
Team leader.
The dreadlocks quickly stood up, and the 3 of them rushed over. He took the initiative to introduce a sturdy middle-aged man with a short and flat head.
I know a friend. This is a member of his team, the Tiger-Scorpion team.
The flat-headed middle-aged man listened quietly to the desiccated braids, then took the initiative to take 2 steps forward and said,
The Tiger-Scorpion girl shows her red jade, and she has long been famous.
Zhang Hongyu also said seriously,
Captain Luojian of Hongluo, meeting today is indeed worthy of his reputation.
Lu Sheng looked speechlessly from the side. These 2 people said,
Looking for a long time.
and unrespectful, and
I thought they were making a movie. Let's say hello when we meet, scan the QR code to add friends. So how can we do so much? However, considering that John Hongyu and his group are all 50 or 60 or 70 or 80, he has already considered his grandparents, and he understands it again. John Hongyu and Pink 2 middle-aged Moji had a long time, and they got to know each other for a while before they sat down one after another. The few people from the Red Screw team did stay in the cave for a long time and never went out. The supplies in several bags I carried with me were empty, and they were filled with the essence of alien beast tissue fluid. The few people from the Tiger Scorpion team friendly, and took out some of the supplies and distributed them. Anyway, Lu Sheng asked them to take a lot of them, and the group was advancing at an extremely fast speed, and there was a high probability that they would not be able to use them all. Apart from the flat-headed middle-aged man and dreadlocks, the Red Snail team had two remaining members who looked in their 40s, had a square face, and rarely spoke. The other one is in his 30s, with fair skin, similar to the dreadlocks, and more lively. They obviously don't know yet. The bald man generously took out the foreign wine he had just found and gave everyone a distinction. Two teams sat down around the barbecue grill in the middle of the cave and ate meat while drinking. The atmosphere was quite harmonious.
You've only been in for a few days, and there's this good thing.
The dreaded Braid pulled a roasted hare leg from the grill and put it in his mouth and took a bite. Then he took a sip of wine, and an expression of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face.
It's so delicious. I took the high-energy sugar pills for a month, and the birds were almost fading out of my mouth.
The middle-aged man with a flat head looked at the Tiger Scorpion team with a complicated look and said,
The meat of these wild game is very fresh, no more than 2 days. The strength of the Tiger Scorpion team is hidden. I'm afraid I won't be able to get promoted to AA or even 3A in a long time.
They are now staying at the 21st floor of the cave. You can kill from the first floor of the cave in less than 2 days. No wonder the Red Snail people look at each other with admiration. The Tiger Scorpion team didn't know how to explain, and they could only smile and perfunctorily pass by. Perhaps because of his strength, the flat-headed middle-aged man kept talking to John Hongyu. Almost all the talks about things in the cave. Let the Tiger Scorpion be careful of the gaps in the abyss, where the 7th-level strange beasts gather, don't go over, or something. I said a lot, and even used my fingers to draw a map for John Hongyu on the ground of the cave, and marked it briefly. John Hongyu listened very seriously. The information shared by the flat-headed middle-aged man is extremely precious. In the extremely dangerous cave, it can sometimes even save lives.
You're going to get down? The flat-headed middle-aged man suddenly asked. John Hongyu subconsciously glanced at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't say anything. She could only vaguely say,
It's more than 20 layers, probably a little deeper. Don't go below the 25th floor.
The middle-aged man with flat head looked serious and said,
The martial arts madman under the 25th floor is completely crazy. Crazy pursuit of generals in our military region. A Class A team went down some time ago and completely cut off contact. If we hadn't run fast when we saw the opportunity, we would have probably lost it.
As he said that, the middle-aged man with flat head pulled open his clothes and exposed a large wound on his chest and abdomen, as if he was bitten by a wild beast, which was shocking. The Tiger Scorpion team showed a look of movement on their faces and looked at each other.
Collective riot?
John Hongyu's expression was slightly condensed and said,
Then you have to report to the military region as soon as possible.
The flat-headed middle-aged man nodded.
We are ready to go back and report to the military headquarters.
The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became solemn. The Tiger Scorpion team did not consume much energy, and they were about to rest and settle down at this time. so they quickly got up to say goodbye.
Captain Hongyu, be careful.
Before leaving, the flat-headed middle-aged man solemnly told John Hongyu. John Hongyu nodded, said nothing, and led the team out of the cave. After the group walked out of the cave, they continued to walk down. As usual, Lu Sheng drove the way forward. On the road, he occasionally encountered strange beasts, and was killed by him. He had mental power, and could avoid them in advance even in the gaps in the black fog. John Hongyu looked at Lu Shengyun's back, and couldn't help but step forward and said,
Sir, Honglu's Luotian is still quite steady and cautious.
Please 00 flowers. Lu Shen glanced at her and said calmly,
I know what you want to say, don't worry, we don't have to go deeper below the 25th floor. Even if it goes deeper.
Lu Sheng casually pinched a level 6 beast blocking the road, and said lightly,
However I brought you down, I can naturally take you out. Yes.
John Hongyu stopped talking and stepped aside. Lu Sheng didn't care much about it. John Hongyu and others were worried because they saw the Red Snail team, which was similar to their strength, was injured. The captain of the Red Screw team was extremely cautious. It's not that Lu Sheng looked down on them. There are many crises that can destroy tiger scorpions and red snails. For him, it's really nothing. With his current strength, as long as he does not encounter the legendary level 9 beast, almost nothing will be considered a dangerous situation for him. He is fast enough and has the mental power to explore the way, so the chance of danger is too small. Moreover, Lu Sheng was not prepared to stay in the cave. 286. Weird Food 3. John Hongyu and the handsome young man were attracted by the screams of the bald man and followed him around. The middle-aged man who had the least presence in the team was also quite excited at this time, his lips trembling slightly. Obviously, he had noticed something like a bald man. He reached out and grabbed the corpse of the 7th level beast embedded in the stone wall and pulled it out hard.
It's so terrible.
Large pieces of gravel rolled down, and the bald man shone into the pit smashed by the corpse of the 7th level beast with the flashlight on the communication watch. I saw a brilliant silver light appearing in front of several people. In the black rock wall more than 1 meter thick, it is full of floating silver. No one present is unsavvy, so naturally he knows what this is.
It's really a mean ore, and it's a mean ore with great purity.
John Hongyu's expression became excited, and he reached out to touch the wall of the pit, saying,
I feel that the ore vein will not be very small. Get rich.
The bald man smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into a slit. His 2 big furry hands kept digging on the wall of the pit, breaking off pieces of dense silver to hold it in his arms. The few people from the Tiger Scorpion team were all full of excitement. Even if the star of the general is the master, the secret silver still has certain value to them. 090, not to mention so much secret silver.
Equipment configuration that is enough for everyone in our team has greatly improved the level,
the handsome young man said with a smile.
Level 7 alien marrow liquid is open to drink.
The bald man's eyes were also dyed silver, haha.
I can finally take down the 7th level secret golden shield that I have long been interested in, and can also change to a set of S-level combat uniforms.
The middle-aged man nodded with a smile.
Same.
John Hongyu was also in a good mood, and was about to say a few words with a smile. Suddenly, from the corner of my eyes, I saw a figure standing quietly beside several people. In an instant, it seemed as if a bucket of ice water was poured down from the top of the head, and the body was cold from the inside to the outside, and the whole person was completely awake.
Shut up!
John Hongyu cursed.
Captain, you!
The bald man and the other 2 smiled and wanted to say something, then turned their heads. But I saw John Hongyu standing in place with an ugly face beside her. It was Lu Sheng who was standing quietly watching them with his hands on his chest. There was also a funny smile on his face. The bald man and the other two were immediately tossed with ice water, and their scalp felt numb. Thinking back on the words that I was proud of just now, they all wanted to slap a few big mouths.
Sorry, sir.
The bald man quickly threw the secret silver mine in his arms back into the pit, stood there honestly, and lowered his head and said,
Please forgive me, sir.
The handsome young man and the middle-aged man also stood up straight, with a guilty and ugly look on his face. There was no joy or anger on Lu Sheng's face. He put his hands down and took a step forward casually. The bodies of the bald men and 3 men immediately tensed, and their faces turned pale. Zhang Hongyu hurriedly said,
We did nothing along the way. The mean mine was also discovered by the adults, and all the harvests naturally belong to the adults. Reasonable.
Zhang Hongyu's words seemed to be for the bald men and the 3 bald men, but his face was facing Lu Sheng, and his eyes showed a hint of anxiety and almost pleading. Lu Sheng's face was calm, and he reached out and patted the bald man gently on the shoulder. Seeing the bald man's bare forehead, cold sweat as big as beans burst out drop by drop, he casually said,
It's normal to have greed. I can understand. Can understand.
A bald man squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying on his pale face, and said with difficulty,
Thank you for understanding. Oh no, forgive me.
Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and took out the red crystal dragon pattern that he had never used before and slowly assembled it. The red crystal dragon pattern has been severely damaged, mainly because it was not properly maintained when guarding the front line. But it doesn't matter, we will have to change our weapon soon anyway. Lu Sheng assembled the red crystal dragon pattern, and red flames rose from the gun, and the heat waves spread out the surrounding black fog. His wrist trembled slightly, and the red crystal dragon pattern turned into a red shadow and suddenly sank into the dense silver mine wall. Silent. The gun body turned again, and a huge shock force was emitted, and a huge roar was heard in the pit, and large pieces of dense silver mine fell from the pit.
Why are you still standing there?
Lu Sheng turned around and looked at the Tiger-Scorpion team, who were still standing there stupidly, and did not dare to move, frowned and said,
Come and help. Oh.
The 4 members of the Tiger-Scorpion woke up as if they were dreaming and breathed a sigh of relief. The huge wealth blinded their eyes, and they were so proud that they almost ruined the entire team's life. Fortunately, Lu Sheng was generous and not angry, otherwise he really didn't know what consequences would happen.
It's so weird.
The bald man slapped himself in a big mouth and said depressedly,
Don't say I came in with Lord Lu, even if it was not Lord Lu. Without giving a single point of effort, I would be embarrassed to take this secret silver mine for anyone else. Why was he just as obsessed with the ghosts? He said all shameless words.
The handsome young man and middle-aged man next to him also nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man couldn't help but say,
Is it because of the 30 layers of black fog? It's possible. What are you still muttering?
Zhang Hongyu walked up with a cold face.
Can't you hear Lord Lu speak? Oh.
The 3 of them were shocked and started to act quickly. Damn, I almost caused a big disaster just now, which made Lord Lu angry. After Lord Lu personally greeted them, they could chat with a moment of peace and contentment for half a minute. It's really a hell. The 3 of them suddenly felt strange everywhere in the 30-foot floors of the cave, and they just thought that they could finish things quickly and leave early.
Boom!
Lu Sheng once again pierced the red crystal dragon pattern deep into the dense silver, or vein, stirring it hard, and shook off a large amount of dense silver ore. This silver ore is more purity than his. Lu Sheng activated his mental power to perform preliminary processing of the shattered silver mines. In fact, it is to use mental power to peel off the stone skin from the silver mine, squeeze it, and simply melt it with flames. Mold the dense silver ore together, and take as many as possible out for a while. Lu Sheng is responsible for rough processing, while the Tiger-Scorpion team is responsible for bagging. All the bags I carried with me were freed up, and except for some necessary things, all the other ones that were not very valuable were discarded. At this moment, the 4 teams of the Tiger-Scorpion team suddenly discovered Lu Sheng's far-sighted vision. If Lu Sheng hadn't asked them to bring more supplies, they wouldn't have so many bags of stuff on their hands now.
Fuck! I'd known that the 2 bags of supplies were not given to the red snail just now. How many dense silver mines can I hold? That's right, if I want me to say I shouldn't let them go into the cave.
Lu Sheng suddenly stopped the movements in his hand and looked at the 2 people talking. The former was a bald man. He remembered that he was the one who took the initiative to share supplies in the cave at that time. The latter is a handsome young man. One of the Red Screw team is his friend, and he is also the one who brought the Red Screw team into the cave. Now the 2 seem to have long forgotten their previous generosity and enthusiasm. What is shown is selfishness and meanness that is different from usual.
Obviously, it wasn't like this before entering the 30th floor.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. The mental power was radiating at will, but unexpectedly he could sense figures belonging to humans, and was rushing towards them from all directions.
Is it the martial arts madman who was secretly practicing in the cave that Zhang Hongyu and Luo Zhen mentioned before? Those who were obsessed with the devil.
Lu Sheng saw the image and temperament of those people under the exploration of mental power. Not to mention, it really looks a bit obsessed. But he didn't take it too seriously.
Come on, come and
287. The Master of Evil Dao, the former top genius in the East. 4. The mean mine pit was dug into it with more than 100 cubic meters of space. It is almost as big as half a classroom in the 3rd or 5th class of high school. Remove stones and impurities, smell and compress. Fill all the bags brought by the Tiger-Scorpion, and there is a lot more. The 4 of the Tiger-Scorpion team were covered with big bags and their arms were full of them. But it just seems bloated and cumbersome, not heavy. After all, they are all Grandmaster Generals, and this amount is nothing to them. Lu Sheng looked at the dense silver that was melted into cubes of about the size, and piled together like a hill. I felt in my heart.
Let's transport these with my mental power. So many secret silver ores, even after being tempered, the secret gold exchange should be enough for me to create an inner wheel knife. It is not enough to create all the prayer for the heavenly wishes, plus the amount of merit that you owe. More than half of this secret silver mine has been dug, and it is very troublesome to dig the remaining fragments, so you have to find another secret mine.
Thinking of this, Lu Sheng looked at the 4 Tiger-Scorpion team whom he brought to be a coolie and said,
After moving out successfully, I will give you 10% of the dividends to your entire team. How about it?
The 4 of the Tiger-Scorpion team looked at each other, and their faces showed joy. Even if such a large amount of secret silver is only 10%, it is worth a lot. And what they have put in is just a little time and effort.
Thank you for your generosity.
Zhang Hongyu showed a struggle on her face, but she still became firm and shook her head and said,
But we are ashamed of 19, so we still don't need to.
Lu Sheng's eyes were calm, and he said lightly,
I don't care whether you are ashamed or not. Since I want to give it to you, you have to accept it.
Zhang Hongyu's body trembled slightly, and he quickly changed his words.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Genius, sir.
The 4 of the Tiger-Scorpion team kept talking. Lu Sheng was only satisfied.
The kindness of the strong cannot be refused. It was my turn to treat others like this before, but now it is my turn to treat others like this.
There is an inexplicable comfort.
Sir, let's go quickly.
Zhang Hongyu glanced at the surroundings and his expression became slightly solemn.
I always feel something is wrong. We were mining so loudly just now that we didn't even attract a strange beast. After all, this place is the 30th floor of the underground cave, and almost no one comes down. We can do 2 more trips.
The other 3 members of the Tiger Scorpion also noticed something was wrong. This area was filled with black fog, so quiet that there was no sound at all. The intuition of being a master warrior tells them. This is very abnormal. Lu Sheng's face was calm. He looked down at the communication watch in his hand and said casually,
"Wait for another half a minute."
"Wait for another half a minute. What are you waiting for?" The 4 of the Tiger Scorpion team blinked, a little confused. But Lu Sheng said this, they had to do it. They stood there and waited patiently. Time passes by minute. Half a minute passes in a flash. Almost as soon as the last second was finished, the black fog around everyone suddenly surged.
Shoo!
The sound of footsteps moving quickly in the quiet space.
Someone!
The 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team looked nervous in an instant. They all grabbed their cold weapons and faced the direction of the sound, as if they were facing a great enemy. But the slight footsteps soon came from elsewhere. Front, back, left, right. The sound of footsteps moving quickly everywhere, and people gathered from all directions. The slowly flowing black mist stirred up. In the black fog, a thin figure quietly appeared. Then, when 2 breaths were not enough, there were already figures standing around the few people. The shadows surrounded them. Just scan it casually, and the number is no less than 20 or 30. These people have nothing to do with their appearance. Without exception, almost every one of them has a gloomy temperament and a thin figure. The skin on his face and body showed a paleness that was not exposed to the sun for a long time, but his eyes were red and bloody. The clothes on his body are also tattered, and many of them cannot tell what they are like. These people are like hungry refugees, like beasts, like zombies, like monsters. But the chi and blood on their bodies were extremely full, and the essence and smoke on their heads formed a pillar. They are clearly real martial arts masters. The faces of the 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team finally changed completely. He became shocked and terrified, and his body subconsciously retreated step by step.
Masters, all are masters of martial arts. Barring nonsense, isn't the Grandmaster able to survive here for so long? The martial arts madmen from the 25th to the 30th floor are probably coming.
John Hongyu looked ugly and said with a harsh expression,
"They are probably the ones who attacked the Red Snail team and caused a star team to be disconnected. Damn, these beasts even eat their own people. When did they know how to cooperate and start collective action? Generally, this situation will only be a possibility."
A voice sounded in the ears of the 4 Tiger Scorpion squad, and John Hongyu and others turned to look. What I saw was Lu Sheng's calm side face. Lu Sheng looked in one direction and said lightly,
"Among these people, there is a king who has absolute strength to command them."
John Hongyu and the other 4 were stunned. The next second, a crisp applause came from where Lu Sheng's eyes fell. The black fog in that place quickly separated, and a slender and tall figure walked out of the black fog. A handsome young man with pale face, cheeks slightly sunken, and his eyes were strange blood-colored. He kept clapping and appeared in front of several people. He was wearing an old combat suit and alloy combat boots, and his outfit looked not much different from Lu Sheng and the others. There is even a similar communication watch on the wrist of one hand, but the style looks much older. The handsome young man smiled and looked at Lu Sheng and said,
"You are the smartest, the most powerful, and the most delicious. I will become stronger after eating you."
The handsome young man spoke naturally and casually, as if cannibalism was just an extremely ordinary thing to him. Hearing his words, the faces of the beast-like people around him also showed a look of desire. Someone in the crowd said hoarsely,
"Lu Moing, this kid can belong to you. But the other 4 must be left to us."
"Certainly." The handsome young man smiled and replied,
I have always only eaten the best.
These people were talking casually, their eyes sweeping around Lu Sheng and the other two. It's like a group of diners holding knives and forks, talking about how to cut and how to distribute dishes on the table. The four of the Tiger-Scorpion team were sweating profusely, and their hands holding the cold weapon were tighter and tighter. The middle-aged man who had always been taciturn suddenly said,
Lu Moing, you are the Eastern Star of the last generation. Didn't you die more than 10 years ago?
The middle-aged man's words were like a stone smashing into the pool, causing waves. Everyone on the field looked at him and fell on him.
Old Chi, do you know this guy?
The bald man looked at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and said in a deep voice,
You entered the Jiangxing area late and don't know a lot of things. At that time, there were no 7 stars in the Eastern Military Region, and there were only a few top-notch geniuses, and they were called the Eastern Star. This Lu Moing was one of them. At that time, he ranked in the overall list of the Eastern General Stars with his combat power of 13 stars. However, he disappeared during a large-scale collective mission to suppress the crack riot of the underground cave more than a decade ago. Everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, I was hiding here and relying on the flesh and blood of the masters of the same clan to survive.
When the middle-aged man spoke at the end, his tone became extremely complicated and emotional. The ugly faces of the other people in the Tiger-Scorpion team have reached a new level. Unexpectedly, the martial arts madman led by him turned out to be the former genius of the Eastern region. 330. 288. Killing the master is like mowing grass. You are the sun, so what am I? 1. The black fog nearby was swallowed up by the handsome young man at an extremely fast speed. It reveals a circle of rugged and bumpy stone walls around it. The structure of the cracks in the cave is very strange, and it looks like a canyon on it. The lower it goes, the wider the crack becomes. The downward ramp extends to the inner side of the Earth's crust and expands. So the lower the number of cave layers, the larger the space occupied by each layer, and the more complex the terrain. At this time, the black fog spread near the main mine where Lu Sheng and his men were located was a funnel-shaped and rushed into the mouth and nose of the handsome young man. The black fog in the distance filled the distance, forming a wonder of clouds and mist surging. The evil masters standing around revealed their full picture from the clear black fog. Many of them have torn clothes, revealing their skinny limbs, and some parts of their bodies have become deformed. This is caused by the erosion of black fog, eating the same kind of food in the remaining species, and eating raw animals. Not only their bodies, these people even distorted their will in martial arts. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an evil demon and heretic. At this time, the handsome young man had already absorbed the black fog and his whole body was in a state of saturation. He became extremely demonic. Even the body changes strangely. His body and limbs became taller, and his whole body became thinner. The red bloodshot in his eyes became like a blood-colored grid. He grinned, revealing his white teeth and dark red gums. Even the facial bones have changed, no longer as handsome as before. But the aura is more than 10 times stronger than before. A circle of black appeared around his body that twisted the air. He is like a light source, a black light source. There is a dark and distorted will around all the time. Just looking at the handsome young man, the 4 members of the Tiger-Scorpion team felt an indescribable depression and fear growing from the bottom of their hearts. This is a terrifying shock that combines terror and power. Beyond many of the top bulk characters they have seen before. The evil masters around them also started to move, showing cruelty and violent expressions on their faces, and slowly approached the 5 people. Although their individual aura is too far from that of the handsome young man, even the evil and strange aura that seems to be of the same clan and the same origin is entangled. An invisible net formed in the air, covering the 5 people.
Eastern Star.
The handsome young man after transformation said lightly.
It's been too long ago. At that time, I was as weak as an ant. Fortunately, the riots in the underground cave occurred, and I fell deep in the underground cave and received guidance from the gods in a desperate situation. That is the real way to the limit of martial arts.
The handsome young man suddenly became fanatical. Lu Sheng's expression moved and captured a word in his words.
God, Ming. What does God's guidance mean?
Lu Sheng asked. The handsome young man didn't listen to his inquiries at all, and said to himself,
the essence of martial arts is to make himself stronger through various means. He is right, since strange beasts can be used as food to make warriors powerful. Then, the warrior who feeds on strange beasts is the best martial arts food.
Lu Sheng frowned and asked again,
Who is he?
The handsome young man did not answer, but spread his arms and raised his head slightly. It seems to be embracing, or it seems to be praying devoutly. He murmured,
Eastern Star? No, I am the sun in the east now. Yaoyang Moyan. One day, my light will shine out of the cave and cover the surface.
The 4 members of the Tiger-Scorpion team were pale as paper, and they almost lost the strength to hold cold weapons. The whispers in the handsome young man's mouth were entangled with a gradual black mist, just like the deepest nightmare, pulling them to sink into deeper despair and fear. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears.
I asked you twice, can't you hear it?
Everyone was stunned, including the handsome young man, and they all looked in one direction in surprise. I saw a tall figure standing quietly in place. It's Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked calm. His eyes seemed to be a lake that would last forever. He stared at the handsome young man calmly and said softly,
It seems that you didn't listen to a single word of my words.
The handsome young man showed a little contempt and disdain in his eyes, and he pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh. But the next second,
boom!
An unparalleled murderous intent erupted from Lu Sheng. It was like a glacier washing the ground. In an instant, all the black fog that was thousands of meters around was washed away. The smile on the handsome young man's face was frozen and his expression was stiff. He saw Lu Sheng take a step towards him. Behind this step, it is a bloody ocean, a sea of corpses and blood. In the face of this indescribable, terrifying, murderous intent, he was like a firefly under the bright moon, and he was stunned. In the next breath, Lu Sheng's figure disappeared. The handsome young man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously raised his hand to resist. But he just tried to raise his hands. His 2 long arms were silently broken with their shoulders. An unprecedented fear surged from the handsome young man's heart. Before the pain from his broken arm could catch up with him, he felt his throat tightening and his breathing suffocated. The whole person was lifted up by a slender and powerful hand. A slender and straight, perfect body reflected in his eyes that were pinched to the point where he almost bulged out of his eyes. The body looked at him calmly and said something.
You are the sun. Then what am I?
After saying that, the handsome young man with a little force, as powerful as a black light source was, explodes. The light source is out. Quiet. Deadly silence. The evil masters present, and the 4 Tiger-Scorpion teams were also present. He looked at Lu Sheng, who threw away a cloud of blood and looked calm, and casually swung the blood stained on his hands. Their brains seemed to follow Lu Sheng's pinch just now. Then it exploded. The former Eastern Star, the current underground cave demon Yang, has a combat power far exceeding that of all the evil masters. Lu Moying. He didn't even block the move of the young man in front of him, who was only in his early 20s. He was pinched to death. It's like pinching a fly to death and slapping a tomato. It makes people feel like they are dreaming, with a strong sense of unreality. Everyone's mind was buzzing, and they didn't react for a while. Lu Sheng glanced around him and stretched his hands. The 10 fingers are clanging, as if 10 steel blades collided and roared. To deal with these scum, killing is the most appropriate way. Lu Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared. It was like a vast ocean of blood, and the sea of corpses suddenly swept out around. The bone-killing intention fills every inch of space. Receive as soon as you send it. Lu Sheng's figure also reappeared. At this time, his hands and 10 fingers were covered with blood and were ticking down. Next breath. Around the circle, the heads of nearly 30 evil masters rolled down. The blood column that surged out from the neck was like a fountain, because the powerful chi and blood of the Grandmaster and warriors lasted for a long time until they fell one by one. The way to kill people is like mowing grass, which shows its power. Before, Lu Sheng could split the 7th level beasts completely with his pair of flesh palms. Now, facing these 7th level masters, who were stunned and fragile in their bodies, it is even easier. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The 4 of the Tiger-Scorpion team were completely stunned. After only 4 or 5 breaths, the terrifying handsome young man, with a combat power of over 13 stars, and more than 20 evil masters, were all dead. He was killed by Lu Sheng alone, and just a pair of fleshy palms. Words cannot describe the inner feelings of the 4 people at this time. They stared blankly at Lu Sheng, who was slowly wiping the blood of his hands in the distance. They felt that Lu Sheng's figure and the dark shadow behind him were completely integrated, and the fresh blood flowing under their 289, the biggest stain on life. I lied to you, a bad pen. 2. Lu Sheng stepped into the underground cave. The concentration of black fog here has increased a little. His mental power dissipated, and his body was in a nearly straight line and went forward and downward. Occasionally, I was caught in a strange beast that blocked the road and paused. When you encounter the black fog that is particularly dense and mental power detects obscure areas, you will take a detour. Lu Sheng stopped in a place where black mist was constantly spitting out. He reached out and waved his hand in front of him. The muscles vibrated, and the force was exerted. The golden chi blew up a strong wind on the ground, blowing away the large area of black fog. But in less than a second, more black fog filled in, condensed but did not dissipate. Lu Sheng stepped into the black fog with 1 foot. The mental power is also extremely hindered in such a rich black fog, and the visibility is reduced a lot. It's a bit difficult to detect my mental power at level 7 or even level 8. If those mentalists with mental power below level 7 enter here, wouldn't they just become blind? Maybe it's not as useful as martial arts intuition. Half a minute later, Lu Sheng's pace of moving forward suddenly stopped. He quietly looked at an area in front of him. This is a large piece of flowing gray with irregular shapes on the edges. It's kind of like a mirror in turn, revealing the gray coating behind it. But it gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. It's like ringtinia, growing in the void. This is what is called a gap. This is the largest abyss Lu Sheng has seen so far. A continuous stream of black fog was constantly gushing out from the twisting gray area. The black fog here was almost thicker into liquid form, and there were also a large number of strange beasts. It is like a pipe entrance, which is constantly discharged from dirty and discarded sewage, mixed with a lot of garbage. Lu Sheng was blocking the drainage outlet at this time. The master's force field and mental power formed an invisible barrier around him. While pushing the black fog away, he stirred the strange beasts that rushed in to form a meat paste. It's strange. It's obviously discharged outward, but it has suction for me. Lu Sheng placed his hand less than 30 centimeters away from the gray area, and could clearly sense that there was an inexplicable attraction in the gray area pulling his body. It's like a magnet, continuous.
Are those martial arts powerful men who entered the abyss gap attracted by this?
Lu Sheng looked at the gray abyss in front of him and stared at him for a long time. He felt a little urge to walk in, but he extinguished this impulse as soon as it arose.
When you are staring at the abyss is staring at you too.
This sentence popped up in Lu Sheng's mind.
Is it possible? At this time, someone was watching this on the other end of the abyss, hesitating whether to walk in. Is it possible that we are looking at each other now? The intersection of the two worlds across time and space?
Lu Sheng was thinking randomly, and suddenly he saw two eyes slowly appearing in the twisting gray area. These eyes are golden and red, and the pupils are structured differently from those of normal humans, and they look quite mysterious and beautiful. There was a faint confusion and curiosity in his eyes, and he met Lu Sheng's eyes in the next second. The mysterious eyes suddenly froze and stopped rotating. Lu Sheng saw a strong sense of curiosity and joy in those eyes. Buzz? Lu Sheng's body shook, and a wonderful feeling instantly filled his whole body. Countless fantasies and guesses emerged from the mind.
Is this a native of another world? It seems to be a smart life. It's just as curious about me. Can we communicate with each other friendly? Can she be a woman? Love across the world, across species?
Lu Sheng seemed to see the truth about the invasion of the strange beasts, waiting like himself. He was full of excitement and wanted to take another step forward. But at this moment, the curiosity and joy in those beautiful eyes quickly faded away, turning into a strong sense of cruelty and violence. Then more eyes emerged from the gray area, one pair after another. A lizard with a total size of 5 or 6 meters and full of eyes suddenly popped out of the gap.
Boom!
A tightly clenched fist suddenly appeared, directly sank the position in the middle of the lizard's head, and his eyes exploded one by one.
Boom!
The subsequent terrifying impact force blasted the lizard's head into the gray abyss, and the black mist that continued to eject was stagnant.
Damn!
Lu Sheng quickly walked out of the black fog, his face as dark as if it was a pot lid. When he thought of his beautiful fantasy just now about a lizard head full of eyes, he felt so disgusted that he had goosebumps all over his body.
It's so disgusting. The strange beast is a strange beast, and the strange beast deserves to die. Phoapus!
Lu Sheng glanced around with an ugly expression.
This secret must not be revealed. This is the biggest stain in my life.
He didn't stop anymore and continued to move forward quickly. Wait for Lu Sheng to step into the underground cave. Suddenly, his mental power sensed a strange wave coming from a distance. Lu Sheng's expression moved, actively dispersing his mental power, and trying hard to pursue the source of the fluctuation. This is a special frequency of mental power. It's like an unknown signal wave that radar stations accidentally receive. There is an inexplicable meaning in it.
It seems to be calling me.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, chasing the direction of the spiritual fluctuation, and going all the way down. The closer you get to the bottom, the stronger and clearer the fluctuation will be. The meaning of calling is becoming more and more obvious. Something stranger happened. As Lu Sheng's mental power contacted this fluctuation, the strange beasts he encountered along the way took the initiative to move aside, including even the 8th-level strange beasts. These strange beasts seemed to regard him as their kind and gave way. It's like, welcome. A strange impulse also emerged in Lu Sheng's heart. At first, he was curious about exploring the truth, but later he gradually deteriorated. There seemed to be something in the fluctuation that he was extremely eager for and desperately wanted to have. It attracted him deeply and kept moving forward. Lu Sheng seemed to be crazy and rushed towards the direction of the wave. The fluctuation also became joyful, and the call became stronger and stronger.
Come on quickly. Here is everything you want. Yes, that's it, into my arms, my child.
The 36th floor of the cave. The 37th floor of the cave. The 38th floor of the cave. Lu Sheng finally walked to the underground cave. At this time, the black fog in the cave was so rich that it was so strong that it could not see the five fingers. There are strange beasts everywhere. Level 7, Level 8, and deeper there are even terrifying existences that are faintly surpassing Level 8. And that consciousness fluctuation was extremely strong. Countless strange beasts opened and closed their mouths simultaneously, making waves of roars. These sounds all gather into a frequency. Return. Join in. Worship. The consciousness deep in the cave was extremely happy. Looking at Lu Sheng with a smile, he walked step by step into the trap he carefully compiled. He just lost a believer, a lackey. But it is exchanged for an even better and more potential. This satisfied him.
One step, a step forward,
he called out strongly in his heart. The little guy in front of him can be completely embraced by him as long as he takes a step forward. Seeing that his right foot, which had taken the last step, was lifted and was about to land. But at this time, the foot quickly retracted. Lu Sheng, who was just as devilish as before, had lost his face, and his eyes were extremely clear.
I lied to you. I really believe it.
Lu Sheng looked calmly at the darkness in front of him, and the direction of the wave was larger than that of a big middle finger.
Idiot!
After saying that, he turned around and left without saying a word. The speed is amazingly fast and disappears in less than a breath. The consciousness deep in the cave was stunned. The strange beasts with opening and 290. I missed the truth, the second battlefield. 3. A riot in the cave? The 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team were all shocked and looked shocked. This is no joke. Lu Sheng naturally would not lie to them, so a few people packed up quickly immediately. In fact, there is nothing to clean up. I just put the bag that I put down before and filled with dense silver on my back. John Hung Yu quickly pressed the communication watch twice.
I have already sent the news back to the military region. After the military region verify, it will naturally notify all the generals in the cave immediately, so we don't have to worry about it.
Lu Sheng nodded slightly. His mental power rolled up the remaining silver pieces on the ground and said,
Then let's go quickly. Yes.
The 4 of the Tiger Scorpion team carried their things and returned and ran wildly, as they were on the same path. Lu Sheng is the fastest, but he lands at the end of the team. His mental power radiated around, observing the movements of the strange beasts in the cave. He found his concerns a little redundant. At this time, the strange beasts on each floor of the cave began to riot. The people who were in the cave had already noticed something was wrong and had retreated one after another. Lu Sheng's mental power has a large radiation range. From his perspective, we can see countless strange beasts from all directions coming towards their team. However, the level of the strange beasts up to the 30 levels is not high. Seeing that it was huge and dense, Lu Sheng's heart was not fluctuating.
That guy is probably angry to death by me. When I run out of the cave safely, I will have to be angry again.
Through this exploration, Lu Sheng also officially confirmed it. The mysterious consciousness fluctuation deep in the cave is the culprit who deceived the masters of the cave to take the evil path and have the ability to control strange beasts. I don't know whether the world's top leaders, who have been doing martial arts for 300 years, are clear about this.
It is probably he is the real strongman who exists behind the strange beast, and he doesn't know whether his will comes from the depths of the cave or through the gaps. If it is the latter, then his power will be beyond my imagination.
Only consciousness can be completely brainwashed, manipulating so many martial arts masters, even top stakes like Lu Moying. This is already an incredible power. It would be even more outrageous if it was done in 2 worlds.
Level 11? Or is it an existence above level 11?
Lu Sheng didn't know that he planned to go back to the dream space and search for similar information immediately, and he believed he would gain something.
Grown-ups!
The 4 men of the Tiger Scorpion took out their cold weapons, swept forward hard, and knocked away the strange beasts blocking the road. Zhang Hongyu gritted her teeth and looked back at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng moved, and from the last to the front, his huge mental power suddenly dispersed.
Boom!
An invisible storm broke out in the air, and where Lu Sheng's eyes fell, strange beasts were blown away, exploded, and died. An outward road was immediately cleared out.
No need to worry about anything, just follow me.
Lu Sheng said something lightly and walked forward.
Yes.
The Tiger Scorpion team has long been convinced of Lu Sheng's strength. What Lu Sheng said will do as he will. One by one, he stopped talking, focused on following Lu Sheng's footsteps, and rushed forward with his head. As expected by Lu's sanctuary. This so-called riot in the cave looks scary, but in fact, the easier it is to move up. Those powerful alien beasts below the 30 level and generally have level 7 or 8 levels, but because of the clusters of alien beasts in the first few levels, hindered their speed of moving forward, and kept following behind Lu Sheng and others' buttocks. When Lu Sheng and the Tiger Scorpion team completely walked out of the cracks in the cave, the strange beasts below the 30 levels could not catch up. Buzz? The inexplicable fluctuations of consciousness were transmitted through the black fog to the upper level of the cave, and it was already very weak. But Lu Sheng could still feel his anger and frustration.
I'd be fooled by a bug. I would be very angry if I had been.
Lu Sheng stood at the edge of the crack in the cave, holding the 5 fingers of his right hand towards the void, as if he pinched the entire crack in the cave in his hand.
One day, the bug that had played with you once crawled in front of you and suddenly gave you a hard hook. You will be even more angry. It's weird. Why did this riot come at the moment? You can leave at the moment. Before you came out, the tide of strange beasts retreated.
A few dozen meters away from Lu Sheng and the others, several members of the Star Squad rushed out of the cracks in the underground cave with a bloody smell. Lu Sheng glanced in that direction and quickly called the 4 Tiger Scorpion team to leave.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
I quickly found the place where I parked before. The 3 off-road vehicles were parked there all the time, and no one had ever touched them. The 4 men from the Tiger Scorpion team piled up the secret silver blocks they brought back to the car. The 3 cars were barely filled, and the tires were sinking several inches. At this moment, the 4 of them admired Lu Sheng's foresight more. If Lu Sheng had not asked them to drive 2 more cars before coming, they would have to carry a bunch of silver blocks to the safe area before they could call the helicopter to pick it up. The few people did not delay and drove back. It was a coincidence on the way that I met several people from the Red Snail team again. The Red Screw Squad was standing on a high point in the wilderness, waiting to pick up the helicopter they returned. The 2 teams met and just said hello. The secret silver mines filled with 3 cars of the Tiger Scorpion gave them a fierce impact.
My goodness, the people from the Tiger Scorpion are so lucky. You can find the secret silver mine when you enter the cave. It is very purity. If you get rich, this is...
A member of the Red Snail Squad looked at the backs of the 3 cars of the Tiger Scorpion Squad and couldn't help but sigh with envy. Captain Red Ray Luotian's eyes flashed, glanced at the man, and snorted coldly.
Good luck. He is strength. Given so many secret silver mines, can you take them out of the cave alive? Don't forget, there has just been a riot in the underground cave. Ah, yes.
The Red Screw team only showed a sudden look on their faces, and their expressions became a little surprised.
Yes, the cave has just rioted. How did the people from the Tiger Scorpion Squad rush out from the ground with so much secret silver and they were inconvenient to move. It looks like there is not even any injury at all. When did they become so strong?
Several people were shocked and suspicious. After thinking about it carefully, they realized something was wrong. Luotian said with a complicated face.
Didn't you notice the license plate of the 3 cars just now? DZ0002.
Entire.
The car of the top general.
Zero asked for flowers.
Top general?
Several team members exhaled and hunched, all of them showing disbelief on their faces.
Where did the tiger-scorpion get such a relationship? Captain, are you kidding?
Before Luotian could speak, the dreadlocks in the team were already exclaiming with the communication watch.
The captain is right, I found it.
We.
Several people quickly turned their heads over, and after reading the information, they immediately took a deep breath. 12-star general. Top bulk. General star list. The slightly familiar young face in the profile photo made their heads buzz.
This is not the newcomer from the tiger-scorpion team?
A red snail team member spoke blankly.
Bad newbie.
Luotian spoke with unconcealed annoyance on his face.
That's the real big guy. Damn it, what a great opportunity to hug your thighs. I missed it in vain.
The other members of the Red Screw Squad were all full of complicated faces. Thinking of the same cave with the 12-star general, and having drunk and chatted with each other, I didn't know what it felt like. 0.
Let's leave the things. When the income is calculated, the 10% of yours will naturally be transferred to your account.
At the door of the manor villa, Luotian said to the 4 tigers and scorpions.
Yes, sir.
The 4 members of the tiger-scorpion team naturally had no objection. After helping Luotian move all the secret silver
291. Give me a 10,000-year peace and prosperity, and 8 guns.
4. 2 worlds that are in different levels, different time and space, and even different universes, and different dimensions have unexpected overlaps and collisions due to certain unexplainable reasons. This is also the source of the invasion of strange beasts.
The 7th level fire resource library permissions answered a large part of Luotian's doubts.
It is obvious that the world of strange beasts is undoubtedly much stronger than ours. So the spatial barriers in our world inevitably break and crack.
Just like an egg and a stone collide, the egg's fragile shell will definitely cause damage.
Of course, the strength gap should not be as exaggerated as an egg to a stone.
Luotian picked up 2 stones on the ground and put them in his hand to touch them. The more fragile piece fell down with debris and sand.
It's almost like this.
Luotian threw away the stone in his hand and continued to think.
So the strange beasts in the other world can enter our world smoothly and launch an invasion. On the other hand, it is difficult for us to reach the other world. Those martial arts powerhouses who enter the abyss and never come back are the best proof.
The reason is very simple. Because the shell of their world was broken through.
6 and 9-3.
Things outside easily ran in. The shell of the other world is still intact, so those martial arts powerful men who have entered the abyss cannot enter even if they reach the other end.
It may have been in, but I never had a chance to come back.
Luotian searched all over the fire resource library, and even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, it has never happened. He came back after entering the abyss. Apart from,
you can imagine it as the part where the 2 worlds collide and become stuck. The gap in that piece is particularly thick, so thick that it forms a relatively independent space, enough to accommodate the top strong people in it.
The top strong men in another world cannot enter our world through ordinary abyss gaps. They can only enter the abyss gap space first, and break the cracks in the world shell to further enter. The warriors in the future world discovered this early. In order to avoid this situation, they chose to actively enter the abyss space and resist the invasion of powerful people in another world. It gradually developed into
No wonder, I have absorbed so many zombie memories, and there are very few scenes of the powerful people in the level 10 and level 11 attacks. Before, I thought most of these strong people were concentrated in the top main bases. Now I know that it should be basically all. In the future, martial arts will last 10,000 years, and the war between two worlds and two civilizations will be so anxious. What dominates the war is no longer the victory or casualties of the underlying battlefield. It completely depends on the battle and competition between the top strong men of the two civilizations. That is the final result. Of course I lost. No wonder there is a fire plan that will do everything to give birth to a 12-level powerful man. Martial arts level 12. There is a chance to win. Lu Sheng thought in his heart, and he had many feelings, and was complicated and difficult to describe. Although I knew this, I was still too far away from him. At least you have to level 10 to be eligible to enter. 300 years of martial arts. It seems that I don't have much to do with me. Not even. Lu Sheng suddenly became energetic and his eyes were burning. If I can reach level 11, or even level 12 in martial arts for 300 years, then what will happen if I will be in the future after 10,000 years of martial arts? I went directly to the abyss and killed the top strong men in the other world one by one. The crisis of civilization destruction was completely over the past 300 years of martial arts, and was completely over the hands of our Lu Sheng. The moment Lu Sheng set this goal in his heart, the gray roulette in his mind suddenly trembled slightly, and the entire roulette suddenly expanded and became bigger. It also becomes more solid and mysterious. Lu Sheng's martial arts has been enhanced. Is it the reason for the goal to be completely clear? Lu Sheng felt something, but was just an accident, but he was not too surprised. Although he took on the burden of the savior half-super, he only knew that becoming stronger in martial arts could save the future martial arts civilization and the human world. But I don't know how to do it, and how to operate it after I become stronger, so as to truly solve this disaster. Now Lu Sheng knows it. Up to level 12, enter. How can the 300 years of martial arts be delayed until 10,000 years before doing it? Lu Sheng looked at the zombies wandering around the dilapidated street and said seriously, "Don't worry, boys. My ancestors will definitely help you solve the crisis of some strange beasts, and give you a peaceful and prosperous era of 10,000 years. Grown-ups." When Wang Yi, who saw Lu Sheng coming down the stairs and sitting on the sofa drinking tea, was waiting for Wang Yi, immediately stood up and saluted him respectfully. "Sit." Lu Sheng nodded casually and asked Wang Yi to sit down. Li Dai next to him immediately made tea for him. "The tea said by Colonel Wang, I said to you to try." Li Dai handed the teacup to Lu Sheng and whispered. Lu Sheng looked down and saw a few fresh and tender green buds floating in the teacup. He looked very good and indeed better than what he had drunk before. "I'll bring it to adults by my friend from the southern military region," Wang Yi said modestly. "I'm determined." Lu Sheng said something and felt quite moved. "I didn't expect that I could get to the point where I could give you special tea, tobacco, and alcohol. In the words of my father Lu Dahai, it's amazing. The ancestral tomb of the old Lu family is smoking again. The level 7 gun body customized by Sir last time has been built. I'll bring it to you," Wang Yi said, taking out a small and exquisite silver box from behind and handing it to Lu Sheng. "Adults have seen it. So fast?" Lu Sheng was a little surprised and opened the box casually. "I saw that there were 3 gun bodies neatly installed in the box, which were in combination. There was a special groove in the box, probably for him to use it to put the gun head. This box is also good, so you don't need to bring weapons to wrap it when you go out in the future." Lu Sheng thought and took the gun out of the box. The new gun body is beautiful and brilliant, which is mainly created by secret gold, 0. The patterns on the gun are denser and more beautiful, not only beautiful, but also add a part of the grip. Lu Sheng explored his mental power and tried it. The new gun body is far more tough than the previous gun body in terms of toughness and hardness. It's not just the ordinary level 7 gun body, I'm afraid it's close to level 8. Lu Sheng was very satisfied, so he simply took out the red crystal dragon pattern and replaced the new gun body directly. The old gun body that was replaced and the extremely damaged Wujian knife wheel were handed over to Wang Yi. You can help me recycle these two weapons and add the secret silver mines outside. I want to create another weapon. Yes. Wang Yi nodded, and there was no nonsense, so he simply agreed. Then Lu Sheng chatted with him for a few more words, and Wang Yi stood up and took his leave. I will send you the design drawings later, so you have to worry. You are kind to you, sir. Li Dai, send it to Colonel Wang. Lu Sheng greeted Li Dai to see him off, while he took the brand new red crystal dragon pattern to the martial arts practice room upstairs to cultivate a sense of guns. Li Dai kept sending Wang Yi out of the manor gate before stopping. Please go back. Wang Yi nodded at Li Dai, and couldn't help but say to her with a little emotion, You are very lucky, and can meet a master like Lord Lu. Work hard, and never let down Lord Lu's trust in you. There may not be no chance to make a comeback in the future. Li Dai nodded and said nothing. Wang Yi got into the military car and called people away. When Wang Yi and his party's car drove away, Li Dai turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, someone called her name. Li Dai. Li Dai turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform and slightly narrowed his eyes walking out from the corner of the exterior wall of the manor. Who are you? 292. I, Dong Xingyi, are here. What did Dong Qingxue admit to you? 1. After Lu Sheng became familiar with the newly changed red crystal dragon pattern, he went downstairs to have a meal. When eating, I also hold the new gun body in one hand, in order to develop a gun feeling as soon as possible. Li Daiho was at the table, and when Lu Sheng had eaten almost the same food, she came up carefully and said, Sir, I want to take a 2-hour leave in the afternoon. Lu Sheng picked up the hot towel at his hand and wiped his mouth, asking casually, Is there anything wrong? Li Dai is an orphan of a martyr in the military department. He has no relatives or friends. He usually stays in the manor and hardly goes out. It is rare to take leave, and Lu Sheng was also curious. My old comrade in arms during my parents' lifetime, let me have a meal together. Oh! Lu Sheng suddenly realized that his mental power had just swept to Li Dai to talk to a middle-aged officer at the door. Go, just say what you need. Don't rush back. It's rare to go out and play for a while. Lu Sheng still sympathizes with Li Dai. This girl is soft on the outside and hard on the inside. She speaks and acts well, which makes people feel good about her. Thank you, sir. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something and said, You go back and notify the kitchen. In 2 days, I may want to invite friends to visit the house and ask them to prepare a table of wine and food at that time. Yes. Lu Sheng thought of it when he was having a meal. The last time I put Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojuan's pigeons, I felt sad. He simply invited the two of them to have a meal at home, and the chef's skills in the 20 manor were much better than those in the restaurant outside. It was a bit troublesome to get 2 people together. Qin Shaojun was fine. Dong Qingxue didn't know if she would come, nor did she know if she had calmed down last time. Dong Qingxue is standing. Today, Dong Qingxue is still wearing military uniform. Against the backdrop of the dark blue military uniform, her skin was better than snow. The black belt was gently stretched out from his chest and was about to burst out, and his legs were straight and long when he stepped on the alloy boots. The nearly perfect body proportions,
combined with delicate facial features and a cool temperament as snowy as distant mountains, really attracted the frequent attention of many officers. So far, Dong Qingxue has sent at least 7 waves of people coming up to meet, including 2 masters. Now, this is a masculine, in his 40s, and quite handsome. Surrounded by several people wearing military uniforms, he walked calmly to Dong Qingxue.
Which war zone? Which division belongs?
The handsome man spoke, and the 7 golden stars on his shoulders shone brightly in the sun. His body is filled with the aura of the superiors and the strong, and his every move exudes indescribable calmness and confidence. 7-star general. In Jiangxing district, he has this capital. Dong Qingxue saluted and said calmly. The handsome man's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said,
I don't know you, Fei, but I know you.
Let's have a meal with me tonight, and I'll call Su Xian here too. Feel sorry.
Dong Qingxue shook her head and said,
I'm waiting for someone. I've already made an appointment tonight, so I'm afraid I'll disappoint you.
The handsome man frowned slightly and said in a tone of undeniable order,
Turn off. It can't be pushed off.
Dong Qingxue shook her head.
I will be very angry if I miss the appointment.
The handsome man sneered. His aura spread all over his body, and even the air was suppressed a little.
Then let him come together. I'm very interested. Dong Qingxue wanted to say something. At this moment, a plain voice sounded behind the people.
Then let you see it with your own eyes.
The handsome man turned around suddenly, but his pupils slightly contracted the next second. I saw a white and slender hand grabbing him in front of him.
Boom!
The momentum of the top corpus exploded without hesitation, with blood and blood as the sea, smoke as the pillars, and a small hot sun blooming at the entrance of the airport. After a few seconds, this sun was extinguished by life. The handsome man was pinched tightly with one arm and lifted up like a chick. The several master generals who had surrounded him before had pale faces and looked at the sudden figure in front of him with horror. This is a young man with long shawl hair and a simple casual outfit. His appearance is not very handsome, but his eyes are clear and bright, making it unforgettable. His figure is not great, but he just looks like a body that looks almost thin in the first time he meets. In an instant, an unparalleled terrifying power burst out, like a pinch of a chick.
I want to fuck my sister, ha ha.
The young man with long hair smiled, looked at the handsome man in his hand, and said in a joking tone,
You have to pass my brother-in-law's level.
As he said that, he threw the handsome man away like he threw away the handsome man.
Who are you?
The handsome man covered his blue-haired neck and slowly got up from the ground, staring at the young man with a shocked expression.
Who I am?
The young man with long hair said softly. Then he slowly raised his head, spread his arms, and an indescribable huge aura spread out from him. Continuously spreading around, spreading. It seemed endless, covering the entire airport, and the roar of fighter planes in the distance seemed to be covered by this invisible aura, and the sound gradually faded. All the people in this area were alarmed by this aura, stood up with a moving expression, and looked at this side together. The body of the long-haired young man was suspended, and his feet were stepping on the void, as if he was stepping on the realm. Step by step, he walked up to a height of 7 or 8 meters, lowered his head, and looked down at everyone below. His posture. It's like the king is back.
Play it out. Tell you all the masters of the Eastern Military Region.
The long-haired man said word by word.
I, Dong Xingyi, are here. Dong Qingxue is here. In the quiet bar and melodious blues music, Lu Sheng and Qin Shaojun sat at a long table. There was a glass of amber spirit in front of the two, chatting.
Yes, so it's a coincidence.
Qin Shaojun drank the glass of strong wine and turned to greet the bartender.
Please give me another glass. Oh no, bring a few more bottles. He is responsible for paying the bill."
As he said that, he pointed at Lu Sheng in front of him. Lu Sheng didn't care, but just frowned and said,
"Instructor Dong has any friends coming to the military district? Do you still need her to pick her up in person?" "Not a friend, a relative."
Qin Xiaojun opened the wine he had just sent, said thank you to the bartender, and then happily filled it with it.
"Her brother, half-brother. The name is Dong Shengyi." "Brother, Dong Shengyi?"
Lu Sheng blinked. Dong Qingxue and her brother, he is still. But then again, he seemed to have never carefully checked Dong Qingxue's profile. Right. Qin Xiaojun drank another glass of wine, smacked his lips with satisfaction, and then said,
"This Dong Shengyi is amazing. Like you, she is a monster-level martial arts genius. It is beyond the martial saint. He was not famous before the age of 40, but after the age of 40.
Qin Xiaojun paused and said,
"Looking at his visit to the Eastern Military Region this time, I'm afraid he's going to make a big splash. Is the successor of the martial saint?"
Lu Sheng nodded.
"It's really amazing."
Qin Xiaojun glanced at him and curled his lips.
"From your appearance, 910, didn't think it was too great. Is it that obvious?"
Lu Sheng touched his cheek and said in surprise,
"Hey, I know that you are young and have a 12-star combat power. You are as talented as a dragon, and you are proud of your youth. But Lu Sheng, I tell you, don't be careless."
Qin Xiaojun said seriously,
"Dong Shengyi is really not an ordinary person, and the successor of the martial saint is not as simple as you think. Moreover, Dong Qingxue has an older brother, called Dong Potion, now in the Central Military Region, ranks on the list of generals in the Central Military Region. That guy is the 293. I want to beat her two brothers. She probably wants to turn against me too."
"Ha, let's reveal it. Small example."
Qin Xiaojun smiled happily.
Lu Sheng, your martial arts are indeed strong. But in terms of emotions, you are just a blank piece of paper, and I can see you clearly at a glance. You're right."
Lu Sheng sat down again and calmly swept the glass fragments on the table to one side, without any hesitation for his weaknesses.
"I'm a piece of paper. So what did Instructor Dong admit to you?"
Qin Xiaojun blinked at him and said with a smile,
"What do you want her to admit?" "Instructor Qin." "Okay, will you tease you anymore?"
Qin Xiaojun smiled and said,
"She is also interested in you. The last time I asked you for dinner, I just wanted to tell you this. Who knows, you still let her go."
Well, only then did Lu Sheng realize what he missed last time.
"But you don't have to worry too much. With my understanding of Dong Qingxue, it is generally difficult to change your mind as long as she believes in things. Her level is not a problem. The main ones are her two brothers, Dong Shengyi and Dong."
Qin Xiaojun was talking when suddenly a large group of people walked in outside the bar. These people were wearing officers' clothes and were discussing fiercely while walking.
"That's too strong, this Dong Shengyi. Just come to our Eastern Military Region." The two leading figures of the 7 stars in the East were killed in succession. Who else in the East could be his opponent? Yes, it is said that this time he came out of seclusion. He was planning to fight all the way from the 4 major military regions to prove his own invincible martial arts. It was the way to seek saints. Invincible is too exaggerated. There are countless experts in the military region, and some people are governing him. However, it cannot be denied that Dong Shengyi is indeed strong and is not an ordinary person.
The discussions between several people made Lu Sheng and Qin Xiaojun stunned and looked at each other. Qin Xiaojun rushed forward, grabbed one of them by the shoulders, and asked,
"Brother, has Dong Shengyi started to do anything?"
The man caught by Qin Xiaojun is also a school official, and his strength is not much worse than him. His shoulders were shocked, and he said unhappily,
"Who are you?"
Qin Xiaojun was anxious, turned around and pointed at Lu Sheng, who was sitting quietly at the table, and said,
"I asked for him." "He?"
A group of people subconsciously looked at Lu Sheng. Soon, someone in the crowd exclaimed,
"It's us."
"Lu Sheng is here. Many people know him." A group of school officials immediately ran to Lu Sheng and saluted them together.
"See the general."
Each of them had the excitement and joy of seeing idols. Lu Sheng glanced at Qin Xiaojun, who was proud, and squeaked the tiger's skin to make a big banner, and made a gesture to ask,
"Tell me about Dongxing in detail." "Yes."
5 minutes later, Lu Sheng and Qin Xiaojun sat down again. Qin Xiaojun's face was a little solemn.
"I still underestimate Dongxing's strength and defeated the Eastern Conference with one move. This is not amazing, it is simply terrifying. The Eastern Conference competition is coming soon, and this guy is really arrogant when he comes to challenge it at this critical moment. The martial saint's signature is easy to use, and the military regent can't do anything about him."
Qin Xiaojun suddenly thought of something, and suddenly said to Lu Sheng,
"You have to be careful. Dongxing claims to break through the East, and he beat him one by one according to the rankings. It's your turn soon. With Dong Qingshua's relationship in this way, you will definitely be taken care of."
Lu Sheng lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something. He suddenly said,
"How is Dong Qingxua and Dongxing's relationship?"
Qin Xiaojun was stunned and subconsciously said,
"What? Do you want Dong Qingxua to help you talk to Dongxing and skip you?" "Of course not."
Lu Sheng frowned slightly and whispered,
"I'm thinking that Dongxing came to the military region this time, obviously wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to challenge the heroes to cultivate his invincible martial arts momentum. This is very important for him to attack the martial saint in the future. And he is Dong Qingshua's brother, which is equivalent to my elder brother-in-law." "Yes, then?"
Qin Xiaojun was a little confused.
"If he comes to me, he will definitely be defeated by me. Before the invincibility has arisen, he will be dispersed by me. The opportunity for the martial saint is slim. This is equivalent to cutting off his martial arts journey. Cutting off a person's martial arts path is like killing his parents. Dongxing regards me as a great hatred for life and death. Instructor Dong is caught between me and him. It will definitely be very difficult to do. In the future, there will be another Dong potion. I beat her 2 brothers in a row, and our relationship may become very stiff in the future." "Why?"
Lu Sheng sighed lightly and said with emotion,
"It's so difficult for me."
Qin Xiaojun looked at Lu Sheng straight, unable to say a word for a long time. It took a long time to give Lu Sheng a thumbs up.
"If you want to show off you, Lu Sheng, I'll accept it." "Vulnerable."
Dongxing gently patted the wrinkles on the clothes. At this time, he was standing at the door of a manor. With Dongxing as the location, a trajectory of soil rolling over seemed to be pushed by a bulldozer and continued to move into the manor. It was more than 100 meters away and stopped at the broken fountain rockery. A figure lay on his back in the fountain pool, covering his chest with one hand, and he failed to stand up several times. Dongxing turned around, and a group of onlookers around him made way. Countless shocked gazes surrounded him, watching him leave with sacrificial gazes.
"He's too strong."
At a corner thousands of meters away from the manor, Dong Qingxua looked at the figure walking towards her with a complicated face, her eyes moving.
"Senior brother Dongxing has been hiding the front for 20 years. This time he is unsheathed. He will definitely amaze Shinzhou."
Beside Dong Qingxua, a girl with picturesque eyebrows spoke with a smile. Dong Qingxua looked at the girl, was silent for a while, and asked,
"Ms. Lin and my second brother came to the military region this time. There should be something important to do, right?" Yes.
The girl's eyes were clear, her voice was as pleasant as a lark, and her whole body exuded a fresh and refined atmosphere. She and Dong Qingxue are completely two beauties of different styles. If the snow on the east is like thin snow on the distant mountains, it is cold and difficult to get close to. That girl is from early spring.
I am doing a study on the genes of alien beasts, which requires a large number of experimental samples, so I came with senior brother Dong Shengyi. Speaking of which, I have to ask Sister Qingxue for help in this matter.
Dong Qingxue's expression moved, and she was about to ask. At this time, Dong Shengyi had already walked up to the two of them.
The overall strength of the eastern military region is indeed a little weaker,
Dong Shengyi said with a plain expression.
It's all just a stick with combat power and no skills.
In addition to ranking.
It's Sun Huanyu.
The fresh girl corrected her.
It's all the same.
Dong Shengyi waved his hand indifferently.
I can't even take over 3 moves. I don't deserve to remember his name.
The girl looked helpless.
Oh, by the way, Qingxue.
Dong Shengyi suddenly remembered something and said to Dong Qingxue,
Wanwan should have told you that we are here in the eastern military region this time, and we are preparing to go to the underground cave. I have to ask you, the spiritual master, for help.
Lin Wanwan is the name of a fresh girl. A very ordinary name, like the little white rabbit. But her father's name is well known in the Long Kingdom. Lin Zhengwei. Lin Wanwan is the only daughter who surpasses the martial Saint Lin Zhengwei.
Which cave are you going to? How many floors are you going to?
Dong Qingxue thought for a while and said. Dong Shengyi looked at Lin Wanwan and smiled and said,
Of course, it is a double S level cave. The better the further down, the better. The higher the strength, the more precious the genetic samples of the alien beast. Don't underestimate.
294. He can pass the test if he can take my move 3.
I'm still as bad as I was when I was a kid, and I can't make any jokes.
Dong Shengyi threw the secret silver pendant back to Dong Qingxue and said with a sigh. Dong Qingxue looked cold and took the pendant and wore it carefully.
This joke is not funny at all.
Dong Shengyi's eyes were still on the silver pendant on Dong Qingxue's neck, and she said casually,
Since you mentioned it, I will naturally skip him as you wish. But it was just skip this time. This time, the military headquarters performed martial arts, and the entire military region competed. Before I fought all 5 military regions, the little man you like must be able to catch my move before I can recognize him, and not interfere in the affairs between you. Otherwise, no matter how much you value him or like him, it will not work. Do you understand?
Dong Shengyi's tone was plain, but she had a decisive smell. Dong Qingxue didn't say anything. Dong Shengyi didn't care and continued.
Also, I'm better off this level. It's not that simple on the other side of Dong Potion. Do you still remember that when you were 9 years old, a boy from the Bai family wanted to chase you, but was chased by Dong Patian to someone else's compound and almost killed him on the spot?
Dong Qingxue's eyes flashed. Dong Shengyi reached out and patted her shoulder gently and said softly,
Think about it again. After all, not everyone who is an older brother is as reasonable and gentle as me.
Lin Wanwan, who was standing beside him, probably understood what was going on when she heard the conversation between the two. Sister Qingxue likes someone, but if this person wants to be with Sister Qingxue, he must first pass the level of Sister Qingxue's 2 brothers. Anyway, it's very difficult. 973. Lin Wanwan couldn't help feeling sympathy, took Dong Qingxue's hand, and whispered,
Sister Qingxue, don't worry, I will let senior brother Dong secretly release the water.
Dong Shengyi was amused and crying.
Lin Wanwan, if you fall in love one day, your boyfriend will be even more sad. Your father is the martial saint, and you still have a lot of senior brothers who are the masters of martial arts.
Lin Wanwan wrinkled her nose and said angrily,
My father listens to me, and my senior brother listens to my father. What is there to worry about?
Dongxing was stunned, scratched her head, and nodded.
It seems that you said so.
Several people chatted for a while, and when Dongxing saw someone walking towards this side, he greeted.
Let's go. Go to another war zone. We will use the masters on the Eastern General Star list in 3 days, and we will enter the underground cave in 3 days. I didn't find it before.
Lu Sheng withdrew from the dream space with a strange expression. He had just read through Dong Qingshua's information and several people who were close to her, and he also sorted it out. It was unexpectedly discovered that Dong Qingshua's 2 brothers had both evaluations in the 10 resource library. One is 5 stars, the other is 6 stars. Dong Xingyi is fine, and that Dong Patian is actually a level 9 martial saint. It was just a martial saint more than 100 years later. It is not unusual to be in the 8th level block realm card for more than 100 years. If you can get ahead and eventually get promoted to level 9, you can still be called talented. However, even though Lu Sheng knew this, he was not at all worried. It's just a martial saint. There are too many martial saints that have been produced within 10,000 years of martial arts. The 3 existing martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom have not been on the list for martial arts for 3,000 years, let alone a small Dong potion.
It's Dong Qingshua's side.
Lu Sheng held his cell phone and couldn't help but recall everything about Dong Qingxue. It is fake to say that he doesn't like Dong Qingxue. Young Man Muai. After the rise of Lu Sheng's martial arts, this feeling is like smoke and fog. It's like on a sunny afternoon, you, who was stunning at the sparrow on the branch outside the window, was suddenly knocked on the blackboard and stood up to answer the question. The woman on the podium was wearing a long skirt. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as flowers blooming in summer, staring at you with anger, asking you to listen to the class carefully. A moment of heartbeat. Some people say that more than 90% of men in the world had a crush on one of their teachers when they were young. Whether it is a male or female teacher. Hormones and worship psychology are at work, quietly planting a seed in the ignorant heart. Of course, most of the seeds died before they could break through the ground. This subtle feeling was washed by time, and it dissipated like smoke. Lu Sheng's feelings for Dong Qingxue are similar. It's not until the moment he sees Dong Qingshue's name appear on his spouse column. Some things have already undergone subtle changes. The seeds in the heart germinated quietly, and even Lu Sheng himself did not discover them. When he really noticed, the buds had grown into saplings and grew vigorously.
Is fate a consequence?
Lu Sheng's expression was a little confused, and he murmured to himself. Lu Sheng thought about it, and picked up his phone to try to do an experiment. He flipped through his contact list, paused his fingers on Zheng Dandan and Yang Yuan's avatars, and finally slipped over. Those who are not in the spouse column will not disturb you. Finally, he stopped on He Lingsu's avatar. Click on it, think about it, and send a message.
Are you there?
He Lingsu quickly replied.
I'm just about to report to you. Recently, Lingsheng Pharmaceutical.
He Lingsu sent a large string of words and data, which made Lu Sheng frown.
You really can marry such a thing home as a wife? When you don't know how to make a villain, you should report to me about your work first, right?
Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, the weather has become cold recently, so pay attention to keeping warm. Don't work too hard, your body is more important. Then I found the chat history with my mother Zheng Yufan, and found a small official account to transfer it. He Lingsu was silent for a long time. Then 2 messages were sent.
Who are you? You are secretly playing with Lu Sheng's phone? Do you know if you pick up someone else's phone and go back quickly? Warning.
Lu Sheng. But in this way he relaxed. It seems that there is no problem with He Lingsu. Just try to maintain a good relationship with her in the future. Make up your mind, and leave the chat and stop worrying. On the other end of the phone, Lingsu was sitting at the desk, staring at the phone blankly at a large number of documents, contract reports. I stared at Lu Sheng's avatar on the phone screen for a long time. It was not until the landline on the desk that Lingsu woke up in a daze and gently put his phone aside. The whole person returned to his original capable and calm appearance, answered the phone and said calmly,
"Hey. Next, I'll wait for Dong Xingyi to come to the door."
After Lu Sheng made up his mind, he no longer struggled and thought to himself,
"At worst, let it go, and use a few more moves to defeat him." The future brother-in-law, looking up, looking down, and giving him a little face.
Lu Sheng thought so, but the development of things directly exceeded his expectations. 3 days later, Lu Sheng sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, gently putting down the Eastern Military Region daily in his hand, his face full of calmness. In the past 3 days, the news that Dong Xingyi arrived in the Eastern Military Region had completely spread. In 3 days, he lost all the masters of the Eastern Military Region's generals and star list, and also caused a sensation in the entire military region. Except for a few military masters, who were not in the war zone, almost everyone else was challenged by Dong Xingyi. In addition to the top of the 7 stars in the Eastern region, the star list, Dong Xingyi's horror also enveloped the entire Eastern General Star Zone like haze. As the Eastern Military Region competition was about to be held, the top experts of the Eastern Military Region were successively beaten, which made everyone in the Eastern Military Region hold their breath, and even the number of people entering the underground cave increased. Lu Sheng is on the star list, but Dong Xingyi just didn't come to find him.
Interesting, I jumped over me.
At this time, Lu Sheng's mood was quite complicated. On the one hand, 295. It's so scary, this woman's heart is dark. 4.
A little cold.
Lin Wanwan jumped out of the cave and stepped on the ground. She was wearing a thick combat uniform and couldn't help but put her hands in front of her mouth and slapped her hard. Dong Xingyi and Dong Qingxue are also dressed similarly, but the clothes on their bodies are much thinner, and their expressions are still the same.
If you are willing to spend a little more effort on martial arts, you won't feel cold in winter.
Dong Xingyi looked at her helplessly and said with regret,
"The martial Saint genes are just wasted. Not everyone wants to pursue martial arts."
Lin Wanwan muttered a few words, took out a golden Buddha from her neck, and rubbed it in her hand. Soon, the little golden Buddha emitted a layer of light golden light that could be seen in the naked eye. This light just enveloped Lin Wanwan alone. Not only did it spread the black fog around it, but it seemed to have a little effect of isolating the cold air. Lin Wanwan's face quickly became rosy.
"It's similar to what that kid gave you, but it's much more valuable and contains the will of the martial saint."
Dong Xingyi explained to Dong Qingxue, with a little envy in her expression. Dong Qingxue turned her face disdainfully. She felt that her secret silver pendant was much better than Lin Wanwan's one. At this time, the 3 of them were standing in the double S-level cave.
"You mainly helped explore the gaps in the abyss. I will solve all the strange beasts."
Dong Xingyi took the lead and walked into the cave. Dong Qingxue nodded slightly, and her mental power spread. Lin Wanwan, who was covered with a faint golden light, seemed a little excited and raised her right hand to charge.
Go! The 3-person underground cave, rush!
The 3 of them were sank into the black fog.
S-level cave!
Lu Sheng stood at the top of a huge crack in the cave and scanned the surroundings. The last time I entered the cave was at night, and this time it was during the day. The view was a little better, and there was less gloomy and sensational. In fact, it's the same for Lu Sheng. Fear comes from weakness. When you are strong enough, any demon is false in front of you. One punch can break it all.
I wonder if the consciousness deep in the cave still exists.
Lu Sheng was not sure whether that consciousness only existed in the previous cave, or whether every cave was covered. He was not afraid of the other party. Last time I tried, I knew that the other party was just a paper tiger. Even if it was much stronger than him, I couldn't do anything to him through the gap. Lu Sheng was afraid that he would cause a riot in the cave, and would implicate others.
If you really encounter it, just withdraw as soon as possible.
Lu Sheng made up his mind, and jumped down, when he stood in front of the crack in the cave. Before going down, he took out his cell phone and took a look. Dong Qingshua's chat box is blank, and there is no new news. I checked the communication watch again, and it was normal. After thinking about it, Lu Sheng didn't hesitate too much. He grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, and jumped down one step.
Swish!
Like a waterfall sword light passing by, a huge 7th level beast freezes its body, and slowly separates it in half. Dong Xingyi stood with his knife in his arms, standing aside, his eyes casually scanning the surroundings. Lin Wanlan cheered a little, wearing a mask and gloves, rushed up quickly in full arms. Running around between the corpses of the two halves of strange beasts, concentrating on their busy schedules, stepping on wet blood under their feet, without even thinking it was dirty.
The root of a warrior's strength is the physical body, and every part of the body is the best weapon. Unlike your military generals, we practice cold weapons just to pursue more extreme skills and break the peak of physical functions. If it weren't for the speed of pushing faster, I wouldn't even use a knife.
Dong Xingyi looked at the corpse of the strange beast in front of her and frowned.
The blood of these beasts is too dirty.
While using his mental power to disperse and detect the surrounding situation, Dong Qingxue skillfully helped Lin Wanwan collect genetic samples. He raised his head expressionlessly, and said to Dong Xingyi,
"You either come and help or shut up. No one here likes to listen to your boastful preaching."
Dong Xingyi's face stagnated. She shook her head and shut up helplessly. Lin Wanwan quickly collected the samples, and asked the two to continue on the road. Dong Xingyi's strength is indeed strong. She protected the two of them all the way down. Whenever any strange beast was encountered on the road, it would basically be solved with one knife. I couldn't tell what pressure or consumption he had. I was so light that I didn't even breathe a little heavy.
This guy.
Dong Qingxue secretly observed Dong Xingyi, watching him wandering in the garden from beginning to end, relaxed and freehand style, and couldn't tell what it felt. Logically speaking, she should be happy to have such a powerful brother. But thinking about the test that Lu Sheng might have to face next, Dong Qingxue couldn't help but be irritated.
It would be good if this guy was injured in the cave.
This idea suddenly popped up in Dong Qingxue's mind. At this time, she suddenly saw Dong Xingyi walking in front, walking towards a rather hidden abyss. I wanted to subconsciously remind Dong Xingyi. Dong Qingxue was so stupid that she forced herself to hold back the reminder. She looked at Dong Xingyi as she walked towards the abyss. Step by step, getting closer and closer. Just as Dong Xingyi was about to hit the basin-sized abyss, Dong Xingyi suddenly stopped. Turning his head, frowned and shouted at Dong Qingxue.
"Qingxue, why is there a gap here? You won't remind me. If it weren't for my martial arts intuition reminding me, I almost bumped into it. I didn't see it."
Dong Qingxue looked as usual, pretending to be nothing, walked past him and said casually,
"As such a small gap, you can't die even if you hit it. You can't die at most." "You?"
Dong Xingyi looked stunned, as if she couldn't believe that this was actually said from her own sister's mouth. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he could only continue walking forward with a depressed look. During the next journey, Dong Xingyi almost hit the gap in the abyss again and again, and he avoided it in a thrilling manner every time. Once he almost got really injured.
Dong Qingxue.
Even if Dong Xingyi was stupid, she noticed something was wrong. She glared at Dong Qingxue with a blue face and said loudly,
You want to kill me, don't you?
Dong Qingxue looked calm and said calmly.
I didn't see it. Fuck. It was clear that you deliberately led me into it just now. You insisted on me going here.
Dong Xingyi's fair forehead was pounding wildly.
Oh yes. I really didn't see it.
Dong Qingxue said casually without any guilt and regret.
I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time. Scary terrible.
Please flowers. Dong Xingyi looked at Dong Qingxue with an expression that seemed to be innocent, and her lips were trembling with anger. Lin Wanwan walked past Dong Xingyi and looked at him with some sympathy.
Senior brother Dong, take care of yourself. That's terrible. This woman.
Dong Xingyi shook her head and said,
I'm not married yet, and I turned my elbows out. Even my brother dared to cheat me to death. What's wrong with the future? Wanwan, don't learn from her when you fall in love in the future. This woman has a dark heart.
Lin Wanwan gave him a speechless look and walked away quickly. At this time, the three of them had already walked below the 30th floor of the underground cave. More and more strange beasts are encountered here, and they are becoming more and more powerful, and even 8th-level strange beasts are beginning to appear frequently. As strong as Dong Xingyi, his expression became serious. The main reason is that he also has to protect Dong Qingxue and Lin Wanwan, and the pressure is much greater than being alone.
Extremely kill.
Dong Xingyi slashed out with one knife, blocking the three people. Several strange beasts separated like building blocks and collapsed. He was about to take a breath, but suddenly his expression changed and his body changed rapidly. A gray slid across his waist silently and almost ran into him. Dong Xingyi looked at the combat uniform that had a crack, and her face became extremely ugly, and she looked directly at someone.
Dong Qingxue, the joke is enough. If you
296. Uneasy signal, Donkey's crisis. 1.
Swish.
The golden energy bloomed, and the red crystal dragon pattern swept out a bloody breath. The bodies of several strange beasts, who were trying to pounce on Lu Sheng, suddenly freeze, and then separated from the middle position in a uniform manner.
The quasi-level 8 spear, combined with the murderous aura bonus of the killing path, is also extremely sharp. At least it's much better than my bare hands.
Lu Sheng took out a transparent tube made of special material from the backpack behind him, and used his mental power to collect tissue fluid from several level 7 beasts, and put it into the tube. He has watched the people from the Tiger-Scorpion team do it so many times before, so he can watch it.
Strangeness.
Lu Sheng suddenly reached out and rubbed his eyebrows, frowned and said,
Why do you always feel restless?
Since he entered the cave, the 3 immortal cells in the Yintang temple have been beating from time to time, sending him some inexplicable signals.
This signal is by no means groundless. It may be related to myself or some important people around me.
Lu Sheng's face was slightly dark. Martial arts practice will continuously unearth all kinds of incredible mysteries in the human treasures, which are the so-called martial arts magical powers. Predicting good and bad luck is a kind of small martial arts magic. This ability effect
753
on ordinary warriors may only show general martial arts intuition, that is, a sharper perception of crisis. Avoid stepping into some dangerous places and encountering some powerful and irresistible opponents head-on. The 3 immortal cells of Lu Sheng were generated, and their life level had long surpassed the level of ordinary warriors, and this ability was greatly enhanced and amplified. Not only can you predict it, but you can also roughly control the future trajectory of the people around you.
It's a pity that it's too vague. I can't find a specific source at all.
Lu Sheng was a little helpless, and pointed his eyebrows lightly. Just like when the TV signal is not good, it is trying to smash the TV show hard, and it is trying to use this method to make the signal sent by the 3 immortal cells clearer. Lu Sheng didn't know whether it was him or who was an important person around him who had a crisis. He still values a lot of people in his heart, including his parents, sisters Lu Qinghe, Dong Qingxue, Qin Xiaojun, Lu Qiming, Lin Zhe. If you check one by one, it will take a lot of effort. The signals in the key cave are weak, and even mobile phone calls cannot be made, and information transmission is extremely difficult. He couldn't even check it.
I hope I won't be too far away, otherwise I won't have time to rush over.
The previous 3 immortal cells were generated, and their strength soared, causing the slight sense of slack in Lu Sheng's heart to disappear.
If I had 5, 10, hundreds, or even more immortal cells now, I wouldn't have to rack my brains to guess and investigate it.
Lu Sheng's face was slightly dark, and his feet were extremely fast. He did not mean to return immediately, because he was not far from the location of the Mi gold mine, and he thought he could fight quickly. However, the strange beasts killed on the road did not take any effort to collect tissue fluid. I may lose some of my merit points, but I don't care about so much. Soon, Lu Sheng came to the bottom of the cave.
Boom!
The red crystal dragon pattern turned into a fire dragon and rushed into the stone wall, knocking down large pieces of gravel. Lu Sheng didn't care whether it would attract strange beasts and the master of evil Taoism. He just wanted to finish it quickly and then go back. When he entered the 30th floor, he had carefully explored the cave with his mental power. I did not feel any fluctuations in consciousness.
So not every cave has him, which means there will be fewer evil masters in this cave.
The black fog rolled over, and a level 7 strange beast quietly emerged from the black fog and pounced on Lu Sheng, without making any sound in the process.
Clang clang!
Lu Sheng had 10 fingers, and his palms formed a knife, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. His body flashed, and blood dripped down the edge of his right palm. The strange beast that tried to attack him also separated his body and fell heavily to the ground, causing the remaining signs of life to twitch. During this process, the red crystal dragon pattern pounded into the stone wall a few more times. Finally, the rock layer several meters thick was penetrated, revealing large areas of gold inside. Lu Sheng's thoughts changed, and the charming red flame swept over and began to cooperate with his mental power to compress and smell the dense gold mine. At this time, a new beast was attracted by the sound. Gradually, at Lu Sheng's feet, the compressed and melted gold nuggets and the corpses of the alien beasts were piled up higher and higher. Everything seems orderly.
Boom!
A huge roar came from afar, echoing in the empty cave. Several people squatting on the corpse of the strange beast to collect tissue fluid all looked up and looked in the direction where the sound came.
What sound?
The few people looked at each other and saw a strong look of surprise in each other's eyes.
Is it a strange beast or a human? Have no idea. Go over and take a look.
The team quickly reached a consensus, quickly collected the spoils, and rushed towards the direction where the sound came.
Boom!
A strange beast with dark green skin, sharp horns on its top, with 12 claws, and a body of more than 10 meters long hit the wall in a flying backward posture. I fell into it deeply, and it was thrilling, and it stopped until my spare time was gone. If someone is here, you must be moved and exclaim. Because this is a powerful 8-level beast, the twisted force field emitted by the whole body can even completely invalidate the small nuclear weapons. And it was such a monster that could be called an underground overlord. At this time, the skull was broken and signs of life were quickly flowing away from it. A bronze-colored fist, like steel casting, was deeply embedded in its head, almost piercing it through and shattering. The inside was even more messy. It seemed as if it was hit by some terrible shock wave. A figure stood on the chest of the huge monster, slowly pulling out his arm from a large ball of mud like bone chips. He is very different from the size of the 8th-level beast in front of him, but he shows the cruel temperament of a predator at a higher-end food chain.
Dongshingi.
The man with a majestic back on his back slowly said this name, and a strong reluctance appeared on his solemn face.
Why can he be that strong? It seems that the power is not much stronger than mine. But I can't even take his move? Why?
The man stood on the corpse of the 8th-level beast and thought for a long time. His brows were tightening, and the bulk aura around him was as undulating as water waves. Even the black fog around him was difficult to get close to. It was discharged from a distance, forming a vacuum area around the man.
Boom!
At this time, a distant roar came. Interrupts the man's thoughts. The man looked in the direction where the voice came, and then withdrew his gaze, without any fluctuations in his life. He began to decipher the corpses of the 8th-level beast and collected the various tissue fluids he needed from it. During this process, the roar continued to come, and even the frequency became higher and higher. When the man collected the last part of the tissue fluid, he finally stood in the direction of the sound.
It's really annoying.
There was a hint of irritability between his eyebrows, as if there was a lot of resentment, depression, and irritability.
Boom!
Another sound came, and finally wiped out the man's last little patience. The man took a deep breath and rushed towards the direction where the sound came like a wind.
You mess with me. I was in a bad mood. You're not lucky. Boom!
Another red crystal dragon pattern spear bombarded and shocked, shaking down large tracts of stones and dense gold mines. The distribution of me gold and me silver mine is somewhat different. The gold mine is very sparse, with a piece of stone mixed in. This led to a slow excavation progress of Lu Sheng. The immortal cells at the middle of the eyebrows kept coming from inexplicable messages, plus the level 7 or 8 beasts that kept coming.